A century ago, desires birthed the mana ecosystem, which nearly led to the extinction of humankind. In an instant, humanity was relegated to prey. Civilization lay in ruins, and amidst the apocalypse, suspicion and fear widened the chasm between individuals. Lin Chuan awakened in the desolate world with the strongest driver system. Anything could be driven, any object he mounted, be it a mech, a beast, or an enemy, would transform into his mount and be enhanced. In this world devoid of horses, he decreed what a horse was, and so it must be. Good news. In the world of Linglong, there exists the Abyssal Mech, a formidable weapon, and with Bai Kuei by my side, victory is assured. Bad news. Chapter 1. Lin Chuan rides Kuei, capable of battling Sun Wukong. In the Wasteland, the air was thick with yellow dust, despair being the predominant hue of this realm. A silver-haired girl wielding a tang, Dao, stood resolute, her tall figure exuding a striking elegance. The matte black modified off-road vehicle behind her bore the ominous crimson ASH emblem. Her path was obstructed by several slender, eel-like monsters. These creatures, akin to eels with barbed surfaces and glowing backs, possessed retractable bone blades that clicked ominously in their mouths, poised to pounce upon the solitary. Maiden, this is troublesome. I must feign exposure to allow others to escape with their belongings. Yet, if I engage, my lifespan cannot afford such excessive expenditure. Forget it, I shall fight. With a swift motion, the silver-haired girl prepared to sweep away the monstrous foes before her. At that moment, a meteor descended from the heavens, striking directly at the battlefield's heart. The immense impact forcibly cleaved the arena as fragments of the meteor revealed a man clad in combat attire. Where am I? Lin Chuan felt a throbbing headache, but pale compared to the terror invoked by the looming beasts. Eel-like creatures? Why do they still exude slime? This shouldn't be. Oh no. Have I crossed into the world of Linglong? This is disastrous. Memories of his former life surged back. He had watched portions of the Linglong anime before his crossing. The Wasteland, a product of the catastrophic disaster that began in 2049, bore witness to the present timeline, which he estimated to be 2100. This confirmed he had arrived shortly before the onset of the original anime's first season. The new species before him, known as the mana ecosystem, dominated the current world, serving as humanity's apex exterminators. Humans cannot reason with bread, just as Lin Chuan stood no chance against the eel. She was doomed. Visions flickered in his mind, and he could almost hear the grotesque sound of the eels greedily siphoning his life essence. I end that moment of despair. Lin Chuan instinctively shouted those 4 words. System, save me. Ding. The traveler system has been activated, binding the strongest driver system to the host. All things can be ridden. Any object straddled by the host, be it mech, monster, or enemy, will become a mount and gain enhancement. Initial permissions unlocked. No consumption. Driving mode. Current manipulable unit. 1. Warning. Driving objects beyond cognitive range may trigger unknown effects, unless consent for driving is granted by the object. Willingness will unlock subsequent permissions. Time stood still at that moment, the eels frozen in place, their grotesque forms glaring menacingly. Lin Chuan suddenly perceived a cascade of blue data streams exploding upon his retina, as if cold, metallic liquid coursed through his optic nerves directly into his brain. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, only to discover luminous patterns pulsating beneath his skin, as if 1,000 nanometer fibers had been implanted within him. Driving permissions have been fully loaded. Willingness is the cultivation system of Linglong. Clearly, there is no time for epiphany. Let me test the basic functions first. Excellent. This system appears exceedingly powerful. If all things can be driven, when I grow strong enough, with a mana flower, the Lord of Light and Shadow, and even higher dimensional beings not become my prized possessions? However, there lies a minor issue. There is a no-consumption driving mode, but what of the mechs? The swirling sands silently echoed Lin Chuan's contemplations. A minute grain of sand struck his face, the slight sting jolting him back to reality as time resumed its flow. Roar! The monstrous cries resounded like a requiem, pronouncing his fate. No, 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 I absolutely cannot die. In his past life, he had died like a beast of burden. In this new existence, he would not perish like a mere creature. This was a fate Lin Chuan could never accept. Ha! His blood surged. In this instant, fury triumphed over fear. Lin Chuan pivoted, casting his gaze around. He would not squander even a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. In the next heartbeat, a striking figure clad in black and white captured his attention. With silver hair, crimson eyes, and a high-frequency particle blade shimmering with blue light in her grasp. She was Bai Yukuei, the chief neurosurgeon of the old world, the master of Longgu village, the pinnacle of combat prowess in this narrative. Visually appearing 20, yet over 80 in reality, she remained eternally 18 in the hearts of her fans. "By boss?" Lin Chuan whispered softly, rushing towards Bai Yukuei. Yet, instead of sanctuary, he was met with the cold steel of a Tang Dao pressed against his neck. "Who are you? How did you fall from the sky? A civilian?" Bai Yukuei scrutinized his badge, its blue surface flickering with the name Lin Chuan. It seemed he had soul-crossed this world, also harbored a Lin Chuan, a resident of the lighthouse. However, there was no time to delve into the original memories. Faced with the cautious Bai Yukuei, Lin Chuan offered no extensive explanation, opening his arms to signify his lack of hostility. "Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? I am human, and I wish to live." Bai Yukuei furrowed her brow. The current predicament left no room for contemplation. "If you wish to live, then hide in the vehicle behind me. I lack the capacity to protect you right now." Lin Chuan understood her intent. Though Bai Yukuei was formidable, each battle accelerated her cellular decay, draining her vitality. This wasteland bestowed equal despair upon all. "Step back." She did not turn, her voice cold as steel gliding across ice. The Tang Dao trembled in her hand, its edge shimmering with an ethereal green light, a prelude to the burning of her life force. Yet, just as she was poised to strike, clang, a steady hand pressed against the back of her blade. Bai Yukuei's pupils constricted. That hand was steady, unnaturally so. She turned her head and beheld Lin Chuan standing beside her, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips. "Don't misunderstand." He applied pressure, gradually sheathing the Tang Dao, the metallic friction producing a painful sting to the ears. "When I said, I wish to live, it was not a plea for protection." In the distance, the roars of the beast horde drew near. Lin Chuan released the blade and stepped forward. Bai Yukuei gazed at his back, a look of astonishment crossing her features for the first time. The coward who had just cried for help now emanated a presence that compelled her to sheath her weapon instinctively. How can an ordinary person's strength feel this way? The feral beasts growled lowly, the eel-like creatures agitatedly thrashing their tails against the ground, yet they hesitated to advance, intimidated by Bai Yukuei's formidable aura. Lin Chuan stood before her and suddenly posed an unexpected question. "By boss, have you ever read Water Margin from the Old World?" Bai Yukuei frowned, her crimson gaze flickered with impatience. Was this truly the time for idle chatter? But Lin Chuan continued unabated, regardless of her reaction. "In Water Margin, Wu Song is invincible in hand-to-hand combat, while Lin Chong is unmatched on horseback. People from the old world often jested that Lin Chong riding Wu Song could battle Sun Wukong." Bai Yukuei's lips twitched slightly, her understanding faltering. Yet in the next moment, Lin Chuan suddenly turned his face. "You are the strongest on the ground, and I am the strongest driver. You comprehend my meaning, do you not?" Bai Yukuei's gaze instantly turned icy. "Are you seeking death? This jest is perilous." Her fingertips rested firmly on the hilt of her blade. Yet, Lin Chuan did not afford her the opportunity to draw her weapon. He abruptly pivoted, confronting the tide of beasts, his voice low and resolute. "I know your story. I have heard it said, hope is the most precious gem in this era, akin to diamonds. I do not wish to squander your life, for that would be to squander humanity's hope. Trust me, I will stake my life on it. Without relying on the sacrifice of your life, I can still vanquish them." If I failed, he turned back, locking eyes with Bai Yukuei, enunciating each word. "My life is yours." Chapter 2. Me, a hunter of the wasteland? Your life belongs to me? Lin Chuan's declaration stirred an emotion within Bai boss. In the lighthouse, humanity had established 3 cardinal rules to survive in the apocalypse, and uttering the words of surrendering one's life to another was unthinkable. More importantly, she was immensely powerful. It had been a long time since anyone had stood before her to shield her from the storm. The man before her invoked a feeling unlike any other. Very well, then I shall accompany you. Before she could utter the phrase, let's give it a try, Lin Xuan surprisingly retreated behind by Boss, leaving her momentarily disheartened. But in the next instant, that feeling of disappointment morphed into indignation. Lin Xuan had leaped onto by Boss's back, his legs encircling her slender waist. A soft gasp escaped by Boss, her face flushed crimson. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Dealing with monsters. Before she could unleash her wrath, Lin Xuan's voice resonated directly in her mind, their thoughts entwined. Bai Yuekui's Mech merged with her. Having consented to Lin Xuan's guidance, Bai Boss's body moved of its own volition to end this embarrassing pose. She charged headlong into the throng of electric eels, pivoting to deliver a spinning kick, wreaking havoc among the monsters. Lin, just as she attempted to speak, Bai Boss discovered her vitality remained unscathed. He did not deceive me. As she pondered this, she found herself exclaiming, "Those legs are truly fair." It was evidently a comment that slipped out involuntarily while Lin Xuan controlled her body. "You little rascal, what did you say?" "Whoa, I meant those legs have so much power." Silence. Bai Boss's thoughts darkened, pouring all her fury into the swarm of electric eels, and in an instant, the scene was a slaughter, blood splattering everywhere, limbs strewn about. Throughout the ordeal, she hadn't even drawn her Tang Di in that moment. It was difficult to discern whether the monsters were terrifying or if the humanoid beasts were more ruthless. Was this the might of a fully rejuvenated by Boss? The more Lin Xuan guided by Boss, the more astonished he became. Her strength surpassed that of a heavy-duty truck. If by Boss were to deliver a blow to him later, he would likely require several painkillers. Hey, Lin Xuan, does the lighthouse also possess the ability to return to one's essence? I had no idea there were awakeners up there. Humans on the ground, adapting to the mana ecosystem, awaken special abilities, such as the return to essence state, akin to a concealed presence against mana creatures. Additionally, individuals would awaken varying powers, like communicating with different species or enhancing their physical prowess, as in by Boss's case. Awakeners refers to what is generally understood as awakened beings. Bai Boss considered herself an awakener, thus sparing Lin Xuan the need for explanation. I don't know, perhaps I'm the only one like this. To be honest, the impact from earlier has muddled my memory, and I cannot quite grasp the current situation. Lin Xuan tightened his legs. Bai Boss, there are few electric eels left. I often imagine this in my dreams. Let me try that move. The intimate gesture reddened her earlobes, but her assertive nature compelled her to hold her tongue. In the next moment, Bai Boss leaped into the air, descending like a meteor, striking the ground with tremendous force, overwhelming the enemy. With a thunderous boom, the earth was cratered to a depth of 2 meters. The swarm of electric eels had vanished without a trace, leaving only the scattered remnants as proof of their existence in this world. I asked that the cutting through the mountain move? Why are you shouting nonsense while controlling me? Bai Boss sheathed her Tang Dao, her embarrassment giving way to a burgeoning curiosity about the figure on her back. You seem quite knowledgeable about the artistic products of the old world. Those items are forbidden in the lighthouse, aren't they? Lin Xuan scratched his head. Perhaps I am one of the few unruly individuals there. Ding, crisis temporarily averted, syncing original host memories. In an instant, unfamiliar images flooded his mind. The original host, also named Lin Xuan, was a member of the 3rd Squad of Hunters, yet his presence was so negligible that even his teammates often forgot his name. As an upper-class citizen, he neither faced bullying nor garnered attention, much like a backdrop embedded within the machinery of the lighthouse. The only peculiarity was that he secretly hoarded a few books from the old world. Due to the recent heavy casualties of the 1st Squad of Hunters, the Mark Squad, the lighthouse's higher-ups decided to replenish personnel from other squads. The original Lin Xuan met the genetic compatibility standards and was forcibly reassigned to the 1st Squad. However, this led to jealousy, and he was lured to the lighthouse's waste disposal platform under the guise of a resource inventory task, where he was pushed to his death, disguised as an accidental fall. The so-called meteor was actually refused from the lighthouse that fell alongside him. This may well be the reason he was chosen by the system. Oh, the original was a mere shadow, content to labor like a beast, and his colleagues even conspired against him. What could be tolerated by a soldier was intolerable for him. It was infuriating. A surge of rage tightened his grip. He needed to find an opportunity to exact revenge. You want live, and I want rest. At that moment, Lin Chuan's singular thought was, he must cling to Bai Boss's leg. Lin Chuan, present. Bai Boss, you command. Bai Boss clenched her fists, a visible vein throbbing on her forehead. How long do you intend to remain on my back? This ambiguous posture evidently stoked her ire. Any fool would refrain from provoking Bai Boss at that moment. Understood. Now, executing standard disengagement procedure. Lin Chuan straightened his posture ceremoniously. With one hand propped on her shoulder, he flipped off her back, feigning to support her waist without actually touching it, only to stumble over a stone, nearly splitting himself in two, and quickly straightened up to offer a somewhat awkward salute. Hunter Lin Chuan, reported for duty. Bai Boss was left speechless. You little rascal. Pretending to be serious, does the lighthouse have etiquette classes from the beast of extreme devour? The proud Bai Yuekue, having been taken advantage of by Lin Chuan, was bound to seek some form of retaliation. Her fair fingertips traced the scabbard of her Tang Dao. The battlefield and allegiance are not easily altered. Speak. What do the folks in the lighthouse intend to achieve by suddenly appearing here? You best not lie. Would you believe I am a time traveler if I told the truth? Lin Chuan internally scoffed, yet his words were another matter. Report, Bai Boss. The lighthouse is hypocritical. They have robbed my contribution points. I did not fall, I was pushed. I was dizzy earlier and couldn't think clearly, but now I understand. Liar. Bai Boss elegantly circled behind Lin Chuan. The people above in the lighthouse are not foolish. They wouldn't violate the 3 cardinal rules for your contribution points. A flash of blade light swept before Lin Chuan's eyes. He understood this was a warning that if he failed to clarify, the next thing that would cross his sight would not merely be blade light. I speak the truth. You can see the debris that fell with me, that is refused from the waste disposal site. I was framed. Aside from his last leap into the unknown, Lin Chuan recounted the original host's memories in their entirety. After listening, Bai Boss regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze before sheathing her blade, clearly accepting his account. Very well, you may leave, but Boss Bai's brow remained unfurrowed, her gaze growing cold once more. What you have done must not reach the ears of a third party, or else to know. Boss Bai was taken aback by Lin Chuan's audacity to refuse her. You said no? Lin Chuan straightened his back and tore off his nameplate from his chest. Do not worry. I can simply join your group. Chapter 3. The ground team assembles. No. Boss Bai's single-word reply was deliberate, almost a rebuttal to her earlier demeanor. Yet her tone lacked chilled. In this post-apocalyptic world, companions held far greater value than mere kin. To join an organization, one must not only prove their worth, but also earn mutual trust. No one would willingly place their lives in the hands of strangers. The lofty lighthouses and the denizens of the ground inherently struggled to coexist, and a hasty proposal for inclusion could only yield such a response. This was the law of survival in the Wasteland. Lin Chuan, return to your previous position. Boss Bai observed the crimson mist rising from the ground, her fingers tightening slightly. We have killed too many. The elevated concentration of blood essence may attract stronger devourers. I hope to see you alive the next time we meet. Huh? Lin Chuan was quite composed otherwise. He would have wet his pants in the earlier confrontation. However, Boss Bai's actions truly left him a loss. Wasn't I sincere enough? I might as well have shouted, "Here, take my heart." Lin Chuan shrugged, his hands raised in exasperation. Boss Bai, this is rather unamusing. If you drive away, how am I supposed to survive? There is no need to test me. I have read many books from the old world. Unlike those indifferent souls atop the lighthouse, who stifle emotions, we should indeed become allies. Bang! The only reply he received was the sound of Boss Bai closing the car door. Bai Yuekue winked at Lin Chuan through the car window. Playful, charming, delightful, yet utterly heartless. The roar of the car engine drowned out Lin Chuan's protests, and the dust kicked up by the wheels choked him into silence. Bai Yuekue, are you serious? Is it enough that my voice resembles Xiai Ku's? Surely my personality isn't as toxic? Just as he spoke, the heavily modified vehicle leapt over 10 meters and vanished from sight. Hey, aren't you curious how I know your name? The fact that I could find your confidential information atop the lighthouse indicates my value. You blind fool. Moments later, the modified vehicle made a U-turn and returned. Those living in the apocalypse are astutely perceptive. They must have seen my worth long ago, yet they still wish to test me. Lin Chuan was certain that Bai Yukui's previous actions were merely trials. Having ample emotions makes it easier to grasp the essence of returning to one's origin and subsequently awaken. Individuals like him clearly stood with the ground-dwelling humans, sharing the same stance, never negating humanity. How could Boss Bai abandon him here? The returning modified vehicle stopped about 10 meters away from him. Lin Chuan was not surprised. He picked up the black battery from the ground and leisurely approached the modified vehicle. Awaiting him was Boss Bai's slightly exasperated yet beautiful visage. Lin Chuan, you certainly have your tricks. Hey, better safe than sorry. As he reconnected the battery to the vehicle, he boldly reached for the car door. Then, shamelessly, he squeezed into the driver's seat. Boss Bai, kindly scoot over, I will drive this time as an apology. Earlier, when he approached the vehicle, he had already removed the power source from the battery. It's not that I don't trust you after all. In this apocalypse, placing one's life in another's hands is sheer folly. Right, Boss Bai? Boss Bai remained silent, her snow-white legs shifting aside, gracefully adjusting to the passenger seat. Her stunning features still bore traces of anger, yet her eyes held a hint of admiration. She casually activated the navigation and picked up a tome titled Human Anatomy and the Modern Scientific Perspective. This was a magnum opus by Old Master Chien, providing a comprehensive historical overview of human anatomy from philosophical, materialistic, and scientific method perspectives. Chien's book. Lin Chuan engaged in casual conversation, as it was only polite, having dismantled her battery and now sitting in her vehicle. You have read it? Boss Bai's interest in him grew. Lin Chuan leaned slightly, his left hand gripping the steering wheel, his right arm stretching across the passenger seat. I have a basic understanding. Lin Chuan's hand brushed against Boss Bai's cheek. Apologies, Boss Bai, just a moment. He aligned his fingers along the edge of the car window, palm outward, his wrists steadying against the undulating mountain ridges in the distance. 3.5 fingers. He squinted, counting the gap between the sun and the horizon. We can cover 20 kilometers before dark. The angular measurement technique was a common method for gauging sunset outdoors. Throughout the journey, their conversation was sparse, almost devoid of idle chatter. Lin Chuan's intentions were clear. Following her would ensure his survival, allowing him to gather strength and return to the lighthouse for vengeance. There would be bread, and as for the ladies would come too. He had inquired about Boss Bai's stance, seeking to ascertain whether he had been accepted. The answer was affirmative. As for the absence of questions regarding his past as a scavenger, Boss Bai had responded with Lin Chuan's own words. Everyone has their secrets, do they not? All right, stop here. What for? Lin Chuan followed Boss Bai's gaze. Beyond the swirling dust, beneath the weathered columns, stood 3 men and 2 women, all donned in armor and wielding weapons. My ground team awaits me here. Boss Bai waved her hand. The first aboard was a petite girl, likely raised on adorable beans. Boss Bai, are you all right? Boss Bai, how are you? You've worried us. The second aboard was a robust giant, almost 2 meters tall, who voiced the group's concerns. His solid muscles and imposing stature, coupled with his warhammer and shield, caused the specially modified vehicle to sink slightly. Xiaodou Shanda, I'm fine. Everyone else, hurry up, again it's getting late, and we must return to Longwu village. Wow, what a manly fellow, truly impressive. Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 turned their attention to Lin Chuan in the driver's seat. Who is he? The question echoed in unison, but a new member. Boss Bai glanced at Lin Chuan, signaling him to introduce himself. Pleasure to meet you. Lin Chuan smiled brightly, turning to shake hands with the others. And my name is Lin Chuan. I was previously with the scavenger team and have now been recruited by Boss Bai as a driver. He paused for effect. The best driver. Hello, Shandi. And no need for formality. Just call me Shanda. Hello. Xiaodou, hi, brother Lin Chuan. And this is? Lin Chuan inquired, looking at the man with a bun who boarded last. Donning a mask inspired by traditional Peking opera and hoisting a source induction gun, the man clearly harbored reservations about Lin Chuan's presence. He extended a hand. Sutong.o, Su baby. Nice to meet you. Lin Chuan's playful banter did not offend Sutong. Rather, in this desolate world, encountering someone so cheerful was a refreshing change. I like that name. The last aboard was the reticent Guiyan, accompanied by a long-haired girl named Sui Xing, who only introduced her name. Once everyone was inside, they finally shed their fatigue, slumping into the seats, their exhaustion rendering them unusually quiet. The entire team awaited their leader's command. Boss Bai, what do we need to do now? The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm light upon Boss Bai's face, his indifferent lips curving into a rare, yet exquisite smile. Let us return home. Chapter 4. The Mission of Bai Yuehui. Ding. The system prompt announced. Congratulations, host, on completing your first drive and establishing a binding connection with the initial subject, Bai Yuehui. Goodness, is the delay really that long? Only now do I receive my reward? Why not just wait until I'm dead to send it? The few individuals in the back seat were already snoring, while only the boss in the passenger seat, Bai, glanced at him with a sidelong look. Tired? Would you like me to take the wheel? We're almost there. Not tired. This car has ample power, and I am thoroughly enjoying the drive. Lin Chuan checked the system panel while navigating. Binding relationship. The host and the initial subject, Bai Yuehui, will eternally maintain a fateful bond, their life trajectories naturally intertwining. The inherent attraction between them makes long-distance separation exceedingly difficult. The system's mechanical translation was somewhat convoluted. In simpler terms, it meant their lives would frequently intersect. The benefits of this were self-evident. Lin Chuan lacked extraordinary combat prowess, yet increasing their opportunities to meet would ensure that when danger arose, he could drive Bai Yuehui, significantly reducing the likelihood of failure. What a cybernetic red thread. Lin Chuan had no objections to seeing Bai, but he wondered how she felt about it. He tentatively asked, Boss Bai, if I accompany you to Longgu village, will we see each other often? Of course. Aside from when we're on missions, we'll probably see each other daily. Bai's response was concise. Lin Chuan, uncertain if his question bore any ambiguity, asked directly, Are you willing? After their previous intimate interaction, Bai's gaze shifted towards Lin Chuan, her icy eyes seemingly questioning whether this boy was experiencing budding feelings. Leaning back, she raised her legs, languidly resting them on the dashboard, her toes lightly tapping, as if keeping time, while the curve of her knees captured the sunlight streaming through the window. Willing? I most desire to see you every day. A direct approach, absolutely forthright. One could hardly blame Lin Chuan. Anyone would feel similarly. I have a significant task to assign to you. How can we ensure its completion without frequent meetings? Task. Lin Chuan was taken aback, realizing this was the nature of the direct approach. What kind of task? Return to the lighthouse and act as my eyes, relaying information. What? Lin Chuan's voice rose a few pitches. In the back seat, Shanda seemed to sense the commotion in his dreams, flailing his arms a few times before settling back into slumber, his snores resuming. Lin Chuan hurriedly lowered his voice. I've already discarded my badge. Are you really telling me this now? Am I expected to retrieve it? That would be rather demeaning. It wasn't that he was unwilling to return. After all, there was a traitor awaiting him who had eliminated the original host. However, such tasks were akin to espionage. They were burdensome and fraught with danger. Who would undertake them unless the rewards were substantial? I flicked her fingers, spinning a luminous blue badge as if it were a coin. Retrieve it? My people need to bend down. With a swift motion, the badge grazed Lin Chuan's collar and embedded itself in the headrest of the seat. The attached electronic screen suddenly illuminated, displaying Lin Chuan's name. We do not endorse the philosophy of the lighthouse, but that does not negate the value of its inhabitants. The actions of the Shadow Light Society have been escalating, and even we can feel the repercussions. If the status quo at the lighthouse persists, it may not matter. However, should the lighthouse's influence merge with that of the Shadow Light Society, even those underground will be affected, and we must take necessary precautions. Her brows furrowed slightly. Even without raising her head, she understood the cost of requiring Lin Chuan to undertake such tasks. As for your compensation, feel free to request anything. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Lin Chuan's gaze lingered on the badge. It seemed Bai had quite a few tricks up her sleeve. He hadn't even noticed when she retrieved the badge he had discarded. It appeared that from the very beginning, Bai had intended this. Her previous test of dropping it must have been a means to gauge his philosophy and attitude. Lin Chuan did not respond immediately. Bai was unhurried, calmly stating, This task is not compulsory. We do not operate under the lighthouse's system of contribution points. Lin Chuan's hand twitched, causing the steering wheel to jerk slightly, and the vehicle swayed momentarily. In the back, Shanda, propelled by inertia, tilted and bumped his head against the window, his snoring abruptly ceasing, only to transform into an even louder snore, saliva smearing the glass. Hearing the term contribution points ignited Lin Chuan's anger. The original host had scrimped and saved, amassing 500 contribution points before his demise. What does 500 points signify? The submachine gun used by protagonist Mech costs only 300 points, and advanced exoskeleton armor components require merely 1,000 points. The commoner, 4068, aspired to accumulate enough points to elevate his status to that of an upper-class citizen, a figure that was unattainable in 3 lifetimes, totaling 5,000 points. 1. 500 contribution points could alter a person's fate within the lighthouse. No one could truly empathize with the struggles the original host faced while amassing such a sum as an inconspicuous individual. Only Lin Chuan could sigh for him. The most tragic aspect of life is that while one may perish, their wealth remains. I accept your offer. With emotions running high, Lin Chuan felt compelled to seek revenge, even if just to vent his frustration. I am someone who repays grievances. I will crush that scoundrel who pushed me off the platform into a fine dust and scatter it amidst the miasma. His voice was not loud, devoid of heavy hatred, but resonated with the resolve of an impending agenda. As for compensation, I have yet to contemplate it. However, I have heard that awakened individuals practice something called willpower. I am not well versed in it. Could you teach me? Consider it my form of compensation. This was the only need he could currently conceive. Awakened individuals required to cultivate willpower, and he too needed to access the system's permissions. Lin Chuan's straightforwardness momentarily astonished Bai Yuehui. Thus far, he had exhibited courage that surpassed that of most. She had witnessed countless individuals, those fearful of death, arrogant, and self-righteous, but it was rare to find someone like Lin Chuan, who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, yet could calmly speak of crushing his enemies to create fireworks from their ashes. Her gaze lingered on his face for a second longer, as if re-evaluating this man. Yet soon, she returned to her usual aloof demeanor, though her lips tightened imperceptibly for a moment. Commendable courage, she remarked succinctly, her tone devoid of its customary indifference, now tinged with a barely perceptible approval. Do not rush. Even if we are to return to the lighthouse, you must first go to Longgu village. As for the compensation you seek, I would be glad to teach you. As she spoke, she glanced out the window once more, marking the 3rd time she had done so during this journey. Suddenly, Bai spoke again, her voice remaining calm. Yet her pace quickened slightly. Before we proceed, we must first address a minor issue. Lin Chuan was taken aback. What issue? Bai Yuehui's lips curled into a slight smirk, though it was not a smile, but rather a predatory sharpness. Do you recall when I mentioned that an increase in the concentration of the miasma could attract stronger devourers? We must contend with the group of guests following us. Chapter 5, to the right. There are indeed many guests. The speaker was Shanda, his voice still carrying a hint of morning rasp, yet surprisingly resonant. Just 3 seconds ago, his thunderous snores had echoed in the cabin, but now they ceased abruptly. Lin Chuan had no time to react, glancing around to find that the members of the ground team had silently straightened their postures, each displaying varying degrees of alertness. Had they truly been sleeping moments before? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Chuan's mind, but there was no time to ponder. At least these individuals were reliable allies. And if they had overheard his conversation with Bai, so be it. Boss, why are there so many snakes and dogs behind us? It looks like nearly 200. Young girl Xia Do pointed towards the rear window. Could it be that the miasma has erupted? Quickly donning her technologically advanced mechanical glasses, she seized the intricately patterned bronze-hued control handle, her movements so swift they seemed to leave behind an afterimage. What is the rush? Su Tong, wearing a peculiar mask, admonished, firmly pressing Xia Do back into her seat, his tone conveying the urgency of the situation. Return to the original state. There's nothing to collect now. No need to waste energy on them. His voice resonated through the mask, carrying a metallic hum. Oh right, Xia Do exclaimed, suddenly realizing, hastily removing her glasses and sticking out her tongue. Almost simultaneously, the air inside the compartment seemed to freeze. Shanda took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with an unusual slowness and depth, while Sui Xing closed his eyes, his intense aura retracting in an instant. The other members' breathing became barely audible. They melted into the environment like ink dropped in water, compressing their life force to conceal themselves. This was the essence of returning to the original state. Only Lin Chuan sat upright in the driver's seat like a conspicuous target, his aura unabashedly radiating outward. Brother Lin Chuan, the lively Xia Do leaned over, her large eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible concern. How's your potential development? Are you an awakened one? Yes. Well, Lin Chuan felt his throat dry, his voice somewhat strained. My ability is control. I have a good grasp over various things, which is why I'm here as the driver. Wow, that's impressive, Xiaodou exclaimed sincerely, but her words quickly turned urgent. Then hurry and return to the original state. The snake dogs are catching up. This was something that Xiaodou need not remind him. Lin Chuan glanced at the rearview mirror, and the sight reflected caused his heart to stop. On the horizon, a wave of gray-black was surging towards them at an astonishing speed. It was a mass of twisted, writhing snake dogs. Their elongated, sharp heads were held high. Their jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth opened and closed, emitting a nauseating hiss. Most of them lacked prominent eyes, but their reptilian coldness sent chills down his spine, even from a distance. They clawed at the ground with 6 limbs, their hyper-flexible joints enabling them to unleash an extraordinary speed, kicking up clouds of dust, akin to sharks that had caught the scent of blood, fixating on this off-road vehicle. Or rather, fixating on Lin Chuan, the unmistakable beacon of life amidst the darkness. Lin Chuan was acutely aware of the terror posed by these voracious, parasitic beasts. The return to the original state was indeed an effective means to combat them. But how do I return? He blurted out, a hint of panic creeping into his voice that he himself hadn't noticed. Oh, returning is simple, Xiaodou instinctively interjected. But her words faltered mid-sentence as she suddenly covered her mouth, her large eyes widening in shock. In an instant, every gaze in the compartment focused on Lin Chuan. Shanda halted his breath adjustment, Sui Xing opened his eyes, and Su Tong turned his masked face toward him. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to shock, disbelief, and an immediate surge of crisis. You still can't return to the original state after awakening. Su Tong's voice pierced through the mask, sharp like metal scraping against metal, his tone unprecedentedly stern. Lin Chuan's cheeks flushed hot, the embarrassment and immense pressure almost suffocating him. I truly cannot. Silence. The surface-dwelling humans had mastered the technique of returning to the original state, and those who practiced it to a certain degree would awaken other abilities, thus in their minds. Awakening would invariably entail the use of the original state. The current situation was beyond their comprehension. This is unacceptable. Sui Xing's voice was like an icicle. She swiftly drew her bow from behind, her actions as quick as lightning. Driving back now would only lead the snake dogs right to the village. Wait. Su Tong's hand clamped down on Sui Xing's wrist like a vice, halting her movement. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable urgency. Boss Bai has already fought. Expending too much energy, we are not in a position to confront them head-on. We must try to shake them off. Impossible. Sui Xing gazed into the rearview mirror at the rapidly approaching snake dog horde, where the grotesque details of their vicious jaws were becoming clearer, her voice tinged with desperation. The snake dogs are unnaturally agile and possess an absurdly vast tracking range. With a light bulb that can't return to the original state, we're just live targets. The atmosphere in the vehicle was so tense it felt almost tangible. Shanda's voice no longer boomed with confidence. Lin Chuan, don't worry. We'll think of another way. The engine roared, and the vehicle jolted violently over the rough terrain. Outside the window, the chilling hisses of the snake dog mass grew clearer, like the tide of death, advancing visibly with the intent to completely engulf their small metal box. Lin Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He had become the team's weak link, a fatal liability. Behind him, the ravenous monsters, with their sharp claws and teeth, were greedily directed towards him and everyone in the vehicle. Although the ground team was bickering, no one dared to suggest the simplest solution of abandoning Lin Chuan. He understood in his heart that this confrontation was unavoidable. So, should he take over driving Boss Bai's vehicle? No, she was the leader of the team. Dignity was the most scarce yet precious thing in the apocalypse, and doing so would be tantamount to crushing their hopes. Then should he incite the team to fight side by side? A debt of life must ultimately be repaid with life. Forget it. Lin Chuan steeled himself, his right hand reaching for the short firearm at his waist. With ample ammunition, the snake dog's overall combat capability was inferior to that of the electric eel, and possessing the physical prowess and combat skills of a scavenger. If he could land the first shot on the nearest snake dog, then escaping on its corpse would likely yield a 70% chance of success. Returning to the lighthouse would suffice. There was no need to leave trouble for the ground team. Just then, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing everyone to lurch backward from inertia. The screech of the brake pads grinding against the rotors echoed sharply, like two rusty blades scraping against each other, piercing their eardrums painfully. When they lifted their heads, They saw Lin Chuan opening the left side door, preparing to exit alone. Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Sui Xing was the first to reach out, her face filled with guilt. That is not what I meant. I know. Lin Chuan interrupted her, gently shaking his head. Precisely for this reason. To recklessly exit and seek death would be foolish. Dragging my companions into this mess right after joining would be despicable. Drive on. Do not let me be the cowardly fool. I am well aware. I have chosen neither. Sui Xing momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Yet her eyes conveyed no intention of letting Lin Chuan leave. Young Xia Dou cried out, Brother Lin Chuan, don't go. Nearly in tears. With a resounding bang. The sound of the right side door opening interrupted everyone. Heaven to the left, warriors to the right. Bai Yu Kuei, wielding a tang knife, faced the snake dogs. Back to the group. Bai Yu Kuei, you what about me? Bai Yu Kuei yawned. Listening to your bickering has made me sleepy. Call the boss. Chapter 6. The first team battle. In an instant, the other team members also exited the vehicle, the sound of metal equipment clashing resonating crisply across the wasteland. Everyone donned their gear with remarkable efficiency, their movements as fluid and practiced as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Standing beside Bai Yu Kuei and Lin Chuan along the sides of the vehicle. At this moment, no one uttered a single unnecessary word. All eyes fixed on the approaching horde of snake dogs. The roars of the snake dog mass were now almost within earshot, the stench-laden wind whipping sand against their visors. Lin Chuan, forsaking any pretense, extended his hand and formally called out, Boss, give me a knife. But what responded was the dull thud of metal striking the ground. Shonda slammed his warhammer into the earth, cracks spiderwebbing outward. You can't use the boss's knife. Use my warhammer instead. The metallic hammerhead glinted with a ghostly blue-red hue in the setting sun. Triangle wedge, I'm sharp. Shonda growled as he pushed to the front. His heavy shield colliding with the ground, stirring up dust. Lin Chuan, step back. I'm used to getting beaten up. Today, I want to fight back. The remaining individuals swiftly adjusted their formations, consciously spreading out to the flanks. In the center, Xia Dou manipulated the core device, which illuminated with a blinding blue light, resembling the sudden awakening of a beast's eye in the night. Faced with such a surging horde of beasts, even the most experienced elite team had to exert all their strength to respond. At that moment, Lin Chuan charged forward. The massive warhammer he wielded sparked as it scraped against the cracked sandy ground, carving deep furrows. When the first snake dog lunged at him, everyone heard the sickening sound of bones cracking as the hammer crushed the skull, mixed with the wet splatter of brain matter. The hammer was exceedingly heavy, weighing nearly 70 pounds. Lifting it was arduous, let alone swinging it. Support. Su Tong was the first to react, activating the power of her hoverboard. A trail of scorched earth marked her path as she soared in from the side, her energy induction gun at the ready, emitting flickering blue arcs of electricity. The creature struck by the electric shock emitted a wailing cry reminiscent of a baby, its muscles convulsing grotesquely beneath its skin. The others followed suit, aware that Lin Chuan lacked experience and hoping he would not perish here. Oh whoa! Xia Dou let out a cute howl, and a snake dog with a glowing core unexpectedly charged back into the tide of beasts, indicating it was under her control. Lin Chuan, glancing back momentarily, continued his relentless sprint. He could not wield the hammer adeptly, but he could drive it, as long as the hammer moved on its own. Its weight became an asset rather than a burden, transforming into a weapon. By clamping his legs around the handle, he effectively maneuvered the hammer. In this moment of survival, he embodied the essence of a hammer rider, his posture somewhat awkward but his effectiveness unparalleled. Merging with the hammer, Lin Chuan bent forward, tightening his grip on the handle, and dragged the hammer along the ground, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a train whistle. Suddenly, the handle lodged into a crack in the earth, leveraging the force to propel himself into the air, causing the entire hammer to spin like a windmill, its head sweeping through the air with a resounding crash. One snake dog was cleaved in two, its insides and blood splattering like ink upon the scorched earth, its upper half flung a dozen meters away like a discarded rag doll. The ferocious assault carved a path through the beast horde as if a tornado had ravaged a parking lot. This bold maneuver caused the ground team supporting him to instinctively ease their pace. Who taught him that trick? Su Tong halted midair, momentarily forgetting to fire her energy induction gun. Shonda raised his hands in surrender, indicating he had seen countless hammers but had never witnessed such a technique. Lin Chuan was a veritable Superman. How many had he dispatched? 3, perhaps? In the next instant, An iron-tipped arrow whizzed past Lin Chuan's ear and pierced the neck of a snake dog that was about to pounce on him. The arrow detached on its own, its tip shimmering with electricity as it swiftly ended the creature's life. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and assist. Fractured Star, wielding a composite bow, soared down, drawing her battle blade to cleave through the air. Beside her, the taciturn one unleashed a barrage of strikes, sending two beast heads flying, their blood splattering in the setting sun, creating a fleeting crimson rainbow. His visor was already spattered with viscous blood. Thank you, Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, discarding his battle axe to seize the snake dog controlled by Xia Dou. Clamping his legs tightly, the snake dog's brilliant blue core surged with energy. Go for it. Xia Dou, attuned to the state of the snake dog, felt as if she herself were being clamped, letting out a surprised gasp. Her cheeks flushed bright red, as if splashed with paint, the blue light on the controller flickering intensely. The snake dog was losing control, but why did its sensory connections remain intact? Meanwhile, Shanda, shielding him, remained oblivious to her abnormal state, watching Lin Chuan commandeer the hammer and the snake dog. This kid is taking everything. What am I supposed to ride? My hammer. Shanda swung his shield, knocking aside two snake dogs, watching helplessly as the others displayed their skills. With only a shield in hand, he felt particularly vulnerable. What am I supposed to do now? The battle raged fiercely, but Lin Chuan's valor combined with the ground team's perfect cooperation stabilized the situation. Even in the absence of their leader, Shanda and Xia Dou exchanged glances filled with a sense of grievance as they watched Bai approach them once more. Boss, you have no work left either? Indeed. Lin Chuan is just too formidable, leaving us both out of work. Boss, what is that on your blade? As Xia Dou posed her question, she sensed the most intense aura of a devourer beast suddenly vanish in the distance. Oh, Bai casually flicked his tang knife, a stream of foul-smelling liquid splattering onto the ground. A little snake dog attempted to cheat and ambush me. I expelled it from school. I'm currently supervising, keeping an eye on the capabilities of the new members. Is there a need for examination? Why hadn't we noticed how formidable the scavenger was before? Shanda affirmed, convinced he would surely surpass Su Tong in skill. He has already taken down 5, though the snake dog lacked the prowess of a stinger eel. It possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, making it difficult for scavengers armed with submachine guns to kill them outright, let alone in hand-to-hand combat. And how do you compare? Xia Dou regained her composure, deliberately provoking Shanda. Well, of course, I'm stronger. I'm more agile. Shanda's lack of confidence drew skeptical glances from the two. As they observed his back tense, he pointed at Lin Chuan, who was wreaking havoc among the beast horde. Don't you believe me? Look at his technique. He relies too much on his legs to grip. How can that be agile? Oh, Xia Dou's astonished remark underscored the issue. A nimble fat man might exist, but a nearly 2-meter-tall agile strongman was an entirely different matter. Just then, Su Tong zipped past them on her hoverboard. Are you not ashamed, Shanda? That kid just hasn't undergone systematic training. I could take you down easily after watching him. The battle had progressed without the expected intensity. Lin Chuan had become a living target, with most of the snake dogs charging at him, which, paradoxically, allowed the other team members to enjoy themselves, dispatching foes more swiftly than usual. The ground team resumed their usual banter and jests. You say he only grips with his legs. Can you wield a hammer with your legs? He asked the strongest driver. Doesn't riding a snake dog involve gripping with legs? The devourer beast willingly submits. Anything he grips with his legs must feel fantastic. That's called technique. Does he lack it? The barrage of words left Shanda's face a mottled hue of red and blue. He was oblivious to the two girls nearby, both blushing furiously. Bai appeared somewhat irritated, flicking the blade with his fingertips. Are you not done arguing yet? Enough. Su Tong darted away swiftly, as if the devourer beast posed a greater threat. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, Bai truly drew his blade. The knife flew from his hand, hurtling toward Lin Chuan's side. A snake dog, with its eyes wide open, erupted silently from behind a sand dune in Lin Chuan's blind spot, just as everyone had relaxed. It lunged at him. Chapter 7. I fell, yet I have grown stronger. The tang knife pierced the snake dog, impaling it through the chest and pinning it against the mountainside. The devourer beast had no time to emit a mournful cry before it perished, its lifeless body crashing down towards Lin Chuan. At this moment, the distance was sufficient for him to evade, yet Lin Chuan hesitated. He tightened his grip on the snake dog beneath him and propelled it forward. Sand and stones flew, obscuring visibility, leaving no one aware of Lin Chuan's current state. Lin Chuan! Lin Chuan! The shouts of his companions drowned in the roars of beasts. Simultaneously, at the center of the bloody maelstrom, a bizarre storm emerged, and all the snake dogs inexplicably abandoned their assault, surging toward the center and away from the ground team. The bloody whirlpool was a crucial element of mana ecological evolution, attracting numerous devourer beasts and other unknown entities. The temporary retreat of the beast tide was good news for the ground team. But what about Lin Chuan? Fractured Star, closest to him, wielded her blade, cleaving through the rubble while calling out, "Lin Chuan, respond. Lin Chuan." Wait. A hand rested on her shoulder. Su Tong and the other teammates had arrived. With Su Tong pointing to the left of the rubble, Bai was crouching, facing Lin Chuan, who lay on the ground alongside the snake dog that was now under control and in a semi-conscious state. Bright crimson blood dripped conspicuously onto the charred earth. Lin Chuan was injured. "Why don't you jump down?" Shattered Star shouted across the stone pile, her tone laced with unspoken worry rather than mere reproach. "It's not like that," Summer Bean interjected, her eyes filled with remorse. "It's because of my snake dog." Summer Bean's formidable mental strength had controlled the snake dog in battle, but Lin Chuan had previously seized that control, leaving their senses interconnected. The enormous, wide-eyed snake dog, if dropped from such a height, would surely perish instantly. Lin Chuan had gained a preliminary understanding of his piloting system's capabilities and naturally contemplated the implications, fearing the potential repercussions for Summer Bean. Thus, he had risked himself. Yet, Shattered Star bit down hard, hesitating to voice her thoughts. All eyes were on Boss Bai and Lin Chuan's direction. With an acute awareness of everything, Boss Bai's fingertip hovered 3 inches above Lin Chuan's wounded left arm. A soft blue essence of life swirling around the injury like fireflies. Her voice, lowered in pitch, seemed to be suppressing some emotion. How did it come to this? The tang knife remained embedded in the rock wall, its hilt trembling slightly, casting light that danced across her face, emphasizing her deep crimson pupils. Lin Chuan winced in pain, letting out a hiss, before forcing a smile. "Boss Bai, your knife skills are truly precise, though it does hurt a bit. Fear not, there's no need to endure," she reassured him. Upon hearing Boss Bai's words, Lin Chuan's taut nerves relaxed slightly. After all, he was merely an ordinary person who had recently crossed over, and he had never endured such severe injuries before. While he could manage to hold back his cries, the pain was indeed genuine. "I'm fine, really. You can continue." "Boss Bai, if it gets contaminated with blood essence, it will be even more troublesome." Boss Bai gently tapped, "There's no need to endure. This emergency treatment may induce a level 9 nerve pain, surpassing that of unmedicated childbirth." What? Before Lin Chuan could process this, an excruciating pain enveloped his mind. In an instant, he fell unconscious, as tranquil as a sleeping infant. While Boss Bai administered treatment, she also organized the team. "Shattered Star, you take the wheel." "Understood." The others piled into the vehicle, temporarily pushing the snake dog aside. "We must hurry back to the village." "Understood." "Understood." The modified heavy off-roader roared to life, its tires gripping the scorching sand and flinging up a fan-shaped curtain of dust. The gazes of the others in the back seat were predominantly fixed on Bai Yu Kuei and the unconscious Lin Chuan. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory, yielding substantial rewards. Aside from Shattered Star expending a third of his arrows, Boss Bai's shoes were slightly soiled, while the ground team sustained no injuries. The system's notification chimed in Lin Chuan's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing multiple piloting sessions, including Gravity Hammer, Devouring Beast Snake Dog, and Ripper 97 handgun. Current permissions unlocked. Non-consumable piloting mode, currently able to control units. 2. Unlock subsequent permissions with willpower. The host has achieved deep integration with the original body, and the hunter's combat instinct has undergone a supercritical reconstruction of neural synapses, enhancing bodily coordination beyond thresholds. 110 original hunter combat skills acquired. Control unit permissions doubled, significantly enhancing combat capabilities, providing Lin Chuan with further strength in battle. Once he enters Longgu Village to learn about willpower, the unlocking of driving skills will break through existing constraints, offering a hopeful future. Yet, in his comatose state, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the system notifications and the recognition and praises from the ground team. Lin Chuan's brother is quite reliable, always charging to the forefront. Shonda boasted, perhaps the most appreciative of Lin Chuan among the ground team. He turned to the downcast Summer Bean. "What is wrong, Summer Bean?" Lin Chuan's injury is quite minor. He'll be fine after a week. He just fainted from the pain. It's nothing. Summer Bean's voice was barely a whisper. Boss Bai's silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, her expression inscrutable, occasionally glancing at Lin Chuan. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's lips quivered slightly, a faint sound escaping his throat. Bai Yukui's ears perked up, her brow furrowing as she instinctively leaned in to hear him better. The words were so soft they nearly drowned in the roar of the engine, yet Bai Yukui caught them nonetheless. Summer Bean blinked, whispering, "Boss Bai, is he calling for you?" Bai Yukui did not respond but leaned closer, her silver hair falling, her ear brushing against Lin Chuan's lips. "True White." Lin Chuan unconsciously murmured those two words, though his voice was faint. In that moment, the entire vehicle seemed to be muted. Shattered Star's hand trembled on the steering wheel as the armored vehicle jolted over a rock. Shonda immediately pretended to cough, turning his gaze to the window as if the desolate scenery outside suddenly became enchanting, while Sutong focused intently on fiddling with his gloves. Bai Yukui's pupils narrowed slightly. Then her expression turned impassive as she extended her hand, her fingers precisely pinching Lin Chuan's mouth, contorting it into a comical, voiceless duck shape, preventing him from uttering another syllable. The air inside the vehicle froze. Summer Bean's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly, unsure whether to laugh or feign death. Bai Yukui slowly withdrew her hand, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, as if suppressing some emotion. Then, she coldly commanded, "Drive." The off-road vehicle surged forward, eager to escape the awkward moment. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lin Chuan remained entirely unaware. Chapter 8. Potential Unleashed. In the Diangmo Peak of the new mountain range in the new continent of Australia, at the Potential Unleashing Pavilion, Lin Chuan awakened on a metallic platform. The scene before him shifted from a blur to clarity, revealing surroundings reminiscent of an antiquated library, yet instead of books, it was filled with various electronic devices and instruments he had never encountered before. Each device was embedded with glowing blue crystals, identical to the equipment worn by the ground team. Lin Chuan peeled off the thermal blanket and slowly sat up. He noticed several monitoring patches similar to those used for ECG tests adhered to him, and his muscles felt an indescribable tingling sensation, with a lingering scent akin to disinfectant in the air. "Lin Chuan, you're awake?" Summer Bean's voice came from above. Looking up, he saw her on the second-floor circular balcony, fiddling with some equipment. Upon noticing him awake, she immediately set down her tools and leaned against the railing to greet him. "This is the Potential Unleashing Pavilion. Boss Bai had to return to the village for matters. Once we finish up here, we'll go meet her." Lin Chuan's eyes felt slightly sore, and he wanted to speak, but was stifled by nausea. A man dressed in a black nylon suit appeared beside him. He had gray hair, styled somewhat like an old Taoist priest, complete with a headband, long eyebrows, and a flowing beard. "Don't move around. It's normal to feel dizzy after sleeping for 2 days." 2 days? Lin Chuan thought to himself, feeling somewhat disheartened. It was indeed a setback to faint for 2 days due to a mere injury to his left arm. "Lin Chuan, why didn't you clarify the situation with us?" Summer Bean rushed down the stairs, hugging the old man. "Fortunately, Dad discovered it in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. You should know that executing tasks outside without any protective gear is extremely dangerous for ordinary people. Your hunter team should understand this." She pouted, shaking the old man's arm, her eyes brimming with pride. "Let me introduce you. This is my father, Xia Tianlai, a pioneer in the research of life essence medicine. And like Boss Bai, he is also a leader in our Longu village. Stop shaking, you'll dislocate my arm." The old man affectionately ruffled Summer Bean's hair before turning to look at Lin Chuan. "We conducted a comprehensive examination for you and administered 13 preventative medications. Although you have not contracted the pestilence, the external circumstances are intricate, and this method is the most prudent in the face of uncertainty. It is commendable that you regained consciousness so swiftly. It indicates that your physical condition is quite robust. It seems that this is what caused your 2-day slumber, which explains the tingling sensations throughout your body. However, what about this father figure? Summer appears to be at least 60 years old, yet to Summer Doe, he seems no older than 16. Although Lin Chuan is curious, he does not know them well, so it is perhaps best not to dwell on it. "Thank you," Lin Chuan managed to utter after a while. "Ahem, this place does not resemble a medical room. What does the term Potential Activation Center signify? Is my condition particularly troublesome?" The sound of mechanical limbs clattering approached from the other side. An elderly man, reliant on spider-like mechanical prosthetics, appeared before him, likely of a similar age to Summer. Don't overthink it. Your awakening is akin to that of others. The boss has instructed us to teach you how to harness your elemental potential, he said in a genuine Hunan dialect. I am Nan Jixing, the steward of our village, overseeing the resource management. Uncle Nan Jixing is in charge of our village's survival resources, Lin Xuan. Everything you consume and use will be managed by him. Summer Doe eagerly explained. Lin Xuan. Activating your elemental potential consists of 3 steps: generating willpower, elemental turbulence, and triggering potential. It seems you lack knowledge in this area. So we must start from the very beginning. This is, of course, something Lin Xuan eagerly welcomed. The unlocking of system permissions primarily relies on willpower. But the 3 terms Summer Doe mentioned were foreign to him. Lin Xuan remained silent, yet his expression seemed to convey confusion, as if asking everyone around, "What are you saying? What is this?" Summer discerned his bewilderment. Young man, these concepts may initially sound complex, but they are quite simple to grasp. He gazed at the equipment, his eyes seemingly transcending time to reflect on the past. Generally speaking, individuals in extreme conditions can generate willpower, much like how the instinct to protect loved ones arises in the face of danger. This can enable an otherwise insignificant human body to unleash tremendous power. Lin Xuan recalled his initial reaction when he first traversed into this world and faced the electric eel. His primary instinct was simply to survive, to do whatever it took to continue living. It was then that he activated the system. He wondered if there was a connection between the two. Now, I am all alone, without any loved ones to protect. Does this not resemble an instinct for survival? That is quite different, Summer replied, stroking his beard to explain. It is fundamentally distinct. The survival instinct triggers a fight-or-flight response, or even a freezing reaction. In contrast, the willpower born of emotion amplifies the electrical currents between synapses in the brain, creating a unique bioelectromagnetic field. Once the intensity reaches a certain threshold, one can proceed to the second step. Although you have awakened, you have never autonomously generated willpower. It is akin to a child pulling a trigger without understanding where the safety is. Summer patted Lin Xuan's shoulder. Do not fret, this process takes time. It took me 5 days to generate my willpower. 5 days. Lin Xuan was taken aback by the duration. He still needed to find Boss Bai to complete her task and seek vengeance, all the while establishing his footing in this world. He simplified the concept of willpower as intense emotion, desperately attempting to recall his most stressful moments. The voices of Summer Doe and Summer echoed in his ears. Dad, you were recognized as the village genius back in the day. Perhaps only Boss Bai could have generated willpower faster than you. Aren't you digging a pit for Lin Xuan? Oh, you little girl, do not undermine your father. It's pressure that fuels motivation. At that moment, Lin Xuan had no time to indulge in their banter. He did not truly consider himself an awakened one. Those abilities were granted by the system. The current situation was, in essence, a true beginning for him. He strained to remember the most stressful moments of his life. It was the week before the college entrance examination when his mother said, "Once you finish, it will all be easy. Just push a little harder, and during the break, you can go wherever you want." The homeroom teacher had urged, "Students, focus on your studies. Once you enter university, life will be easier." At that time, Lin Xuan had made plans with his classmates to hit the internet CAF for 3 consecutive days of gaming. But he struggled with certain subjects. His mock exam scores reflected a disparity, 130 in mathematics, yet a mere 19 in English. The pressure mounted. The next scene flashed to his work life on August 23, 2024, the 3rd day since the launch of Black Wukong Myth. He had been stuck on the Tiger Vanguard level for 7 hours, desperate to unlock Feng Lingweiying, only to see a post in the forum that read, "Using cheats are for the 6-eared macaque. Disgusting. Surely no one has failed to clear the first round, right? I've already passed, and am preparing for a perfect storyline to find Yang Jian and Meishan." A series of chilling moments, or exhilarating flashes, surged through his mind. And the pressure intensified. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xuan emitted a sound akin to crackling electricity. The father and daughter paused their verbal sparring, both gazing at Lin Xuan in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. Behind him floated a blue life source energy entity. Chapter 9. Gaze from the Higher Dimensions. Eternal Light and Shadow. What followed was a powerful surge, pushing the other 3 backward from the energy emitted by the life source intelligence. Goodness gracious. My dear mother. Nan Jixing squinted. clearly witnessing such a scene for the first time. What is going on with this child? Summer stammered, his lips quivering, hands raised in disbelief, while Summer Do was left speechless in sheer astonishment. At that moment, Lin Chuan could no longer hear the sounds of the outside world. His consciousness seemed to plunge into the depths of a vast ocean. Remarkably, he felt a warm current swirling within his chest, incredibly soothing, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat, flickering like a night light in the depths of this ocean. What a delightful sensation. It felt as though he were dreaming of cultivating immortality. This experience was truly extraordinary. In his dream, vague shadows flickered before him. A blood-red manna flower stood tall amidst the ruins, its fleshy petals swaying gently, resembling a still-beating heart, with tendril-like filaments reaching out in all directions. On the other side of the ruins, a tattered gray robe billowed without wind, its face a swirling expanse of starry skies. Light flickering amidst the void. Light and shadow converged in this place. Beneath it, a colossal eight-legged beast bowed its head, dripping with corrosive fluids. Yet it behaved as docile as a pet dog. Who are you? Lin Chuan's throat tightened. At that very moment, the monitoring devices on the second floor sounded alarms. The readings on the instruments fluctuated wildly, with the monitoring numbers for the Tanzhong Dushui area going off the charts, the entire screen glowing with a menacing red light. Only 10 seconds after this occurrence, the two stewards reacted swiftly. Quick, make him stop. What on earth is happening with this child? Both of them acted simultaneously, one on the left and the other on the right, pressing their hands against Lin Chuan's chest. In the next instant, Lin Chuan's life source energy seemed to react instantaneously to the stimulus. The blue luminescent mist retracted into Lin Chuan's body like the receding tide, forming spiderweb-like fluorescent patterns beneath his skin, vanishing in an instant. The return of the life source energy generated a significant pulling force, causing the surrounding equipment to tilt slightly towards Lin Chuan. Within the enclosed room, it felt as if a fierce wind had swept through, the hair of Summer, Nanjixing, and Summer Do swayed toward Lin Chuan. The images in Lin Chuan's mind flickered like a display screen losing power, flashing before descending into darkness. Yet, the final scene was indelibly etched into his very marrow. The scene, reminiscent of a dream, featured a peculiar figure with a starry visage, seemingly able to perceive Lin Chuan as it turned towards him at the last moment. The interplay of light and shadow felt eternal. The instant Lin Chuan laid eyes upon it, a sharp pain pierced his eye as if pricked by a needle. Could this thing be alive? He yearned to retreat and maintain a safe distance, yet his legs felt as though they were welded to the ground. Snapped back to reality. Lin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat, his lips parched, gasping for breath. Summer Do rushed towards Lin Chuan. Brother Lin, are you okay? The unusual circumstances had led him to believe Lin Chuan was in danger, prompting his reckless dash forward. Lin Chuan remained seated, barely able to process the voices surrounding him. Brother Lin, why aren't you speaking? Summer Do exclaimed. I have never witnessed such intense source material turbulence. He refrained from voicing his last thought. Silence, Summer Tian replied, exchanging a glance with the Antarctic star, both reflecting a mutual bewilderment in their eyes. What source material turbulence? He had bypassed all 3 steps and activated his potential. This scenario was beyond his wildest imaginings, let alone experience. Summer Do, stay here and watch over him while I discuss matters with the Antarctic star. If we don't return, you all should head back to the village. Summer Tian struggled to articulate his thoughts, likening his situation to that of a child holding a gun without knowing where the trigger was. Now it appeared that the gun was akin to an extension of his own body, as one naturally eats and drinks without contemplating the mechanics of using chopsticks. Scratching his head, he and the Antarctic star hastened towards the research facility behind them. Am I correct in my assessment? I can't be sure. I must inform Boss Bai quickly. After the 2 guardians departed, Summer Do retrieved a dry white towel to help Lin Chuan wipe away his sweat. However, Lin Chuan took the towel from him, saying, Thank you, I believe I am fine. The terror induced by that eerie vision dissipated swiftly, yet it left an ineffable sense of void, causing discomfort in Lin Chuan's chest. He ripped off the monitoring patch from his body. Summer Do, let us step outside. I desire a change of scenery. All right, let us return to Longgu village. A biting cold wind seeped through the mechanical gate's crevice into the corridor. Brother Lin, you look unwell. Are you truly all right? Lin Chuan, troubled, reassured him. I'm fine, truly. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Willpower has been activated. unlocking additional driving permissions for the host. New permissions. Vehicle attribute conversion allows for the enforced exchange of inherent attributes of driven vehicles, applicable to both material and biological vehicles. Warning: attribute stripping and replacement of biological vehicles may induce functional disorder. The host is advised to exercise caution. Willpower further enhances, unlocking more subsequent permissions. It appeared to be an exceptionally useful ability. He could now simultaneously pilot 2 vehicles. Using previously employed examples, controlling the gravity hammer of Mountain Dew and the serpentine dog concurrently, by exchanging their attributes. The gravity hammer would inherit a venomous attribute, while the serpentine dog would gain gravitational effects. As for functional disorder, it implied that the serpentine dog might be overwhelmed by the gravitational effects, leading to its collapse. Yet, this could also be advantageous, applicable against adversaries. If direct confrontation was unfeasible in certain scenarios, he could pilot it first, then exchange attributes to achieve unexpected injury or kill effects. Overall, 3 words: utterly invincible. This realization provided a modicum of solace to his tumultuous heart. The sound of pressure being released from the valve resounded as the mechanical gate opened. Outside, a world of towering mountains and drifting snow awaited. The potential activation pavilion was astonishingly situated atop a peak. The stark beauty of the mountain landscape evoked memories of an icy beauty by Yukoi, whose smile while speaking of home during their off-road journey seemed to linger in his mind. Longu Village, he silently mused. In this desolate world, home guided their direction. He yearned to see for himself what the home by Yukoi spoke of truly entailed. Summer Doe is boss by below. Summer Doe raised an eyebrow. Hands on her hips. Our home, Longu Village, lies below. Don't fret, boss by should be waiting for us. Chapter 10. Longu Village and her gentle breezes and warm sunlight served as a melody, with the refreshing environment capable of uplifting even the most disheartened spirit. The snow-capped mountains here contrasted starkly with the apocalyptic landscape outside, appearing untouched by the mana ecosystem. Lin Chuan was reminded of the world he had traversed before, and his mood brightened considerably. His willpower had begun to develop, yet thus far, he had not discerned any awakened superpowers. As he descended the mountain, he contemplated the system. While it was indeed a system for traversers, its abilities were rather elementary, centering around a singular core of driving. To simplify matters, Lin Chuan had once explained to Summer Doe that his awakened ability was control. This was not entirely inaccurate. It bore similarities to his methods of confronting the devouring beast in his dreams. He interrupted his thoughts, realizing he might be overthinking it. The entrance sign to Longu Village appeared ahead. A question surfaced in Lin Chuan's mind. Summer Doe, has everyone in Longu Village awakened? How do those without the ability to return evade the devouring beasts? Oh dear, Brother Lin, why are you still dwelling on your inability to return? Summer Doe exclaimed. It wasn't your fault back then, and in the end, didn't you help us repel the devouring beasts? She pointed to a circular white tower atop the mountain. Awakening is quite difficult. Even practicing the return ability isn't something everyone can accomplish. Moreover, we have received many elderly individuals who traveled from the lighthouse. They could hardly learn such abilities. Look over there. Those towers utilize filters to capture a special magnetic field released by a secret core, which is then amplified by plasma generators. That's why the devouring beasts don't approach. Lin Chuan was astonished by the existence of such devices. However, he remained most curious about the journey. How did the villagers of Longu navigate through the hordes of devouring beasts? A thorough investigation was warranted. According to Summer Doe, it wasn't just Longu Village that possessed a significant degree of safety on the ground. This was exponentially better than the grim, cramped existence at the lighthouse, where everyone lived in their minuscule spaces according to strict hierarchies. The essence of freedom materialized in that moment. It was not merely a slogan, but a liberation of the spirit from shackles. The cold, rigid laws of the lighthouse, akin to an aerial prison, obliterated the humanity of all its inhabitants. The world was vast, and life even more so. He wished for them to descend and witness it. It would undoubtedly shatter the misconceptions held by those above. Brother Lin, this way. We enter here, Summer Doe called from the entrance of the mountain cave. The crystalline dome above refracting sunlight into a dazzling cascade. Come on. The village awaits below. The gate opened slowly, revealing a track platform leading to a connecting tunnel below. Everything felt novel to Lin Chuan. As the gate closed and the platform descended, darkness briefly enveloped them, But warm sunlight soon streamed in from the tunnel below, revealing the entire village. Oh, Lin Chuan gasped. He had assumed the villagers of Longgu lived in a dark and confined cave. Yet he was astonished to find it so spacious. Above them, terraced farms reflected the sunlight through two enormous searchlights, illuminating the space even more brightly than outside. Further down, the residential area was not only crowded but also featured ample open space for recreational facilities, including even a soccer field. This reminded him of a beautiful city he had once visited, the mountainous city of Chongqing. How utterly incredible. Once, the body of the commoner instinctively stirred at the sight before him, his heart racing almost double its usual pace. What do you think? Our homeland is magnificent, isn't it? Ever since returning to Longgu village, Xiaodou had worn a perpetual smile, her face radiating happiness. Look, over there is the school. Can you hear them reciting formulas? Electrons revolving around the atomic nucleus, energy level transitions. These are the things we all memorized in our childhood. Lin Chuan followed her pointed finger down to the All-Science Hall. It was not an extravagant building, but the equality of knowledge represented here was the most beautiful and noble thing in the world. From this vantage point, one could catch a glimpse of the entirety of Longgu village. Indeed, it was the finest of homes. As they descended the platform, the scenes unfolding before Lin Chuan began to shatter his preconceived notions. Teachers played soccer with children, and grandfathers tended to rice paddies alongside their grandchildren. While these activities might have seemed ordinary in his former peaceful world, they were nothing short of a luxury in the lighthouse, where familial bonds had been forsaken in favor of a rigid hierarchy. Procreation no longer stemmed from love, but served merely to provide the lighthouse with a continuous population. Terms like parents and grandparents had vanished from the lexicon, replaced instead by the terms denoting the lower, wretched commoners, and the elite, who, through genetic selection, could contribute to society. The elderly, once valued, were now cast out as wanderers, having lost their worth. Each word carried a chilling despair. So this was the home that Bai Kuei had described, a place more beautiful than paradise. It was no wonder that the ground team had endured such exhausting battles. The mere thought of returning home was enough to grant them restful sleep. In this desolate world, hope materialized as tangible sunlight filtering through the crystalline dome above, illuminating the hearts of all. Xiaodou, this place is truly wonderful. Of course, Xiaodou puffed out her somewhat slender chest. It's far better than that old pot lid you used to live under. The old pot lid referred to the lighthouse. Lin Chuan, we're almost there. I can guess where Boss Bai will be waiting for us, definitely at the steel restaurant below. She bent down playfully, glancing at Lin Chuan's slightly protruding belly. Your stomach has been grumbling all the way. Come on, let's go have a bowl of noodles. It's on me. On you? Lin Chuan thought of the meal costs. Hadn't Boss Bai mentioned that there was no donation mechanism like in the lighthouse? You say you're treating? Xiaodou was utterly perplexed by his concern. Of course we have to pay for food. I'm treating, and your meal will be charged to Boss Bai's account. She seemed entirely unburdened by her use of someone else's money. Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. If that's the case, living here in the future, money will become a significant issue for me. I can't keep relying on Boss Bai's account for meals. Xiaodou leaned over the platform's railing, staring into the distance without turning back. Do you know why Boss Bai is called that? Don't worry, she has plenty of money. Once you get accustomed to the village, you can start taking on tasks, and life here is never a struggle for money. She shook the empty beverage can in her hand. Boss Bai said that retaining the old world circulation system is to improve our quality of life. Look at us, happy and free from worries about food and clothing. Lin Chuan followed her gaze and suddenly noticed that Xiaodou had stiffened. Like a small beast that had caught sight of its prey, she leaned forward vigorously, waving her hands towards a distant green platform. Boss, Lin Chuan's back. Restaurant. We're meeting at the restaurant. Beneath the layers of locust tree shade, a group of elderly individuals was exercising vigorously on fitness equipment. Their agile figures momentarily transported Lin Chuan back to the community square of the old world. Iron heads collided with trees, and neck hangers swung in the air. Yet what truly caught his attention was a small music player beneath the trees. As a familiar melody wafted through the air, over 20 silver-haired elders quickly formed a line. No way. Is that square dancing? At the forefront of the line, a striking figure clad in bright yellow danced gracefully to the rhythm. Bai Kuei, wearing an apricot-colored sports tank top and a black denim skirt, moved to the music with elegance. Her snow-white hair was tied into a high ponytail, creating a sharp arc as she twirled. Xiaodou leaned closer, whispering, Boss Bai often comes to teach the elders how to dance. Her voice suddenly faltered as she noticed Lin Chuan, who was mesmerized, leaning against the railing, completely absorbed in the scene. In that moment, Lin Chuan realized that his past disdain for square dancing in the old world had merely stemmed from the unappealing dancers. Watching Bai Yu Kuei bend backward, he was left with a singular thought. He could watch this dance for a lifetime. Chapter 11. A different boss Bai. The spy mission officially assigned. Lin Chuan pondered the desire to learn, to earn money for survival. These were his immediate priorities. 2 coins. 2 coins. Transformative styles, instant realization. Over there, a new handsome fellow. Would you like a haircut? A black-haired beauty at a street-side stall called out. However, upon noticing Lin Chuan's attire, her expression turned cold, and she averted her gaze. Descending from the platform, the bustling marketplace overflowed with a lively atmosphere. The bulletin board displayed tasks posted by residents seeking assistance, while nearby, 2 arcade machines for the 97 King of Fighters stood proudly, surprisingly authorized. This game company had indeed managed to endure until around 2100. Even the sight of a small bonsai brought Lin Chuan a sense of excitement. His attention was drawn to the second floor on the left, where a couple from another village were engaged in a romantic rendezvous. Hurry up, Xiaodou blushed. We are in a place of free love. Boss Bai must have already arrived at the restaurant. Let's hurry over. She tugged Lin Chuan toward the steel restaurant at the end of the marketplace. Lin Chuan sidestepped a recycling robot announcing the separation of waste, which collected feces as fertilizer and urine for refining. Inside the restaurant, around 10 patrons occupied the 2 floors, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon hearing the entrance, several customers turned their heads, but their expressions shifted upon seeing Lin Chuan's attire. Boss Bai, with a towel draped around her neck, sat at a round table in the back, wiping away the sweat from her earlier workout. 1 order of mushroom noodles, another of mushroom bitter, and lastly, a serving of mushroom solitary life. The restaurant matron noted the orders and turned to Lin Chuan. Together? Xiaodou eats mushrooms, right? What about this new young man? What will you have? The dish names were rather unique. I'll have a serving of love cycle, please. The matron hesitated. We don't have that dish. Then how about mushroom warrior? Mushroom warrior? You might want to check the menu. Just give him a bowl of mushroom noodles. Boss Bai decisively ordered for Lin Chuan. Leaning on her elbow at the table, Boss Bai inched closer, her brow arched, her demeanor far from the usual icy demeanor, appearing playful and charming. To prevent any health issues, we have injected you with 13 types of preventive medicine. From now on, you owe the village 200 coins. You'll need to take on tasks to repay it. Lin Chuan, transfixed by Boss Bai's graceful figure, was jolted back to reality by her words, causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped. What? How much is that? A slight smirk played on Boss Bai's lips as she deliberately slowed her speech. A lot of money, very much. Lin Chuan's heart sank. No way. I have to get a job? This is it. It's over. This sounds like high-interest debt. Seeing Lin Chuan's ashen face, Xiaodou couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. Lin Chuan, Boss Bai is just teasing you. A haircut only costs 2 coins, and playing games is just 1 coin. 200 is actually quite manageable. 1 trip for a task can earn it back, and you'll even have some left over. Only after hearing Xiaodou's explanation did Lin Chuan finally relax. He vaguely sensed that Boss Bai seemed different. When he encountered Bai Yuehui outside, she was colder than an iceberg, yet upon returning to the village, she exuded a much gentler demeanor. Bai Yuehui perched 1 foot on the chair, the refracted sunlight streaming through the window, nearly penetrating her slender, delicate calves. Therefore, it is imperative that you diligently hone your skills and embark on your mission promptly. The mission Bai Yuehui referred to was known only to Lin Chuan and herself. Previously, they had agreed in the vehicle that Lin Chuan would return to the lighthouse as Boss Bai's eyes and ears, conveying intelligence to the ground. He surveyed his surroundings. Their position was quite far back, and the people nearby should not overhear their conversation. Of course, I remember. I wish to return soon as well. At that moment, Bai Yuehui waved her hand toward him, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, while Xiaodou, understanding the cue, discreetly moved to the other side. Lin Chuan, this time upon your return, I need you to pay particular attention to 2 individuals and a location. Lord Morgan, the captain of the first squad of the hunters, and the lower level of the mecha warehouse at the lighthouse. Bai Yuehui spoke in a hushed tone, clearly regarding this matter with utmost seriousness. I've taken note of what you've said. I shall investigate all of it thoroughly. Before Lin Chuan could finish his sentence, Bai Yuehui's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Who told you to remember it like that? There is no need for you to investigate. Just be observant. These matters are exceedingly perilous. If discovered, your life is forfeit. Especially regarding the Mecha warehouse. If you come across the term lurker, do not continue your inquiry, understood? She produced a device emitting a flickering orange light and handed it to Lin Chuan. When you embark on your mission, we will provide support beneath the lighthouse. Aiming to meet every few days, prioritizing safety. Just as she finished speaking, the waiter in the restaurant approached, carrying several plates of exquisite dishes. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt. Boss Bai picked up a piece of mushroom, stating, "In any case, I have heard about your situation from the other two overseers. It would be best to focus on your cultivation. This place may not be any easier than up top. It smells delightful." Xiaodou returned to her seat. Lin Chuan refrained from probing further. He understood Boss Bai's intent. Ever since entering the village, he had noticed that the villagers were initially quite amiable. But their demeanor shifted upon realizing he wore the attire of a hunter from the lighthouse. Longgu village was not inhospitable, but hunters were an exception. Recalling the lessons he had received at the lighthouse, there are no humans on the surface. Life cannot be sustained there. Only the lighthouse is sheltered by the Lord of Shadows. The lighthouse is humanity's sole sanctuary. The handgun at his waist felt slightly warm. Perhaps its previous owner had not only aimed its dark muzzle at the devourer, but had also directed it towards some of his own kin. The thought of this made the steaming food before him stir his appetite, yet he found himself unable to eat. Finally, he could not contain his curiosity. "Boss Bai, why are you willing to accept me?" "Lin Chuan, what are you saying?" Xiaodou exclaimed, her eyes wide, but was silenced by a raised hand from Boss Bai. Bai Yuehui unscrewed a thermos and took a sip of hot tea. This is a transaction between humanity and the apocalypse. Sacrifice and relinquishment are inevitable. She pushed the mushrooms toward Lin Chuan. But not everyone is willing to live like a soulless being in the lighthouse. To preserve our humanity, we must unite all our strengths, mustn't we? Lin Chuan was taken aback. He glanced around and then back at Bai Yuehui. Ultimately, he straightened his clothes, tucked the badge she had returned into his pocket, and lifted the bowl of mushroom noodles, devouring them heartily. Bai Yuehui smiled slightly. "That's more like it. After finishing your noodles, accompany me to the square for willpower training." "Certainly." He slurped. "Remember to return 3 coins after your meal." Chapter 12. Practicing the Return to Origin Fist. An hour later, in the square beneath the compound, a white-haired elder with a buzz cut had a fierce gaze as he trained a group of young people in physical combat by the small lake. His tone was stern and resonant. "Good stance. You all appear older. A solid stance ensures the return to origin remains unwavering." With that, he delivered a knee strike that knocked down a student in the right row. He walked toward the fallen student, his already furrowed brow tightening further. "To become an awakener quickly, you must build a solid foundation." "Humph. I can squat better than you can." The student, now on the ground, looked troubled. "Master, I was using a toilet." The response was a resounding slap and a harsh reprimand. "Less chatter. Toilets are unhealthy. Dismantle it when you return." Lin Chuan had just arrived with Bai Yuehui and felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing this scene. Could it be? At that moment, Boss Bai had already stepped forward to greet the elder. "Ao Deng, you're adding more training again? Let me introduce. The person behind me is Lin Chuan, your new student." Ao Deng turned to see Bai Yuehui and immediately withdrew his hands from behind him to place them on his thighs. Resembling a well-behaved child in front of a parent, his gaze becoming clear. "Boss, you've come. How is your health today?" He then turned his attention to Lin Chuan. Noting his height of 183 meters, a robust physique, and a typical military appearance. However, his brow furrowed when his gaze lingered on Lin Chuan's hunter attire. Lin Chuan naturally did not miss this detail, yet he was acutely aware that hunters bore original sins, but he intended to prove himself through actions. Most importantly, this was one of his objectives for coming here, to learn about willpower. Boss Bai introduced him, Ulan Ao Deng, one of the overseers of the village. Instructor of Return to Origin Training. Lin Chuan, you will practice with him from now on. Do not hide your strength. The last 3 words were spoken slowly, seemingly to draw attention to the unfriendly expressions on the other students' faces, intentional on her part. Understood. Lin Chuan's brow slightly furrowed as he felt Boss Bai's earlier warning. This place may not be any easier than above. Boss Bai, I will certainly. Just then, he noticed that his surroundings were empty. Turning around, he found Boss Bai had already vanished, leaving him there alone. Ruthless. Ulan Ao Deng waved his large hand. What are you still looking at? Lin Chuan, right? Come. You stand in the front row. We will begin training now. The intensity of his voice revealed his pent-up frustration, every word laced with pressure. The other students parted to the sides as Lin Chuan passed. Their gazes intentionally lingered on his hunter combat attire. It seemed this trial would not be easily passed. Ulan Ao Deng returned to the front row, biting his cheek. Stand straight, practice again. Yes. All students lined up in formation. Ao Deng deliberately looked at Lin Chuan. Boss Bai personally came to greet you. Lin Chuan. You must keep up. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Chuan replied softly. Standing in the front row, he could distinctly smell the faint scent of aquatic vegetation wafting from the small lake ahead. He slightly adjusted his breathing, lowering his center of gravity, and assumed the horse stance as demonstrated by Ao Deng. Back straight. Knees should not exceed your toes. Ao Deng's voice cracked like a whip in everyone's ears. He paced to Lin Chuan's back and suddenly kicked toward Lin Chuan's calf. Lin Chuan's muscles tensed instantly, bracing for the impact, yet his body remained unmoved. Humph. Not bad for a hunter. Ao Deng let out a cold snort. But practicing martial arts requires not brute strength, but the coordination of body and spirit to achieve unity. A few students nearby stifled their laughter. Lin Chuan caught a glimpse of a few of them, recognizing some of the young people who had previously pointed and whispered at him at the village entrance. Their movements were fluid and natural, clearly indicating they had been training for quite some time. What are you looking at? Ao Deng bellowed. Everyone, begin the initial stance. The students synchronously adjusted their positions, feet shoulder-width apart, and both hands traced a perfect arc in front of their chests. Lin Chuan hurriedly imitated them, but his movements were as stiff as a rusty machine. Ha ha ha, is this the level of a hunter? A red-haired youth behind him couldn't help but scoff. No wonder you only dare to hide in the lighthouse. Lin Chuan's knuckles turned pale from clenching his fists too tightly, yet he forced himself to concentrate on the movements. Boss Bai's warning echoed in his ears. Do not conceal your shortcomings. Unexpectedly, Ao Deng did not intervene to halt the student's mockery, instead observing Lin Chuan's response with a cold demeanor. First form, move like flowing water. Again, the students began to throw punches and retract their stances in a seamless manner, their movements resembling the fluidity of a stream. Lin Chuan, relying on his military-honed physical coordination, barely kept up with the rhythm. But each of his motions lacked that unique sense of rhythm. He noted that the muscular movements of the humans on the ground seemed different from those of the lighthouse people. Their training focused solely on strength, agility, and resilience, never considering the rhythm of their actions. Stop. Ao Deng suddenly called a halt, striding toward Lin Chuan. Are you practicing military boxing? Pay attention. This requires a harmonious blend of softness and strength. He demonstrated a seemingly slow push, yet it sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Lin Chuan attempted to imitate him, but produced nothing more than a feeble push. The surrounding snickers grew louder. How annoying. Someone behind yelled. Scavengers should be feeding the devourers. Lin Chuan felt his temples throb and turned to see a tall, bald man, who seemed not to be one of the students. His features bore a striking resemblance to Ao Deng. Hai Sang, what brings you here? Ao Deng's brow furrowed more tightly. His demeanor toward the man was harsher than toward Lin Chuan. Dad, why are you still so angry? Ulan Hai Sang flaunted a large bag of money, boasting that he had just returned from a mission and had come to see the scavenger boss Bai had brought to the village. His sharp gaze fixated on Lin Chuan. Let us see where the rubbish from the lighthouse learned to live off others. The laughter around intensified, this time without any restraint toward Lin Chuan, as the students wore expressions of amusement. Get lost. My student is not one to be insulted by you. Ao Deng snapped at his son, even clenching his fists as if to strike him. This caused Hai Sang to retreat a step, albeit reluctantly. Come on, Dad. What kind of hallucinogenic did you and Boss Bai consume? Are you sure this guy isn't up to no good? Does he have permission to stay in the village from the other masters? Murmurs began to circulate among the students, with many nodding in agreement. I'll say it again. Get out. Ao Deng's fury surged. What right do you have to question Boss Bai's judgment? When we return, I will deal with you. Before he could finish, Lin Chuan stepped in front of him. Ao Deng, Master, I can handle my own affairs. He scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Hai Sang. Before becoming a scavenger, first, I am myself, Lin Chuan. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with strength. However, Hai Sang remained unimpressed, spreading his hands dismissively. Oh really? Then prove it to us. Chapter 13, Ulan. My duo. The commotion in the square attracted a throng of villagers, who maintained a respectful distance while their gazes remained fixed on Lin Chuan. Among the crowd, he spotted Yuan Ma, the owner of the steel meal restaurant, along with his son, a Yuan. Clearly, these individuals were not entirely confident in him and were keenly observing the situation. Lin Chuan did not rush to respond to Hai Sang's provocation. Instead, he slowly removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Hai Sang found the display amusing. Even if you strip down, it won't prove your innocence. You carry the blood of a scavenger. Laughter erupted once more around them. That's enough, Hai Sang. Ao Deng roared. Ao Deng, master, Lin Chuan interrupted. Please grant me a moment. I will make up for the training I have missed today. He tossed his shirt aside. Hai Sang, are you one to argue with words? Lin Chuan clenched his fists, taking on a combat stance. Hai Sang was momentarily taken aback. What right did a scavenger have to fight against an awakened one? Their strengths were not on the same level. Yet, Lin Chuan's words struck a chord within him. A man must prove his worth through his fists. Rather than simply expelling Lin Chuan from the village, Hai Sang preferred to deliver a beating first, then toss him out like a wild dog. The surrounding students began to cheer, some already placing bets. 2 coins. 2 coins. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Rush into the dirt and turn it into gold. Hai Sang pays 10 to 1. Lin Chuan pays 1 to 10. Anyone want to place a bet? I do. I bet on brother Hai Sang. This month's expenses are covered. Me too. I bet on Hai Sang. Count me in. Don't all crowd together. One at a time. A Yuan? Your mother is watching from above. Are you going to place a bet too? The crowd buzzed with excitement, yet the focus remained locked on the two men. As their fists collided, Lin Chuan did not fall behind. He even managed to leave a mark on Hai Sang's face, which flushed slightly. Yet, Hai Sang wore a look of enjoyment. He refrained from using his abilities, simply wishing to teach Lin Chuan a lesson with his fists, all while hurling insults. You trash from the lighthouse. Know your place and roll out quickly, or I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Babies born in the lighthouse are assigned immediately. Mothers often fail to recognize their own children, so worry about yourself, Hai Sang. Your mother will definitely recognize you later. After all, a mother can recognize her child even if they turn to ash. The two men, in their spirited battle, behaved like school children, cursing each other's weaknesses while targeting each other's vital points, showing no martial ethics. The crowd roared, while Ao Deng sat solemnly on a nearby bench. He wished someone would teach his disobedient son a lesson, yet he knew Hai Sang's capabilities better than anyone. Though his mouth was foul, his strength was formidable. Hai Sang dodged a punch and retaliated with a kick to Lin Chuan's abdomen. Your punches feel weak, like you lack strength, without a weapon. You can't even break the skin of a devourer. Pull out a gun. Don't say I'm bullying you. Lin Chuan fell to the ground, sweeping his legs to ensnare Hai Sang's joint, locking him to the ground. If you were a devourer, I would have made quick work of you before you could speak. Lin Chuan did not continue. At that moment, he had Hai Sang's leg trapped. No matter how strong Hai Sang was, he could not compare to Boss Bai, remaining well within his imagined limits, aligning with the system's operational permissions. At this stage, he had essentially won. However, the pressure from the leg ripper 97 pistol jolted Lin Chuan back to reality. Did he really intend to use his abilities against Hai Sang? A moment's hesitation altered the course of the battle. Hai Sang kicked out, breaking free from his grasp. As they both stood, Hai Sang's eyes glimmered with a red light, the fluctuation of life essence. He was about to unleash his powers. Kid, don't think that a moment of daze will save you. The crowd was already in a frenzy. It seemed they had all witnessed Hai Sang's prowess before. Hai Sang! Hai Sang! Hai Sang! Hai Sang waved his arms like a victor preparing for the final blow. On the distant platform, Xiaodou clutched her collar tightly. Her rosy cheeks puffed up, as if they might burst. Boss Bai, are you just going to watch Lin Chuan without intervening? Bai Yukui's fingers tightened around her thermos, her expression equally grave. How could that be? I even bet 10 coins. He must win, Hai Sang. Seriously, Boss Bai. In the square below, the final clash between the two was imminent, and Ao Deng suddenly sensed something amiss, rushing toward them. Yet, he did not aim to obstruct the evidently stronger Hai Sang, but rather sprinted towards Lin Chuan. Hai Sang struck first. Something seemed to be hurtling through the sky, sounding akin to a hawk. Just as the two were about to collide, Lin Chuan and Ao Deng halted simultaneously, while the aggressively advancing Hai Sang let out a shriek. He immediately faltered, hopping on one leg while clutching his foot. Ulan my duo. Why did you step on my foot? A charming girl with short burgundy hair, adorned with a red ribbon, appeared beside Hai Sang. Brother, you're so bothersome. Always causing trouble. Two children behind her chimed in loudly. The first-generation class leader is so handsome. Ulan my duo snatched the pouch from Hai Sang's waist and forcefully tossed it onto his head before apologizing to Lin Chuan. I'm sorry. My brother is just like that. You can think of it as him having a brain injury from his childhood. Lin Chuan did not respond. Instead, he felt a burden lift as the warmth from the gun on his calf ceased to tremble. Thankfully, someone intervened. In fact, during his time fighting alongside the ground squad, Lin Chuan had already wielded his gun. Though no one noticed at that moment, it was his last resort, which only appeared in the mission rewards. He truly did not wish to use such means against his kin. Ao Deng had also sensed the danger and rushed over. Ulan my duo continued to scold her brother loudly. Lin Chuan fought alongside Boss Bai outside. He has killed many snakes and dogs, don't you know? She pointed at Lin Chuan and the discarded clothing on the ground. Boss Bai said that the lighthouse's insignia represents their identity. Didn't you see him tear it off? Ugh, you're so annoying. Brother. Ulan my duo tugged at Hai Sang's ear and covered his mouth, dragging him out of the crowd. Dad, I'll take care of him for you. Don't be angry. Ao Deng was not particularly fond of his son, but doted on his daughter to an excessive degree, his expression bordering on sycophantic. Oh, my dear child. I will heed your wishes. As events unfolded, the villagers' attitudes appeared to shift, their gazes growing more complex, intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Lin Chuan's eyes. Thus, Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze, aware that such matters could not change until he completed his mission and fully earned their trust. It was unnecessary to hope for others to alter their attitudes towards him. He silently returned to his previous training position. Ao Deng, may I wear that old training uniform on the ground? I believe we need to resume our training. Chapter 14. No more pretenses. I can command all things. The following days were filled with monotonous and repetitive training. Lin Chuan kept his goal firmly in mind. Practice the returning element fist. Practice the returning element fist. He did not receive the old training uniform. Instead, Ao Deng gifted him a half-new training outfit, stating that he did not need to repay the cost. Each day, he would traverse between his residence, the steel cafeteria, the back door of the comprehensive academy, and the training square, forming a four-point line. It's Lin Chuan. Why hasn't he left yet? There were still those who looked upon him with disdain on the road, though the situation had improved slightly since his arrival. I don't know the way. Can you guide me? Let us go see the manna flower in the ecological core area. Lin Chuan no longer held back, directly retorting. With 2 hours remaining until training, he routinely arrived at the football field bleachers behind the comprehensive academy. A considerable number of children were already gathered there. At least 40 or 50. Such a gathering was rare in Longu village outside of the sports meeting. Big brother, why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you for 31 seconds. Exactly 31 seconds. The child speaking had an unexpectedly loud voice, wearing a gray scarf and sporting half of a full metal goggles, resembling a character from a cyberpunk universe. Sorry, Shan Shihui, where did we leave off yesterday? We were discussing Wade telling Chung Xian that losing humanity means losing much. But losing beastliness means losing everything. Alright, let us continue. This was Lin Chuan's daily routine, telling stories to the academy's children. Yesterday's tale was about 3 rest. Wait. Big brother Lin Chuan. Shan Shihui handed Lin Chuan 15 coins, saying, this is today's listening fee. Let us give a discount for 44 people. This was Lin Chuan's sole means of earning money. Although some criticized him for being shameless, he remained indifferent. The parents earned money and handed it to their children to spend freely, yet turned around to impose restrictions, unaware of who was truly shameless. By the way, brother Lin Chuan, since Wade is so powerful, why didn't he just kill Chung Xian directly? Wouldn't that save humanity? In response to Shan Shihui's question, Lin Chuan shook his head. I don't know. Human nature is complex. Perhaps when you grow up, you'll have the answer. Just like here, in the face of an apocalyptic world, some choose to squander their humanity atop the lighthouse. Others seek hope on the ground, while some return to nature, abandoning thought entirely. Living like beasts. Ultimately, who is right will be judged by the survivors. The children burst into laughter, exclaiming, Big brother Lin Chuan isn't omniscient. There are things even he doesn't know. The joyous sounds surged through the football field, marking Lin Chuan's happiest moments each day. Although many in Longu village were still unwilling to accept him, the children's sense of right and wrong was the most straightforward. They adored Lin Xuan. However, joyful moments are fleeting, and the 2 hours passed swiftly. As they departed, Shan Shihui leaned close to Lin Xuan's ear, saying, "My dad, Shanda, often mentions you. He said that when you faced the snakes and dogs with their ground squad, you were incredibly fierce, charging ahead alone. He even said you were only slightly weaker than him. I want to go out and fight the devourers just like you. You're still young, there's no rush." After bidding farewell to the children, the physical training students began to arrive one after another. Lin Xuan self-consciously returned to his team. He had memorized the training from this period, consistently finding time for extra practice, and his mastery over the willpower within him far surpassed the past. Yet he still had not awakened any new abilities. Could it be that his willpower was merely for unlocking the privileges of the traversal system? Lin Xuan, here. Coach Ao Deng, upon arrival, immediately called him out. "You've been practicing the most recently, but what is the outcome? Step forward and show me a set." Without hesitation, Lin Xuan aligned his waist and stance, executing a steady and smooth forward punch with no additional fluctuations. Form without spirit. Laughter erupted from the back of the students. Didn't they say he awakened? Why is he still like this? Isn't it the same as when he first arrived? Lin Xuan's movements were indeed standard and packed with power, but this strength lacked the vibrational essence of life, relying solely on physical ability. Ao Deng frowned, his gaze drifting slightly towards the distant platform, hands clasped behind his back. Ko Zhuan, step forward and demonstrate. "All right, teacher." The red-haired boy who had just mocked Lin Xuan stood at the front of the line, his shoulder unintentionally brushing against Lin Xuan. "Watch it, Hunter." His movements were similar to Lin Xuan's, also standard, yet the impression was entirely different. Lin Xuan's actions were merely practicing boxing, while Ko Zhuan truly fought, his movements flowing with his own rhythm, driven by spirit and emotion. Above on the platform, Bai Kuei observed everything, shaking her head before turning to leave. The other students, having seen this many times, still focused their gazes on Lin Xuan. From within the crowd, someone whispered, "Back off. Why does Boss Bai care about the hunter?" Soon, another student elbowed the murmurer, "Keep it down. Boss Bai is here, you fool." The crowd immediately straightened up. Even Ao Deng stood more upright. "Boss Bai, you've arrived. Come, sit here. I'm training the students now." Bai Kuei had just finished a dance, and glistening beads of sweat trickled down her fragrant shoulders, soaking her light yellow sports top. "Ao Deng, continue your training. I need to find someone." She extended her hand. "Lin Xuan, I heard you've recently earned some income. 203 coins. Pay me back." Lin Xuan's head buzzed. Since arriving in Longu village, Bai Kuei had not mentioned money for a long time, and now she was here asking for it? Observing the mockery from his fellow trainees, Outing's frown deepened under the deliberate pressure exerted by Boss Bai. He recalled the final reminder given by Boss Bai before his training commenced, "Do not hide your talents." "Humph." Lin Xuan waved his hand, understanding. "Fine. I shall no longer pretend." With a heavy heart, he summoned in his mind, "Activate the most powerful driver system." The objective this time was to retrieve Outing's training suit, which he would receive after passing through the trials. Every crease and bead of sweat on that suit bore witness to Outing's past training. It now belonged to Lin Xuan. In an instant, he struck with a force that sliced through the air, accompanied by an unexpected echo of energy. This punch, honed over 40 years, who could withstand it? What on earth is happening? The small red-haired Ko Zhuan beside him was startled and staggered back, nearly falling to the ground. Outing's eyes widened, his hands instinctively raising to his chest. This kid is no inferior opponent. The trainees were abuzz with discussion. Incredible. So everything before was merely an illusion? Impossible. Even if he were good, he couldn't be this good. He is nearly on par with the instructor. This isn't just close, it's practically identical. How absurd. They had initially disliked Lin Xuan due to his identity as a scavenger, but their praise now stemmed purely from instinct. Only Boss Bai wore an expression that suggested he had seen through everything long ago, having already warned Lin Xuan against concealing his abilities. The stubbornness of this brat was impossible to change. Nevertheless, this revelation would make the announcement of tomorrow's mission less shocking. Lin Xuan must not perish. Chapter 15. Pre-battle memoir. After completing a set of boxing techniques, Lin Xuan displayed an impressive aura, while the trainees appeared as if they had entered a different realm. Each face bore an unusual expression, devoid of their previous laughter. They had once mocked him, but now they realized they were not even worth a single hair of Lin Chuan's. Focus, relax, and the stone bench ahead shattered into two. Remarkable. Ko Juan's hair was drenched in sweat. Could Lin Chuan's potential be an outward manifestation of life essence? Outward manifestation? If that's the case, wouldn't I become akin to Kurosaki Ichigo, wielding the Getsuga Tensho? Lin Chuan internally scoffed, yet he could not discern the underlying principle. The stone bench had indeed been cleaved in half by the life essence he exuded, but whether it was due to his technique or energy remained unclear. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to address the troubles above at the lighthouse. Bai Kuei appeared quite pleased. Lin Chuan, how long have you been in the village? 10 days. He hurriedly stuffed the coins in his pocket. I'll return the 203 coins later. I'm truly not earning anything right now. Noticing his actions, Bai Kuei's lips curled slightly. All right, you can repay me after the mission tomorrow. You must remember. She had even employed a tone of endearment, quite adorable. Upon hearing the mention of a mission, Lin Chuan's heart raced. At last, the day had come. Longbu village was splendid, but he must return to the lighthouse. The person who had pushed him off from above was still alive. How could he find peace in sleep? Let us go prepare and record the pre-departure memoir. Although Boss Bai had stated this, Lin Chuan did not move. Boss Bai, wait a moment. I have not completed today's training. No need. Outing interrupted loudly, then inexplicably softened his tone. You go ahead. The memoir is important. Train again when you return. Outing's unusual demeanor left Lin Chuan somewhat bewildered. The surrounding trainees were equally strange, urging Lin Chuan forward. You should go, Lin Chuan. Yes, Lin Chuan, training is not urgent. Besides, you practice better than we do. How peculiar. These trainees, who typically mocked or viewed him with hostility due to his identity as a scavenger, were now treating him with such kindness. Was the pre-battle memoir some special custom? Why was this group so invested in it? All right then, teacher Outing. I shall take my leave. MHM, you may go. Return soon. Lin Chuan was left feeling somewhat dazed. When had Outing ever been so gentle? He followed Boss Bai out of the training ground. The so-called pre-battle memoir was recorded in a photography studio. A sign hung above the entrance, proclaiming life's great adornment in golden characters. On the left, it read, dressed in splendid garments, may you find peace, while the right bore, flowing to the underworld. May you find eternal harmony. It seemed they catered to both joyous and mournful occasions. Buzzing Bee, Boss Bai called out to the shopkeeper, we have arrived. Is there water available? We need to freshen up before filming. A stocky young proprietor scurried out, his fingers elegantly poised. Boss Bai, you forgot, today is maintenance. Water services are suspended until 6 o'clock. That's all right. Boss Bai stepped into the small shop, where the ground team had long been waiting. The tall figure of Shanda was still counting the days on his fingers, while Sui Xing stood at the front, greeting Boss Bai first. Boss Bai, we are all set. Su Tong and Xia Do are still causing a ruckus inside. Understood. She turned to Lin Chuan, go in. Remember to record everything you wish to say. Record what? Lin Chuan was perplexed. Of course, to capture your most beautiful self. Ulan Mato burst forth from behind the backdrop, playfully stroking the small hawk on her shoulder. The pre-battle memoir is about documenting our most cherished words and our finest appearances before embarking on a mission. This way, we feel more at ease. Lin Chuan was taken aback, suddenly discerning the profound significance behind these light-hearted words. Mato assumed he was merely shy and proceeded to demonstrate. She cleared her throat in front of the camera, like this. Mato posed in her most flattering manner. Once again, it was time for the customary formalities. What shall we do this time? Let's sing a song to lighten the mood. We sail upon a rainbow to far-off lands. The sea breeze howls, sweeping away our sorrows. Sweet melodies flowed from Mato's lips, and the other companions could not help but hum along. What began as a delightful atmosphere left Lin Chuan profoundly shaken. This was a recording of a pre-written farewell letter. He suddenly recalled the children who gathered daily to listen to his stories. Once, when he was preoccupied with training, he had urged them to return home quickly, but the siblings had replied, even if we go home, there's no one there. It's more fun to hear Big Brother tell stories. They were orphans. Longgu village's survival on the surface relied far more than just a few jammers or hiding underground. It was for survival, for freedom. Every flower and tree here bore the blood and flesh of Longgu village's ancestors. These surface team members were truly remarkable. Each journey they embarked upon was a preparation for death. No wonder Outing and the other trainees reacted so unusually upon recording the pre-battle memoir. They were granting themselves a moment to reflect. He recalled a similar ritual during his missions at the lighthouse, where all teammates, arranged by rank, knelt before the light and shadow priest, listening to his blessings. Light nurtures all beings follow the shadow. Light cleanses my soul, shadow protects my body. By the way of virtue, I find joy without indulgence. What utter nonsense! Each word of that incantation was deeply etched within Lin Chuan's being, yet at this moment, it only made him feel physically ill. Humans are born of flesh, not monstrous beings cast from sunlight. Reflecting on Hai Sang flaunting his earnings in front of him after a mission was now less irksome, at least more tolerable than in the lighthouse. The priest's words, proclaiming the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, had utterly stripped them of the fruits of their blood-soaked battles. He resolved, whether for the village or to punish the villains above the lighthouse, he must take action. This time, it was not merely out of vengeance. Lin Chuan, are you all right? Just then, Xiaodou emerged from the studio after filming. Lin Chuan realized that his muscles were tense, and his expression resembled that of a predator ready to strike. I'm fine. It's normal to feel nervous before a mission. Boss Bai said you are on a long-term assignment, and we will provide you with as much support as possible. Shanda patted his chest, assuring himself that it was fine if the mission went awry, as long as he returned safely. Even someone as formidable as he was not guaranteed success in every task. He chuckled. Shanda, once again boasting. When has it not been bossed by cleaning up after you? Su Tong had completed the filming as well. Lin Chuan, follow your brother. I've got your back. Lin Chuan awkwardly smiled and nodded, noticing that this time the taciturn member was absent, replaced by my duo. Moreover, the equipment of the others had also been upgraded. It seemed that Boss Bai had forewarned them about the dangers of this mission. I understand. How shall we depart? Should I drive the off-road vehicle? He jested. Ha, not this time. Shanda pointed into the distance. Boss Bai will be piloting. We are flying there. Chapter 16. Wait for me to return home. The next day arrived swiftly, and the ground team had been seated on the Bai Sun class vehicle for 3 hours. This was a hybrid vertical takeoff and landing craft, equipped with dual propellers on the wings and vector nozzles. Lin Chuan speculated that this was a relic from before the disaster. With the current industrial capabilities, it would be challenging to replicate such a design, and if they could, the craft would likely be twice its current size. He checked the traveler system once more. Lin Chuan's strongest driver system unlocked permissions. No consumption driving mode. Current operable units. 2. Unlock permissions. Vehicle attribute conversion. Can force exchange inherent attributes of driven vehicles. Applicable to both material and biological vehicles. Unlock permissions. Remote driving maximum operational range. 135 meters, 110 original combat skills. Willpower unlocks subsequent permissions. The last permission for remote driving was a newfound ability unlocked after receiving training from Aiden. Next to him, Xiaodou was nervously shaking her leg. Boss Bai's health had never been robust, and she couldn't always lead the team on missions. Sitting in the last row with Lin Chuan, she felt it was safe to speak only when others were resting. Lin Chuan was well aware that every mission took an irreversible toll on Bai Yukui's health, a fact that perhaps explained her silver hair. Don't worry, Xiaodou. I will do my best to shorten the mission duration and reunite with you soon. Lin Chuan, there's no need to rush. Safety comes first. We still have to go to the ecological core area. Xiaodou realized she had let something slip and quickly covered her mouth. Upon hearing ecological core area, Lin Chuan immediately grasped the reason for the entire ground team's mobilization. If it were merely to support him, such a large number would be unnecessary. Fewer elite members would facilitate stealth and assistance. The ecological core was teeming with mana creatures, a territory the scavenger teams dared not trespass. Boss Bai's mission this time was utterly reckless. Lin Chuan, Xiaodou, fearing he might approach the cockpit to ask Boss Bai, hastily sought to change the subject. What were you doing with the camera during the pre-battle recording? I've already seen what you recorded. Why hide it? Lin Chuan's recording had actually been a way to tell stories to the children, a moment he cherished. Xiaodou had even seen him distribute all the money from his pockets to those children at the end. Lin Chuan remained silent, gazing towards the cockpit. After a half-minute pause, he finally replied, Xiaodou, I want to ask Boss Bai, but you must promise me that if you encounter any trouble, you will let me know? Of course I promise. Their conversation was hushed and distant, yet even the cabin door could not shield it from Boss Bai's keen ears. A smile crept across her lips as she gazed out the window. The lighthouse had come into view. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuan knocked on the cabin door. His words were brief today. Boss Bai, I'm heading to the lighthouse. See you in 2 days at the designated coordinates. He expected Boss Bai to merely acknowledge him with a grunt, given his previous encounters with her cold demeanor. However, to his surprise, Bai Yukuei turned around and winked. Lin Chuan, return to your original position. I hope to see you alive next time. Lin Chuan was taken aback, recalling her words and the way she had blinked in a similar manner during their first meeting. He had thought she had long forgotten, at a loss for words. He rubbed his forehead, muttering, yes, see you next time. But as he turned, he found all the members of the ground team standing behind him. Lin Chuan, stay safe. Lin Chuan, be careful. Brother Lin Chuan, don't push yourself too hard. Lin Chuan, stay sharp. If danger arises, hurry back. I've got your back. The weight of their expectations felt like 1,000 voices eagerly awaiting his every word. Enough. It was already overwhelming. He didn't need 1,000. Lin Chuan could not utter a single word. Burdened with the landing apparatus, he leapt out of the cabin. Wait for me to return home. The frigid winds at high altitude sliced like blades against his face, yet warmth enveloped him from behind. He felt an urge to cry, shaking his head vigorously. He pulled his thoughts back to the task at hand. What was he thinking? He needed to return to the lighthouse and ensure that those who needed to cry could do so freely. With the lighthouse in sight, he had already devised his plan for return. The lighthouse floated high above. Descending directly onto the platform or piloting an aircraft would be classified as an invasion, exposing his contact with the ground dwellers. The only viable option was to seek out the scavenger team gathering supplies on the ground, earn their trust, and then return to the lighthouse together. According to the data provided by Xia Dou, the coordinates were 887 north latitude and 1073 east longitude. With the ruins of the 49th interstellar ship below, a scavenger team was currently in the vicinity. Given the time, the task of gathering supplies would likely fall to Captain Mark's first squad, the very team Lin Chuan had been slated to join previously. He could blend in. Lin Chuan activated the landing apparatus, mentally preparing a cover story for his disappearance of over 10 days. Now 15 kilometers remained to the ruins. And to avoid raising suspicion with premature scans, he needed to proceed on foot. Cursed weather. The sandstorm delayed him for half an hour over this short distance. Yet, along the way, he noticed several peculiar issues. The ground bore various systematic indentations, not caused by vehicle tires or tracks. Any experienced scavenger would recognize these as the trails of different species of devouring beasts. Lin Chuan immediately identified the tracks as those left by snake dogs. This place was perilous. Mark's team would be in danger. Realizing this, Lin Chuan quickened his pace. He needed to hurry. If the team retreated, he would miss his chance to return to the lighthouse timely. After a while, Lin Chuan sensed the presence of the scavenger team's activities, and humanoid sculptures began to appear around him. These were known as Flesh Earth, humans stripped of their life essence. The upper echelons frequently dispatched scavenger teams to these poorly informed areas for resources, blatantly overlooking the hazards involved. At that moment, Lin Chuan noticed 2 groups of individuals gradually encircling him. Were they detection squads? Cursed timing. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Let them take him to Captain Mark. He raised his hands and turned to face the piles of sand and stone. I'm one of you. I am a member of Scavenger Team 1, White Shark 44 Lin Chuan. Come out. I have urgent information to report to Captain Mark. Please save time. A squad clad in composite armor emerged, brandishing submachine guns. No one responded, clearly suspicious of Lin Chuan's sudden appearance from the opposite direction. Chapter 17, Spine Worm. Lin Chuan. Never heard of you. White Shark 44. What nonsense are you spouting? The dual-layered White Shark, a combat vehicle exclusive to scavengers, was a rare resource from the lighthouse. Firstly, there was no such designation as 44, and secondly, scavengers would never introduce themselves in such a manner. Jeff from the second team activated the communicator in his ear. Hello. The second team has arrived at the area, and we have encountered unusual circumstances. Captain, how is it on your end? Lin Chuan had just been assigned to Mark's team and had not been allocated the task of piloting the White Shark. The number 44 was merely the count of villagers who had listened to his stories, a deliberate misstep he had made. Before being reassigned, he had been an inconspicuous member of the third squad, and explaining the situation to the individuals before him would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time. Hello? Hello? Jeff pushed his headset, cursing the wretched weather. There's no signal from the captain's side. You two, disarm him and take him to see the captain. 2 teammates approached, brandishing their weapons, and removed Lin Chuan's Ripper pistol, a process to which he complied without resistance. Why is the scavenger acting alone? How did you come from the opposite direction? And what's with your badge? It looks like it was hastily repaired. Faced with Jeff's inquiries, Lin Chuan remained silent. It was not the right moment to respond. Thus, he was escorted to the entrance of the area by the squad members. A massive aircraft had crashed into a cluster of tall buildings. The fierce winds swept through the crevices of these colossal structures, amplifying their velocity, with yellow sand and small stones stinging their faces. The entry point was concealed beneath a deep pit, which was, in fact, the cargo bay entrance of the 49th interstellar ship. The scavenger team had erected a support structure at the entrance, but in such hurricane-like weather, a lightweight frame was far from secure. It was evident that someone had arrogantly assigned this crucial logistical task to untrained civilian laborers. What are you looking at? Get inside. You coward, Jeff urged, completely oblivious to the inherent dangers present. Your judgment is severely flawed, Jeff. Upon hearing this remark, Jeff's fury intensified, pressing the guns but against Lin Chuan's lower back. You have no say here. Move it. Lin Chuan did not respond, stepping into the entrance. As Jeff and the others followed, they heard the support structure groan under the strain. Good heavens. The entrance supports are about to collapse. The scavenger team hastily fled inside, recognizing that even if they were trapped, at least they would not be crushed on the spot. Lin Chuan, however, remained unperturbed, bringing up the rear of the group. Though the entrance was corroded by the liquid emitted by the mana creature, the internal structure of the ship remained sound. Anyone who observed closely would not have panicked excessively. Crack. The first sound of breaking was akin to Death's knuckles knocking at the door. A steel column, as thick as a bowl, suddenly twisted grotesquely, and the triangular structure at the top of the support let out a wail. The expansion bolts affixed to the rock face were ripped from their moorings, dragging large chunks of concrete with them. As the debris struck the entrance, Lin Chuan noticed the hastily welded seams, still bearing the crooked scars left by trembling civilian laborers. Jeff was nearly toppled by the shockwave, witnessing firsthand as the spot he had just vacated was pierced by rebar, concrete shards raining down upon him, obscuring his vision in an instant. He could hardly produce any other sounds. The crowd was thrown off balance by the fierce winds generated by the collapse. Lin Chuan turned against the flow of the crowd, precisely calculating the collapse's limit, estimating it to be around 10 meters, indeed a considerable distance. And it seemed they would not be escaping this way. When the last fist-sized rock struck the ground near Lin Chuan, the world abruptly fell into an eerie silence. Is everyone all right? Someone asked, their voice laced with a sob. Jeff fumbled for his tactical flashlight to illuminate the area above, his terror compounded by the accumulation of rage. He groped in the darkness. Lin Chuan, you must have sensed the danger long ago. Why didn't you say anything? Lin Chuan brushed Jeff's hand aside. You should take responsibility for your choices. Instead of blaming me here, you ought to hurry and regroup with Captain Mark. This place is far from safe. Jeff wanted to explode, but upon hearing the cries of his teammates behind him, the words stuck in his throat. Thud. He slammed his fist into the ground, venting his frustration. Xiangbo, assess if there are any casualties. We need to find Captain Mark. Yes. Report. All personnel are unharmed. Xiangbo replied. Only upon hearing that no one was injured did Jeff retract his furious gaze from Lin Chuan. You better be careful. He turned and strode deeper into the area, casually twisting a few orange glow sticks to illuminate the path ahead. Apart from the sounds of the squad advancing, the corridor was punctuated by sporadic strange noises, each coinciding with their movements, muffled and resembling the sound of chopsticks striking the ground. Something feels off. Why does it seem like something is constantly making noise? Some teammates began to sense unease. Jeff commanded, stay alert and quicken your pace. Yes. The team formed two columns, watching both sides and moving as swiftly as possible. Clang. A tremendous sound sent chills down everyone's spine. Who? The squad members aimed their weapons at the source of the noise. Under the beam of Jeff's headlamp, a worn copper pipe rolled across the ground, evidently having fallen from above due to years of neglect. Phew, that was a false alarm. Teammates in the back relaxed, tapping on the raised surface. Why are you all so jumpy? Xiangbo, stop banging around. We need to keep moving, Jeff reprimanded. Report. The teammate at the back sounded distinctly off, his voice trembling. I'm not the one making noise. At that moment, everyone abruptly turned around to see a centipede-like creature, about the size of an arm, half standing, its antennae thrashing wildly, producing the sound of clashing shells, assuming a threatening stance. It's a spine bug. How could there be such a thing here? Jeff shouted, "Get the flamethrower." Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the team members as they reacted instantly. Their guns aimed squarely at the creature. But their actions seemed to provoke the spine bug further. It raised its front even higher, as if gathering strength. This is bad. It's preparing to explode. That will attract more spine bugs. Shoot it down. The safety catches were released, and just as they were about to pull the triggers, Lin Chuan stepped in front of the spine bug. "What are you doing? Lin Chuan, this is treachery. If you continue like this, I will purify you according to the rules of the Light and Shadow Church." "Don't speak, Jeff." Lin Chuan drew a short knife hidden within his pants, lowering his voice. He appeared to gradually sink into the shadows, his presence melding with the surrounding environment. He was now capable of returning to the source. The spine bug felt no pain. The effective way to kill it was to sever the main nerve beneath its hard shell. Using guns or fire would only attract more of them. He cautiously approached the spine bug, intending to exploit the blade's slenderness to penetrate the gaps in its shell, aiming to slice through its nerve. Chapter 18. Captain Mark and 4068. The spine bug continued to threaten the others, while teammates in the front half opened their mouths, their throats producing a series of sounds, their dark muzzles aimed at Lin Chuan, fingers trembling over the triggers. "No, Xiangbo. He's right." Jeff realized his tension and grasped the gun's barrel, knowing that a single shot could spell doom for everyone. At that moment, Lin Chuan moved swiftly, plunging his knife into the spine bug's abdomen, pushing the blade deep and delivering a side kick. The spine bug flew back like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing against the wall. Thud clang. The spine bug's rear sprayed a minimal amount of red viscous fluid, its body rapidly disintegrating. Calm returned. Everything happened so quickly that even the teams questioned whether it had been too easy. "Is it dead?" Jeff's face was one of disbelief. It was his first time witnessing someone daring enough to confront a spine bug with a knife. "Lin Chuan, you." Lin Chuan had already returned to the front of the team, casually raising both hands. "Let's go. Continue escorting me to see Captain Mark." The other team members exchanged glances, voluntarily lowering their weapons, their eyes still reflecting shock. After walking a short distance behind, Jeff bit his lip. "Hey, Lin Chuan, put your hands down." He turned his head away. "I don't think someone like you could be a coward." Lin Chuan offered no explanation, letting his hands drop as he continued onward. What transpired was of little consequence. Upon returning to the lighthouse, the governing body would render judgment upon him. There were numerous matters awaiting resolution at the summit, and encountering Captain Mark was merely the initial step of many to come. Within 2 days, he needed to gain the trust of the higher-ups and ensure his reinstatement to the surface. In order to rendezvous with them at the designated location before White Boss ventured into the ecological core zone. It seemed an insurmountable task, yet there was no alternative. A crackling sound emanated from Jeff's earpiece. "This is a team of Mark Hoffman. Please respond." "Captain Mark." Jeff pressed the earpiece. "We are advancing towards the central area and have encountered a scavenger claiming to be a teammate. Lin Chuan, please advise." "Captain Mark. The magnetic field here is too intense to ascertain our precise location. Please hold for a moment. We shall hasten our arrival." Jeff's expression was tense. Yet upon hearing Captain Mark's voice, his furrowed brow eased somewhat. The scavenger squad was recognized as the strongest hunting team, reliably completing missions, a testament to Captain Mark and several core members' prowess. Meanwhile, communication ceased at Commander Mark's end. "Lin Chuan, the scavenger previously confirmed missing?" The long-haired member, Mo Chung, discerned Mark's bewilderment. "What is happening, Captain Mark?" Mark pressed his thumb against his chin, recalling that Lin Chuan had been missing for 13 days. "What? Was he not confirmed dead?" Mo Chung exclaimed in disbelief. Mark was equally perplexed, turning to signal the others to halt. "Maintain vigilance for 5 minutes. All present, understood?" "Yes, Captain Mark." Soon after, Lin Chuan and his companions encountered a group of dust-dwelling laborers transporting supplies. He noticed a round, dirt-covered laborer distanced from the crowd, his right hand concealed behind him, furtively avoiding the scavenger's gaze. "Lin Chuan." A voice emerged from the side door, where Mark approached with several comrades. It was a rarity for him to be recognized. As an inconspicuous member of the previous 3 squads, even his teammates often overlooked him. Mark earned the trust of his peers for a reason. "What are you doing here?" As Mark inquired, Mo Chung and several teammates produced scanners to examine Lin Chuan. No abnormalities were detected, momentarily dismissing the possibility of mana ecological parasitism. Mark's astonishment lingered. "Lin Chuan, You were declared dead by the lighthouse 10 days ago. How can you suddenly appear here? Lin Chuan did not answer directly, his gaze fixated on the distant laborer. Captain Mark, I assure you I will provide a reasonable explanation. But please allow me a moment. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chuan bolted towards the laborer, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, subsequently stepping on the laborer's face. The laborer's mouth pressed against Lin Chuan's shoe, unable to utter a sound, only producing muffled grunts through his nose. Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Captain Mark bellowed, and several teammates aimed their weapons at Lin Chuan. Captain Mark, wait. Jeff interjected, his face a mix of surprise and urgency, seeking to buy Lin Chuan time to explain. Lin Chuan, speak quickly. What are you doing? The laborer, hands grasping Lin Chuan's shoe, managed to stammer, why you? Dust dwellers are still human. In that moment, both scavengers and laborers alike regarded Lin Chuan with disdain. To assault a dust dweller under the guise of being a surface dweller was not an act to be taken lightly, even within the lighthouse. Humph. Your greed and foolishness do not represent the dust dwellers. Lin Chuan crouched, seizing the laborer's right hand, revealing a mechanical wristwatch pried from the earth. This laborer is stealing. A chorus of curses erupted, scornful gazes converging on the laborer numbered 4068. His eyes were filled with desperate fear. No, I just wanted to ask for a little more contribution. Please, I beg you. His pitiful plea elicited no sympathy. Within the lighthouse, dust dwellers were synonymous with inferior genetics, stripped of reproductive rights, and, strictly speaking, deemed subhuman. Lin Chuan had no intention of indulging him with words. He forcefully tore the wristwatch from the laborer's grasp, the watch's hands slicing through the air. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan thrust the watch's needle backward and, rising, delivered a powerful kick. Thud. The squad's lights illuminated the source of the noise. Ah, it's a spine worm. How did we encounter a spine worm here? Panic ensued as others scanned the surroundings, while many cast hateful glances toward Laborer 4068. You fool, are you trying to get us killed? Lin Chuan turned to Mark. Captain Mark, I found traces of the devourer beast on my way here. It's unsafe. I recommend the squad withdraw swiftly. We can discuss matters upon returning to the lighthouse. Mark was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chuan's decisiveness. He had never encountered such an exceptional warrior from the third squad, capable of addressing a spine worm without relying on firearms. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Bring along the supplies and the laborer. Not a soul should be left behind. As Mark issued the command, the scavengers regarded Lin Chuan with newfound trust. It was his timely discovery that spared the squad from a greater calamity. Mark tossed his personal pistol, the Ripper, to Lin Chuan. Yet the ensuing events filled him with regret. As Lin Chuan caught the weapon, he stomped heavily on Laborer 4068's face, the sound of breaking nasal bones echoing in the narrow corridor. Chapter 19. Snake Dogs? Lin Chuan exhibits absolute violence. Lin Chuan. Captain Mark's voice cut through. Lin Chuan interrupted his inquiry. I broke his nose. Upon returning to the lighthouse, I shall willingly accept judgment from the higher-ups. For now, we must focus on our evacuation. His calm demeanor sent chills down many spines. Lin Chuan was more cold-blooded than the Light Shadow cultists. Mark seethed with anger, but the situation demanded his restraint. All team members, evacuate swiftly. As he turned, his gaze was not only filled with rage, but also profound disappointment in Lin Chuan. The squad's white-haired member, Ran Bing, helped Laborer 4068 to his feet. Hurry up and follow. The team filed out in a tense yet orderly fashion. As Lin Chuan advanced, he scrutinized the corridor's environment. The claw marks were increasingly distinct, likely left by the snake dogs, though they appeared larger, indicating a possible evolution since the last encounter with the blood whirlpool. Along the way, scavengers conversed. Did Lin Chuan go a bit too far? He didn't need to do that in front of the captain. Yeah, we all know Captain Mark dislikes surface dwellers targeting dust dwellers. Such actions could be discreetly managed without his knowledge. Hurry up, we nearly got killed because of that inferior dust dweller. I say it wouldn't have mattered if we had killed him. Lin Chuan recognized the futility of such actions before Mark. He understood that Laborer 4068 would ultimately betray due to greed, leading to Captain Mark's inevitable loss. However, Lin Chuan's actions were not motivated by a desire to assist Mark or a sense of righteous punishment. As for the stolen watch, he cared little. It stemmed from the lighthouse's insufficient intelligence, resulting in this crisis. Anyone could have encountered it. With merely 2 days to act, Lin Chuan had no time to wait for the lighthouse's investigators to slowly unravel the reasons behind his disappearance. Such overt brutality, even if justified, would necessitate some form of explanation from Lord Morgan to the Dust Dwellers. He needed to find a way to ensure he faced a public trial, directly confronting the higher echelon of the lighthouse. Now, after 13 days of disappearance, the mist has lifted, revealing the merits of early detection of the Devourer beast. And the public display of violence against the Dust citizens has rendered him the focal point of this incident. Lord Morgan, what choice shall you make? At this moment, gunfire suddenly erupts ahead. Someone shouts, Donnie, the name of a member from Squad 1. Despite the early warning, the Devourer beast has still manifested. This place is a trap. An archaic Hunter-esque beast framework. Anyone who encounters the Devourer beast will be consumed entirely. He rushes forward, where a morbid voice beckons. Only shells remain. We are trapped here. A swarm of spine vermin encircles the badge inscribed with Donnie's name, beside whom lies a slain female teammate. The Devourer beast does not wield firearms. Donnie has been ensnared by deception. As the team hesitates over whether to release Donnie from his torment, a claw of the serpent dog slowly reaches from behind, resting upon his shoulder. A half-meter-wide serpent head protrudes, swallowing him halfway, blood splattering. Yet at this moment, Donnie has lost all sense, laughing maniacally as he pulls the trigger against the hunters. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the darkness, flames intertwine as Ran Bing leads the counterattack. Lin Chuan presses himself against the wall, noticing more small heads extending near the serpent dog's head, and its eyes are fully opened. The speed of ecological evolution in mana is alarming. It is no wonder that Boss Bai and the others are heading towards the ecological core area. Captain Mark stands alone at the forefront, rolling and retaliating, but the submachine gun proves ineffective against the serpent dog. Lin Chuan pivots, seizing 4068 by the neck, roughly slamming him against the mechanical gate. Hurry, I know you can open it. Yes, yes, 4068 dares not lift his head. Oblivious to his own blood splattering on the decryption device, hastily cracking the door code, Lin Chuan remains vigilant, observing the battle ahead. This serpent dog is certainly beyond the hunter's capacity to contend with, yet it must be delayed. As long as there are no further casualties, Lin Chuan will not act recklessly, for that would jeopardize all his plans. Faster, Lin Chuan urges violently, but this only heightens 4068's anxiety, blood streaming profusely onto the device, the decryption speed unchanged. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chuan fires 3 shots at the serpent dog's neck, its naturally weak thermal detection organ. The serpent dog emits a piercing howl, charging towards Lin Chuan, who meets it head-on. When we passed Mo City, that fool feared me. You keep an eye on him while I deal with the Devourer beast. Without discussion or negotiation, Lin Chuan charges forward, unleashing a barrage of fire. Seeing Lin Chuan rush to support, Captain Mark immediately commands, fall back. Your pistol cannot penetrate its hide. Allow me to handle this. Withdraw swiftly with the squad. At the very least, it can be held back. Lin Chuan fires again. Simultaneously, Ran Bing plunges back into the fray. Mark, we must buy time for everyone. The 3 fires simultaneously, flames weaving a net that slices through the serpent dog's flesh, eliciting its furious roars in response to the trio's humiliation. No, it's overwhelming. Just as Ran Bing reloads, the serpent dog swipes its forelimbs, disarming her weapon, then pins her against the wall. Ran Bing. Mark bellows as he rushes towards her, catching the spare magazine she drops. Other teammates also cry out in alarm. Captain. Ran Bing. In a moment of peril, Lin Chuan appears behind the monster, his right hand equipped with the mechanical armor he just retrieved from the ground. The next moment, the driving system activates. Permission, remote control. Past training erupts at this instant. A horse stance, a backhand to the waist, a punch. A deafening roar reverberates through the corridor, and amidst the smoke, a colossal entity crashes down. The teammates witnessing this scene are rendered nearly speechless. Mark catches the falling Ran Bing, gazing towards the monster, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. He did it. Lin Chuan's mechanical arm pierces through the serpent dog's spine, pus oozing forth with a suffocating stench. Rat-a-tat-tat. The corridor echoes only with the sound of Lin Chuan's footsteps. The hunter squad halts momentarily. Oh, surprise. A mix of admiration and overwhelming fear is etched on every face. A faint odor of urine wafts through the crowd. Can a human truly achieve such feats relying solely on a mechanical arm? It is not until 4068 opens the escape door that everyone regains their senses. The other teammates momentarily lose their ability to speak, while only Mark gazes at him in disbelief. How did you accomplish that? Lin Chuan removes the mechanical arm, the heavy thud sending shivers through the seasoned hunters. Oh, just luck. The energy cell in the arm was still functional, and it struck the Devourer Beast's vital point. Uncertain if the hunters absorbed this explanation, Lin Chuan waves to them as he approaches the escape door, urging, "Everyone, let us evacuate quickly." At this moment, the hunters finally snap out of their stupor, following suit. Chapter 20. Return to the lighthouse. Hurry, those behind, keep up. This type of proliferative Devourer Beast exhibits a tendency for pack behavior. Captain Mark follows Lin Chuan off the ship, simultaneously issuing commands to his teammates. A minute later, the lighthouse navigation control room receives a blurred real-time communication. Calling lighthouse navigation control room, Commander Jing Nen finally relaxes his furrowed brow, adjusting the frequency. This is the hunters. At 4 o'clock, Jing Nen confirms the signal source, adjusting the course. The collection mission is complete, the hunters request to return. Upon hearing that Captain Mark has accomplished the mission, the control room erupts in jubilant celebration. Hooray! Wonderful! Fantastic! They all understand that this means the lighthouse can continue to support. Jing Nen exhales in relief, returning to the main control position. Seating himself with the poise of a victor, his left knee resting upon his right. Captain Mark, welcome back. Deploy lift platform number 01. Much later, the hunter squad, laden with supplies, finds themselves amidst swirling sands and mist behind them, while ahead, the colossal circular lighthouse descends slowly from the clouds. The team members wear expressions of exhaustion, comforting one another, lamenting the loss of not just Donnie, but many comrades. In contrast, Lin Chuan's group wears expressions that are difficult to describe. Both dust citizens and upper-class hunters deliberately avoid his gaze. The imagery of him crushing 4068's nose and piercing the serpent dog's spine instills fear in them. Upon reaching the designated location, the massive lift platform has already descended. The silver-haired elder hunter Commander Elon, accompanied by a logistics team, awaits at the platform. Haha, I thought I would never see you again. He expresses joy upon seeing Mark safe, for he is his disciple, though he has harbored worry all along. Elon intends to step forward to greet Mark, but the astute old instructor immediately senses something amiss. He observes that everyone's attention is fixated on the rear vehicle, concentrated on Lin Chuan. Who is that lad? Teacher, do you not recognize him? He was from Squad 3, recently transferred to our squad. Oh, I didn't recall before, but now I do. Elon places his arm around Mark's shoulder as they ascend the platform. Let us discuss it later. The hunter squad takes the elevator back to the upper level. In this aerial city constructed of steel and concrete, everyone cheers for the hunters, for they have returned with supplies. They are heroes, including Lin Chuan, at least until they learn of his act of crushing the dust citizen's nose. Lin Chuan sits in the back seat, reflecting on Boss Bai's words. This does not imply that he denies all residents of the lighthouse. If possible, he too could do something for the lighthouse, perhaps aiding some unfortunate souls. But before that, he must secure control of the upper levels of the lighthouse and gain the freedom to act. At the intersection of light and shadow on the elevated platform, Charles, the leader of the Light and Shadow Church, adorned with golden hair and draped in a commander's cloak, observes everything keenly. The shadows behind him stirred the congregation's eyes with fury. Humph, these foolish people. They have forgotten that it was the leader of the congregation who prayed for the return of the hunters in safety. They ought to express their gratitude to the leader for such mercy. Charles, unlike the fervent crowd, remained composed, lightly admonishing a few individuals. Wisdom arises from calmness, while anger breeds folly. Maintaining clarity will naturally garner the favor of the Lord of Shadows. He opened his arms, as if everything were under his command. Completely unfazed by the unfolding scene, the congregation responded in unison, "Thus, I am here." Yet, as he turned away, Charles's gaze grew cold, fixed on the hunters with a steely intensity. There was no kindness or forgiveness in his eyes. An hour later, the hunters delivered their cargo to the second supply distribution room. Ran Bing wore a grim expression as she reported to Mark that Cole's condition was dire. His injuries were severe, and his contributions were insufficient, leading the medical facility to deem him beyond treatment. "Use my quota," Mark declared without hesitation. "And what about you?" he asked, but instead of answering, he directed his gaze at Lin Chuan, who was being taken away by the light bearers. Captain Mark did not conceal the excessive force used by Lin Chuan, yet in his report, he emphasized Lin Chuan's achievements during the operation. The imposing figure of the light bearer, Vanti, concealed a heart harder than iron beneath her striking silhouette. She spoke coldly. "Execute the sentence." Two instructors draped in red robes, their faces obscured by metallic masks, raised their steel whips to strike Citizen 4068. Two other instructors restrained Lin Chuan, who made no move to resist. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The hulking form of the armored giant, Shalif, read out the charges against the two. Citizen 4068, during the transport of supplies, stole property belonging to the lighthouse. According to lighthouse law, the penalty for such transgressions is 20 lashes. Having been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Chuan, Citizen 4068 could only cry out in pain, too terrified to voice any objections. Aya. The piercing screams reverberated throughout the distribution room. 20 lashes were excessive and could very well cost him his life, yet no one intervened. This was the price of his greed and recklessness. Then, the light-bearer Vanti advanced. Addressing Lin Chuan, who had been missing for 13 days and had employed private punishment against a citizen. By decree of the lighthouse, Lin Chuan was to face public trial. "What?" Hunter Mo Chung was the first to exclaim. "What kind of joke is this? You intend to put a triumphant hero on trial?" Not only was Hunter Squad 1 astonished by the upper echelon's decision, but even the citizens moving cargo believed they had misheard. How could this be? The upper class frequently used violence against the lower class, usually turning a blind eye, especially since 4068 had stolen something. Had the lighthouse truly altered its policies? Lord Morgan is truly magnificent. Finally, he stands up for us citizens. Captain Mark furrowed his brows. "Please, wait a moment, light-bearer. This is not in accordance with the law. The lighthouse has never conducted a public trial for such matters, especially since Lin Chuan displayed valor in this operation, preventing the sacrifice of many comrades." He could hardly believe this was the will of the Lord, at least not solely. Someone must be targeting the hunters. Meanwhile, from the shadows, another man dressed similarly to Mark's commander attire glared with malice. "Lin Chuan, I never expected you to be alive." Eric Jostani, the current commander of Hunter Squad 3, was the one who had pushed Lin Chuan off the platform. He had since been promoted and wielded significant influence. Eliminating Lin Chuan would be as simple as crushing an ant. "How dare you return? Do you intend to report me?" But who would believe you? As he had predicted, the light-bearer disregarded Mark's defense and instead issued a warning. "Captain Mark, remember, your return is solely due to the protection of the Lord of Shadows." With no emotional fluctuation, she entirely overlooked the sacrifices made by the hunters, igniting Mo Cheng's fury. "You!" Mo Cheng shouted. Mark raised his hand, halting Mo Cheng's impulsive actions. "Indeed, it is all thanks to the protection of the Lord of Shadows. Please convey to him that we hope for fewer casualties among our brothers next time. All team members, heed my command. Yes, to the central square, let us witness how they judge our brother on the shadow screen." Yes. Chapter 21. The Tribunal. Lin Chuan is tried. In stark contrast to Lin Chuan's fate, Mark enjoyed a much more favorable reception. Commander Jing Nan personally welcomed him and invited him to attend today's tribunal. Jing Nan appeared relaxed, her hands clasped before her. "Captain Mark, congratulations on the successful return of the hunters. Please bring your adjutant to today's tribunal." She pointed at Ran Bing, then glanced at Lin Chuan, who was being led away. It seems your team member has encountered significant trouble. You might want to consider whether to speak on his behalf during the tribunal." She patted Mark's shoulder, lowering her voice. "Do not act recklessly." Mark turned to look at Lin Chuan behind him. "I understand." The group entered the central elevator shaft of the lighthouse. In contrast to Mark's solemn demeanor, Ran Bing could hardly contain her excitement. It was her first time here, and she marveled. "Wow, is this the launch track for the central electromagnetic cannon? How impressive." "Indeed. But it primarily serves as an internal connection for the core departments," Jing Nan explained as she led them upstairs. "I heard that firing it once will cause the entire power system to cease operation for 3 minutes. Is that true?" "Yes. It only activates when a king-level devourer threatens the lighthouse." They soon arrived at the command center, where everyone stood at attention, hands clasped behind their backs. On the elevated platform where their gazes converged, Lord Morgan reclined in a throne-like seat, his voice low. "Let us begin." City Defense Commander Victor ordered the departments to report their status. It was Ranbing's first tribunal, and she felt somewhat awkward. Ahem, report to the Lord. This time, the hunters collected resources primarily consisting of controllable energy, compressed food, rare metals, and several pieces of old-world combat equipment. Commander Jing then added, after tallying, these can sustain the lighthouse for a minimum of 3 months, although we lost some medical supplies while traversing the turbulence. Lord Morgan had already reviewed the report before their arrival and appeared satisfied. Victor continued, commanding a report on casualties. Jing then replied, 1 gravity-powered mech sustained minor damage and has been repaired. 13 citizens were lost, alongside a total of 3 upper-class casualties. A murmuring arose, but all eyes turned to Mark. Lord Morgan straightened, a mixture of sorrow and surprise on his face. Were the bodies brought back? Most of them were, Mark responded. Though the losses were considerable, they paled in comparison to the unprecedented victory represented by the resources they had reclaimed. Moreover, the fact that they managed to return with most of the bodies garnered respect from all. Lord Morgan nodded. Incinerate the bodies, recover the equipment and shelters. Mark nodded, sensing the group's attitude and seizing the opportunity to speak. Lord, our safe return is primarily due to a member of the Hunter Squad who discovered signs of Devourer activity ahead of time. His name is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan. The hunter who is about to be tried? Silence. Victor reiterated the order of the tribunal, and the assembly quieted. Lord Morgan spoke slowly, Lin Chuan. I am aware of his circumstances. The reason for summoning you all today is to address this matter together. At that moment, the leader of the Church of Shadows, Charles, stepped forward, bowing gracefully. The citizens of the lighthouse, under the protection of the Lord of Shadows, are quite stable. The returning warriors are undergoing purification, except for the aforementioned destabilizing element. As he spoke, several upper-class individuals yawned in evident impatience. Eric, the captain of the 3rd hunting squad, stepped forward. Addressing the lord of the city, that Lin Chuan was once a member of our 3rd squad. He was reassigned to the 1st squad and was declared dead from a fall 13 days ago. What? Oh, my heavens! Gasps echoed throughout the room, tightening Lord Morgan's brow further. At that moment, Lin Chuan was escorted into the deliberation hall. The light-bearer checked Lin Chuan's handcuffs again and announced, My lord, the leader. Lin Chuan has been brought forth. May we commence the public trial? Lord Morgan surveyed the assembly, initially intending to use this incident to mend the rift between the commoners and the elite. However, the situation was proving to be more complicated than he had anticipated. Wait a moment, he commanded. Yes, the light-bearer and others exited the hall. Eric fixated on Lin Chuan, oblivious to the beads of sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. Charles was the first to speak, his words offering Eric a moment of relief. My lord, under the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, the hunters accomplished their mission, yet sustained losses. I cannot ascertain whether they exhibited negligence. He glanced at Mark before moving closer to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's brutal actions compel me to question whether the hunters breached the teachings of the Lord of Light and Shadow, allowing their emotions to run rampant, thus jeopardizing the mission. What? Mark realized his voice had risen too high, suppressing his emotions while instinctively restraining the advancing Ranbing. My lord, Lin Chuan fought valiantly in this operation and achieved remarkable results. His occasional loss of control does not imply he has forgotten the teachings of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Please trust in the hunter's loyalty. Captain Mark, Eric interrupted. The 1st squad indeed achieved commendable results. But do you intend to sway the Lord's judgment with this? What are you saying, Eric? Am I wrong? Perhaps he has been parasitized, and that is why he has changed. Silence. Victor reiterated the order of the deliberation, restoring quiet to the hall. Lord Morgan's gaze finally settled on Lin Chuan. It was rare for a member of the hunting squad to directly eliminate a devourer, which piqued his interest. Lin Chuan, do you have an explanation for this? All eyes in the hall turned to Lin Chuan, as it was uncommon for the Lord to grant a mere hunter the opportunity to speak during such proceedings, leaving everyone perplexed. Lin Chuan stepped forward, and as he passed Eric, the sound of Eric grinding his teeth was distinctly audible, yet Lin Chuan did not spare him a glance. My lord, everything recorded in the battle report was my doing, and I make no excuses for it. What? Mark and Ranbing stood frozen in shock. It was a golden opportunity. If Lin Chuan had merely provided some justification for his actions, he could avoid public trial. This was undeniably a chance offered by the Lord. What was he thinking? The notion of being parasitized by the mana ecosystem was utterly baseless, easily disprovable by medical examination. If contributions fell short, they could always pool resources together. Eric bowed his head, inwardly reveling in Lin Chuan's apparent demise. Lin Chuan, you are courting death. Charles subtly smirked. Other members had grown impatient with the proceedings, since Lin Chuan had confessed, and this incident would be publicly addressed. He would inevitably serve as a scapegoat to balance the tensions between the elite and the commoners. He was finished. Many perceived that the Church of Light and Shadow and Eric seemed to be conspiring against Lin Chuan. He was bound for harsh punishment, perhaps even execution. While such a sentence may not align with his crimes, who would care? He was doomed. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Even Ran Bing closed her eyes, unable to comprehend why Lin Chuan would act so recklessly. Now, no one could save him. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Chuan appeared utterly unfazed, pointing to his pant leg. My lord, prior to this, I have something to present to you. Lin Chuan, this is a deliberation. You are a hunter-warrior. Please. Mark attempted to halt Lin Chuan's self-destructive declaration, but was intercepted by Charles. Captain Mark, please be mindful of your station. Since this is a deliberation, in the presence of the Lord, and before the Lord of Light and Shadow, we must hear the truth. His gaze grew colder, his voice deepening. The Lord of Light and Shadow will shield no one harboring selfish intentions, even if he is a commander. Charles. Yes, my lord. Let Lin Chuan speak. Very well. Lord Morgan had grown weary of the relentless bickering between the Church of Light and Shadow and the Hunters. Victor, show me what that is. Yes. The Chief Defense Commander Victor stepped forward and retrieved the item hidden in Lin Chuan's pant leg. A signal transmitter? My lord, please see, this is a signal transmitter. Others leaned in to examine what Victor held. It was the transmitter by Yu Kuei had given Lin Chuan in Longgu Village, once flashing with an orange light. Now extinguished and entirely non-functional. This is not a relic from the lighthouse. The transmitter bore no markings, its reflective coating appearing pristine. Clearly not equipment left over from the old world. Lord Morgan's eyes widened. What did you see on the ground? He suddenly realized it was still a deliberation and waved for the unrelated personnel to withdraw. The abrupt suspension of the deliberation shocked everyone present. Their faces reflected confusion. Yet none dared challenge the Lord's decision. As they departed, all eyes turned to Lin Chuan, attempting to discern the secret he concealed beneath his well-formed physique. Of course, this was an unrealistic expectation. What? Charles, well acquainted with his father, had never witnessed such an expression on his father's face over the decades. My lord, why halt the deliberation? Lord Morgan merely cast a glance at him, prompting Charles to realize his indiscretion. My apologies, my lord. But I do not understand why the meeting is not yet complete. Leave now, Charles. This statement already indicated Lord Morgan's stance, and everyone exited the hall. Calm restored. Lin Chuan dismissed the unnecessary noise. His primary concern remained the task entrusted to him by Boss Bai, to investigate Captain Mark, Lord Morgan, and the final level of the Mech repository. This was a necessary means to unveil the truth of the world and a prerequisite for establishing his position in Longgu Village. He did not require the endorsement of every villager, but a man must demonstrate his worth through action. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Eric, following closely behind Charles, was begrudgingly resentful. He glared at Lin Chuan, understanding that Mark was the target and Lin Chuan was merely a pawn, but it mattered little. All he needed was for Lin Chuan to vanish with the truth. As they passed Lin Chuan, Charles paused and quietly remarked, Lin Chuan, the Lord of Light and Shadow will not overlook any sinner. The two bore no personal animosity. Even with Eric behind him, Charles would not act foolishly. Lin Chuan recognized he was not seeking trouble for himself, but rather aiming to undermine Mark. Charles. Lin Chuan's voice was barely a whisper, as if in soliloquy. Beneath the gray robe, the starry sky called. This was the scene he had witnessed in the potential awakening hall. It was the Lord of Light and Shadow. Charles harbored an obsession with power, yet what he pursued was so simple it rendered belief and acknowledgement daunting. The Lord had mentioned that Charles had been saved as a child, leading him to believe he was a divinely favored savior. Lin Chuan deduced that Charles sought his father's approval, craved the people's acknowledgement, and yearned for the Lord of Light and Shadow's validation. This was not mere conjecture. To return to the surface within 2 days, he must secure Charles's assistance. Charles was astute. This deception could not last long, but it was sufficient for now. Charles stood frozen, utterly astonished. as the scene before him mirrored precisely what he had witnessed at the moment of his rescue. His hands, trembling with agitation, clutched Lin Chuan's shoulders. "What did you say? How do you know? Did you see it too?" "Charles." The voice of Mayor Moore grew increasingly grave, compelling Charles to depart. Yet, he did not venture far, instead lingering outside the door. Eric, terrified by his master's demeanor, had not yet recovered from his worries when he was called by Charles. "Eric, was Lin Chuan part of your team?" "Why, yes, sir. Find a way to win him over, agree to any terms, and ensure you gain his trust." The gravity of Charles's demeanor plunged Eric into despair. How could he possibly earn Lin Chuan's trust after he had so cruelly cast him from the high platform? "Why are you dawdling? Did you not hear me?" I heard, sir." At that moment, Eric felt like he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had thought Lin Chuan's return would pose no threat, for no one would believe that a rising commander would target an ordinary scavenger. But now what could he do? Lin Chuan need not elucidate the truth. Should he merely express hostility towards Charles or the mayor, Eric's life could be irrevocably altered. No, perhaps even his existence would be forfeit. Meanwhile, in the council chamber, only the mayor and Lin Chuan remained. Lin Chuan felt content with the outcome. He had successfully executed the first 2 steps of his plan, returning to the lighthouse and engaging with its highest echelons. The next objective was to gain their trust as swiftly as possible and find a plausible reason to meet with Boss Bai on the surface within 2 days. Mayor Morgan's attitude shifted rapidly, and despite Victor's vehement objections, he stubbornly ordered the removal of Lin Chuan's handcuffs. Suppressing his impatience, he inquired, "Lin Chuan, where did you discover this launcher?" Lin Chuan pointed towards the sun, to the north. "Would you like me to draft a detailed map for you, my lord?" No. As Lin Chuan had anticipated, Mayor Morgan vehemently denied the existence of other humans underground. If the citizens of the lighthouse were to learn of this, it would lead to an instantaneous collapse of order. Who would then seek them out? "Did you see anything else of particular significance?" He was cautiously avoiding the mention of humanity, probing to see if Lin Chuan had witnessed surface dwellers. "I did see a silver-haired woman." The abrasive sound of his palm scraping against the metallic armrest resonated ominously in the empty chamber. "You saw her?" "Yes," Lin Chuan affirmed once more. Hearing this, Mayor Morgan appeared to deflate, leaning back in his chair. "What did she say? What did she do?" This time, Lin Chuan refrained from answering his questions, instead displaying an anxious expression. "Mayor Morgan, if there are humans on the surface, then could we—" "Silence," Mayor Morgan bellowed, cutting off Lin Chuan's next words, revealing a rare glimpse of his vulnerability. "Why? We scavengers do not fear sacrifice. I believe Captain Mark would not shy away either. Enough. Do you not wish to return to the surface? According to your decrees, when you grow old, you too will be forced into exile. Enough." As Mayor Morgan shouted this, he realized Lin Chuan had approached him. This proximity instilled a sense of danger, even causing him to regret having insisted on removing Lin Chuan's restraints. At the mention of exile, Morgan hesitated for a moment, and the complexity in his eyes was not merely anxiety about his own fate, but something more multifaceted. "My lord." Lin Chuan's imposing presence radiated pressure. "I can either vanish with this secret or strive for a glimmer of hope for the lighthouse." His voice regained its calmness, and he halted his advance. "The choice lies with you." Chapter 23, The Buried Truth. "You shall save no one." The mayor's voice reverberated throughout the chamber, rising as he stood, pointing at Lin Chuan as though casting a curse. "Pathetic, arrogant, presumptuous. Do you think courage is what sustains our existence? Do you believe the 3 laws of the lighthouse are flawed? You dare question me?" The final word was nearly a shout. Lin Chuan stepped back, perceiving that Mayor Morgan was no longer the frail elder, but rather a ferocious beast poised to strike in its twilight. He discerned a tangle of emotions in Morgan's eyes, including a hint of murderous intent. Lin Chuan understood that he was not the savior. In Morgan's eyes, another candidate existed. "My apologies, my lord." Lin Chuan lowered his gaze, feigning fear. "Your companions know nothing. They are merely a group of the uninformed. If possible, I wish to share some of your burdens." It was uncertain whether this statement touched the mayor or if it was his earlier words that struck a chord. At that moment, Mayor Morgan turned away, contemplating deeply. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Lin Chuan, yes, you may choose to keep this secret buried within you, or you may allow it to rot alongside your very being. But, my lord, do you not comprehend my words?" Mayor Morgan's tone was stern. "Understood." Lin Chuan ceased to speak further. This was the opportunity granted to him, and it was singular. Mayor Morgan gestured, and Lin Chuan slowly withdrew. His objectives had been achieved. The 3 laws had been established for 30 years within the lighthouse, abolishing familial ties, enforcing genetic hierarchies, and mandating the worship of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Mayor Morgan would never waver. As long as he could leave a distinct impression on Mayor Morgan, there would be ample time for further investigation. As for the matter of descending from the lighthouse to meet Boss Bai, Charles would undoubtedly assist. The gains from this encounter were sufficient. Before departing, Lin Chuan reflected carefully. The entire affair had unfolded as he had envisioned, yet there was an uncomfortable nuance in his final dialogue with the mayor that he could not quite grasp. In the central plaza, the first scavenger team assembled beneath the light and shadow screen, anxiously awaiting the public trial. More agitated than they were a throng of dust dwellers behind them. This was an unprecedented occasion for the upper echelons of the lighthouse to publicly trial the upper class. However, unexpectedly, they waited for a long time without any news regarding Lin Chuan. Soon after, the light bearer, accompanied by the law enforcers, appeared in the central plaza to disperse the crowd. The scavenger, Mo Chung, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly approached the light bearer. Light bearer, why are we dispersing the crowd? What has become of Lin Chuan? Light bearer Vandy slightly tilted his head, seemingly uninterested in addressing him. Check your internal announcements, scavengers, even as fellow upper-class citizens. The light bearer's authority as an enforcer far surpassed Mo Chang's, and turning away was tantamount to ignoring him. Mo Chung, look at the announcement. There is news about Lin Chuan. The scavenger, Jeff, opened the data panel, revealing the real-time record of Lin Chuan's punishment. The most vivacious female team member, Erica, gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while the other members wore expressions of disbelief. What happened? Let me see. Mo Chung was extremely anxious. Given the preceding circumstances, Lin Chuan's punishment would undoubtedly be severe. Scavenger Team 1, Lin Chuan, violation of regulations during the mission, deduction of contribution points. 10 points? What kind of punishment was this? Everyone believed they had misread the announcement. No one had anticipated Lin Chuan would receive a reduced penalty, let alone one so lenient. This barely qualified as a minor reprimand, even less than a warning. At 10 contribution points, a mere 3 days' worth of food is all that can be afforded by a commoner. And even the lower-tier citizens can manage to scrape together that amount. The majority of the hunter squad owe their safe return to Lin Chuan, and naturally, they stand by his side. However, such a perfunctory punishment leaves them feeling unsettled. Will this not incite discontent among others? Who can say? Ultimately, what matters is that Lin Chuan is unharmed. Let us consider the brighter side. Captain Mark suddenly appeared, and the team members rushed over to surround him and ran bang. Captain, did you plead for Lin Chuan? Is that why this was handled this way? Yes, Captain. If we err in the future, we hope you won't show favoritism. Excitement surged among the team, some even pulling out subsequent announcements. Lin Chuan fought bravely and was rewarded with 800 contribution points. Goodness, 800 points? It would take a year to accumulate that. All right, no need to crowd around us, Mark interjected, shaking his head. This is not the result of my intercession. Lin Chuan was retained by the Lord, perhaps due to some special contributions of his own. This revelation ignited even more curiosity among the team members, and those prone to chatter began to spin tales. Is it true? He had the chance to speak privately with the Lord? Could it be that Lin Chuan harbors secrets? Is he perhaps the Lord's illegitimate son? He doesn't seem like it, though. Ha, Jeff, what are you saying? Be careful not to be overheard. The Lord has only one son, Charles, and one adopted daughter, Commander Jing Nan. As the team members jested, Mark's expression darkened. Jeff, Mo Chung. Yes. Startled by the sudden command, the two stood at attention. Do you not know that discussing familial ties from the old world is prohibited? The reprimand silenced them, and they dared not utter a word. Run 5 laps around the outer ring road as punishment and execute it immediately. 5 laps. Jeff looked bewildered. It takes 20 minutes to fly a single lap in the gravity zone. Completing 5 would take until the next day. 10 laps. Mark barked again, noticing Jeff's hesitation. 5 laps. Captain, we will comply at once. Without delay, the two bolted out, not daring to slow down. Ran Bing patted Mark on the shoulder. Mark, calm down. They were too reckless. If the law enforcers hear them, it could be troublesome. Mark sighed, still unsettled by the earlier incident, and yet to report the unusual circumstances to the Lord. Ran Bing, do you think what we saw was merely an illusion? She shook her head, then nodded, uncertain herself. In truth, prior to the hunter squad's return, They faced a crisis, surrounded by a horde of devouring beasts, and ultimately, they spotted an enormous dual-jawed beast. Only Ran Bing and Mark saw it, and upon its shoulders stood a figure, a silver-haired woman. Chapter 24. It's all performance and transaction. Lin Chuan exited the hall, so tense that he failed to notice Charles waiting for him outside. The Lord Morgan appeared like a wounded beast, having failed to protect humanity's last hope. Something felt amiss. Even in his astonishment, he should not have been provoked to such an extent. The Lord is not a man of such shallow thoughts. This was all a performance, an attempt to obscure the truth. Lin Chuan recalled a key piece of information overlooked in their conversation. I vanished for 13 days. Did he not suspect that I might have encountered something during that time? He had already prepared an excuse, claiming he was trapped in a passage, unable to ascend or descend, surviving on refuse for 7 or 8 days before ultimately escaping with discarded descent equipment. Yet, throughout their discussion, Lord Morgan had completely disregarded this critical matter. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Old Deng is indeed deceiving me. If one treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay that loyalty. But if one regards me as mere grass, I shall consider them a deity. I cannot trust him, but why concern myself with such trivialities? There was no time for such thoughts. His immediate priority was to uncover the sentiments of the upper echelons and discern what they yearned for, ensuring they expedite his deployment to the surface. As he contemplated this, Charles approached from the side, his demeanor shifting with alarming rapidity. I believe we need to talk. Don't we? Lin Chuan nearly overlooked the matter concerning Charles, spreading his hands in resignation as he glanced away. I fear I must wait. If I have not been dissected by Dr. Carey, I would be more than willing to converse with you. The head of medical and ecology, Dr. Carey, awaited him at a distance. Though the Lord did not mention it, others would not overlook such details to mitigate the risk of mana ecological parasitism. He would undoubtedly be required to undergo examination. Charles nodded in understanding and waved his hand. Eric, accompany Lin Chuan and ensure the examination proceeds smoothly. At that moment, Eric resembled a dejected hound sold by its master, unable to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. Thank you, esteemed leader, Lin Chuan replied naturally, showing no signs of resentment over Charles's prior attacks during the court session. In the lighthouse, there are no permanent friends or enemies, only everlasting interests. He turned towards Dr. Carey, with Eric trailing behind like a condemned prisoner, the non-existent shackles around his neck seemingly binding his heart as well. Throughout the process, Lin Chuan did not spare him a single glance, not even during their journey to Dr. Carey's laboratory. Yet, the more he ignored him, the more Eric's inner turmoil intensified, his legs trembling, his eyelids twitching, and his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Dr. Carey engaged Lin Chuan in casual conversation. You seem to have a good relationship with Captain Charles. Perhaps I am simply likable wherever I go. Lin Chuan was not easily drawn into conversation and swiftly diverted the topic. Dr. Carey, we encountered the spine worm below and found its abdominal structure somewhat weaker than its dorsal shell. It may possess biological characteristics akin to conventional organisms. This piqued Dr. Carey's interest. Is that so? She appeared quite excited. According to previous reports, the spine worm indeed possesses such traits. But that mana ecology has retained these characteristics after such prolonged evolution could suggest that mana ecology also harbors limitations typical of conventional life forms. Retrieving a stylus and tablet, she urged, please continue. What else did you observe below? I encountered a devouring beast, specifically a variant of the devouring beast. Its biological traits have captured my attention. Oh, do elaborate. Dr. Carey was fully engrossed in Lin Chuan's discussion. Communicating with Dr. Carey was essential, first, to navigate the examination, and second, because she was a confidant of the Lord. There were whispers of a secret incident at the lighthouse that had been suppressed. A matter the Lord could not possibly be ignorant of. Its suppression surely bore the Lord Morgan's sanction. Since it pertained to Morgan, it also fell within the scope of his investigative mission. That type of devouring beast is attracted to firepower. I targeted its eyes, and it abandoned its immediate target to prioritize an attack on me. The devouring beast Lin Chuan referred to was the snake dog. Typically, after being attacked, most creatures will instinctively retaliate against their attacker, which might seem trivial to an average person, yet Dr. Carey was elated. She praised, Lin Chuan, your observation is significant. Current academic consensus suggests that while mana ecology exhibits mutability, it still retains primitive traits, acting on instinct. However, I hold a different view. Numerous empirical records indicate that these mana ecological beings may possess a sense of vengeance. She reiterated, retaliation may stem from instinct, but vengeance is not. Her words implied a profound possibility. Perhaps mana ecology possesses intelligence as well? Lin Chuan feigned surprise, tilting his head slightly to glance at Eric behind him. He deliberately raised his voice a notch, wondering if that would make him sound more human. After all, humans tend to harbor grudges. Never underestimate the mana ecosystem, Doctor. Carrie whispered back as they neared the laboratory. She moved ahead to manually activate the fingerprint password gate, completely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding behind her. Eric was on the verge of collapse, acutely aware that Lin Chuan's remark about grudges was directed at him. Throughout their interaction, Lin Chuan had never once met his gaze. Yet each time Eric dared to entertain a glimmer of hope, Lin Chuan would deliver a commensurate dose of despair. The psychological pressure was suffocating. Upon learning that Charles intended to recruit Lin Chuan, Eric understood that eliminating Lin Chuan was no longer an option. He had contemplated a million ways to plead for mercy, whether by surrendering all his contribution points, swearing by the Lord of Shadows, or confessing that his actions stemmed from a moment of jealousy, beseeching Lin Chuan for forgiveness. Yet none of that mattered now. Lin Chuan had not given him the opportunity to speak, casually announcing his fate in the midst of their idle chatter. He felt on the brink of madness, inwardly cursing the Lord of Shadows for failing to protect him, like a castrated fool. At that moment, Lin Chuan's hand unexpectedly rested on his shoulder. Eric's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. Lin Chuan. Eric began, but Lin Chuan interrupted. We were once friends, weren't we? The word friends stunned him momentarily. Grasping at the last lifeline, Eric's eyes widened as he hurriedly replied, yes. We were friends back then. Enough, Lin Chuan cut him off. I cannot trust you right now. After my examination, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. With that, Lin Chuan departed, leaving Eric stranded, devoid of any further chance to speak. Forgiveness was impossible, and explanations unnecessary. He hadn't forgotten his own words. He intended to grind that scoundrel who pushed him down to dust and scatter his ashes into the mist. Before executing his prey, a hunter must offer a glimmer of hope, only to then bestow absolute despair. It is the duty of a hunter. Chapter 25. Restarting the Abyssal Watcher? Dr. Carrie entered the laboratory, instinctively issuing commands to the computer. Analysis of the sanguine sample, iteration 135, recalibration commencing. She reclined in her chair, exuding a sense of helplessness. Lin Chuan, I am not overly concerned with your examination results. Just fill out a form over there and have my assistant conduct the basic checks, then you can return. Lin Chuan did not move. Instead, he found another chair and lay back, casually removing his earbuds. The examination area was downstairs, and Dr. Carrie had no reason to bring him to the laboratory, nor did she need him to see what she was analyzing. Dr. Carrie, do you need assistance? I can do anything. Speaking plainly to an intelligent person avoids unnecessary circumlocution. They despise it. This single statement significantly altered Dr. Carey's perception of him, especially the phrase, I can do anything. No wonder both the city lord and Charles wanted to speak with you. Lin Chuan, you are indeed a person of need. Dr. Carey gestured toward the green tubes behind her, which contained two semi-ethereal beings. Is it possible to handle such a task? Her tone was almost jesting. Yes. Lin Chuan replied without hesitation. You're insane for even considering this. Dr. Carey closed her eyes, though her fingers tightened slightly. I am merely a scavenger. I execute tasks assigned to me. Lin Chuan's response deeply resonated with Dr. Carey, yet she remained skeptical. I am just a researcher. I do not possess any personal guards. Their conversation seemed on the verge of concluding, but Lin Chuan seized the opportunity. Grasping the upper echelon's requirements presented a chance to reach the surface. Was this not the best scenario? There was no time for hesitation. Lin Chuan swiftly revealed his newfound trump card. Dr. Carey, perhaps our needs differ, but there are those who will support your choices. Such as the esteemed lord. Despite her disbelief, Dr. Carey was genuinely intrigued this time, sitting upright in her chair. You work for Charles? But I did not perceive that during the court assembly. Times change, Lin Chuan replied. Their dialogue unfolded rapidly, leaving little room for reflection, as such discussions were perilously charged. Dr. Carey wavered. Charles had sent Eric to accompany Lin Chuan, indicating his regard for him. There might be other reasons behind the court assembly. She scrutinized the man before her again. He was extraordinarily capable, yet had remained an ordinary scavenger for years without being detected, which spoke volumes. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Carey remarked, "Your relationship is indeed complex. Rest assured, even if I were to acquire such a thing, you could not hand it over to me. All I desire is a living devourer, but it is difficult for such a creature to survive once separated from its group. You may need to act swiftly, preferably within 72 hours. Ultimately, she articulated her terms. Lin Chuan, if you manage this, I will ensure that you or Charles receive what you seek. She tapped her finger against the table. At the very least, it's a promise, a commitment to facilitate a task. What a splendid opportunity, Lin Chuan thought, eager to seize it. As it provided him with a reason to return to the surface, he would then find Charles, urging him and Dr. Carey to jointly present this request to the city lord, and subsequently collaborate with the scavengers. It might just be feasible. At your service? Lin Chuan extended his hand as a gesture of commitment. Dr. Carey, Commander Victor has arrived. An announcement echoed just then at the door. Dr. Carey quickly clasped hands with Lin Chuan, signifying their agreement, and then directly opened the door to the internal laboratory. Lin Chuan, you go in first. I have some matters to attend to. Understood. The airlock to the internal laboratory sealed, isolating both sides. Victor entered, accompanied by two soldiers pushing a coffin-sized cryogenic chamber. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan retrieved his spare headphones. He had left the main ones on the chair when he laid down, allowing him to hear everything being said. Dr. Carey appeared unfazed by Victor's arrival, reclining once more in her chair. After all these years, you still can't forget my little darling. Victor inhaled deeply, his mechanical arm tightening as he moved away from the two glass jars containing the semi-ethereal beings. Suppressing his fury, he stated, "There are new orders for you." Victor commanded the two to open the cryogenic chamber, revealing an armored figure. It was difficult to describe. It resembled a frozen warrior of iron and blood. I never expected you would bring this. Dr. Carey maintained a neutral expression, yet a hint of pride laced her voice. The city lord has commanded the reactivation of the Abyssal Watcher. The Abyssal Watcher? Lin Chuan thought he must have misheard. He adjusted his earbuds forcefully, confirming Victor had indeed uttered the words Abyssal Watcher. The White Boss had warned him before. If he heard that term, he should not pursue further investigation, or he would face dire consequences. Yet, human curiosity is insatiable. All he needed to do was return to the surface as swiftly as possible, right? He held his breath, keenly listening to every subsequent word. Dr. Carey crunched a piece of synthetic orange candy, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. You should be well aware of the materials required to activate the Abyssal Watcher. She seemed still uncertain. You will receive the highest resource allocation and full technical support from the department. Faced with the resources Victor offered, Dr. Carey furrowed her brow. Yet her lips involuntarily curled upward. She could hardly suppress her excitement. Victor leaned in closer to Dr. Carey, hands braced on the table, his tone laden with caution. However, this time, human experimentation is absolutely prohibited. Dr. Carey dismissed Victor with disdain, for she had already secured the backing of her superiors and paid no heed to his words. The laboratory is a battleground for researchers, who can guarantee that no soldier will be sacrificed in the pursuit of victory. She spread her arms provocatively, gliding before Victor, as if to challenge him. Do you really need me to teach you this lesson, General Victor? Despite Victor's remarkable restraint, he ultimately reached his breaking point. Have you never felt regret? He retorted. Humph. Dr. Carey crushed another piece of candy and strode toward the two jars containing flesh and soil. Regret? Her right hand extended toward the jars, and there was a flicker of longing in her gaze. Inside, the soil bore a wedding ring on the same finger as hers. They were both great pioneers. Although they did not achieve ultimate victory, they became my masterpieces. Her expression gradually morphed into a twisted fury. The only thing I regret is that you halted the experiment. With a crash, Victor's mechanical arm smashed the table. He pointed at the figures within the jars and shouted, "If it weren't for you, I would have reduced you to dust long ago. It was your reckless human experimentation that led to their demise. General Victor, the laboratory is our battlefield. Do you expect victory without sacrifices?" The two stood at an impasse, the items on the table strewn about, chairs askew. Yet their gazes simultaneously shifted toward a certain object. Headphones. Chapter 26. A display of bluster, preliminary completion of the plan. Next chapter. The return of Boss Bai. Dr. Carey reached out, but Victor's movements were markedly swifter. General. He picked up the headphones, glanced at them, and promptly concealed them behind his back. Victor would not grant her the opportunity to manipulate the situation. You wish to take them back? You want to take them back? The repeated questioning caused Dr. Carey to instinctively retreat. General Victor, this is my laboratory. Please put down the item and leave at once. Her reaction was quick. In such a moment, even the slightest hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Yet the general paid her no mind, his expression growing increasingly grave, an intimidating aura instilling fear. Why is the Hunter S headphones present on your chair? It was suffocating. A battle-hardened general would never overlook even the slightest lie. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Dr. Carey turned her back. It must belong to Lin Chuan. He left it here while checking. The doctor struggled to maintain her composure, gripping the knuckles of her other hand tightly. Is there anything else, General Victor? Beep, beep, beep. The rhythmic beeping of the instrument elongated the moment, the tension rendering it unbearable. Victor advanced toward Dr. Carey once more, the sound of his military boots scraping against the floor piercingly sharp. Dr. Carey felt as though time had momentarily frozen, yet the pause felt like a century. Return the headphones to him. Victor cast aside the headphones and turned to leave. As he neared the exit, he reminded her once more, Dr. Carey, throughout the course of human history, there have been victories won without sacrifice. The valve sealed shut. Only at that moment did Dr. Carey dare to exhale deeply, abruptly turning to look at the headphones. Not powered on. The headphones lay dormant, utterly inactive. It was merely a false alarm. Inwardly, Dr. Carey cursed Lin Chuan for nearly inducing cardiac arrest. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan remained completely unfazed throughout the ordeal. This was merely the system's non-consumptive driving and remote operation features, after all. Indeed, he had been relying on the system's capabilities to eavesdrop through the headphones, thus having no need to activate them manually. It also served to gauge Dr. Carey's reactions. As soon as the doctor unlocked the door to the internal laboratory, Lin Chuan emerged as if oblivious to the events. Dr. Carey, may I continue filling out the forms? The doctor slumped into her chair, devoid of the inclination to engage him further. Go ahead. Having swiftly completed the forms, Lin Chuan immediately sought out his assistant for an inspection. He had much to accomplish. First and foremost, he needed to deal with Charles. Direct contact was inadvisable. The chief was a shrewd individual, and the more they interacted, the more likely they were to make mistakes. He needed to delay any private discussions for as long as possible. Lin Chuan pulled out a piece of Dr. Carey's notepaper and penned a brief message. You need a true friend, one who can help you. Just these few words, devoid of a signature or any indication of the recipient. After writing, he folded the note and entrusted it to Eric for delivery to Charles. Eric had been waiting outside for some time. He had concocted a plausible excuse and was eager to explain as soon as he saw Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, about that incident the other day, no need to say more, Eric. You have disappointed me greatly. Do you not understand even now? His brow furrowed. He feigned sorrow in his gaze. What do our personal grievances amount to when compared to the survival of the lighthouse? But, no buts, Eric. Take this note to the chief at once. Our matters will have their time to resolve. Yes, at the cost of your life. Lin Chuan thought it foolish that someone who had attempted murder still harbored any sense of hope. He had meticulously planned everything. Dr. Carey had already struck a deal with him and would undoubtedly seek Charles's assistance in petitioning the Lord for the hunters to return to the surface. Once Charles saw the note, he would naturally help her, for true friends must support one another. As for the opening words, you need a true friend. Charles would not fail to perceive Lin Chuan's attitude toward Eric. The true friend would be Lin Chuan, while Eric was merely a dog, already rendered unnecessary. With his intellect, Charles would undoubtedly send Eric along with Lin Chuan to complete the task, as this was a requisite gift for friendship. The absence of a signature served not only to prevent leaving evidence, but also because Lin Chuan had anticipated that Eric would inevitably open the note along the way. Lin Chuan, I will ensure the note reaches the chief, and I promise to provide you with an explanation. Please wait for my return. Listening to Eric's fervent assurances, Lin Chuan merely waved him off, urging him to depart. Watching Eric's self-satisfied demeanor as he sauntered away, Lin Chuan shook his head. His gaze traversed Eric's form to behold the towering lighthouse. It appears I truly suffer from a fear of great objects. I fear the foolish. Having completed these tasks, Lin Chuan sent a message to Captain Mark through the data panel. Captain Mark, I am currently undergoing an inspection. I will rejoin the team immediately upon completion. Rest assured. Captain Mark responded, Welcome back, Lin Chuan. He needed to integrate into the squad swiftly, as new missions were on the horizon. Although command authority was unnecessary, he must secure the right to propose suggestions to Mark, thus providing a means to mask his past when he left the team to meet Baiuehui. Furthermore, he harbored a small personal ambition. Through the window, Lin Chuan observed the White Shark 2 being transported on the platform below. He had yet to pilot the Hunter's gravity body mech. This specialized combat vehicle was an exceedingly rare battle resource at the lighthouse. Built upon the foundation of the rare Old World power armor, it was equipped with energy and offensive defensive modules. Its weaponry could be matched with various types of ammunition, enabling protection, sniping, and demolition functions. The anchor gun was particularly effective at restraining large predatory beasts. Not only was there the standard white variant of the White Shark, but also Captain Mark's exclusive mech, the Crimson Dawn. Its standard weaponry included a chainsaw blade, providing enhanced mobility. With a high-density plasma turbine engine, it boasted an output of approximately 16,000 horsepower. Thrust, 8 tons. Endurance, 72 hours. Full power combat can last for up to 15 minutes. The ground sprinting speed can reach 120 kilometers per hour. The jumping height exceeds 30 meters. The weapon load is 15 tons. What is this? This is a mecha. This is the dream of every man. If I could pilot it just once, I would gladly let the boss give me a shoulder massage. How exhilarating. Lin Chuan's mind raced, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He thought to himself, everyone must see the incredible effect of the strongest pilot combined with such formidable armor. His gaze fell to the ground. The apocalypse is harsh, but there are always trustworthy individuals and intriguing matters awaiting me. Aren't he there? Boss Bai. Chapter 27 On the ground, at the temporary base of the Baiuehui squad. Boss Bai, Boss Bai. Xiaodou pressed her rosy cheeks with both fists. Why does Lin Chuan get so little time? Boss Bai did not answer her question. Just then, a loud crash echoed as something fell from above. It turned out Shonda had returned from outside. Boss, I didn't venture far. I've surveyed the surroundings. There's only one type of extreme beast. The spike eel. I didn't engage them. Shonda's meaning was clear to all the squad members present. The spike eel is a generalist type of extreme beast and usually has stronger companions nearby. The last time Baiuehui met Lin Chuan was while battling a mutated mid-tier extreme beast. However, when Lin Chuan fell, that mutated beast had already been dealt with by Boss Bai, and its remains were decomposed, so he had not noticed. Shonda, you scared me. Xiaodou complained. How could you fall from the sky? Above them, Su Tong laughed heartily. Sorry, Xiaodou, I gave him a lift. Who knows how long it would have taken him to return on his own. Humph. Xiaodou pouted, her heart still racing. While they were joking, my duo noticed something unusual about Boss Bai. She approached and softly inquired, Boss, do you have something on your mind? No. Boss Bai maintained a calm expression. Speaking unusually little, she walked out of the temporary base alone, instructing, you all wait here. I'll go take a look outside. After she left, the ground team huddled together. Boss Bai seems unusually quiet today. She doesn't talk much anyway. What do you know, Shonda? Ever since Lin Chuan left, Boss Bai has hardly spoken. Is that true? Xiaodou looked at Su Tong. Could it be? Su Tong wiggled his pinky finger. Exactly. They are that. The others immediately understood, their faces expressing mutual comprehension. Only my duo remained puzzled. What do you mean by that? Don't you get it? Shonda patted his chest. Lin Chuan is the new adopted son of Boss Bai. Ah. My duo looked at them in disbelief. Is that what you think? Of course. Su Tong affirmed. The elders in the village were basically raised by Boss Bai, and Lin Chuan is likely her youngest adopted son, which is why she is worried and not speaking much. The others nodded in agreement with Su Tong's analysis. Oh, really? My duo was at a loss for words. It must be. Just think about how Lin Chuan looks at Boss Bai. They all nodded in unison. My duo furrowed her brows, feeling something was amiss, but she accepted it. Well, all right then. Outside the temporary base, Boss Bai rode her modified motorcycle, having traveled quite a distance. How could you fall from the sky? She repeated Xiaodou's earlier words, unsure why she was so concerned. By the time she realized it, she had unconsciously arrived beneath the lighthouse. She remembered, how could you fall from the sky? That was the first thing she said to Lin Chuan. It was all that boy's fault for making her restless. You are not skilled enough, yet you say to wait for him to return home together, promising to complete the task. In such a perilous mission, prioritizing one's own safety should suffice. Why make so many promises before leaving? She felt Lin Chuan resembled someone very much. That person was her brother, Baiuehui. handsome and composed. Yet only when facing her did he become the comic relief, both arrogant and indulgent towards himself. Whenever challenges arose, her brother always stood in front of her to protect her. But that was many years ago. Perhaps it was the moment she first met Lin Chuan, when he stood before Bai Yukuei, that had stirred the most delicate part of her heart. Don't blame me for giving you too little time. If you can't come down within 2 days, it indicates your inability to handle such difficulties, and thus the mission should be revoked. Bai Yukuei had tested Lin Chuan multiple times. In the face of snake dog packs, during village training, far too many instances. Each time, Bai Yukuei silently observed, never intervening until the last moment. This is the apocalypse. If she does not hold Lin Chuan to a stricter standard, the future will teach them appropriate lessons. Bai Yukuei had lost far too many teammates for the same reasons. She could only do this. Everyone admires Bai Yukuei for her strength and charisma. Yet they do not realize that all this stems from her most painful experiences. Have you ever eaten the flesh of a comrade? Reflecting on this, Bai Yukuei sat down, wrapping her arms around her pale legs. She shook her head to disperse those painful memories. What am I thinking? How could he be like my brother? Lin Chuan is so young. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chuan lived in the year 2025 before crossing over. He is a genuine member of Generation Z. Although she is older than Lin Chuan according to the current timeline, if calculated from before the crossover, Bai Yukuei would likely have been born on July 27, 2027. Lin Chuan, not to mention being her elder brother, could easily be considered an uncle. One has a logical age advantage, while the other has a real age advantage. Rounding off, they are practically contemporaries. However, Bai Yukuei attributed her concerns for Lin Chuan solely to cherishing comrades and camaraderie. She genuinely admired Lin Chuan's knowledge of the old world and his artistic sensibilities, which were things she had cherished before the apocalypse. Yet, there were certain things Lin Chuan mentioned that she still did not comprehend. For instance, she had always wanted to ask Lin Chuan about what he said when he took her vehicle the first time they met. His voice is like Xia Yike. But could his personality truly be that harsh? Boss Bai had not forgotten this matter. Just who is Xia Yike? With slender fingers tapping her lower lip. She had no recollection whatsoever. I'll ask him when he returns. At that moment, a message from Suixing came through the communicator. Boss, Su Tong and I saw you hadn't returned for quite some time, so we went out to patrol. We found something unusual. In this area, there are not only spike eels, but we still have not discovered any mutated extreme beasts. Bai Yukuei immediately stood up. Suixing, have you found any remains nearby? Soon. Suixing's message popped up again. No, we found it strange, which is why we sent you a message. Bai Yukuei furrowed her brows and promptly turned to return to the base. Suixing, you all head back to the aircraft first. A display device in her hand popped up a document. Mutated Extreme Beast. The mutated Extreme Beast is a mid-tier extreme beast. Each mutated type has its unique physical characteristics and methods of attack. They possess faster recovery speeds and can rapidly revive under mana ecology. Extreme beasts must continuously absorb life essence to pay rent to the mana ecology. The mid-tier demand is even greater, yet we have not found any traces of physical remains. Is it not born yet? The current situation is dire. Chapter 28 Returning to the Special Mission. At the Lighthouse, the Holy Temple of Light. Members of the Church of Light gather daily for this baptism. At this moment, only Charles, the dignified leader, remains. The elegantly poised leader is meticulously reading a tome, reciting its sacred verses with devotion. What is the cause? What is the sacred? Where do we originate? What do we rely on for our existence? Where do we find our abode? Oh, esteemed scholars of the profound, we navigate through life, be it in joy or despair, under the dominion of whom? In the gathering of light and shadow, he articulated these seemingly esoteric philosophical musings, attended by an entourage that dared not dissent. Yet here the atmosphere was utterly transformed. His gaze reflected a yearning and humility surpassing that of any scholar. Esteemed leader, Eric's audacious intrusion shattered the original ambience. Charles closed his book, a frown creasing his brow. Eric, your timing is poor. My apologies, esteemed leader. This is a note from Lin Chuan. He extended a slip of paper with both hands. However, instead of praise, he was met with reproach. Eric, I tasked you to observe him, not to act as his errand boy. Eric had already been rendered ineffectual by Lin Chuan, his capacity for thought seemingly extinguished. Bowing his head, he hurriedly apologized, esteemed leader. Enough. Charles wished not to squander further energy. If demanding excellence could transform a sycophant into a keen observer, he would not need to cultivate a friendship with Lin Chuan. Unfolding the note, he read, "You need a true friend, one capable of mutual assistance." This was indeed fortuitous news. Lin Chuan was willing to forge a friendship and had set forth conditions. He glanced at Eric and muttered, "What a considerate friend indeed. Let us bestow Eric upon you." Before long, he received an email from Dr. Carey, requesting Charles to advise Lin Chuan to venture to the surface to procure a live devourer for research purposes. A smirk tugged at the corners of Charles's lips. So Lin Chuan was in Dr. Carey's employ. The lighthouse was already inclined to dispatch personnel, and her choice of Lin Chuan indicated that the study of the devourer would be entrusted to someone reliable. Excellent. Let us collaborate. Furthermore, through Lin Chuan, he would discern any secrets Carey might be harboring from him. By this stage, the plan to send Lin Chuan to the surface was set in stone. As Lin Chuan had surmised, Charles's virtues were evident. Intelligence was his strong suit, but his flaws were equally damning: arrogance. He failed to notice that when Lin Chuan produced a signal transmitter, neither the city defense commander Victor nor the medical and ecological supervisor Carey had uttered a word. In the words of Ming Nan, Charles ought to consider pursuing a clerical position. The son of the city lord and the leader of the Church of Light bore a counterproductive weight of authority that distorted his perspective. He could see the kingdom, yet remained blind to the people within it. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan had returned to the hunter team. Mo Chung appeared almost faint, yet was the first to welcome him back. "Lin Chuan, splendid work." He gulped down a large cup of water, gasping for breath. "What happened to you, Mo Chung?" "Oh, I just ran 3 laps around the outer circle." Rand Bing, beaming, handed him another cup of water. 5 laps. It was 5 laps. Mo Chung quickly corrected, fearful of Captain Mark overhearing. Having only been away for 6 hours, if Mo Chung could truly run 5 laps, he would be a superman. Captain Mark and his team approached, surrounding Lin Chuan. "Welcome back to the team, Lin Chuan." The genius girl, Erica, squeezed in as well. "Captain Mark, you were worried Lin Chuan would return with a stern demeanor, yet you still wear a serious face upon his return?" "TSK, not at all." Mark waved his hand dismissively, though he was indeed concerned. Lin Chuan had saved Rand Bing during the mission, as well as several other team members. Mark had been regretting that he could not exonerate Lin Chuan during the court session. With a departure from his usual sternness, Mark's eyes glimmered with an unusual mystique. "Now that you have returned, there happens to be a task assigned to you that you must complete with utmost diligence." The lighthouse was devoid of sentiment. Lin Chuan had grown accustomed to such realities. If there was a task, let it be known, yet something felt amiss. He noticed that other team members were casting peculiar glances in his direction. Mo Chung was even blinking furiously. "What is the task?" he inquired, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Ahem ahem. Captain Mark, with one hand clasped behind his back, gravely informed him, according to Article 12 of the Supply Management Regulations, "I have requisitioned a batch of civilian alcohol for the hunter team's equipment cleaning and wound disinfection. Lin Chuan, you and the other team members must complete this task promptly. Do you understand? Civilian alcohol?" Lin Chuan immediately grasped Captain Mark's implication. "Cleaning what wounds?" "Surely. It pertained to oral and gastric injuries." "Understood. I assure you I will fulfill the task." Mo Chung suddenly exclaimed, "The captain is wise. With the recent viral outbreaks, thorough sterilization is indeed necessary." He continued to wink at his teammates. Even the usually taciturn Shui Shui added, "It is advisable to operate in a confined environment to prevent the spread of contamination." At that moment, Erica squeezed in again. "Report, Captain. I wish to participate in this task." "You're still too young. You may join next time." "Hey, what is that about?" "Captain Mark, you're so biased." Erica protested, her little fists flailing at the air. Ha. The team members were amused by her antics, though their laughter quickly subsided. The law enforcer had arrived. They needed to depart. Let us go, let us go." The smiles faded from their faces as they dispersed. Lin Chuan followed Captain Mark outside, circling back to the parts warehouse of the heavy mecha repair room. There were few people present at night, and the hunters had freedom of entry. It was unclear when this place had become their little haven for respite amidst busyness. To his surprise, Captain Mark had such a side to him. Mark chuckled lightly. "People are multifaceted. Just as your entry documentation did not mention your ability to pilot a mecha, your previous performance took us all by surprise." With a hint of understanding, Lin Chuan's heartbeat quickened at the mention of mechas. He truly adored them. "If possible, I would like to become a heavy mecha warrior like Mo Chung." Mark discerned the emotion in his words. Emo Chung was not a dedicated heavy mecha warrior. His mechanical right leg made it difficult for him to qualify as a competent heavy mecha pilot. However, he is recognized as our team's ace driver, excelling in other areas. Is that so? Lin Chuan mused as they walked, contemplating the mechas. It was a rare moment of leisure. Today, he would thoroughly explore these magnificent machines. If given the opportunity, he could certainly hone his piloting skills. Captain Mark must be the strongest heavy mecha warrior among them. Haha. Compliments such as these were pleasing to anyone, and Mark was no exception. He laughed heartily. That may not necessarily be the case. Are you perhaps eyeing my mecha? He patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. Although the Dawn is my exclusive mecha, should there come a time when I cannot pilot it, I would let you take the controls. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Captain, the task is perilous. It is best not to speak lightly of such matters. Chapter 29. Inebriation breeds mischief. As the two arrived at the parts warehouse, the other team members had already begun to indulge. The lighthouse imposed no prohibition on drinking. Yet gatherings were strictly forbidden, especially for a department armed with weapons like the hunters. Emo Chung had just taken a couple of sips and was already slightly tipsy, boasting at the maintenance table about his bravery during an encounter with a devourer on his return. I dodged that devourer with a single roll. The vehicle nearly flipped over, did you know? Oh, wow. The team members cheered him on, exclaiming in awe, while there was some exaggeration involved. Emo Chung was one of the few non-heavy mecha warriors capable of engaging closely with a devourer. Having witnessed the entire event, Ran Bing deliberately inquired, Emo Chung, what happened to that devourer afterward? Emo Chung grinned, glancing at Ran Bing and then at the other team members, and sighed. It was taken down by Lin Chuan. Oh. The team members began to jeer. So you were chased around by the devourer, and in the end, Lin Chuan saved you. What do you mean chased around? That was called maneuvering. Do you understand maneuvering? In the vibrant city of Emo City, a rosy-cheeked figure downed a drink and called out, Lin Chuan, come up and say a few words. The unprecedented feat of defeating a devourer with merely a mechanical arm had never been witnessed before. He waved his hands insistently, urging Lin Chuan to join him. We should seize the opportunity to spar in the arena tomorrow. Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I'm afraid I might accidentally knock you out. Laughter erupted around the table, a light-hearted atmosphere fostering camaraderie among the drinkers, who were unconcerned by such jests. Nevertheless, a murmur of speculation regarding Lin Chuan's abilities began to circulate. Lin Chuan, you must have been a gravity warrior from Team 3, right? With your prowess. Why hasn't T. Eric promoted you to deputy? Team 3's captain lacks discernment. Another chimed in. I also heard you went missing for over 10 days. Did you survive alone on the surface all that time? Do share your experiences. Typically, after a few drinks, team members would discuss the elusive Feishua, but tonight, a new topic had emerged. As the atmosphere lightened, Lin Chuan raised a glass and approached the maintenance platform. He wasn't particularly skilled at drinking, preferring to sip lightly. In any hunter squad, the personnel and configuration are typically weaker than Team 1. I wasn't assigned to a gravity warrior, but I did undergo training. Perhaps due to frequent practice and a stroke of luck with that formidable mechanical arm, I managed to defeat those devourers. The team members perceived his modesty as humility. Captain Mark, sitting alongside Ran Bing, raised his glass. Since you've completed the gravity warrior training, you should take the controls of the new White Shark 20 when it arrives. Let us witness your skills. Elated, Lin Chuan downed his drink in one go. As a hunter, I am grateful for Captain Mark's trust. At that moment, Lin Chuan's mind began to race. He needed to find time to trade with the surface dwellers and acquire some dust-proof stickers to adorn the White Shark 20. Just then, Mo City sidled up to Lin Chuan, throwing an arm around him. Don't be too hasty to celebrate. The sparring is set for tomorrow. You must come. He seemed particularly invested in this, insisting Lin Chuan take another drink. The alcohol quickly took effect, and Lin Chuan, normally reserved, became more animated. All right, let us make it interesting. I'll wager 50 contribution points. The atmosphere shifted instantly, eyes widening in shock. A wager? This was strictly prohibited at the lighthouse, even if clandestine gambling occurred. However, it usually involved items rather than direct contributions. All eyes turned to Captain Mark. He yawned, seemingly oblivious to the previous exchange. Seizing the moment, Mo City pulled Lin Chuan closer, lowering his voice. You're quite bold. Fine, I'll take the bet, but let us keep it quiet. Laughter erupted, and Lin Chuan squeezed his eyes shut, regaining some clarity. This was the lighthouse, not Longbone Village. One must remain vigilant about their words and actions. The earlier incident served as a reminder to temper his enthusiasm. At that moment, Jeff emerged from the shadows, quickly raising his glass to diffuse the tension. A toast to Donnie and Penny, he proclaimed, honoring the two who had sacrificed their lives during the mission. Penny was valiant and dedicated, embodying justice and kindness, while Donnie was steadfast and serious, a loyal friend. Every expedition as a hunter was shadowed by the loss of comrades such as these. Captain Mark drained his glass in one go before turning to leave, followed closely by Ranbing. Jeff attempted to follow, but was halted by Mo City. Let Captain Mark have a moment of peace. He may be shouldering the responsibility for not saving them. The hunter squad fell into a brief silence, all raising their glasses in unison. To Donnie, to Penny. Jeff, being the closest to them, felt emotions swell within him as he lamented. Penny had just received a breeding assignment at Dawn Hall. If she hadn't perished during the mission, she could have enough, someone interjected, fully aware of the implications. Women entering Dawn Hall for breeding assignments faced a grueling 10-month pregnancy, potentially compromising their ability to fulfill hunter duties. As a model for breeding, this mission might have been Penny's last chance to partake in such endeavors. Perhaps she could have lived out her days in peace. Among the sorrow, Lin Chuan realized a grave issue. With Penny, the original executor of Task 21449, now deceased, Ranbing would have to undertake the task in her stead. This was troubling. He had not seen Penny, meaning she must have been in another corridor at that time. He glanced at the direction where Mark and Ranbing had exited. Should he assist them? As drinks flowed and the team became inebriated, only Lin Chuan maintained a measure of sobriety. What's wrong? Mo City swayed drunkenly, his face etched with concern. Nothing, Lin Chuan noted internally, resolving to have a serious discussion with Mark once they reached the surface. Solving the lighthouse's systemic issues was beyond him alone. Mo City, blissfully unaware, continued to tug at Lin Chuan. Come on, he insisted. What is going on? Mo City pointed toward a corner where Fei Xue was drinking, speaking in hushed tones. She is drinking. Shall we embark on a grand adventure? Lin Chuan had no interest in such escapades and declined outright. Jeff joined in. Fei Xue never takes off her mask in front of us. Are you really not curious? Lin Chuan coughed, falling silent. He wasn't one to indulge in gossip, but this was information he needed to know. All right, let us go. It's for our friendship. Enough talking, understood? The trio tiptoed stealthily, akin to thieves, inching toward Fei Xue. Chapter 30. The True Face of Fei Xue. Fei Xue's sleek purple hair brushed just above her porcelain shoulders as she lifted a glass, preparing to press the switch on her mechanical mask. The sound of gears creaking filled the air. Mo City craned his neck, anxiously chewing on his thumbnail. It's happening. The true face of Fei Xue. Jeff held his breath, the only sound being the involuntary movement of his throat. At that moment, the mechanical mask began to retract slowly, revealing a delicate cherry blossom mouth. Wow. Just half of her face prompted an involuntary gasp from Mo City. He slapped Lin Chuan on the back. Brother, this trip was worth it. Truly worth it. The mask continued to rise, halting just before her nose. What is going on? Jeff leaned back in surprise. Can the mask only retract halfway? The two were consumed by curiosity, but before they could further behold her visage, the mask descended once more as Fei Xue raised her glass and walked toward the door. How frustrating. We were so close. Mo City, filled with urgency, pulled the two along. Let us follow her. Lin Chuan trailed behind, listening as Mo City and Jeff bickered. Mo City, why do you think Fei Xue never removes her mask? I bet she has a huge scar on her face. Nonsense. Did you not just see the lower half of her face? Mo City, with a finger raised confidently, proclaimed. I dare say Fei Xue is the most beautiful woman in the lighthouse. Although Mo City was somewhat inebriated, his assertion held some merit. Judging solely by the portion of her face visible and her figure, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty, capable of eclipsing most they had encountered. Mo City turned to Lin Chuan. What do you think? Is Fei Xue the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? Second most beautiful, perhaps, Lin Chuan replied without hesitation. But then added, what do you mean second? Abruptly interrupted him, stating that he had met everyone at the lighthouse. Yet he had not encountered the individual referred to as the first. He continued to pull the two forward and, upon passing the training grounds, spotted Commander Elon engaging in conversation with an elderly couple. Jeff recognized the two elders. Wasn't that Gordon, the librarian from the lighthouse? And the original technology officer for planting, Ms. Tara? What was Commander Elon doing with them at this time? Grasped Jeff's arm, urging him not to meddle. Do you still wish to behold Fei Xue's true form? Jeff hesitated. Just then, Lin Chuan suddenly clutched his stomach. Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I should head back. Lin Chuan feigned discomfort before the slightly inebriated duo. Seizing the opportunity, Jeff quickly expressed his stance. You go on. I'm afraid Fei Xue might discover me. She never holds back when striking. Coward. A couple of cowards. Shook off his inhibitions, emboldened by alcohol. If you won't go, I shall venture forth alone. He continued to pursue Fei Xue. Jeff momentarily sighed with relief. Lin Chuan. Shall we return? You go ahead. I truly have a stomach ache. Lin Chuan casually dismissed Jeff's concern, eager to discover what Commander Elon was discussing. As Jeff had inadvertently pointed out, how could they be here at this moment? Once Jeff had distanced himself, Lin Chuan adjusted his breathing and gradually faded into the shadows. Employing the state of return, this invisibility technique, effective against the extreme beasts, bore no effect on humans, yet with careful breath control and slowed movements. As Lin Chuan had practiced his agility, approaching the three elders in the darkness to eavesdrop on their conversation should pose no challenge. Upon nearing them, Lin Chuan discovered their topic of discussion revolved around the journey planned for the following day. As individuals aged at the lighthouse, their capacity to contribute diminished, leading to their exile to the surface to fend for themselves, a fate referred to as the journey. Commander Elon seemed quite at ease, inquiring of the two, "What are your plans?" After descending, accompany me. Gordon gazed at Tara, slowly taking her hand. Perhaps not. We lack your constitution. The only option is to go to that place. Hoping she might still be willing to accept us. Do not harbor such illusions. Commander Elon vehemently opposed their notion. Even if that place truly exists. Back when Morgan, he realized his voice had risen too high due to emotion and swiftly lowered it. Not just the city lord, but you, I, and all of us are participants. During the 12 years at the lighthouse, we committed such acts against her. Do you truly believe she would accept us? But we were unaware. Perhaps we could restore our relationship in our final moments. Gordon glanced at Tara. I wish to speak of Baiwekue. Do not utter that name. We have no right to mention it. It is nothing short of betrayal. Commander Elon expressed his frustration. Enough? Our circumstances are different. You truly have no choice. In the shadows, Lin Chuan clenched his fists. They must be discussing Baiwekue. Now, it is the 51st year of the lighthouse, and the 12 years refer to events from 3 to 4 decades past. That place must be the village, right? Do the older higher-ups know of these matters? From their tone, it appears they unknowingly committed acts of betrayal against Baiwekue. No wonder City Lord Morgan reacted so strongly upon seeing her. Fortunately, he did not elaborate at the time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I must find an opportunity to investigate the archives for details on what transpired back then. If I have a chance to meet Bai Laoban on the surface, I must inquire directly. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Gordon inquired with concern, And you, Elon? You seem to have many unresolved matters. That child Mark is too naive. I hope to teach him to be wary of others in the end. Gordon bit his lip. Elon, since you feel this way, you know the archives are my responsibility. Although much has been altered, it is better than knowing nothing. A silent understanding flickered between them. Though surprised, Elon accepted the proposal. I understand. Lin Chuan seems to have encountered them on the surface. I do not know. He has now joined Mark's team. Hoping Mark can perceive the differences within him, I will find an opportunity to inform Mark about the archives. As the three reached an agreement, Lin Chuan also devised his own plan. Before heading to the surface, he would help Elon and Mark shatter this veil of ignorance. At the very least, he would reveal part of the truth, granting Mark the right to choose. If this awakening of thought led Mark to become his ally, all the better. After all, most individuals at the lighthouse are innocent and should not be turned into fodder for the parasitic upper echelons. If Mark were to make the opposite choice, he would have his own means. After all, Charles and Dr. Carey stand firmly by his side. All right, it's getting late. We should return and rest. By the way, I hope everything is fine with. I intended to mention it earlier, but I sensed Fei Xue might have already discovered us. Meanwhile, had followed Fei Xue into a dead-end alley. He pondered, what is Fei Xue doing here at this hour? There isn't a soul in sight. The next moment, Fei Xue's voice emerged from behind him. She brandished a baseball bat, slowly approaching. Of course, there is someone. His name is Throatbreaker. Chapter 31. The True Potential of Baiwekue. The following morning, on the surface, after a night of searching, Baiwekue discovered a cave. This was the last area that had not been examined. The cave entrance was surrounded by raised, weathered rocks. forming a natural barrier resembling the skull of a half-buried giant beast. The rock walls displayed a rust-red hue with wave-like patterns eroded by water. The edges adorned with dried vines, clearly remnants of ancient vegetation. After traversing approximately 5 meters of a gentle slope, the ground suddenly dropped away. Baiwei contacted the team aboard the aircraft. Xiaodou, based on my synchronized data analysis, assessed the current situation. Received. Xiaodou received a predictive map. She donned mechanical glasses to examine the data, while the other team members gathered anxiously nearby. After analysis, it resembled a karst cave landscape. The cave entrance measured about 15 meters in diameter, its edges jagged like saw teeth. The exposed basalt bedrock sharply contrasted with the surface soil, indicating it was formed by geological collapse. Baiwei noted, I tested it. After dropping a small stone, I heard an echo 3 seconds later. The cave floor is approximately 300 meters below ground. Bai Laoban, your judgment is spot on. Using the freefall formula, this cave measures about 294 meters. Do you require assistance? There was no response, for Baiwei had discerned an anomaly at the cave's bottom. She sensed a thick, crimson substance swirling below. In the next moment, a slithering, 3-meter-long iron giant eel crawled toward her. Its joints cracked, and a luminous green slime oozed from its surface, leaving glowing corrosive trails on the ground. Its head was eyeless, and its mouth resembled a spiral drill, emitting strange sounds from its 4 rows of serrated teeth. Was this its lair? Xiaodou's voice echoed again in her earpiece. Bai Laoban, can you hear me? Please respond, boss. The eel seemed to sense the sound, its repulsive head slowly turning in her direction, its serpentine tongue flicking out, searching for information in the air. Baiwei's expression remained unchanged as she lowered the volume of her earpiece and gracefully exited the cave, brushing against the eel's body in the process. Faced with a human adept in the state of return, the mana ecosystem was utterly helpless, unless it detected the emotional fluctuations of its opponent. It was as blind as a bat. Upon exiting the cave, Baiwei replied, Xiaodou, I encountered the stingray eels and newly hatched snake dogs within the cave. This revelation was profoundly shocking. The expressions of the team members turned ashen, for they understood that the mana ecosystem's devourers possessed an ambiguous territorial awareness, with different forms of life responsible for harvesting the vital essence of distinct territories. Even if they were to act in unison, they would not congregate in the same area upon returning to their lair, let alone inhabit the same cave. The emergence of both the Pambia-type and symbiotic devourers residing within a single cave was an ominous sign, signaling a dangerous evolution. Should Boss Bai devise a means to inform Brother Lin Chuan to rendezvous at a different location? Xiaodou's voice was laced with concern. As the energy of their aircraft was finite, they could not linger indefinitely aboard it. Even if they could remain grounded in a state of return to essence, unknown metamorphic devourers might emerge, with their numbers remaining uncertain. Should even one individual unwittingly expose themselves, they would be compelled to engage in combat, potentially draining Boss Bai's vitality once more. No need. Baiwei's Tang Dao trembled slightly at her thigh. Communicating this information might prematurely expose Lin Chuan. Moreover, we are merely at the periphery of an ecologically dense zone. If advanced devourers manifest here, the village's outskirts will soon face greater peril. After a moment of rapid contemplation, she continued, we must first ascertain the situation here and devise countermeasures. Upon hearing Boss Bai's words, the others grasped the severity of the predicament. They needed to comprehend the evolutionary trajectory of the devourers and relay this information back to the village to upgrade their defensive measures. Boss Bai, what should we do? Suishing, Xiaodou, Shanda, Su Tong, and my duo began hastily donning their gear. Baiwei simply uttered 2 words, wait for me. What responded to them was the hum of static in their headsets. Communication was severed. Boss Bai, don't do it, that's far too dangerous. Xiaodou cried out, instantly comprehending her intent, as she had once been saved by Boss Bai in such a manner. Boss Bai's true potential allowed her to harness the properties of light to form a dynamic force field. The unique light waves of the beam appeared as luminous spheres to the human eye, akin to the optical tweezer technology of the old world. It could also be crudely understood as the ability to manipulate light at will. Tears cascaded down Xiaodou's cheeks in heavy droplets. It seemed Boss Bai intended to obliterate the area. The ground team simultaneously realized what Baiwei was about to do. Boss Bai was going to utilize her potential. Quickly, they attempted to prevent her. Shanda and Su Tong abruptly turned to pull at the cabin door, only to hear the preset warning alert. The door has been sealed for emergency. Your access is denied. Approximately 20 years ago, Boss Bai had sustained an injury, and since then, utilizing her abilities would inflict irreversible damage upon her body, leading to dual failures of the nervous and hematopoietic systems. Hence, every time Bai Yukue engaged in battle, she was truly risking her life. Should an ordinary person attempt such a feat, they would perish instantly. Suishing slammed his fist onto the small table in the rear seat, leaving a deep imprint. We must heed Boss Bai. Her decisions are unalterable. No, my duo protested vehemently, recalling her father Ulan Outing's words about Boss Bai's powers not being a mere enhancement but a unique control over light. This was not a blessing. It resembled a curse, and must not be overused, as humanity could not bear it. Suishing grasped my duo's arm. I know you have idolized Boss Bai since childhood. So have I. She has sacrificed so much for us and the village, but she is right. If we are not prepared, the village could also be affected. You must be strong. We cannot let Boss Bai down. My duo fell silent, no longer struggling, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. It's all my fault for being so weak. I promise, next time I won't allow Boss Bai to burn her life away. Her voice was hoarse, the tears never falling but instead flooding her heart. Above the cave, Bai Yukue donned a specially crafted pair of gray gloves. In the next instant, her aura became unrestrained, and golden vital essence erupted, more radiant than the sun. All the devourers fell into a frenzy, greedily and fervently rushing towards Bai Yukue. Newly hatched devourers swarmed, forming a veritable ocean, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. The tide of devourers surged forward, a dark mass tearing through the earth, with slime and shrieks merging into chaos. Bai Yukue clenched her fingers and calmly uttered 2 words, "Nt," Sanskrit for destruction. The patterns on her gloves ignited with brilliance, and as the Tang Dao was drawn, golden light exploded into a sweeping arc that traversed the world. Where the blade passed, the air was cleaved, and the approaching devourers were erased as if swept away by a divine hand. In one moment, the devourers that had been snarling and clawing were reduced to swirling ashes the next. As the blade was sheathed, the wind stilled. The only remnants of that moment were the radial slashes at her feet, deep and expansive, a testament to the blade's existence. 10 minutes later, the aircraft was opened. When the ground team beheld the blood-soaked figure of Boss Bai once more, pain etched across their faces, their eyes filled with shame and endless worry. They rushed forward to support Bai Yukue. What transpired just now, Boss Bai? She appeared weary, her body overwhelmed. A trace of blood staining her lips as she answered calmly, "Nothing happened." Chapter 32. The sudden mission, returning to the surface? Lighthouse, the following day. Last night, Lin Chuan had practiced the return to essence fist technique before bed. By 8 o'clock the next morning, invigorated and alert, he rose, practiced his punches, groomed himself, and proceeded to the training ground. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered within him. The scavengers had just arrived. Mo Cheng's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he instinctively recoiled when he saw Fei Shui approach. Lin Chuan chuckled. It would be a pity for someone so handsome to not get beaten up. Simultaneously, in the command hall, a meeting was reconvened. The attendees remained the same: General Victor, Dr. Carey, Chief Charles, Captain Eric, Commander Mark, and other high-ranking officials, including Jing Nan. This meeting was not a continuation of the last assembly. The Lord had summoned them to announce 2 matters. General Victor stood at the forefront. "My Lord, everyone has gathered." "Good. Please inform them," the Lord replied. "Yes, my Lord." Victor turned to the assembly. "The Lord has summoned you to announce the latest mission. The scavenging task originally scheduled for a week later has been moved up to tonight. The specific details have been released in the scavenger's internal announcement." Tonight? Mark's hands, which were clasped behind his back, tightened gradually. He had sensed the Devourer's rapid evolutionary pace and had intended to initiate the mission early. But the scavenger teams had never begun a mission at night. This was not only abrupt, but also a perilous decision. "My lord, is this perhaps unwise?" "Captain Mark." Charles circled around to face him. "The scavengers are part of the lighthouse. When did they become your private force? Must the Lord consult you before delegating tasks?" Mark had grown weary of the back and forth with Charles, recalling the signal transmitter Lin Chuan had presented during the last assembly. Yes, he and Ran Bing had indeed witnessed humans among the Devourers. It was not an illusion. With this realization, he no longer wished to engage in futile arguments. My lord, during our last mission, we discovered a special circumstance. Do you remember what Lin Chuan presented? Wait, Captain Mark. Unexpectedly, Dr. Carey interjected at that moment. From the very beginning of the tribunal, we were compelled to listen to the bizarre tales of you and your tedious companions. Now, we can no longer hear the voice of our Lord Mayor, Mark. Eric seized the opportunity to interject. Captain Mark, do you wish to convene the tribunal on behalf of the Lord Mayor? Is this your personal intention or that of the Hunter Squad? Such venomous words effectively silenced any chance for Mark to speak. What do you mean? I am merely concerned for the safety of the Hunter Squad, Mark. Commander Jingnan stepped forward, placing a hand on Mark's shoulder, whispering in his ear, whatever you have to say, save it for later. She sensed something was amiss with the trio and recognized the overall discord in the meeting. Throughout their quarrel, both the mayor and Victor had remained utterly silent. It seemed that Mark, in that moment, grasped the situation and fell silent. Victor looked towards the mayor, and upon receiving an affirming glance, continued to announce the tribunal's agenda. Today is a solemn occasion, as 5 brave warriors prepare to embark on their journey. They have devoted their lives to the lighthouse, and now they shall continue forward for its sake. Hunter Instructor Elon, Agricultural Technician Ms. Tara, Engineer Morin, Archivist Gordon, and Citizen 0591. All must gather at the central square by noon for the farewell ceremony. As the words fell, both Mark and Jingnan froze in place, nearly hearing each other's hearts shatter. They had not anticipated that their beloved teacher had reached the age of departure. Mark's mind was in turmoil. Just yesterday, Instructor Elon had stood atop the platform to welcome him back in triumph, and now it was his turn to bid farewell to the instructor. It was simply unfathomable. Yet, even knowing Mark's heart was broken, Charles did not let the moment slip away. Lord Mayor, the Lord of Light and Shadow will protect the Hunter Squad. But it seems Captain Mark lacks confidence. How about this? I suggest that Captain Eric accompany him to the surface, lest other matters interfere with their mission. Upon hearing Charles' words, Eric became flustered. Charles had also demanded that he continue to monitor Lin Chuan, but he was too afraid to face him. It was far too dangerous. Mark, however, paid little heed to this. He was solely concerned with the last remark made by Charles, to avoid interference with the mission. Charles had been forced to sever his paternal ties with the mayor in his youth, resorting to self-harm with shards of glass, and thus received a different kind of education. At that moment, he was subtly alluding to the imminent departure of the hunters and the timing of their surface mission, fearing that Mark might seek to locate and assist Instructor Elon along the way. It was not that he did not understand such sentiments, but rather that he had made a cruel decision akin to the scars left by his self-inflicted wounds. If he could not possess a normal father-son relationship, then why should Mark be allowed to cherish a mentor-student bond? This was an obstacle being placed in Mark's path. Charles, Mark erupted in fury. You live like a corpse. The room fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Mark would dare to act in such a manner, roaring during the tribunal and publicly rebuking the leader. Charles appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure to confront Mark. Mark, you cling to the archaic customs of the old world. This is a betrayal and desecration of the Lord of Light and Shadow. Silence. Victor, recognizing the situation was spiraling out of control, attempted to restore order, but this time his efforts proved futile, and the conflict between the two escalated. Step back. At that moment, Mayor Morgan spoke up. The agenda had been announced, and he wished to see no further discord. Since the last meeting had been derailed by Lin Chuan, the atmosphere of the tribunal had long since soured. He could easily discern Mark's earlier implications, and Mark had noticed someone down on the ground. Mayor Morgan discreetly rubbed his fingers together, contemplating that next time he would take Mark to uncover some truths. Everyone disperse. Allow Eric to participate in the first team's activities. Mark, complete your mission swiftly and return sooner. These were the mayor's final words, and once again, the tribunal concluded in an unsatisfactory manner. Upon returning to the training grounds, Mark found his teammates had already been resting for some time. The Hunter Squad was vibrant with energy, each approaching Mark to offer their greetings. He noticed Lin Chuan standing alongside Mo Chung, who had been beaten to a pulp, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately turned his gaze to Instructor Elon on the training platform. Instructor Elon had also noticed him. Hey, you little rascal, why are you keeping your head down? Come up and practice with me. Show these two fools how it's done. Mark did not respond. He did not wish to bid farewell to his teacher in such a manner. Seeing Mark's lack of fighting spirit, Instructor Elon lost his temper. He barked. Do you not remember the last time I knocked the stuffing out of you, then stuffed you back into it, only to beat you with your own mess? In an instant, the arena fell silent. All those engaged in other activities halted, their gazes fixed upon the platform. The genius girl, Erica, furrowed her brows in confusion. What on earth is the instructor talking about? Mo Ching's expression was equally entertaining. Ouch, that hurts. Especially as Ran Bing, standing beside Mark and about to greet him, found herself at a loss for words. Mark let out a deep breath. That had been over a decade ago. Ran Bing was startled, nearly jumping in shock. Mo Chung exclaimed, exploded. The other teammates could no longer contain their laughter. Only Lin Chuan understood Mark's feelings at that moment. He stepped forward and patted Mark's shoulder. I saw the announcement. The instructor is leaving, but they probably don't know yet. I'll handle it. He turned to Instructor Elon. Instructor, may I give it a try? I practiced really well today. Chapter 33. Instructor Elon's last lesson. The hunters were nearly laughing themselves to pieces. What a lunatic. They had not expected the newcomer, Lin Chuan, to be so humorous. Hey, Lin Chuan, are you up for it? Instructor Elon has beaten all of us. Maybe you should practice with Mo Chung first. Yeah, Lin Chuan, you haven't sparred with me yet. The instructor is tougher than me. You're bound to get hit. Before Mo Chung could finish, Fei Shui approached, quickly dodging him, her facial wound throbbing. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. When you three followed me yesterday, his aura was the most stable. If I hadn't heard your argument about leaving, I would have thought only two of you were with me. Fei Shui's remark left both boys astounded, and Jeff and Mo Cheng's gazes towards Lin Chuan shifted. Is he really that impressive? I didn't notice. Fei Shui was a sharpshooter comparable to Ran Bing in the squad, an expert in observation and concealment. How had she failed to notice Lin Chuan yesterday? How could this be? The teammates were suddenly intrigued and gathered around. Hey, Lin Chuan, you should go up now. Haven't you been beaten by Instructor Elon before? By the way, Team 3 seems to be self-training. Don't get too cocky. Oh, the handsome guy is going up. I'll be watching closely. Ran Bing looked worriedly at her teammates' antics. Instructor, Lin Chuan is a newcomer. Hey, this kid is sharp. I noticed him when he first joined the squad. Instructor Elon cracked his knuckles. He was indeed concerned about Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan had been to the surface. And given the mayor's attitude, it was essential to ascertain what kind of person Lin Chuan truly was before their departure. Come, step up, Lin Chuan. I'll give you an initiation test. Lin Chuan removed his shirt and ascended the platform. Thank you. Lin Chuan faced off against the instructor. Now, this was bound to be a spectacle. Not only the hunters, but also the dustmen nearby who were assisting with transport and repairs gathered around. His reputation preceded him. Some wished to see him get beaten, while others were eager to witness the instructor's downfall, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Instructor Elon warmed up his upper body, intending to deliver the lesson he had originally planned for Mark, but this kid would suffice as well. It appeared he was preparing to go all out. Lin Chuan refrained from uttering any trash talk, clasping his hands in respect, acknowledging his teachings. In the meantime, Mo Chung was engaged in a wager with Erica, speculating on who would emerge victorious between Lin Chuan and the instructor. 3 days' worth of meal expenses, I bet on the instructor's win, he declared. Jeff, feeling indignant, retorted, you have no idea how formidable he is. 5 days' worth of meal expenses, I wager on Lin Chuan. The group then turned their gaze towards Captain Mark, noting that, strictly speaking, they were betting on meals and not contribution points, so the captain should have no objections. Yet, Mark was entirely absorbed in the match. His eyes fixed on the arena, unwilling to miss a moment. Just when everyone presumed the match had yet to commence, a sudden hey echoed as Instructor Elon cast his towel onto Lin Chuan and followed it with a swift kick. Lin Chuan, caught off guard while bowing, could not evade in time and endured the blow. He staggered back in pain, but fortunately, it was not severe. It turned out that Elon intended to impart a lesson to Mark about the treachery of human nature. The atmosphere below the arena was already charged with excitement. Without granting Lin Chuan any time to react, Instructor Elon unleashed a barrage of punches, right hook, left jab, and a powerful right straight followed by a spinning high kick. The execution of these maneuvers was both fluid and forceful. The instructor was indeed impressive, possessing rich combat experience and an understanding of when to dominate his opponent. Had it been the previous incarnation of Lin Chuan, he would have been no match for Instructor Elon. However, equipped with a combat skill rating of 110 from the system, along with specialized training in Dragonbone Village, he was more than capable of handling the current situation. Lin Xuan created distance, sidestepping Elon's advance and maneuvering behind him. He withdrew his leg, adopted a bow stance, and unleashed a powerful punch that struck Elon squarely in the abdomen. The impact resonated like a mechanical arm colliding with a barrel. The elderly instructor staggered back several steps, half kneeling on the ground, eliciting gasps from the audience. Wow, that looked painful. Is the instructor all right? Is this the result of his training? Lin Xuan is astonishing. The red-haired female team member, who had previously claimed to be the sister, supported her chin with her hand, captivated by the mightiest man at the lighthouse, wishing to join him in the Dawn Hall. Jeff was taken aback. Jessica, which one are you referring to? Both are impressive. While the audience below reveled in the spectacle, a situation was unfolding on stage. After taking that punch, instructor Elon clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. The crowd tensed, particularly Mark. Lin Xuan rushed over. Instructor, what's wrong? In response, he was met with a surprise attack, a quick uppercut. In a tit-for-tat manner, he executed a shoulder throw. Lin Xuan had long recognized Elon's strategy. He was not someone as simple-minded as Mark. With a strategic withdrawal of power, he flung instructor Elon backward. The audience was bewildered. Was the instructor attempting to launch a sneak attack? Before Elon had a chance to react, Lin Xuan delivered another kick. However, he did not apply much force, merely tapping him lightly, seizing the moment to capitalize on the situation. Wow, he's using my moves. Elon was momentarily stunned, having forgotten the words he intended to say. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan unleashed a flurry of assaults, left-right feints followed by direct punches, repeatedly. This barrage caused the old man to become flustered. Hey, why do you keep using the same move? I've only practiced this move for 10 days. At this moment, Lin Xuan was quite honest. He had honed this technique the most during his 10 days of training in Dragonbone Village. Now cornered against the railing, instructor Elon found himself at a loss. He sighed and abruptly shifted his gaze elsewhere, standing at attention. Mayor Morgan, what brings you here? After the recent events, no one believed him. Forget it, Coach Elon. To everyone's surprise, he instantly assumed a formal salute, paying his respects to the esteemed mayor. His exceptional acting deceived everyone, redirecting their attention. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing that fleeting moment, Elon attempted to launch a surprise attack on Lin Xuan, only to find that Lin Xuan was also feigning. Glancing in that direction before promptly turning back, they halted simultaneously. Coach Elon, Lin Xuan whispered quickly into his ear, I overheard your conversation last night, and I wish to assist you. Elon was taken aback. He understood that Lin Xuan had no obligation to take such a significant risk to confide in him. It would yield him no benefit. This individual is trustworthy. At that moment, everyone turned back to them, only to witness Lin Xuan deliberately falling to the ground. Oh no. Coach Elon is so formidable, I cannot compete. What the heck? Is this a staged match? That fall was too contrived. Damn, my meal expenses. Even instructor Elon appeared dissatisfied. His eyes filled with complaints as he helped Lin Xuan up. I'm about to leave. Could you at least take this seriously when you give me face? Lin Xuan grasped Elon's hand and rose slowly. At this point, let us not dwell on the details. You've taught Mark for so many years. Has his character ever changed? If you want him to understand the treachery of human nature, it's best to have a conversation with him. I am willing to assist Mark after your departure. Chapter 34. Farewell, the final preparations before departure. 5 minutes later, Mark, Elon, and Lin Xuan stood at the outer edge, gazing into the distance. The astonished voices of their teammates seemed to linger behind them, yet the vibrant atmosphere of the training ground was now replaced by profound silence. What's wrong? Lost your voice? Elon handed Mark a bottle of water and shared another with Lin Xuan. Each spoken word became increasingly precious, and Mark's mood grew more despondent. Teacher, do you think I will have the chance to talk with you again? Both understood the unspoken truth. Elon looked at the sun in the distance, how beautiful it was. The life on the ground has changed time and again, yet it rises daily without fail. Who do you wish the sunlight to shine upon? Noticing Mark's continued silence, Elon's voice softened. I am growing old. It is time for me to journey far. Mark turned around and gulped down a large mouthful of water. But you are the best instructor at the lighthouse. I will plead with the mayor. Both hands grasped him simultaneously. Mark, do you intend to plead for every traveler? Captain Mark, do you believe this is a choice of the apocalypse or the lighthouse? Elon and Lin Xuan exchanged glances. He merely wished to enlighten Mark, but was taken aback by Lin Xuan's directness, addressing the lighthouse so boldly. Lin Xuan, How did you articulate Mark's inner turmoil? He is correct, Mark conceded, as Elon turned back to gaze at the sun. If today were your turn to compete, would you not fall victim to my deception? Mark was bewildered by how Elon could agree with Lin Chuan's unconventional words, yet they were facing the devourer. Indeed, you excel at slaying devourers. But perhaps human hearts pose the greatest danger to you. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Elon decided to address the matter at hand. This lad, Lin Chuan, claims he wishes to assist us. I trust him. In some aspects, you too must learn from him. Some aspects. Mark was puzzled as to what this referred to and uncertain why his teacher placed such trust in Lin Chuan. For instance, the wariness of others. Elon gestured towards Lin Chuan. Speak. Why are you not susceptible to my tricks? Lin Chuan replied candidly, because you are not my teacher. I harbor no deep feelings or trust towards you. Having been deceived once, I will not fall for it again. Well said. Mark, did you hear what he just articulated? This is the lesson I wish for you to grasp. You place too much trust in those around you. No. It should be said that you trust most people too readily. For instance, you may feel sympathy for someone based on their plight, but perhaps that sympathy is unwarranted. At this moment, Elon had adopted a remarkably gentle demeanor, wishing to impart as many of these lessons to Mark as possible in his remaining time, so that his disciple could survive well. Mark. Yes, teacher. I believe there are matters you should be aware of. You need not be reminded of the location of the lighthouse's database, right? Teacher. Mark had not realized how rapidly events were unfolding. Do not interrupt me. Once you complete this task, return and explore it yourself. Gordon stated that the information was recorded by him, and although some of it had been altered, fragments of truth remained. These words profoundly impacted Mark, especially coming from his most trusted teacher. It seemed to imply that the lighthouse was unworthy of trust, at least in relation to certain individuals and matters within it. But no buts. I am about to leave. You and Lin Chuan will have to support each other from now on. Mark glanced at the two, feeling momentarily as if he were the only one in the world shrouded in ignorance. But why? As for why, you must discern that for yourself, Lin Chuan interjected. Captain Mark, you need not ponder why Instructor Elon trusts me. You can trust me as well. The impact of this revelation weighed heavily on Mark, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lin Chuan straightforwardly continued, I believe the system of the lighthouse is flawed. I do not wish to live in such a manner, thus I refuse to serve it. Now, Captain Mark, you may hire me, and we can discuss compensation later. The most reliable relationship in this world is that of an employer and employee. We are engaged in a transaction with the apocalypse. Mark remained silent. He could trust Lin Chuan because Instructor Elon trusted him. However, he was entirely disinterested in the notion of a transaction, having lived within the confines of the lighthouse since birth. Over 30 years of indoctrination were deeply entrenched and not easily altered. Particularly, Lin Chuan's earlier remarks were too extreme. Even if Mark had contemplated such ideas, he was not yet prepared to confront them. Lin Chuan did not press the matter. With Instructor Elon's introduction, he would have ample opportunity to discuss profound collaboration with Mark in the future. For now, it was best to leave them to their final moments together. You two continue your conversation, he said, turning to depart, revisiting his plan notes. Within 2 days, return to the surface, confirmed achievable. Contact the city lord, completed. Awaiting further investigation. Investigate the Mecha warehouse, no progress, but discovered the abyssal ones. Keep an eye on Mark. As for Mark, Lin Chuan was unhurried. He possessed a reason that Mark could not refuse for their collaboration. It was time to make the final preparations. He stealthily made his way to the gathering place of the Dust People, knowing they would not warmly welcome him, especially since 4068's broken nose had yet to heal. Nevertheless, no one could resist the allure of money. Lin Chuan pushed open an old door. The people inside were startled to see him approach. They were watching a video, which was considered contraband within the lighthouse. Some even recognized Lin Chuan immediately. He's the one who broke the Dust person's nose. Ah, it's him, Lin Chuan. The Dust people were flustered, with the more timid among them wetting themselves on the spot. Lin Chuan offered no explanation. As the boss had stated, one's position is not easily altered. These individuals were well aware that 4068 had stolen and brought the devourers upon themselves, leading to the broken nose incident. Yet, they still regarded Lin Chuan as brutal. 9527, long time no see. Oh, Lin Chuan, you miserly fellow, what brings you down here? The old man, 9527, reacted completely differently from the others, showing no fear. It was unclear why this elder possessed a newborn's identification number. Let us trade. I have too many contribution points. I'll give you 100 points. What do you want? I'll help you exchange for it. 100 points. 9,527. Who had been quite composed moments ago, now gaped in astonishment. Wow. Incredible. You've finally decided to spend some contribution points. Speak up. What do you desire? As long as I can manage it, I'll fulfill your request. A big deal was at hand, and he hurriedly shooed the others watching the video away. Get moving. Didn't you see the hunter is here to do business? Be careful he doesn't take you all back with him. The dust people hastily scrambled out. Luck was on their side. Had another upper-class citizen discovered them watching contraband, they would have been exchanged for contribution points. 1 coordinate locator, 1 flash drive. 3 sets of tactical communication headsets. Make sure the lighthouse can't trace them, understood? Also, give me 2 bags of portable compressed military rations, 2 packs of synthetic sugar, and that flour. The items Lin Chuan requested were not expensive, but it was crucial that they be completely untraceable by the lighthouse, which posed quite a challenge. Nonetheless, 100 contribution points were considerable for the dust people, making it sufficient for the exchange. 9527 hesitated. I'll give it a try, but that flour is hard to find. I don't have it at the moment. Do you think I'm willing to pay 100 points for no reason? Lin Chuan slammed the table. If it's too difficult, then don't bother. This is my last time seeking your help. Hey, why flip the table halfway through a conversation? I can do it. All right. Have it for me within an hour, and I'll add 10 more points. Chapter 35, Enigmatic Core Data Room. At noon, Lin Chuan chose not to attend the departure ceremony, feeling uneasy about witnessing the demise of those who ought to live. The portable compressed military rations, synthetic sugar, and other items were concealed within the cockpit of the White Shark 20. He noted the current coordinates with the locator. Everything was in place. According to the agreed standard time, the team would depart in the evening, just in time to meet with Boss Bai. Before that, a visit to the core data room was in order. The matte black shelves housed all the confidential information from the lighthouse, numbering in the hundreds, arranged throughout the room. At the innermost position lay a querying device. Upon entering, Lin Chuan immediately heard the gate behind him open once more. The faint light of a flashlight streamed through the door crack, prompting Lin Chuan to swiftly hide within the gaps of the shelves, mirroring the ingenuity of Jing Nan. Ranbing followed closely behind Mark. After participating in the departure ceremony, they had also discovered this place. Dr. Carey was quite resourceful as well, Lin Chuan thought to himself, opting not to reveal his presence just yet. He wanted to observe whether Mark and Ranbing would change their minds after perusing the data. The two were initially astonished to find themselves in the core data room. Mark, how long will it take to sift through decades of lighthouse data? You insisted on coming along, Mark retorted. Humph, could you manage without me? They engaged in quiet conversation. Ranbing expressed her confusion. Mark, why does the city lord want you to forget everything about the surface? Mark was at a loss for an answer. The city lord had not denied the existence of humanity on the surface, which suggested there might be deeper reasons. Lin Chuan sighed. Mark had indeed sought out the city lord alone, and it appeared he still trusted Morgan. Ranbing pondered further. Hey, Mark, if there are indeed humans on the surface, how do they survive? Have they truly managed to control the Devourers? As they flipped through the documents, they speculated. The Devourers were monsters that had emerged from the fissures in the earth during the Great Catastrophe, akin to the deep-sea creatures washed ashore by tsunamis. As long as they were earthly beings, there existed the possibility of domestication. Look at this, Mark exclaimed, noticing a document that had been pulled out. It was an event archive, timecode 015, recorded by Gordon. The two quickly brought it to the querying device. As they awaited the content display, Ranbing began discussing the departure. Why do you think Instructor Elon keeps mentioning Lin Chuan before the journey? He seems to trust Lin Chuan all of a sudden. The querying device revealed the document's content, and Mark flipped through it while responding. The instructor said Lin Chuan was helping him, and his reason for doing so was merely viewing him as an elderly man on the brink of death. He remarked that such individuals are different from others in the lighthouse and are worthy of trust. Now that you mention it, he does seem quite different in many respects. How did I not notice before? Ranbing supported her chin with her hand, her soft cheeks contorting into a comical shape. Are these materials not akin to what is discussed in textbooks? The collapse of humanity in the old world, coupled with the inadequacy of our spiritual cultivation to master the rapidly advancing technology, ultimately culminated in the utter annihilation of civilization. Such information even Raindrop could recite. Yet she remained utterly indifferent. Ah, Mark suddenly discerned a striking difference. Behold this. The records reveal that the lighthouse's original name was Tartarus, an aerial prison. What? Raindrop was taken aback. Realizing her voice had risen too high, she swiftly covered her mouth. The survivors in this apocalyptic world were, astonishingly, a band of prisoners. Both captives and the inaugural founders of the lighthouse. The subsequent details were even more suffocating. In the first year of the lighthouse, the inaugural city lord quelled the conflicts between guards and inmates, and Tartarus was officially renamed the lighthouse, symbolizing humanity's final sanctuary. In the 5th year, the lighthouse suffered an armed assault from the surface, resulting in the loss of over half its inhabitants, prompting the establishment of stringent regulations against mass containment. By the 11th year, the last stronghold on the surface was besieged by the Devourers, suffering devastating losses, leading to the conclusion that survival on the surface was untenable. In the 12th year, the Hunter Brigade faced a cataclysmic defeat. Remarkably, their adversary was but a single individual. Their pupils constricted in disbelief as they gazed upon the preserved records. The image displayed a silver-haired woman wielding a, surrounded by countless gravity suits and hunter soldiers, with a mech the likes of which neither had ever encountered succumbing before her blade. Mark, this is not what we saw on the surface. It is she, the one standing upon the back of the colossal devourer. Lin Xuan instantly recognized her as Boss Bai, and the object she pointed her blade at resembled a living mech. He recalled hearing about the Abyssal Ones from Dr. Carey. Could that be the Abyssal One? Though uncertain, one fact remained undeniable. The lighthouse had indeed clashed with Bai Yuegui at that juncture. Just as they were about to delve deeper, the sound of a door unlocking interrupted them. It was the routine patrol. They needed to hide. The two swiftly squeezed into the crevice beside Lin Xuan, oblivious to one another in the dimly lit environment. Their counterpart, clad in a gravity suit, inspected the shelves one by one. The metallic footfalls of the gravity suit echoed amidst the shelves, while green scanning beams pierced through the gaps. Mark and Raindrop pressed closely together, holding their breath as a mechanical arm abruptly shoved aside files, roughly stuffing the exposed documents back into the shelf. Click! The hydraulic mechanism at the base of the shelf was triggered, silently elevating the metal platform beneath Raindrop's feet, lifting her up by half an inch. She instinctively leaned back, but collided with a suddenly protruding retrieval post, propelling her towards Mark. Their noses nearly touched. Raindrop's eyelashes brushed against Mark's brow. The sound of their heartbeats was loud enough to drown out any alarms. At that moment, the patrol officer clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Ah, finally done," before turning to leave. Their lips slowly inched closer, and something deep within them seemed to stir. Raindrop's fingers tightened slightly against Mark's chest, their breaths growing increasingly rapid. Just as they were on the verge of losing control, Mark seemed to come to a realization, turning his head aside. "What did you just say?" "Ah." Raindrop blushed and averted her gaze. "What on earth?" Just then, Lin Xuan appeared beside them. Unlike the others, he was not stuck in a crevice. Raindrop gasped. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head to evade his gaze. Mark, however, directly confronted Lin Xuan. "What are you doing here?" "Ah." His eyes suddenly widened, feeling something soft against his lips. Lin Xuan had thrust Mark's head towards Raindrop's face, causing them to kiss. "When I watch dramas, I detest this kind of indecisiveness. Liking a silver-haired girl is nothing to be ashamed of." "What are you doing, Lin Xuan?" Mark began to protest, only to be pushed back again by Lin Xuan. "Learn from Lei Feng." He turned to leave, adding, "By the way, Captain Mark, I've thought of the reward I want. If you happen to see me standing with some silver-haired girl next time, I would appreciate your assistance once more." "Thank you, Captain. We'll gather tonight. Now I leave you to your own devices. Staying true to your heart is what it means to be human." As Lin Xuan reached the door, he noticed that Mark and Raindrop had yet to emerge from behind the shelves. A faint smirk graced his lips. This was precisely how it should be. Chapter 36. The Hunters Depart. That night, the hunter squad assembled before the lift platform. The members stood in a line. Mo Chung whispered with Jeff at the front of the line. "What's the captain doing? Is he that anxious?" "I don't know. He has been dazed for 5 minutes." Just earlier, when Officer Chifu came by, the captain seemed absent-minded. "Isn't it just capturing devourers? Let Raindrop and Feishua's long-range snipers lure them into traps. And then your re-established squad can take action. There must be a way." Although Mo Chung felt apprehensive, he believed the captain wouldn't worry to such an extent. "What do you think, Raindrop?" Raindrop? Ah, I just realized. What did you just say? Wow. Why are you all so anxious? Mo Chung sighed. Lin Chuan is so scared he is hiding in his gravity suit. All right, it seems I'll have to take the lead this time. Be serious. This mission isn't that simple. You'd best think about how to complete the task while ensuring your own survival, Feishua cautioned. The commotion among the team brought Mark back to reality. He recognized that his prior behavior had unsettled the squad, which was dangerously precarious. Everyone, quiet down. The squad instantly fell silent. The members were already aware of the mission details, and he relayed the higher-ups' notifications. This mission would be more challenging than usual. As you all know, devourers rapidly decompose into soil upon death, and if isolated, they can become agitated, increasing their aggressiveness, and may even self-destruct. Thus, for this mission, all members' contribution points would be doubled. Wow, awesome. I already know how I'll spend it. This ignited the squad's enthusiasm. Hold on, I haven't finished. To capture a living devourer, we must control its life source core. At this juncture, Mark refrained from continuing, as the lighthouse's understanding of this matter was merely superficial. While it was feasible to destroy a devourer's core, controlling it posed a considerable challenge. Mark steadied his emotions, gazing at the sky before turning to Lin Chuan, who sat in the re-established mech in the distance, giving him a thumbs up. Yes, Mark resolved firmly. Before we embark on this mission, I wish to pose a question to everyone. Why do we undertake missions? In the past, Mark would typically conduct some motivational speeches before missions, but had never asked this question. To capture devourers? Someone interjected, perplexed as to why this was even a question. What you mentioned is the mission objective. The captain is asking why we go on missions. The team members fell into debate. Isn't it for contribution points? The captain said this time they're doubled. Exactly. With contribution points, no matter how severely we're injured, we can use them for treatment, preventing the life formula from deeming us as having no healing value. Yet, someone quickly countered, of course, it's for the city lord, for he issued the mission. He is our leader. No, it's for the lighthouse. The city lord acts for the lighthouse. The team members argued animatedly, each voicing their opinions. Mark shook his head. No, while all of you are correct, perhaps it is not solely for the reasons you mentioned. At noon, Instructor Elon departed on a journey. Before leaving, he told me, "What a beautiful sun." At that time, I didn't understand, but I believe I do now. Mark sighed deeply. Elon and his comrades dedicated their lives to the lighthouse, much like the setting sun. Brothers, the night has fallen upon us, and we must confront the darkness, face the abyss beasts, and embrace the perils ahead. Yet, we cannot falter, for the sun shall rise again on the morrow. He gazed into the distance at Lin Chuan, who had once remarked during their negotiation that he did not wish to live this way, and thus did not serve the lighthouse. Mark raised his voice, urging everyone to contemplate a vital question before embarking. Upon whose shoulders do you wish the sun to shine tomorrow? Whom do you serve? Perhaps it is the lighthouse, our cherished home. His gaze shifted to Ran Bing. Or perhaps it is our esteemed companions. The team fell into deep reflection, and one by one, they began to voice their true sentiments. I wish to return alive. There are many I long to see. Me too. I want to visit the parts warehouse for a drink. If only Donnie were here. Mark sensed that everyone had found their answers. Well said, brothers, he proclaimed. 10 seconds later, he raised his right fist and shouted, "Hunters, we fight for this." At that moment, his words ignited the entire team. If their earlier enthusiasm was for the sake of sacrifice, this surge of spirit was born from the depths of their hearts. We fight for this. We fight for this. The team echoed in unison. Mo Chung exclaimed. The captain spoke brilliantly. This is the finest pre-battle rally I have ever witnessed from Captain Mark. Wouldn't you agree, Ran Bing? Ran Bing nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed. At this moment, the radiance emanating from the hunters illuminated the entire night. Captain Mark commanded, "Hunters, let's depart." The lifting platform descended with a thunderous roar of steam. The dull thud of the iron rhino traversing the steel plates mingling with the clicking of the hydraulic locks. Lowering Platform 01. Below is the ecological dense zone. Hunters, please take heed. Mo Chung noticed that aside from the upper commanders, several dust dwellers were also hiding on the opposite side of the platform. Even though the special mission had not been disclosed in advance, many had come to bid farewell. He gave a thumbs up to the dust dwellers. Wait for our triumphant return. Lin Chuan piloted the gravity body mech, White Shark 20, towards Mark, both men tacitly avoiding mention of the core data room. The mechanical arm of White Shark 20 offered a black headset. Captain Mark, were this for easier communication? Lin Chuan did not state it outright. But Mark instantly grasped the underlying implications. The hunters had tactical headsets for team communication. This device was likely to prevent other team members from receiving targeted messages. He took the headset and cautioned Lin Chuan, "Do not engage in acts of betrayal against the lighthouse." The voice of Lin Chuan came through the headset. "I will complete this mission with utmost diligence." Captain Mark, the life source core is actually called the Spirit Seed. I entered the data room earlier than you. The lighthouse currently has no means to control it, but I can attempt it. This is my sincerity. Mark was momentarily stunned. His previous thoughts had revolved around using traps and containers to deal with the abyss beasts, never anticipating that Lin Chuan possessed such capabilities. He wished to inquire further, but understood that Lin Chuan would not divulge more. "Lin Chuan, what exactly do you intend to do?" Silence met his question until he heard Lin Chuan's voice again, now distantly fading away. "Captain Mark, have you ever considered that the betrayer might be the lighthouse itself?" Meanwhile, the distant abyss beasts lurking below the lighthouse seemed to sense their presence. Although they remained still, their heads turned towards the hunter's direction. Chapter 37, Eric's Endgame. Lin Chuan's words left Mark silent for the first half of their operation. The team's headsets crackled with Ranbing's voice. "We are about to arrive at Zone 13. Ahead lies the outer layer of the ecological dense zone. Please remain vigilant." "Received. Received." Mark called out to Lin Chuan on the public channel. "What is your plan?" On the public channel, Lin Chuan had little to say. Had not the Team S strategy already been established? Mo Chung and I will pilot the heavy structure to locate and lure the target. I mean, do you have any supplementary plans? Though Mark preferred not to discuss lighthouse matters, he still trusted Lin Chuan's combat abilities. "Very well," Lin Chuan cleared his throat. "I will take sole responsibility for target acquisition, trap setting, and detaining the transport target." "What?" Lin Chuan's seemingly frivolous statement drew discontent from the team members in the channel. "Are you planning to find the abyss beast all on your own and bring it back? What are we supposed to do?" "Lin Chuan, you are being excessively arrogant." Mo Chung protested vehemently. "What madness is this? Why would you say something like that?" Sensing the situation escalating, Mark quickly switched to a private channel with Lin Chuan. "What do you mean by saying such things on purpose? First, you cannot accomplish this task alone, and second, it will only incite dissent among the other team members. Isn't that just fine?" Lin Chuan pressed the headset. "Eric is Charles's man. He has been silently following our team, observing us. More specifically, he is here to watch me. We are not far enough from the lighthouse yet. I must remain cautious of those above." Mark comprehended Lin Chuan's intent. "I understand, but do not go too far." Just then, Eric's voice echoed over the public channel. "Lin Chuan did not have the opportunity to perform when he was with our team. That is also my fault. Please bear with me, everyone." "Bear with you? Does he alone need to perform?" Some team members clearly disagreed, while others chose silence. Eric's lips curled into a slight smirk. While pretending to be a good Samaritan and doing Lin Chuan a favor, he was also throwing him into the fire. He thought to himself, "Lin Chuan, don't think your rise to power makes you anything special. In the realm of human relations, you still have a long way to go." Just as he reveled in his own satisfaction, Captain Mark issued a command. "Recon Team Mo Chung and Fei Shui, locate the solitary abyss beast." Currently prioritizing the type snake dog, Lin Chuan surveyed the terrain, opting for narrow ruins or canyon formations to restrict the abyss beast's mobility. Jeff swiftly set up an electromagnetic net. Ranbing prepared to snipe from a distance to provoke the target and lead it into the trap zone. "I will assist with heavy fire suppression, cutting off their escape route. The rest will proceed as planned." After a 3-second pause, "Captain Eric, since Lin Chuan was once your team member, please take good care of him." Eric, the team leader, joined in the terrain survey. "Wait." Eric's previously triumphant expression suddenly stiffened. He had no desire to be near Lin Chuan, even for a second. However, Mark had already shut off the headset, leaving him no choice but to follow orders. Eric's brow furrowed, his hands trembling slightly. He felt that something was amiss, yet dismissed the thought. No, Lin Chuan was always insignificant. He merely had the good fortune of being noticed by the chief. With his personality, he hasn't even sought revenge until now. There won't be a problem. Lin Chuan's earlier comments revealed such low emotional intelligence. Eric continued to ponder, considering the reconnaissance mission's low danger level. The double reward for contribution points was also a significant temptation for him. Having resolved these thoughts, he resumed his facade of goodwill. "Everyone, I will first scout the terrain. I am friends with Lin Chuan, and I apologize for his earlier missteps on his behalf. Hearing these words, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smirk coldly. Well said, Eric. There are many more things you need to do on my behalf. The two heavy structures traversed the ravine towards the horizon. The remaining members gathered at the edge of the ecological dense zone, where they were temporarily safe. After adjusting their equipment, they convened beside Captain Mark. Captain Mark, why is Lin Chuan acting so strangely today? And that Eric, is he really a friend of his? Mo Chung voiced the shared concern of the group. Indeed, Lin Chuan is certainly not himself today. Mark noticed that the signals between the two of them were beyond range, leaving him with only a positional fix, as he could no longer receive any communication through his earpiece. Thus, he revealed the truth to everyone. I am uncertain whether they are friends, but Eric is likely someone sent by Charles to monitor our team. Why would Charles, the leader of the council, dispatch someone to surveil us? Jeff simply couldn't fathom it. Most of the team members felt similarly. Having been indoctrinated into the Church of Light and Shadow since childhood, they would never dare to question Charles' motives. Charles suspects our loyalty as scavengers to the Lord of the City, and I do not understand why he would think that. However, Eric's behavior during the council meeting made me quite certain that he might relay misleading information back. Perhaps it's because Eric's third squad lacks any remarkable achievements. If he were to accompany us on our mission, it would only hinder our efforts. Mark clarified to everyone that Lin Chuan had taken him away from our squad for the sake of facilitating our actions. Upon hearing Mark's explanation, the team members finally realized the truth. It turns out Lin Chuan was doing this for us. What a clever plan. I too felt that Eric's earlier words were rather peculiar. His presence here would only be a nuisance. Damn it. I had just said that Lin Chuan wanted to showcase himself. Now I feel like the fool. Ran Bing became aware of the potential issues arising from Lin Chuan's actions. Worry etched across her face. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he and Eric encountered danger? The others began to share her concerns for Lin Chuan's predicament. This anxiety was clearly unwarranted. At the same time, Lin Chuan had already reached the edge of a seemingly bottomless cavern with Eric. The place resembled both a cave and a cliff, appearing quite unnatural. Eric sycophantically suggested to Lin Chuan, "This location is excellent. The gravity body mecha can maneuver freely here, making it ideal for restraining the devouring beasts. However, what are these markings on the ground? They look as if they were carved by a knife. Haha. I must be overthinking it. There couldn't possibly be a knife that large. Haha." He was attempting to find a topic to engage the fool Lin Chuan, as he had previously done. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied casually, "You can stay here." He was preoccupied with the positioning device in his hand, his mind clearly elsewhere. Stay here? Aren't we supposed to return together after our reconnaissance? Where are you going? The only response he received was the sound of the gravity body mecha ceasing to function after its power line was severed. Lin Chuan. Eric's eyes widened in terror as he finally realized that Lin Chuan had no intention of letting him go. It was too late to say anything now. Eric's pupils contracted behind his visor as the alarm for the gravity body mecha's power system fell silent, and the cockpit was sent plummeting off the cliff by Lin Chuan's White Shark 20. In that fleeting moment of descent, he recalled Lin Chuan's earlier smile. Charles' words echoing in his mind, "Just consider it a gift." He remembered the thrill he felt while pushing Lin Chuan off the platform. It turned out he had already been sentenced to death without even realizing it. Now, he felt the cold metallic wind slashing across his face. Was I truly so insignificant? Why was I so foolish? Why hadn't I noticed sooner? He had been playing me all along. Crack. The mechanical claw of the white shark suddenly clamped around his mecha's throat, pinning him at the edge of the cliff, unable to ascend or descend. The hydraulic arms groaned under the strain. Eric dangled at the precipice, 300 meters below him, a thick, crimson mist roiling like boiling water. Newly spawned snake dogs were stabbing the rock face with their bony tails, producing a sound akin to nails scraping on a chalkboard. Do you wish to know what it feels like to be in a situation 1,000 times more tragic than being pushed off a garbage dump? The White Shark 20 piloted by Lin Chuan squatted at the cliff's edge, its mechanical fingers tapping on Eric's visor. They should be unable to siphon your life essence through the mecha, but that crimson mist would flow in like honey into an anthill. Eric's mecha resembled an iron coffin, the power cut, the escape pod locked down. In a state of utter despair, Lin Chuan himself nearly lost consciousness. His mouth agape yet unable to produce any sound, feeling nothing but fear. There was no signal in his earpiece, only a buzzing lament. Lin Chuan rose and stated, "I have 2 matters to attend to. Wait for me to return, but do not perish too quickly, understood? As the white shark mecha turned, it intentionally crushed a rock. The debris tumbled into the abyss, rousing a flurry of blue-eyed beasts. Chapter 38. Farewell, Bayukue. Time is of the essence. I must first rendezvous with Boss Bai. Lin Xuan powered down the gravity body and utilized the energy-efficient driving mode granted by the system, racing towards the designated coordinates. He was concerned that the gravity body mecha might possess a beacon for tracking its position, thus risking exposure. Almost there. The coordinates for the scavenger's mission were not exceedingly far from the ground team stationed at Bayukue. This was a result of Lin Xuan's clandestine negotiations with Dr. Carey, coupled with his discussions with Captain Mark regarding operational details. Before long, he spotted the temporary base constructed by the ground team. Lin Xuan felt elated. Although he had only been away for 2 days, returning felt remarkably comforting. He commanded the White Shark 20 to activate the tactical loudspeaker and called out from a distance. I, Lin Xuan, have returned. I, Lin Xuan, have returned. Just then, Shanda and Su Tong spotted him outside the temporary base. This kid is indeed flamboyant. Haha. I must admit, Lin Xuan is impressive. He managed to return in just 2 days. Boss Bai certainly did not misjudge him. The gravity body mecha kicked up a cloud of dust as it halted before them. Lin Xuan leaped from the cockpit. Brother Shan, Su Tong, it's been a while. I've missed you. It's good to have you back. Shanda patted his arm and turned to call the others. However, upon hearing the commotion, the entire ground team had already emerged. Brother Lin Xuan, you're back. Xiado was the fastest to reach him, with Xing Xing and my duo following closely to welcome him. Yes, I am impressive, aren't I? Lin Xuan boasted while glancing towards the hatch. Boss Bai was leaning against the door frame of the temporary base, the cool moonlight accentuating her already fair complexion. Her lips curled into a slight smile, her stunning beauty rendering the bright moon somewhat dim in comparison. Lin Xuan recalled a saying. Her heart was not a tranquil ocean. It simply did not surge for others. She smiled. How beautiful. The accelerated pounding of his heart sent blood rushing through Lin Xuan's neural pathways, making even his smile appear foolish. Haha, Boss Bai. You look a bit pale. Haha, I just happened to bring you 2 bags of candy. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Xuan regretted it. He had intended to say something cool upon returning, yet now he felt like a simpleton. Noticing the odd expressions on his teammates' faces only reinforced his belief that he had strayed far from being impressive. Hastily, Lin Xuan retrieved the synthetic candy he had exchanged from the black market, completely unaware that the ground team was regarding him with that expression due to Boss Bai's prior sacrifice of her life essence. Actually, I noticed that the children in Longu village don't often have snacks. This is synthetic candy from the lighthouse. It can be made to taste like fruit candy using minimal ingredients, and it's harmless to the body. I often see Dr. Carey eating it. In Longu village, most of the land must be used for planting crops, so sugar can only be consumed in daily life. Therefore, I hope you can take this back for analysis. And once you find a method, you can produce it in bulk. He thought that his unsolicited suggestion had not been accepted, so he spoke more than necessary while explaining. Thank you, Lin Xuan. Boss Bai approached to take the synthetic candy. You only had so little time. You worked hard. It's good to have you back. It wasn't too dangerous. Let me sync the intelligence from above with you. Lin Xuan handed the flash drive to Xiado, standing beside him. The text encapsulates his concerns about the city lord, the truth behind the lighthouse, and the developments within the Charles Shadow Association. In essence, it records all his observations and experiences at the lighthouse over the past few days. The boss, Bai, remained silent, merely gazing at Lin Xuan, causing him to wonder if there was something unsightly on his face. Is something wrong? Is there something on my face? No, Bayukue responded, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure. Having suffered significant vitality loss in her previous confrontation with the Devourer Beast, coupled with her worries for Lin Xuan, she quickly shifted the topic. How is the investigation going? Most of the information is useless. The Shadow Association is entirely under the control of Lord Morgan, and Charles is merely a nominal leader. It seems they are trying to appear impartial, making it difficult to achieve the unity of church and state. So they likely won't be too extreme for now. Just as I suspected, the Shadow Association should not be like that, Bayukue said only halfway through her thoughts. During their conversation, Lin Xuan noticed Bai's once smooth and delicate fingers now appeared unhealthily pale. He recalled the cave where he had kicked Eric. It can't be. Bai, did you encounter the Devourer Beast earlier? Yes, Bayukue nodded. Xiado, assisting nearby, interjected, "Not only did we encounter them, but the boss also eliminated quite a few. Otherwise, your journey would have been perilous." She produced a glass-like container. The vitality essence of these devourer beasts is quite peculiar. It contains far too little life force. We suspect they are nurturing higher-tier devourer beasts. Be cautious on your way back. We suspect there are numerous mana flowers in the vicinity, which would allow the devourer beasts to quickly revive. Moreover, there is not just one settlement of devourer beasts. This is a grave issue. If that is the case, the hunters will be in jeopardy. Yet, Lin Chuan had to deliver further grim news. "I understand, Xiaodou. Bye. Did you expend vitality earlier? If so, you must avoid the ecological core area. I heard Commander Victor of the Lighthouse's defense forces mention that the city lord intends to restart the abyssal plan. That device is meant to deal with you. Isn't it?" Even though the prospect of facing higher-tier devourer beasts filled Lin Chuan with trepidation, he could not allow Bai to suffer a second assault from the lighthouse under such circumstances. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's weighty news, the ground team's members displayed varying expressions. While they had not heard the term before, they were clearly prepared for battle. Bai Yukuei's expression remained unchanged. "Lin Chuan, did I not tell you not to investigate the abyssal plan? It is far too dangerous for you. I cannot simply leave the peril to you alone." Lin Chuan did not argue. Yet, that single statement left Bai in a daze, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Lin Chuan was unlike anyone else. Bai Yukuei felt he had never regarded her as a mere sanctuary due to her strength. Instead, he consistently stood before her as a shield. And all of it felt so natural. Bai Yukuei found herself at a loss for words. Turning her gaze aside to conceal her emotions, she said, "Lin Chuan, do not engage in dangerous activities." When she turned back, Lin Chuan suddenly pressed a long, white rectangular box into her hands. "This is for you. I intended for you to open it right away, but it seems we have much to attend to now." Lin Chuan turned away, disregarding any formalities or feelings of regret. Action was paramount. He promptly began organizing plans. "Xiaodou, help me investigate this location. This is the position of the lighthouse I recorded during Coach Elon's journey. We need to locate him quickly. This is essential for my future collaboration with Mark." He casually tossed a pair of headphones to Su Tong. "This headset will connect you to Captain Mark. I will provide you with the hunter's location. Use the voice changer to relay the message that formidable devourer beasts may be present here, and they should prepare accordingly." Bai Yukuei observed the gift in her hand, and then glanced at Lin Chuan, who was already in action, her lips curling into a smile once more. "Still so fond of acting on your own accord. Truly, you intend to protect me, don't you? Very well, this time I shall cooperate with you." Chapter 39. The Ground Team's Combat Mission. Lin Chuan's plan was exceptionally detailed, with a clear and coherent overall structure, earning the admiration of the ground team members. The team was divided into two main operational areas. The first squad, led by Xiaodou as the operational core, was tasked with controlling the devourer beasts, gathering information internally, and seeking weaknesses and directions for the mana ecology's evolution. After Su Tong transmitted the information, she returned to the first squad to assist with low-altitude observation, helping Xiaodou identify suitable control targets and aiding in scouting the core areas of the mana ecology. Shonda supported Xiaodou in the first squad, ensuring the team's safety while releasing life essence in conjunction with Su Tong's lure gun, guiding the devourer beasts into the predefined operational positions. The objectives of the first squad were twofold: to collect relevant intelligence to strengthen future defensive measures, and if possible, to seek opportunities to disrupt the core devourer beasts of the mana ecology in the area, preventing the potential emergence of higher-tier devourer beasts. The remaining members were assigned to the second operational squad, which was divided into two combat directions. First, my duo would utilize the shared vision with the small hawk on her shoulder to reach Coach Elon's coordinates and bring him back. Next, the Starlight Girl would accompany Bai to support the hunters in capturing devourer beasts, which were the experimental subjects Dr. Carey required for the abyssal plan. Indeed, they aimed to facilitate the abyssal plan. While the squad members admired Lin Chuan's command skills, they also harbored doubts. "Lin Chuan, you are indeed remarkable. I never anticipated your command capabilities to be at this level," Su Tong sincerely praised, yet she posed a question. "You mentioned that device might be intended to deal with Bai. Why then promote the plan?" "Exactly. Brother Lin Chuan, while I understand this is to combat the devourer beasts, it would be best if we refrain from pursuing this matter." Even Xiaodou, who trusted Lin Chuan the most, shared this sentiment. In an instant, Everyone except Bai Yukue began to question the proposal. Yet, as my duo voiced her doubts, she seemed to have an epiphany. Lin Chuan, Bai previously encouraged me to explore command tactics, and I have invested considerable effort in this area. I believe I understand your intention. You are preparing for us to unite on the lighthouse, consolidating human strength to combat the devourer beasts. However, she felt puzzled. The operational tasks assigned to the ground team were minimal, primarily focused on Starlight and Bai. She could not comprehend why Lin Chuan, who had shown such concern for Bai, would place additional combat pressure on her. Unless, the primary burden of this combat mission falls on you, doesn't it? Seeing my duo seemingly grasping the situation, I gently patted her head. My duo, you are becoming increasingly exceptional. Lin Chuan's self-assigned task is indeed to bridge the two factions, thus bearing the heaviest combat responsibilities. She turned to Lin Chuan, but I already warned you, do not engage in dangerous activities. Haha. Lin Chuan laughed. Bai, I now possess the White Shark 20. You know my driving skills are top-notch. I will ensure my safety. This is not dangerous. Bai's expression remained impassive, her gaze chilling. She understood Lin Chuan was deliberately making such infuriating jokes to divert her attention. Lin Chuan, you know such things cannot deceive me. Her fingers trembled slightly, her tone growing increasingly serious. You intend to seize the abyssal plan once it is completed, don't you? What? Lin Chuan, are you out of your mind? You plan to return to the lighthouse to steal their most crucial research? Su Tong exclaimed, her words faltering. Bai instructed you to collect intelligence, not to undertake such dangerous work. Do not act on your own. Indeed, Lin Chuan, the lighthouse is fortified with stringent defenses. The true strength lies within the city defense forces, rather than the scavengers. Even if we ascend, we may not safely seize what you mentioned. Xiaodou, anxious, waved her hands incessantly. She had never contemplated these matters before. It felt akin to her previous experiences in her favorite game, where she solely focused on completing levels and achieving victories, seeking assistance from boss by when necessary. However, she had never considered directly breaching the game company itself. These are entirely disparate concepts. Sui Xing was even more forthright, declaring, I refuse this battle plan. You are wagering your life. Only Shanda, who usually cared for Lin Chuan like an elder brother, remained silent. Shanda, why don't you speak up? Su Tong urged. What are you pretending to be dead for at a time like this? Lin Chuan is a man. Shanda uttered this statement and promptly stood beside Xiaodou, clearly demonstrating his support for Lin Chuan's plan through action. While most opposed Lin Chuan's strategy, he turned to gaze into Bai Yukue's eyes. To not abandon our humanity. We must unite all forces, mustn't we? These were the precise words she had conveyed to him upon his arrival in Longu village. Before his transmigration, Lin Chuan was neither a special forces operative nor an intellectual. He was merely an ordinary office worker. His ability to devise such a flawless plan did not stem from an inherently sharp intellect. Bai Boss's recognition of his plan was also not due to extensive experience. The reason was simple. They belonged to the same ilk. They had both witnessed the splendor of the old world. This is something that no one born in the apocalypse can compare to. The old world boasted a rich cultural life and abundant resources. In that golden era, people's dreams were never merely about survival, but rather about the quality of life they wished to lead. This is why Bai Boss would speak of uniting all forces. Hence, Lin Chuan's aspirations extended beyond vengeance. The simple topic of coexistence had always existed in the old world. As the apocalypse descended and in the years of battling the devourers, it seemed everyone had forgotten that all efforts were aimed at reclaiming the initial beauty of life. This is the ultimate goal of all plans. Bai Yukue was evidently persuaded, recalling the day Lin Chuan confronted Hai Sang and the bets she had placed. That day, she indeed wagered 10 coins on Hai Sang's victory, but in reality, she had staked much more on Lin Chuan. Did she not believe in him from the very beginning? There was no need for further debate. Following Lin Chuan's directive, everything was for the sake of tomorrow. With Bai Yukue's command, dissenting voices ceased. The ground team, unaware of the deeper implications, chose to trust Lin Chuan and Bai Boss's judgment. Understood. Acknowledged. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were pressing. The activity range of the devourers increased at night, leaving no room for hesitation. Xiaodou and the others returned to the temporary base to prepare for battle. Bai Yukue and Sui Xing accelerated their all-terrain vehicle from the aircraft in pursuit of the White Shark 20. Simultaneously, the scavengers received a voice message from Su Tong via a voice modulator. Captain Mark, We have detected a large number of Devourers. Please prepare for battle immediately. I am currently unable to return in time from the flank. Maintain communication. In the distance, a horde of Devourers sensed the unshielded life essence of the Scavengers and began converging toward that direction. Chapter 40. The Scavengers face an attack from large Devourers. At the gathering point of the Scavengers, Captain Mark's expression turned grave as he promptly issued commands to all team members. Attention Scavengers, there are numerous lurking Devourers. Prepare for combat. Mo Chung and Fei Shui reacted swiftly, jumping onto the armored vehicle. Captain, did Lin Chuan discover this terrain during his reconnaissance? They had clearly exceeded the signal range moments ago, and he had not observed any signs of their return. Mark merely grunted without elaboration. He would certainly not disclose that Lin Chuan had provided him with information through his earpiece. The Scavengers' communication devices had been restricted. This was a measure implemented by the lighthouse to prevent them from exceeding their mission parameters or acting independently. The aim was control. Aside from communicating with those above in the lighthouse, their direct communication range on the ground was exceedingly limited. Team, seek an escape route and prepare to withdraw. Conserve ammunition until we find a suitable exit. Captain Mark, aren't we capturing the Devourers? Jeff evidently did not grasp the severity of the situation. Move quickly. There are a multitude of Devourers. Under Mark's command, everyone swiftly boarded the vehicles and sped away toward higher ground. Roar. With several deep, powerful roars. The first armored vehicle was overturned by a fiery impact. Debris from the explosion shattered the glass of the vehicles behind, forcing the fragmented team to veer off course. It's an earth roar, exclaimed Mo Chung. Everything happened too rapidly, without any forewarning. In the next instant, dozens of massive Devourers emerged before the convoy. Their bodies were entirely black, with sturdy limbs standing far taller than humans. And in front of their supporting limbs were a pair of smaller claws reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Captain, variant type Devourers. This type of Devourer inhabits the outskirts of ecologically dense areas, primarily attacking using energy pulses emitted from their vocal sac structures. Fei Shui. Yes. Upon receiving the captain's order, Mo Chung turned the vehicle's front. Fei Shui, armed with an ultra-heavy sniper rifle, aimed at the earth roar's vocal sac and fired at the moment it charged up. Boom. 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 A tremendous explosion erupted. The sniper bullet accurately penetrated the vocal sac of the earth roar, piercing through 3 of the Devourers in an instant. Jeff also piloted his gravity-type Mech up to the armored vehicle. I've been holding back for too long. Just watch me smash your red eggs. Wait, Jeff. The gravity-type Mech piloted by Erica was unlike the others, equipped with a Gatling gun. Those red eggs are mine. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The flames erupted towards the earth roars, charging at the armored convoy, swiftly repelling them. Erica, conserve ammunition. These Devourers respawn quickly. Ranbing cautioned. Mark, have you sent our extraction point to Lin Chuan? Mark replied while driving. No, he hasn't sent any messages yet. The terrain here is peculiar. We will head to higher ground first. He should be able to catch up. He felt extremely anxious. Lin Chuan had previously endured survival alone on the ground, and he did not wish for him to experience that again. The convoy accelerated away, the earth roars unable to catch up with the Scavengers, gradually falling behind. Mark sighed in relief. At the very least, they could hold on for the time being. Team, stay alert. We have not yet escaped danger. Switching to his earpiece. Lin Chuan, respond. Where are you? Can you return? Do you need support? No response. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, Bai Kue, and Sui Xing had arrived at the entrance of the hole where Eric was located. It was the Devourer nest that Bai Boss had cleaved open with a single strike. The 3 were in a state of return, ensuring they did not attract the attention of the Devourers, but the White Shark 20 Mech could not enter this state. If the Mech remained inactive, perhaps they would not be attacked by the Devourers. However, that was not feasible now. Lin Chuan, what do you intend to do? We must locate that higher-tier Devourer. I have an idea. Lin Chuan pointed at the gravity-type Mech perched on the cliff's edge. It was crawling with newly birthed snake dogs. Eric was inside. He had been filled with sanguine essence, and the Devourers had lost interest in him. There was something I needed within. Lin Chuan approached the gravity-type Mech, peering through the cockpit glass to see that Eric was still alive. His cockpit was filled with a crimson mist, yet Eric still drew breath. This fellow was ensnared in excruciating agony and would soon perish. The Devourers atop Eric's gravity-type Mech noticed Lin Chuan and lunged towards him. Yet, Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. Activate the driving system. In remote driving mode, targeting the White Shark 20 and Eric, Lin Chuan suddenly sensed Eric's mental state. He had succumbed to madness. Long since losing consciousness, which was his just deserts. Attribute transformation. Utilizing his system abilities, Lin Chuan swapped the mechanical attributes of the White Shark 20 with the biological attributes of Eric. The White Shark 20 he was piloting transformed into a biological entity infused with a sanguine essence. The devouring beasts immediately lost their target and their desire to attack, standing dumbfounded in place. To these monsters, the White Shark 20 was merely a previously captured target. As for Eric, he had become a machine that could not die yet would eternally endure suffering due to the attribute exchange. Lin Chuan marveled at the power of the system. He no longer feared being besieged by the devouring beasts. Bai Yukuei furrowed her brows. Lin Chuan, I sense that your mech is filled with sanguine essence. Get out now. She was worried about Lin Chuan becoming infected. However, Lin Chuan had already devised a solution to this predicament. The sanguine essence could easily infect the human body because it existed previously in gaseous or liquid states. Through attribute transformation, it was now confined within the mechanical solid of the White Shark 20. As long as he had no wounds or his wounds did not come into contact with the White Shark 20, he would be safe. Though perilous, time was of the essence, and this was the only viable method. He vividly remembered the day he was pursued by snake dogs. Lin Chuan refused to be the weak link in the team any longer. Boss Bai, I'm fine. He gazed into the cave below. The devouring beast might be lurking just beneath. I might not be discovered like this. I need to jump down and take a look. Wait. Bai Yukuei halted him. I thought the same that day, which is why I slashed at this cave, but found nothing. Boss Bai, there are large claw marks here. The two were drawn to the sound of shattered stones, and upon closer inspection, they indeed found traces of something clawing its way up the cliff's edge. The claw marks were profoundly deep, astonishingly large, akin to that of a gravity body. This was the mark left by the metamorphic devouring beast. Boss Bai finally realized why they had not found it earlier. Its weight might allow it to burrow underground. It must have been hiding below, only recently emerging. The group quickly understood. Even if there were other devouring beasts to sustain it, a newly birthed devouring beast would still need to venture out to absorb life essence. Lin Chuan's eyes widened. Oh no. Has it just come out? Boss Bai, we need to hasten our pace and head to the scavenger's location. Chapter 41. From the very beginning, it belongs to you. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the mountain path. Rocks tumbled, and massive sand dunes began to slide. The night sky was illuminated by the fires of battle, resembling broad daylight. More terrifyingly, aside from the roars of beasts and the sounds of artillery, nothing else remained. Such intense combat inevitably resulted in casualties, and the number of fallen scavengers was likely staggering. They perished without even a chance to scream. They were routed. The remnants of battle were enough for Shattered Star to ascertain the scavenger's current plight. She kicked aside a fragment of rock, revealing metallic debris beneath. The remnants of armored vehicles had been thoroughly trampled into the earth. The number of devouring beasts was overwhelming. What about the flesh soil? Why is there no flesh soil? This left even her, a warrior accustomed to perilous battles, feeling apprehensive. Boss Bai, still no sign of flesh soil. Bai Yukuei shut her eyes. It might be a new type of devouring beast. Humph. A breath of foul air escaped Bai's lips. She was calming herself. Boss Bai, you can no longer participate in the battle. Shattered Star grasped Bai's hand. Lin Chuan, you must prevent Boss Bai from engaging. Her condition is dire. One side heaven, the other side hell. The sheer number and strength of the devouring beasts exceeded expectations. No one could rescue so many from such a vast horde. They could not afford to take any more risks. Their evolution was too rapid. If they did not act now, they might appear in the village next time. Bai Yukuei was resolute. She was correct. This was merely the edge of an ecologically dense area. The lighthouse had not anticipated it. The ground team had also failed to foresee it. Even if it wasn't T this time, the next time would be unavoidable. And there would be a next time. The only opportunity lay in facing the mana ecosystem head-on. Shattered Star, Bai is right. Lin Chuan's unexpected words took everyone by surprise. Shattered Star gritted her teeth. But going there will be futile. They can crush armored vehicles completely. Their numbers are beyond imagination. Everyone knows that in this situation, the only option is to leave. They are powerful, but they are ultimately flesh and blood beings. How can they withstand an endless tide of beasts? Life's end is actually a swift affair. Just close your eyes, and it will soon pass. Shattered Star crouched down to re-examine the surroundings, and after careful consideration, she activated her headset. Boss Bai, let me relay a message to the others. We cannot complete this mission. Bai Yukuei did not respond, continuing her preparations. Suddenly, the white mech stepped forward. Boss Bai opened her eyes. She knew Lin Chuan too well. Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Lin Chuan turned around, revealing a smile through the glass of the control panel. I'm going to deal with the monsters. This mirrored the moment he first encountered Bai Yukuei. Bai Yukuei frowned, her fingers tightening. Don't act recklessly. Ordinary devouring beasts might not see through your disguise, but the metamorphic ones certainly will. Unconsciously, she reached for the white shark 20. Don't touch it. There's sanguine essence on it. Bai Yukuei quickly withdrew her hand. It wasn't because of the sanguine essence, which was of no concern to her, but rather she realized her composure had faltered. Lin Chuan sighed, muttering to himself, I had intended to watch you dismantle it. Boss Bai, do I still have the box I gave you? Bai Yukuei retrieved the box. Yes, but this isn't the time for that. You listen to me. Lin Chuan interrupted. The lighthouse is a harsh place, but as you said, it has its merits. This is something I exchanged from the dust people at the lighthouse. Pure, noble, romantic, and loyal. I hope it can represent these. Treasure it. Lin Chuan grinned. I'm going back to my original place. I hope that when we meet again, I will still be alive. In the next moment, the white shark 20 shot out an electromagnetic net, blocking Shattered Star and Bai Yukuei. Shattered Star, help me hold back Boss Bai, even if just for a minute. The vector thrusters erupted with blue flames as the white shark 20, carrying Lin Chuan, sped towards the battlefield. He had been prepared since the moment he gifted the box to Bai Yukuei, having considered all possibilities. From the very beginning, he never intended for Boss Bai to engage in battle. Watching Lin Chuan disappear into the distance, Bai Yukuei momentarily lost her focus. She noticed Shattered Star clinging tightly to her, then looked at the white box in her hand. Silence. Opening the box revealed a bouquet of blooming white roses. That flower, symbolizing immaculate purity devoid of any vulgar desires, astonishingly bloomed in the apocalypse. Beside the white rose lay a small note. The day after returning to the lighthouse, I wish to gift you something. Perhaps only it can match you. The records of the lighthouse indicated that white roses had long been extinct, perhaps on the surface, but they blossomed in this aerial prison, flourishing in the fertile soil of the dust people. Don't worry, I won't come to harm. Have you forgotten? My life has always belonged to you. Bai Yukuei's fingers trembled, her eyes widening in shock. The small note bore countless emotions, leaving her speechless. Boss Bai. Shattered Star was equally astonished by the gift, tentatively speaking. Bai Yukuei reigned in her aura. Shattered Star, can you let go of me now? The Shattered Star hesitated to continue, yet her grip remained unyielding, her head shaking incessantly without uttering a single word. At that moment, Bai Yukuei confronted her own heart. A white rose, which should not have existed, appeared amidst the chaos of a war-torn apocalypse. A union that was never meant to be formed descended from the heavens. In her eyes, Lin Chuan had never been a mere scavenger, nor a substitute for her brother. He was simply himself, a man who always stood before her. Lin Chuan's figure gradually faded from her sight. Shattered Star promptly released her hold on the white boss's hand, exhaling in relief. The battlefield was chaotic and it was night. Even if she pursued the traces to find the scavenger, it would require time. This way, the white boss could avoid the battle. Though she truly hoped nothing would happen to Lin Chuan, this was the only course of action. She gazed at the white boss standing still, attempting to console her. Boss, we will find a way to support Lin Chuan. Please return to rest. I will surely bring him back. Bai Yukuei remained silent. Shattered Star tried to offer more comfort, but she found the white boss had already activated the information panel on her arm. A radar map appeared, displaying a glaring red dot rapidly moving into the distance. That was undoubtedly Lin Chuan's location. Bai Yukuei had installed a locator on his badge when she had returned it to him. A faint smile curled at her lips. You little rascal. Do you truly believe you are the only clever one? In the next instant, the Tang Dao was unsheathed, and the electromagnetic net was swiftly torn asunder. Bai Yukuei sheathed her sword, carefully placing the white rose back into its box. Shattered Star, we must go? Shattered Star's eyes were filled with confusion. She could not comprehend the white boss's intentions at this moment. Where are we going, boss? Bai Yukuei gazed ahead, the silvery moonlight serving as her guiding beacon illuminating the path. To Lin Chuan, to retrieve what he promised me. Chapter 42, The Transformative Devourer. In the heart of the battlefield, chaos reigned supreme. The Devourer let out a furious roar, gathering crimson energy within its massive vocal sac. Dozens of energy orbs flew erratically towards the solitary glider in the air. Mo City had long lost its former jovial demeanor, piloting the glider while evading as if it were a kite about to fall in the rain. In an instant, he retracted the wings. A fortuitous blend of luck and exceptional piloting skills allowed him to narrowly evade the energy projectiles. Just as he wiped the sweat from his brow, thankful to have survived, Erica's voice crackled through the headset, "Mo City, run." But it was too late. The energy orbs ascended into the clouds before plummeting downwards, their angles too treacherous for Mo City to evade. Abandoning the glider was his only option. As he leapt from the aircraft, the energy orb struck, causing a tremendous explosion that slammed him violently to the ground. Communication was severed. With a loud crash, the ground was dented. Then came the sound of ruptured airbags. In those final moments, the airbags within Mo City's mechanical leg enveloped his body. He miraculously survived the fall from such heights. Yet this was not fortune. It marked the beginning of despair. The energy orbs descended like a cataclysmic rain from above. The scavenger squad was instantly decimated. Blood trickled down Mo City's forehead as he crawled from the crater, his eyes reflecting nothing but despair. Armored vehicles were overturned, heavy mechs lay in ruins, and Jeff collapsed, despairingly pulling the trigger of a rifle long devoid of ammunition. Captain Mark piloted the Radiant Dawn to shield Erica's mech. Apart from high-mobility snipers like Ranbing and Fei Shui positioned at a distance, the majority of scavengers had sustained grievous injuries. Even more disheartening was the relentless onslaught of thorn eels and snake hounds emerging from the precipice. These greedy devourers had surrounded the battlefield, poised for the final harvest. "Lord of Shadows, we beseech your mercy upon us." The headset crackled with fragmented, desperate prayers. Most scavengers had already lost their fighting spirit, repeatedly squeezing the trigger in a futile attempt to numb themselves with gunfire. Thud, thud, thud. A strange sound resonated behind them. Turning to look, the devourers instinctively parted to clear a path as a 4-meter diameter stone sphere rolled down from above. The scavengers gazed in disbelief at the sphere. It was unmistakably the remains of countless lives consumed by the devourers, compacted into a grotesque mass. Following that, a transformed devourer emerged from the depths of their vision, exuding a grotesque form. Its forelimbs, reminiscent of human arms, dragged its flower bud-like lower half. Its immense form towered at least 4 stories high. Even the most terrified scavenger had no choice but to open fire upon it. Terror engulfed their minds. All firepower was unleashed. Yet it was effortlessly thwarted by the green energy field surrounding the devourer. It was bromine mist. Captain Mark realized that this colossal devourer released bromine mist after consuming human essence. Until the bromine mist dissipated, ordinary weapons would be utterly ineffective. Scavengers, retreat swiftly. If you can move, run. They found themselves in a dire predicament. This was merely a slaughter awaiting its victims. Most began to flee in a panic, while others stood frozen, unable to think. This was the instinct to survive clashing with the paralyzing response. The faith and awareness of days past shattered in that moment. Death itself stood across, mocking humanity's insignificance. In previous missions, the scavenger squad had never encountered this type of devourer. It was the latest transformation, based on its form. It was aptly named the Blossom Beast. The Blossom Beast was somewhat irked by the counterattacks of these small creatures, opening its massive maw to accumulate blue energy. Mo City keenly sensed that it was akin to the energy orbs emitted by the Earth Roar, but its power was likely hundreds of times greater. It was preparing to harvest the battlefield. He could not allow the Blossom Beast to complete its charge. He tightly shut his eyes, bidding farewell to Captain Fei Shui, before instantly reopening them, resolutely pulling out a grenade and charging towards the Blossom Beast. However, the Blossom Beast's reflexes were incredibly swift. Its massive hands swung down as if swatting at flies. Was it over? Not even a mutual destruction was possible. Mo City's speed was swift, yet insufficient to evade those colossal hands. He closed his eyes, filled with regret. Damn it, who will come to save us? Boom. The thunderous clap nearly shattered his eardrums. A violent shockwave almost toppled him, but he was not dead. He opened his eyes wide. The Dawn and the White Shark 20 flanked him, intercepting those massive arms. Lin Chuan, piloting the White Shark 20, seized his grenade and hurled it at the Blossom Beast, while Captain Mark's Dawn grasped his mechanical leg, facilitating a rapid escape. An explosion ensued. and the blossom beast emitted a mournful wail. Mo City was drenched in sweat. Yet the fear in his eyes was dispelled, igniting a flicker of hope. Before him stood the two mechs, brimming with excitement. I'm still alive. Captain, Lin Chuan. This is wonderful. We're saved. The other scavenger squad members witnessing this scene felt a resurgence of hope. The candlelight in the darkness shone the brightest. Excellent. The captain and Lin Chuan took down that devourer. Lin Chuan had returned just in time. I knew he could do it. The scavengers had long forgotten about Eric. Their focus solely on Lin Chuan and Captain Mark. It is not so simple. Lin Chuan activated the squad channel. The bromine mist is protecting this devourer. Everyone, stay concealed. Once we truly defeat it, we will find a way to retreat together. As he had predicted, the blossom beast rose once again. It turned and climbed the cliff. Its bud-like lower half rapidly unfurling. The blooming green radiance emitted a sound wave. A powerful low-frequency wave followed, causing all personnel present to momentarily descend into chaos. Unexpectedly, such an assault. Lin Chuan shook his head incessantly, attempting to revive his senses, but to no avail. As the blooming beast unleashed its sonic attack, it simultaneously aided the eel in siphoning the life essence of the fallen. Within the range of this sonic influence, the deceased devourer accelerated the absorption of the life force from the injured hunters, rapidly regenerating and resurrecting. The flickering flame of hope was precariously swaying in the tempest of despair. No, if this continues, the squad will be utterly annihilated. There was no time for hesitation. In desperation, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. Mark. Captain Mark. Lin Chuan called out repeatedly. Mark, with his unique constitution, should recover swiftly. Lin Chuan. Stop it. As they communicated, Mark hurled the chainsaw from the dawn at Lin Chuan, immediately unleashing a barrage of firepower, relentlessly shooting at the blooming beast to deplete the energy of the bromine mist. A golden opportunity. The energy field could not sustain itself for long. Lin Chuan sensed it was nearly exhausted. The vector thrusters behind the White Shark 20 erupted with flames as he leaped into action, the roar of the chainsaw echoing amidst the blooming beast's furious howls. Damn devourer! Did you enjoy your feast just now? The chainsaw sliced through the blooming beast's flesh, its screams mingling with the viscous fluid that splattered everywhere. Mark, the chainsaw can't completely tear it apart, Lin Chuan shouted. In the next moment, the Dawn charged forward, bracing against the back of the White Shark 20, exerting all its might to propel forward. Die, monster! Chapter 43, Absolute Anomaly. A conspiracy beneath the starry sky. Concurrently, Fei Xue and Ran Bing finally located a suitable position to strike. The heavy sniper rifle fired in rapid succession, accurately piercing the eyes of the blooming beast. Another wail erupted. Seizing the moment, Lin Chuan and Mark pushed forward with renewed vigor. The two mechs, with all their might, finally shattered the blooming beast's toughest membrane layer, directly obliterating its core of life essence. The enormous carcass plummeted from the mountainside. The duo swiftly dodged, continuously firing their machine guns at the nearly resurrected devourers below. This scene ignited the spirits of all present. The hunter squad was instantly filled with fighting spirit, launching a fierce counterattack against the devourers. Excellent. We're saved. Jeff, don't celebrate too soon. Stay down and don't move. I'll come to rescue you. Mo Chung jumped onto an armored vehicle. The veteran team member, Xue Feng, who had remained silent, rushed towards Erica. Apologies. I panicked earlier and wasn't aware there was another way to deal with it. I'm coming to save you now. Captain Mark and Lin Chuan returned to the forefront of the team, exchanging fire and conversation. Are you all right? You returned just in time. I'm in perfect shape, Captain. Eric from Team 3 was attacked and killed. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Chuan mentioned Eric, and Mark fell silent for a moment. He was Charles's man. When we return, I'll find a way to explain. Just pretend nothing happened. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile, surprised that the usually rigid Mark could show some flexibility. Thank you, Captain. I won't regret giving you a great gift. A great gift? Mark swiftly took down a eel. Did you discover something? Of course, Lin Chuan's voice suddenly faltered, trembling. What's wrong? Mark thought there was an issue with the signal and switched to a dedicated communication channel, asking again, Lin Chuan? Captain, look above. Following Lin Chuan's direction, Mark was instantly stunned. The gunfire from the Mech ceased, leaving only the sound of falling shell casings. The moonlight was obscured by shadows, and all hunters sensed an inexplicable pressure. On the high slope, another blooming beast appeared. How is this possible? No, it's a group. 5, 6, 7. At least 10 or more. This is impossible. The metamorphosed devourers possessed distinct forms and attack methods, and such a multitude would not typically emerge in a single area. The reality before them shattered all understanding. The remaining generic devourers roared in place, while the swarm of blooming beasts swayed atop the mountain, announcing the battle's conclusion. The low-frequency waves reverberated again. The previously fallen blooming beast showed signs of revival. The hunter squad completely lost their fighting spirit. Only the sound of gunstocks dropping echoed in the silence. They were as quiet as cheese bread waiting to be sliced at a dining table. A profound stillness enveloped them. Lin Xuan felt a sharp sting in his tongue. In his desperation, he had bitten through it, seemingly infected by the scarlet essence. Once infected, the scarlet syndrome was incurable, and the wound would never heal, leading to a foregone conclusion. Fragments of information flickered before his eyes, and that starry face reappeared. What on earth is that? Though it bore a humanoid form, it did not resemble a human in any way. Was it you? Lin Xuan's consciousness was muddled, daring for the first time to directly question that terrifying humanoid entity. Did you create all these blooming beasts? No response. The starry face seemed to gaze down from another realm, extending its hands. The light and shadow were eternal. It appeared to be beckoning, inviting him to some place. No. Lin Xuan shook his head violently, desperately trying to expel those images from his mind. It's an illusion. As his vision cleared slightly, he realized the hunter squad was on the brink of collapse. This could not be blamed on them. Anyone would react the same way. From any perspective, they could not defeat the devourers before them. Mark. Mark. Lin Xuan's calls were met with a single response. You must escape. Mark had evidently grasped the situation, preparing for the worst. Even if one could survive, it would suffice. How can we escape at this moment? The vector thrusters activated, flames propelling the white shark 20 towards the swarm of blooming beasts. He had the scarlet essence as a cover. The ordinary devourers had no desire to attack him. The larger devourers also showed little interest. As long as he struck with certainty, perhaps there was a chance, if he could just hold out until that moment. Clinging to this thought, Lin Xuan resolutely raised the chainsaw and lunged at the first blooming beast. Lin Xuan! Mark roared, knowing Lin Xuan was courting death, but unflinchingly following him. Witnessing this, Mo Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted their names into the squad channel. Captain Mark. Lin Xuan. The other team members echoed the sentiment, not expecting this battle to conclude in such a devastating manner. Captain Mark. Team leader. Lin Xuan. At that moment, the voices of two female team members shattered the heavy atmosphere. Mo Cheng, drive your vehicle and stop the chatter. Fei Xue raised her sniper rifle again, firing directly. Alongside her, Ran Bing joined the assault on the blooming beasts. Everyone, don't give up. There will always be hope. The fighting spirit of the hunter's squad had long been extinguished, but in this moment of utter despair, they borrowed courage for tomorrow. Shouts and words of encouragement now seemed futile. No one wept in the squad channel. The battlefield was left with the sound of weapons being raised once more. This was the hunter squad's final declaration of battle. They chose to stand and face death. The blooming beast pierced by Lin Xuan let out a wail, while other larger devourers lunged at him. Those monsters disregarded all the bullets fired by the hunters. Everything would conclude in the next instant. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a colossal sphere of light ascended in the distant sky, radiating with the fervent energy of life essence. It illuminated the entire night sky. In the apocalypse, hope is not the promise of dawn, but a leap from the precipice of despair. All the devourers were irresistibly drawn towards that direction, rapidly crawling forth. This was the result of the source-quality induction guns wielded by Shanda and Su Tong. Well done, Shanda and Su Tong. Lin Xuan continually coughed as he descended back to the ground, his lips parched and a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Su Tong's voice crackled through his earpiece. Everything is proceeding according to your plan. How are things on your end, Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan gasped for air. It's a bit strenuous, but for now, I'm fine. He brushed aside his fatigue and activated the internal communication channel. Captain Mark, don't let them escape. We need to bring one back. The life source core of a large devourer holds greater research value. Moreover, despite the induction guns, if too many escape to the temporary base, it could spell trouble. Leaving one or two behind is also for the safety of Xiado and the others. At that moment, Mark was still shaken. his fingers numb and his fists unable to clench tightly. Yet he immediately issued orders. Rangers, prioritize your safety and prepare to intercept the large devourers. Behind the Rangers, Bai Yu Kuei and Sui Xing observe the unfolding scene. Boss Bai, it seems Lin Chuan has succeeded. This is excellent news. You 1T have to intervene. However, Bai Yu Kuei's expression remained grave. The sheer number of large devourers violated all established norms. We must intercept one. The village also requires research samples. She glanced towards Lin Chuan's mech, her unease growing. There was a nagging feeling that the concentration of the crimson substance within the mech had intensified. Chapter 44. The Blood of the White Rose, Bai Yu Kuei's decision. The Rangers were still in a daze. Are we saved? Some wept tears of joy, while others remained utterly speechless. After enduring such intense stimuli, they were nearly numb. Even feelings of relief or fear failed to elicit any response. Mark piloted the Dawn to Lin Chuan's side. The White Shark 20 had remained inert, filling him with concern. Lin Chuan, what's wrong? If you can't hold on, come down and find the medical team. I'll handle the rest. I have to hold on. Lin Chuan felt a peculiar sensation within him. He licked his lips. Though it was just a small wound, the crimson substance would ensure it never healed. As long as it doesn't worsen, it should be fine. He breathed heavily. Captain, I'm all right. It's just a mouth ulcer. Mark, still tense, would not be deceived by such reassurances. Lin Chuan, although he was unaware of the specifics, he realized that Lin Chuan's condition was dire. Lin Chuan, get out of there now. I command you to exit immediately and head to the medical team. Hurry. His intense emotions made him appear as a flickering candle in the darkness to the devourers. The flower-scalloped beast Lin Chuan had wounded immediately turned back, followed by half of the other flower-scalloped beasts rushing towards them. Quick, retreat. Lin Chuan and Mark understood they couldn't withstand such numbers and quickly withdrew. The two vanished from the Rangers' sight, taking the danger with them. Go after the captain and Lin Chuan. At this moment, Ran Bing took over command. Lin Chuan, they can attack from a distance. Don't let them close the gap. Do you have a plan? Mark and Lin Chuan communicated through their headsets while retreating. No plan. With our coordination, we can only take down two at most, which is already pushing it. Capturing one is virtually impossible. Let us take it one step at a time. Their gravity unit's energy was below 20, and their remaining combat options were severely limited. To complicate matters, the flower-scalloped beasts were much faster than ordinary devourers, already flanking them. The foremost flower-scalloped beast was charging energy, while they found themselves cornered. There was no escape. The gravity unit's machine gun fired relentlessly at the flower-scalloped beasts. But with limited ammunition, all shots were absorbed by the bromine mist. It's over. We're going to crash. Lin Chuan clutched the control stick tightly. There was no other choice. He had to resort to that move. In a desperate situation, he steeled himself. In the next moment, a blue light flashed, and the flower-scalloped beast ahead split in two. Cleaved asunder. The life source core dissipated instantly. Boss Bai, Lin Chuan felt a mix of excitement and worry. Blood dripped from his mouth, staining his collar. Bai Yu Kuei appeared behind the flower-scalloped beast, instantly turning the tide of battle. What boss? Mark, hearing Lin Chuan's words through the headset, looked up to witness the shocking scene of the flower-scalloped beast being cleaved in two. His pupils constricted. The silver-haired woman stood before them. Her mere presence made him forget the peril behind them. The four remaining flower-scalloped beasts halted their pursuit, remaining stationary and roaring, seemingly in fear. Boss Bai, how did you catch up to us? Lin Chuan's question was met with a swift strike, and the White Shark 20 was cleaved in half on the spot. Lin Chuan was forcibly ejected. The moment he landed, he steadied himself only to meet Bai Yu Kuei's furious gaze. You have been infected by the crimson substance? Bai Yu Kuei seized him, her eyes filled with concern. Observing her unusual demeanor, Lin Chuan could only awkwardly scratch his head. It was a mistake. Is there medicine in the village? Bai Yu Kuei's anger remained unquenched. No. Just cut out your tongue. Her hands trembled slightly. No way, Lin Chuan exclaimed, covering his mouth. He understood that Bai Yu Kuei's fury implied his situation was serious, but surely it needn't come to cutting his tongue. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so blunt about it. How did she even know it was the tongue that became infected? Before he could ponder further, Bai Yu Kuei raised her dagger before his mouth. Open up. No, Boss Bai. Lin Chuan took a step back. He had no desire to become mute. Most importantly, he sensed that his condition was truly deteriorating, his head throbbing painfully. You must have another way, right, boss? Lin Chuan was entirely unaware that his speech had slowed to a crawl. Bai Yukuei did not respond. At that moment, she even bit her lip. Distant explosions echoed as Sui Xing had already used explosive arrows to block the flower-scalloped beast's retreat in the valley. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan attempted to slip away, only to find Bai Yukuei's grip on his hand unwavering. Didn't you say your life belongs to me? How can you be reluctant to part with your tongue? Bai Yukuei stepped closer. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Her face lacked its usual authority and coldness, her tone almost reproachful. I told you not to engage in dangerous actions. Why did you still act recklessly? Bai Yukuei advanced step by step, while Lin Chuan retreated. There are certainly better ways. Are you foolish? Bai Yukuei's demeanor was completely different from her usual self. The better way she referred to was simply to allow Lin Chuan to pilot her, which was surprising as she had voiced it herself. Yet, he did not want to harm her dignity. Lin Chuan had always known that the best course of action was to ride behind Bai Yukuei, simplifying most matters. However, the first time he obtained piloting permission was without her knowledge. Under other circumstances, how could she ever agree due to her pride? Moreover, even if she did consent, Lin Chuan wished to preserve her dignity in front of others. This thought struck at Bai Yukuei's most vulnerable spot. At such a moment, how could he still indulge in foolishness? They stood face to face, their gazes locked. Lin Chuan felt dizzy, swaying unsteadily. The ferocious beasts roared behind them, while Captain Mark was profoundly shaken by this unexpected revelation. The woman who could single-handedly annihilate the Rangers was, in fact, so deeply human. He recalled Instructor Elon's final reminder. Perhaps the data from the lighthouse was a fabrication. The silver-haired woman before him was not a villain at all. Mark now places his trust in Lin Chuan, and consequently, he may also lean towards Bai Yukuei. What should I do? He finds himself confronted with a situation he cannot handle. At this moment, Lin Chuan's words in the core data room inexplicably echo in his mind. If you see me standing with a white-haired person next time, please lend me a hand. I beg you, Captain. How foolish am I to even think that? Mark self-deprecates. Suddenly, the Dawn activates, its mechanical arm wielding a machine gun aimed at Lin Chuan. In the next instant, the gun does not spit fire, it merely pushes forward. Lin Chuan stumbles and collapses onto Bai Yukuei, their lips meeting. The softness he feels between his lips leaves him speechless. How sweet. Captain Mark, you truly are remarkable. Lin Chuan, disregarding the consequences, kisses her fervently. Let it be. He genuinely likes Bai Yukuei. To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost, he muses. If it comes to it, she can just behead him. However, unexpectedly, Bai Yukuei does not push him away. In the next moment, he feels a warm, wet sensation on his tongue. Is it slightly salty? Has Bai Yukuei bitten her tongue, offering him her blood? Chapter 45. To die? Not to die? Clinging desperately. Lin Chuan feels Bai Yukuei's icy lips, and his mind erupts like a boiling pot. The warm blood between their lips is unforgettable. He attempts to grasp Bai Yukuei's hand, never anticipating that this hand, capable of effortlessly slaying extreme beasts, would tremble so violently as it clutches his sleeve. Most alarmingly, Bai Yukuei suddenly opens her eyes, her gaze reflecting his astonished face like the bright moon. Mark, sensing the moment, redirects the Dawn to assist in Shattered Star. At that time, when he and Ran Bing were bickering in the data room, Lin Chuan had acted similarly. When he sees Shattered Star behind the mountain, he finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, Shattered Star is not as reserved. Captain Mark, is it? Where is Bai Yukuei? And Lin Chuan? They are together, aren't they? Is that so? The boss is furious. Lin Chuan better sweet talk his way out of this. Mark chuckles awkwardly, raising his machine gun in support. I imagine he is quite eloquent right now. The kiss between Lin Chuan and Bai Yukuei lingers for a full 30 seconds before it concludes. It is only when Bai Yukuei senses something amiss that she forcefully pushes him away. Her ears slightly redden, yet her tone remains unnaturally calm. Is your tongue truly not wanted? I didn't mean to extend it. It was beyond my control. Undoubtedly, the weapon poised at his neck is the Tang knife. Wait. Lin Chuan raises both hands, a grin plastered on his face. I understand the process. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party, or I'll be done for, right? Bai Yukuei retracts the Tang knife, pursing her lips, striving to regain her icy demeanor. The antibodies in my blood were solely to save you. Lin Chuan comprehends this, of course. The last time he was injured, Bai Yukuei had been the one to save him. No one else could approach, as the boss could indeed resist a minimal invasion of crimson essence. Yet, he refrains from acknowledging it. Having kissed, must he continue to feign insensitivity? He genuinely likes Bayukue. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, who knows how long one might live? Should such sentiments be taken to the grave? Bayukue, I like you. Bayukue is evidently unprepared for Lin Xuan's boldness. Her grip on the Tang knife tightens, nearly slipping from her grasp. You. She finds herself momentarily at a loss for words, gripping the knife once more as it hovers at Lin Xuan's throat. Say it, you don't like me. Yet. She notices Lin Xuan frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. No way. Observing the blood seeping from Lin Xuan's lips, Bayukue suddenly panics. Is the crimson essence invading his brain? Are my antibodies too late? She clutches Lin Xuan's arm tightly, shaking him vigorously. Lin Xuan, open your eyes. Can you see me? Can you see me? There is no response. Lin Xuan, you cannot be in danger. Lin Xuan. Just as she finishes speaking, Lin Xuan suddenly opens his eyes. He gazes into Bayukue's eyes, filled with affection. Bayukue's pupils expand slightly, and her already flushed earlobes turn completely crimson. With her rich life experiences, Bayukue can instantly discern if someone is lying, and she is certain that every word Lin Xuan utters is sincere. You little rascal. What are you doing? Why has he suddenly gone silent and motionless? Bayukue shifts her gaze from Lin Xuan's face, lost in thought. She cannot believe she had such a reaction moments ago. This can only mean one thing. Lin Xuan has carved out a place in her heart. Bayukue's expression softens further. Don't dream. How old are you? She realizes Lin Xuan has changed. He has become remarkably bold, unreservedly expressing his feelings for her. This, in turn, puts her in a passive position. Her heart races, and she experiences a long-lost sensation, shyness. She looks up at Lin Xuan, her pupils suddenly constricting. Lin Xuan is staring blankly, his lips slightly parted, allowing blood to drip slowly, yet he remains motionless. Lin Xuan, stop acting. This is no time for such nonsense. Lin Xuan. She instinctively shakes Lin Xuan's arm. It is limp and powerless. His pupils are unfocused. He has truly lost consciousness. Bayukue abruptly withdraws her hand, her eyelashes fluttering, feeling her eyes growing drier. Lin Xuan. Bayukue's voice has become almost inaudible. Lin Xuan's chest no longer rises and falls. Bayukue cannot believe what is unfolding before her, murmuring, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be in danger? Hold on. It's okay. I'll take you back to Lungu village." She gently drapes Lin Xuan's arm over her shoulder, her heart a tempest of emotions, filled with regret. Why hadn't she come sooner to help him? Lin Xuan, isn't your life mine now? I never agreed to this. I never agreed to you leaving like this. She feels her words falter. Age is not the issue. Have you seen the tale of the white snake from the old world? You saved me. And such a life-saving grace should be reciprocated with devotion. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's pupils refocus, and he responds fluently. I have regained my abilities after learning about willpower. I no longer need to ride on your back. Holding your hand is sufficient to steer. What do you mean by little Yukue? Bayukue grips Lin Xuan's hand tightly, causing him pain. Ouch! Don't squeeze. This requires mutual understanding. If you keep this up, I can't tap into my potential. Lin Xuan suddenly released her hand, leaving Bayukue momentarily dazed. One cannot rush into love. To win over the white boss, she must confront her true feelings, creating an elusive sense of intimacy. Love is the most sincere and pure emotion in the world, yet the art of loving someone requires finesse. To don the guise of sincerity while refusing to enact real change is but a refusal to invest genuinely. There is no need for speculation. It is evident that Bayukue feels a twinge of disappointment. After 5 seconds, Lin Xuan grasped her icy little hand once more. I truly only intended to deal with the devourer beast this time, with no ulterior motives. Humph, Bayukue did not pull away. Fine, she replied, though her eyes saw through Lin Xuan's hidden intentions. If he wished to hold my hand, he would have to earn my consent. Just wait, Lin Xuan. As Lin Xuan silently activated the strongest driving system's remote access, the two synchronized once more. The strongest driving system, zero consumption driving. Bayukue sensed a change within her and grasped Lin Xuan, rushing into the battlefield. A massive orb of light formed out of thin air, sending one of the flower bud beasts crashing into another. The orb struck the beast like a declaration of love. The tremendous impact shattered the mountaintop. Mark and Shattered Star were left speechless, astonished at Bayukue's celestial presence. White Boss, you must not use your potential any further. Please be careful. It's all right, Shattered Star. You must see, this use of potential will not harm me. Though Shattered Star was skeptical of Bai Kuei's words through the earpiece. She witnessed her conjuring another light orb, her complexion unchanged, her breathing steady, as always. How is this possible? Why are the boss's lips bleeding? Mark, seated in the gravity body, was utterly stunned, feeling inadequate in comparison to Bai Kuei. She and Lin Chuan were not merely combating the Devourer beast. It resembled a graceful duet. In that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. How had the Devourer beast survived for so long against someone like Bai Kuei? Chapter 46. Worldview Shattered. Even the Lord of Light and Shadow must not have witnessed such a spectacle. Lin Chuan felt dizzy from the rapid movement. Bai Kuei's speed was astonishing, leaving him, the driver, feeling nauseated. Watching her manipulate the light orbs filled him with awe. It was the first time he had seen her truly unleash her potential. Wow, my wife is like Ultraman. Be quiet. Bai Kuei tightened her grip on Lin Chuan's hand, her brows furrowing with a mix of irritation. She was overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. Why didn't Ti dodge when he leaned in for a kiss? She channeled her confusion, hesitation, and anxiety into the flower bud beast before her. Two light orbs shattered the core of the beast's life source, the essence seed. The final blow was even more dramatic, as one orb penetrated the beast's body. In the next instant, the creature was torn apart from within, its foul green blood raining down upon the earth. Lin Chuan's brow twitched. This was akin to treating the flower bud beast as a mere plaything. The two on the ground were utterly dumbfounded. Shattered Star had never witnessed Bai Kuei fighting at full capacity. Mark sat immobile in his gravity body, as if his soul had departed. The lighthouse had certainly deceived everyone. This woman, known as the White Boss, could easily eliminate anyone atop the lighthouse. If she were indeed as documented, Lord Morgan would not have survived. In that moment, his faith in the lighthouse wavered. His perception of Lin Chuan transformed entirely. He had previously viewed him as an ordinary scavenger while he held the title of commander, believing their relationship to be unequal. Now, it was clear that Lin Chuan had been accommodating him all along. The anxious voice of Ran Bing pierced through his earpiece. Mark, are you all right? Please respond. Hearing her, Mark felt dazed. His trembling fingers slowly adjusted the earpiece. I'm fine, Ran Bing. What's the situation on your end? Mark found his vocabulary unexpectedly lacking at that moment. If there truly exists a Lord of Light and Shadow in this world, I believe they have never seen such a scene. What are you saying, Mark? Ran Bing thought he was disoriented from the intense battle, urgently calling for support. Yet, Lin Chuan's voice soon echoed through the public channel. We're fine, Vice Officer Ran Bing. Lin Chuan, are you all right? Lin Chuan glanced at Bai Kuei beside him, nearly bursting into laughter. Everything is splendid, Vice Officer Ran Bing. Please instruct the scavengers to begin recovery. We shall return shortly. Furthermore, the task of capturing the Devourer beast may need to be reassessed. He ended the communication. The 5 flower bud beasts pursuing them had been entirely vanquished. To capture more, they would need to seek out those fleeing towards Sutong. At that moment, Bai Kuei shot Lin Chuan a glare. The Devourer beasts had all been eradicated, yet he showed no intention of releasing her hand. Still not done? Coughing lightly, Lin Chuan maintained a facade of righteousness. This is merely because you obliterated all the Devourer beasts. The battle is not over. We still need to capture another one near Sutong. As he spoke, he lightly rubbed his thumb against the delicate web of Bai Kuei's hand. The corner of Bai Kuei's eye twitched. She wanted to explode, but held back for the sake of her pride. Admit it. You haven't had enough. Lin Chuan boldly replied. Everyone in Longgu village adores you. Why shouldn't I? Don't be so cold. What Bai Kuei sought was not such flattery. She was no longer a naive girl in her teens or 20s, lost in dreams. Yet, Lin Chuan's straightforwardness stirred her heart, leaving her momentarily unable to discern whether she felt resistance, joy, anticipation, or fear. Do you truly like me? What is your reasoning? Beautiful, strong, charismatic, and compassionate. Who wouldn't want to marry a girl like that? Even with her vast experiences, as a girl, she found immense satisfaction in his words. Yet, she could not accept it. It felt like a lie. She understood that Lin Chuan spoke from the heart, but the disparity between them, especially in age, was insurmountable. Lin Chuan shook his head. Even the finest women enjoy a bit of disingenuousness. You insist on pressing me to lie. Very well. I feel the crimson essence within me has not been fully expelled. Could you assist me once more? Bai Kuei froze for a moment, only realizing the implication of his words as the taste lingered on her lips. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she yanked her hand away from Lin Chuan. Is that what you call liking me? You're merely lusting after my body. Ugh, how lowly. Where did you learn such things at the lighthouse? Have you been frequenting the Dawn Hall? When a girl is angry, one must pursue her. If you chase her, and she still resents you, it may signify closeness. But if you do not pursue her, and she remains angry, then it is genuine ire. Bai Yukui. Lin Chuan grasped her hand once more. Sincerity evident in his eyes. I have never been. I merely hit a few romance novels at the lighthouse and read some. That kiss was my first. You must give me an explanation. An explanation? Bai Yukui was taken aback, both exasperated and amused. He was asking for an explanation? She stared into Lin Chuan's eyes, which bore no hint of deceit. Sincerity is always a lethal weapon. Bai Yukui found herself unable to evade his gaze. At this moment, she could not continue to be entangled with Lin Chuan. Previously, she had merely thought he enjoyed making humorous remarks. She had not anticipated him to be so adept at flirting. Closing her eyes, you no longer need to return the 203 coins you owe me. Consider it a gift for you. This time, Lin Chuan was left utterly astonished. After the kiss, he even returned me 200 yuan. What does that mean? Am I to become something unspeakable? By the time he comprehended the situation, Bai Yukui had already vanished into the distance. Even more bewildered were the two onlookers beside him. What is this devouring beast? What battle? Mark could no longer understand. Those invincible monsters had been torn apart by this celestial-like woman. It seemed my subordinates were still entangled in ambiguous relations with her. Mark stared blankly at his hand, which had just moved the control lever. What have I done? The bow of the broken star lay forgotten on the ground, having been dropped at some point. Even she, who was usually the most composed, was now flustered. Quietly, she activated her headset. Sutong, Shanda, Xiado, can you hear me? Yes, we are engaged in battle. Everything is under control here. How about you? The voice of the broken star had become stammering. I've detected a peculiar situation. Xiado, what's wrong? Why are you stuttering, broken star? Do you need support? Shanda, is something wrong with Boss Bai? I'll rush over immediately. Sutong, I'm currently inducing primal essence. I can't hear clearly. What is happening? My duo. I've located Coach Elon and am on my way back. Wait for my support. I'm almost there. The ground team was in a state of extreme tension. No, it's not a matter of battle. The broken star didn't even know what she was saying. Lin Chuan didn't seem to be Bai's adopted son. He appeared to be pursuing the boss. The squad's voice channel exploded in confusion. What? Chapter 47. He said this world is far from what it seems. At this moment, Bai Yukui also noticed the anomaly in the squad's voice channel. Her figure instantly vanished from sight. Squad channel notification. 001 Bai Yukui has exited the voice channel. When the broken star saw Lin Chuan approaching, her eyes widened in disbelief. Shaking her head incessantly, the roar of Shanda echoed through her headset. Broken star, are you serious? Don't let this kid succeed, or everyone in the village will have to call him young master. But at that moment, the broken star could utter no words. She stood frozen, staring at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan knocked on Mark's cockpit. Captain Mark? Captain Mark? Are you injured? We need to get up and pursue the devouring beast. Mark struggled to rise, unable to utter a word. He was indeed injured, suffering a blow to his spirit. Lin Chuan, what in the world is this? Lin Chuan turned to glance in the direction Bai Yukui had departed, and indeed, the boss had not gone far. Who knows? Captain Mark. How this world is should be determined by all who survive. What do you wish for it to be? Mark found it hard to articulate. He gazed at the sky. The moon hung high at the pinnacle of the starry dome. Tomorrow, that spot would belong to the sun. I don't know either. We have been trapped in the lighthouse for too long, unaware of the vastness of the world illuminated by the sun. I wish to see it. Good. Lin Chuan had been waiting for this moment. Captain Mark, I hope you can relocate the hunter to a safe zone. Then report to the lighthouse that the hunter will undertake a medium to long-term mission, likely remaining on the ground for 3 days, though I cannot be certain. Based on the resources the hunter carries, even staying for 10 days in the safe zone would pose no issue. In the past, hunters would typically remain on the ground for about a week while on missions, as long as they do not actively venture into ecologically dense areas and remain vigilant. It is not so easy to be attacked in a short time. However, Mark hesitated. You want me to deceive the lighthouse? You are mistaken, Mark. The lighthouse is the true deceiver. Mark fell silent. Lin Chuan looked at the broken star, still in shock beside him. Have my duo and the others returned? The broken star nodded mechanically, evidently still in a daze. Use the headset for a moment. Lin Chuan took the ground team's communication headset. Hello? My duo? Hello? Lin Chuan. You've got quite the nerve, daring to pursue our boss by. As soon as the line connected, Su Tong's chattering reprimands flooded in. Do you know what status boss by holds in the village? All the elders nominally call her mother. What do you mean? Should I call you grandfather when I see you in the future? You better have some sense in your head. Don't make me deal with you. Shanda was also mumbling something indecipherable on the other end. Only Xia Do remained relatively calm, stating that Lin Chuan hadn't done anything excessive, and besides, the boss has been quite lonely over the years. In truth, Xia Do harbored a favorable impression of Lin Chuan, this handsome elder brother. But she would not lie for that reason. The ground team members could not deny the truth in Xia Do's words and fell silent. At that moment, my duo connected. Lin Chuan, I've pinpointed Broken Star's location. We are on our way. Good, hurry over. Just as Lin Chuan was about to hang up, he heard my duo's inquiry. Lin Chuan, do you truly have feelings for Boss Bai? What does it matter to the class leader? Lin Chuan did not respond directly. Although he had just brazenly pursued Bai Yuekue, it was still somewhat embarrassing to bring it up before everyone, especially since Bai Yuekue had yet to agree to him. Lin Chuan, my duo's tone grew serious. If you truly care for Boss Bai, you must protect her. Her health is in dire straits, very dire. The gravity of that word coming from my duo's lips was enough to indicate the severity of the situation. No wonder when they returned to the temporary base, everyone in the team displayed unusual expressions. Lin Chuan's tone grew somber. My duo, as long as I am alive, Bai Yuekue will be safe. Lin Chuan resolved inwardly that by any means necessary, he would ensure Bai Yuekue's recovery. If Longbu village could not provide assistance, he would seek help from the lighthouse. If the lighthouse could not help, he would turn to other humans on the ground. If all else failed, he would venture into the blood abyss. Even if this world were to be restored, without Bai Yuekue, it would still be an apocalypse for Lin Chuan. He took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. There was no time left for him to linger in indecision. Many matters awaited his attention. He turned to Mark. Captain, I believe you have many things you do not understand, perhaps more out of fear to contemplate. In times like this, one should seek guidance from a teacher, should they not? Mark's reaction was swift. He immediately grasped Lin Chuan's implication, though he still found it hard to believe. Lin Chuan, what do you mean by that? His eyes brimmed with hope, his fingers trembling. Lin Chuan, speak to me. But Lin Chuan simply shifted aside. Behind him, a dark red modified motorcycle emerged from the horizon of the sandy expanse. Two figures were seated upon it. A girl clad in red wielded a long spear, while an elderly man in a gray-white robe, his hood obscuring his face, sat behind her. At the mere sight of that figure, Mark was utterly thrown into a panic. For 30 years, he had never felt so acutely how significant that elder was to him. The lighthouse's child had no parents, and that teacher was like a father to Mark. Coach Elon. In that moment, even the iron-willed warrior was but a child who had just lost and regained his father. The hatch of the Dawn ship opened, and Captain Mark nearly crawled out of the cockpit. He staggered step by step toward Elon. When facing the flowering beast, he had not retreated, nor had he shown any cowardice. Yet, traversing this brief stretch of 100 meters of sand filled him with such anxiety that he nearly stumbled several times. Coach Elon, witnessing him in such a state, could not utter the habitual curse that was about to escape his lips. He opened his arms, murmuring, "Child, child." The two embraced tightly, hot tears streaming forth to wash away the grime on their faces. Coach Elon patted Mark's back. "Kid, why exert yourself so much? You're making me hot." But the tears welling at the corners of my eyes do not lie. I thought I would never see you again, Mark. Mark was aware that Instructor Elon disliked seeing him in such a state and hurriedly wiped away his tears. He noticed 2 bags of military rations behind Instructor Elon, remnants from the lighthouse, yet clearly not meant to be brought down. It seemed to be Lin Chuan's doing again. He turned to Lin Chuan. "Thank you, Lin Chuan." "Thank you. No need for pleasantries." Lin Chuan intended to leave the precious remaining time for them. "Captain, you two take your time reminiscing." He turned and left with Sui Xing and my duo. The instructor had previously wanted to teach Mark to be cautious of others. Lin Chuan also wished to convey to Mark that some individuals are indeed the most untrustworthy beings in this world, yet humans are also the only entities worthy of trust. No fate is predetermined. To alter this apocalyptic world cannot rely solely on Lin Chuan or Boss Bai. It requires the efforts of many. Instructor Elon patted Mark on the shoulder, urging him to express his gratitude later, emphasizing the need to cherish this moment. Mark, listen carefully. This world is far more intricate than you comprehend. Besides them, there may be 3 factions of humanity on the ground. Chapter 48, Special Gloves. Boss buys personal item. Meanwhile, Sui Xing left the team, returning alone to the temporary base. Where is Bai Yukuei? Lin Xuan and my duo arrived at the mount that Bai Yukuei had previously occupied, only to find her absent. The boss is over there. My duo pointed to the opposite peak. Bai Yukuei had relocated after their arrival. Flustered by Lin Xuan's presence, she sought a place to calm her mind. Lin Xuan had intended to strike while the iron was hot, but with the boss not providing an opportunity, he had to wait. You can evade Chang'e, but not the Moon Palace. They still needed to hunt the devouring beast together, so there was no major concern. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. Host has undergone multiple basic driving sessions, unlocking a new special privilege. Special privilege? Lin Xuan was astonished that remote driving and non-consumptive driving were merely foundational privileges. He was even more incredulous that attribute conversion, such an extraordinary ability, was also a basic privilege. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Special privilege, Defeater's Mount. The victor takes the reins, while the vanquished becomes the steed. Forceful driving of a defeated target, unlimited means. Single target, lifetime use once. A straightforward yet powerful introduction, indeed befitting of a special privilege. Previously, he could only pilot inanimate objects or beings weaker than himself. To drive something beyond his capability required the other party's consent. For instance, in Lin Xuan's understanding, Bai Yukuei was significantly stronger than him, thus he could never pilot without her agreement. But now it was different. In an instant, various applications of this ability flooded Lin Xuan's mind. Since defeating the opponent had no limitations, he could naturally pilot the flower petal beast he and Mark had just conquered. Moreover, there were even more advanced applications. Winning a game of rock, paper, scissors would also count as a defeat. This privilege was exceedingly powerful. To illustrate, he could challenge Ran Bing on height, compete with Mark in charming women, race with He Guangzhe in undressing speed, compare genes with 4068, or contest youth with the city lord. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Lin Xuan abruptly turned towards the flower petal beasts. Alas, they had all turned to mush. He needed to find another one. As for the so-called unsightly devouring beast, when it could transform into a mount, it was a spirit pet. Growing increasingly pleasing to the eye, Lin Xuan cupped his hands into a small trumpet shape and shouted towards Bai Yukuei on the distant peak. Boss Bai, we must act swiftly. After battling the monsters, will you still return to the village for dinner? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Yukuei felt a chill at the nape of her neck and tightened her grip on the tang knife. Although she had exited the team voice chat, she could well imagine they were gossiping about her. Lin Xuan had already made her quite flustered, and upon returning to the village, Su Tong's big mouth would surely make the entire village aware of the matter. She dared not think further. Stop shouting, the hunters are approaching. Given the previous events, Bai Yukuei was evidently on edge. She reluctantly approached the two. Her posture remained graceful, yet the indifference in her gaze was difficult to maintain. Lin Xuan, although you have developed immunity, the crimson essence is not easily dealt with. She tossed a pair of gloves to Lin Xuan. Hurry and finish the battle. Then return to the village for Xia Tian to conduct a comprehensive examination on you. Lin Xuan caught the gloves Bai Yukuei had thrown, feeling their weight heavier than he expected. Entirely black, the surface gleamed with a cold matte finish under the light, resembling deliberately polished armor. The back of the hand was covered with a smooth, shell-like structure, faintly revealing embedded circuit patterns, while the palm was entirely hollow, secured only by a diagonal elastic band around the wrist. He tentatively put them on, and the metallic-tipped fingers instantly emitted 2 glowing green points. Akin to the eyes of a lurking beast, the light converged at the fingertips, forming a straight vertical line, reminiscent of some dormant scanning device. Is this merely a glove? He flexed his fingers, and the strap tightened automatically, the buckle at the second joint clicking softly. Boss, you gave this to Lin Xuan? My duo's eyes sparkled with envy. Are these gloves special? Lin Xuan sensed something unique, yet did not fully grasp their nature. Of course, my duo was quite excited. The boss's potential can create a type of special light wave akin to a Bezier beam, which appears as a light orb. Lin Xuan was aware of this. He had seen such a phenomenon earlier. And then these gloves can concentrate that type of light, transforming it into lines, surfaces, or other shapes under the boss's precise control. Lin Chuan understood what my duo meant. Baiyu Kuei would release control energy, and the gloves would concentrate that energy. If Boss Bai were to launch that light orb again, Lin Chuan could direct it towards other targets. Baiyu Kuei was preparing to fight alongside him, a highest form of recognition. Moreover, even if an accident occurred, should the light orb go astray, Lin Chuan could use these gloves to protect himself. How considerate. Lin Chuan donned the gloves and grasped Baiyu Kuei's hand. Let us go deal with the devouring beasts. Baiyu Kuei's delicate hand noticeably trembled. She initially intended to shake off Lin Chuan, thinking it would be better to do so when facing the devouring beasts. Yet his grip was firm, making it difficult to extricate herself without appearing awkward. The beauty of her countenance lost some of its proud aloofness, now tinged with a hint of blush. Baiyu Kuei sighed softly, reluctantly extending her other hand to grasp my duo's. Let us go. Su Tong and the others cannot directly cope either. Lin Chuan grinned widely, teasing as they walked, all in the name of battle. Boss Bai, you haven't held a boy's hand before, right? Such childish flirting tactics. Baiyu Kuei would not be swayed by Lin Chuan's provocations. I have not only held hands, but also personally raised many boys, each one older than you. Watching Lin Chuan's dismay, my duo couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing. It had been a while since she had seen Baiyu Kuei retort like this. All the elderly in Longgu village were personally raised by Boss Bai, so they indeed were all older than Lin Chuan. Thinking this would provide a moment of peace. Who knew Lin Chuan would suddenly pop up with another remark? Having cared for children is good. You have experience and know how to be considerate. Uft. My duo sputtered water. Thumbs up. Lin Chuan, you're amazing. Lin Chuan. My duo. Baiyu Kuei gave each of them a light smack on the head. Oh, he is still a child. Let him hold hands if he wants. Though she tried to convince herself, anxiety gnawed at her insides. She wondered what new antics this overly cheerful sunny boy might conjure next. Just hearing the name Lin Chuan made her teeth ache. In the face of danger, Lin Chuan exhibited a maturity akin to that of an elder brother and the fearless demeanor of a father. However, the moment the peril subsided, he reverted to the childishness of a rebellious son, blissfully unaware of his own behavior. His heart swelled with joy as he mused. A woman 3 years older than a man brings him wealth. A woman 30 years older brings him prosperity. And a woman 103 blissfully elevates him to celestial realms. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The two blooming beasts were engaging in the bizarre act of mutually absorbing life essence. A sense of vigilance swept across the trio's faces simultaneously. Chapter 49. The devouring beasts consume one another? This world feels amiss. How could this be possible? Aside from paying rent to the blood vortex with life essence, can the devouring beasts actually consume each other? This was an unprecedented situation. It was peculiar. Logically, the metamorphic devouring beasts were unique entities, and the simultaneous appearance of 11 blooming beasts was already improbable. Now, this occurrence was even more extraordinary. The three halted to observe, and a foreboding sensation crept into Lin Chuan's heart. These blooming beasts were likely linked to that starry-faced entity. No, perhaps it should be referred to as the Lord of Light and Shadow? The two blooming beasts opened their abdomens wide, their cores of life essence drawn to one another, each intent on devouring the other. In biology, cannibalism occurs in environments with scarce resources or high density. Yet, clearly, this was not the case. The blooming beasts had already absorbed a considerable amount of life essence, and given that the mana ecosystem was fundamentally a unified entity, such behavior was utterly futile. My duo stepped forward. Boss Bai, allow me to pierce their spiritual seeds. With a thrust of her spear, its ends extended, transforming into a formidable length of at least 3 meters. Wait, Lin Chuan interjected, seizing my duo's arm. It was not too late to act at the last moment. Humanity's understanding of the mana ecosystem was woefully inadequate. They merely knew it descended from the heavens. Lin Chuan was eager to uncover the true implications of this anomaly. Moreover, historically, spear wielders were fortunate. My duo was still too young. She could not be put in harm's way. Let the young hawk scout above. Boss Bai and I will circle around. All right. The hawk perched on her shoulder, its snowy fluff ruffled by the wind, resembling a wayward cotton candy. My duo whistled, and the tiny propeller atop the hawk's head began to whirl. Although it was termed a propeller, it resembled a component forcibly removed from a child's toy helicopter. Is it flying like that? Lin Chuan queried, but before he could finish, the hawk launched into the air with a chirp. The fierce wind plastered its downy feathers against its face, while its body hung awkwardly in the air, as if grasped by an invisible hand. 6. Lin Chuan gave a thumbs up as he and Boss Bai stealthily maneuvered behind the two blooming beasts. Bai Yukuei remained silent, her brow furrowed. Lin Chuan had long since noted these details. Boss Bai, do you know something? No. I am acting this way precisely because I am entirely in the dark. Bai Yukuei's response astonished Lin Chuan. Since the calamity began, she had witnessed nearly the entire sequence of events, yet there were still aspects unknown to her. Master Lai claimed that the emergence of the mana ecosystem was a consequence of humanity's pursuit of immortality disrupting the balance. Thus, the devouring beasts absorbed life essence to purify. Mutual absorption could only stem from this reason. However, the problem lay in the existence of other organisms on Earth that had not undergone complete purification. How could they engage in self-purification? This was akin to a cleaner vacating a room before finishing their task, utterly illogical. Lin Chuan understood all of this. Yet he was perplexed about the identity of Master Lai. Boss Bai navigated around the rubble. He is the Oracle of Longu Village, providing guidance during our missions. An oracle? I thought Longu Village was advancing technologically. Why do you still believe in such things? Bai Yukuei refrained from offering a direct answer this time. Just know that his guidance is generally accurate. Clearly, she was reluctant to divulge further. All right, did your Master Lai foretell that you would encounter me? This question momentarily stumped Bai Yukuei. Master Lai not only failed to foresee Lin Chuan, but had also said nothing about the myriad events following Lin Chuan's arrival in Longu Village. Logically, this should not be the case. Lin Chuan had played a significant role in all activities. Recent events were largely orchestrated by him, and Master Lai could not possibly be unaware. Lin Chuan detected the answer etched on Bai Yukuei's face. He seemed to have uncovered the crux of the matter. Therefore, had he also failed to predict the scenario of the two devouring beasts consuming one another? How do you know? It seemed to be the case. Observing Lin Chuan's silence, Bai Yukuei pressed further. Tell me, how do you know? Clearly, she was deeply concerned about this inquiry. Recently, it felt as though Lin Chuan's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, Mark was not their only hope. Xiao Yukuei, your chatter seems to have increased. I'm asking you a question. What are you rambling about? Bai Yukuei appeared less irked than before, merely chiding him. Yet, both were momentarily taken aback. Their hand-holding and conversation bore the semblance of a couple. They instantly recoiled. Bai Yukuei realized that unless deliberately avoiding it, she no longer harbored an aversion to Lin Chuan's affectionate address. She composed herself. Let us address the question first. Who would have known that Lin Chuan would extend a hand? Where's your hand? Bai Yukuei shot him an annoyed glance. You better not think about moving before I do. All right. Lin Chuan was not in a rush. As for the previous question, it was indeed inconvenient to disclose. The events foreseen by Master Lai were those that were bound to occur. His abrupt intrusion into this world, coupled with these anomalies, were unforeseen accidents. This, in turn, confirmed the possibility of altering the inherent trajectory of this world. Boss Bai, their rate of consumption isn't particularly fast. I have a proposal. Do share. Bai Yukuei was intrigued. Connect to the team channel and transmit the data back for analysis. Once they have results, you and I will defeat this devouring beast. But do not kill it. I have my own plans. Bai Yukuei pondered briefly. This data was indeed crucial. Moreover, the metamorphic devouring beasts that Xiaodo's team faced numbered only 3 or 4. If they returned to regroup, they should be able to evade danger. Bai Yukuei re-entered the team voice channel. Xiaodo. Received. Boss Bai, are you all alright? Boss Bai. We just heard from Shattered Star that there are numerous metamorphic devouring beasts on your side. Do you need assistance? Xiaodo dared not mention Lin Chuan pursuing her in front of Boss Bai. No worries. Lin Chuan has nearly eliminated them all. You all return to the temporary base and stand by. Bai Yukuei naturally refrained from mentioning her collaboration with Lin Chuan, lest her teammates suspect her of overreaching her abilities. After all, that was primarily Lin Chuan's doing. What? Brother Lin Chuan has become so formidable already. Xiaodo's voice was barely audible, clearly startled enough to drop her headset. Impossible. Those are metamorphic beasts. Their team rarely had anyone capable of single-handedly confronting a metamorphic beast. How could Lin Chuan achieve that? His growth was astonishing. In that instant, fragmented voices emanated from the team voice channel. Indistinct, yet punctuated by Lin Chuan's name every few words. Bai Yukuei switched off her headset. My duo, you should head back. We may have to wait here for a long time. Let us stay put for the night. Understood, boss. Both you and brother Lin Chuan must be careful. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression shifted. We're not going back tonight. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Chapter 50. Half an hour later. Lin Chuan held Boss Bai's gloves, presenting them like a wooden post towards the two devourers. A vulgar thought flickered in his mind, pondering whether it was appropriate to voice it. After all, he had stayed up all night with them. Could they not show at least a modicum of respect? Who had the audacity to invent a glove with a camera? Now, the two devourers were engaged in their mutual consumption, while Lin Chuan was tasked with holding the camera to relay the information back. Xia Dou and the other team members were stationed at the temporary base, bleary-eyed as they monitored the data. Meanwhile, Boss Bai sat serenely on the sandy ground, sipping from her thermos, occasionally taking a sip of water or gazing at the moon. The most absurd part was that she had somehow brought a blanket, draping it over her fair legs. Not a hint of welfare was dispensed. Observing Lin Chuan's listlessness, Bai Yukui's eyelashes fluttered. She had not anticipated seeing him in a downcast mood. Just a little bit. Lin Chuan looked up at the moon. Even though they belonged to different eras, the moon in the sky remained eternally bright. Bai Yukui, do you know? The fleeting yet resplendent civilization of humanity is but a mere moment to the moon. It hangs there, almost unchanged, while the world's praises of it echo like a vast ocean, with at least 500,000 verses preserved from lighthouses alone. The moon of today is unseen by those of the past, yet it once illuminated them. Lin Chuan found himself yearning for that era. How much effort must we exert to return to that golden age of flourishing civilization? We will see it again. Bai Yukui's eyes sparkled with hope. The long years and the struggle against the mana ecology had not dulled her sense of humanity, all thanks to the memories she carried. You seem to have perused many records regarding that era. Do you long for it? Of course, Lin Chuan replied without hesitation, with confidence and pride. He believed that the future lay clear before them. Who wouldn't he wish for such a world? Her heartstrings were touched by his words. Gazing at this sunlit young man, significantly younger than herself, Bai Yukui felt an inexplicable sense of reliability emanating from him. Some thoughts she had never wished to share with others naturally flowed forth. I felt the same way back then. Lin Chuan, in truth, I am many years your senior. The records you read are my memories. Yet that memory is so distant, almost foreign. She sighed softly, unveiling a harsh truth. The human body ultimately cannot endure too much alteration. This vessel is on the brink of collapse, and I am utterly exhausted. I know my time is limited. Lin Chuan, with his forthright nature, would typically have offered reassurances, yet he remained silent. Instead, he simply shifted closer to Bai Yukui, adjusting her blanket. He understood that she had endured far too much. She had heard countless promises and made many herself. Yet the apocalypse was merciless, and those promises had turned to dust. The desire to assist her remained buried in his heart, something to be acted upon rather than spoken. Lin Chuan's reaction brought a sense of comfort to Bai Yukui. She had longed for a listener like him. She recognized his intentions, but didn't he want him to hold her in too high regard, so she spoke the truth. Looking back, I was the one who opened the gates to the apocalypse, and not being able to close them myself is my regret. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her shoulder. Lin Chuan had placed his hand there. Everyone has regrets, but we still have the opportunity to amend them. Lin Chuan gazed into her clear, luminous eyes, his smile radiant with confidence. Rarely do you share so many words with me, so let me recite a poem for you. Knowing Bai Yukui still cherished the arts, he playfully sought to cheer her up. Do not give me random names. Bai Yukui pulled her legs further under the blanket. Then you may recite. His name is by Boss, Moon Treasure. The rest of the team at the temporary base, Xia Dou and the others, suddenly felt wide awake. The gloves Lin Chuan wore possessed not only a camera function, but also a communication feature, which he inadvertently left on. Su Tong bit her finger, visibly anxious. This is bad. Boss Bai hasn't he even scolded him. It seems my status in the village is destined to drop a level. Quiet down, Su Tong. Are you talking or listening to them? Xingxing quickly pulled Su Tong to the back. Shu, listen closely. Lin Chuan is reciting poetry. Shanda licked his lower lip, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even without a promise tomorrow, I shall surely return to the place where you stand, transforming into drops of hope from the stars to reach the ends of the earth and the horizon, across distant waters. The night breeze carried the verses to Bai Yukui, mingling with the faint scent of sandalwood from her hair that wafted towards Lin Chuan. It was a rare moment of tranquility. Bai Yukui praised the enchanting poem, stating she had never heard its like before. This is a narrative poem from a play, titled The Ode to the Goddess. Lin Chuan had once purchased a copy, carrying it with him daily, taking it out to read whenever it came to mind. What he recited just now was from the concluding chapter. For some reason, it resonated particularly well with their current situation. Bai Yukuei savored the lines, her mood lifting considerably. Is this poem also one you hid at the lighthouse? It feels as if it is unfinished. Sort of, Lin Chuan replied ambiguously. He indeed had not completed the final line, for it ended with the mysterious creature fading away quietly. It always seemed to allude to something. The team on the ground was equally perplexed. He is praising our boss as a goddess, right? Shonda, do we need you to point that out? We want to hear how things are progressing. Xiaodo's small fist rested on her chin, furrowing her brow in feigned contemplation. Oh dear. What exactly is the relationship between Boss Bai and brother Lin Chuan now? You should ask him yourself. Xiaodo, do you care about Lin Chuan? Are you fond of him? Xiaodo's face flushed bright red. No, you all are just talking nonsense. The group engaged in an internal debate. Yet no one dared to make a judgment. Stop overthinking. Come look at this. My duo's voice was loud, even a bit shrill. There's a situation. The two devourers seemed to be on the verge of completing their consumption. Everyone rushed over. Indeed, the display clearly showed the two life seeds completely overlapping. The bodies of the two monsters began to merge. Faced with the unprecedented sight, Xiaodo quickly activated the team's voice function, making an urgent call. Bai Yukuei's side had already begun to act. Lin Chuan donned the gloves and reached for Bai Yukuei. The data collection can only go this far. We must advance. Boss Bai, the strength of the fused devourers is unknown. Let us test it first, ideally without killing them. Both broke free from their meditative states simultaneously. The dissipating life essence immediately caught the attention of the devourers. The two forces charged at one another in unison. In the final moment, an ethereal shadow flickered in Lin Chuan's mind. That starry visage had been observing all of this. Chapter 51. Everyone, stand clear. I am about to make a grand entrance. The once flower beast had now evolved into a grotesque figure with 2 heads and 4 arms. Most notably, each head sprouted a tentacle resembling that of a lantern fish, the tips glowing softly like tiny lanterns. Bromine mist. Lin Chuan noticed the devourers enveloped in a green mist. Their mutual consumption had produced such an effect. The 2-headed flower beast roared, emitting low-frequency sound waves capable of affecting human psyche. Reacting swiftly, Lin Chuan bit down on his wrist. The moment he sensed his spirit being compromised, he would immediately awaken himself through the pain. Strangely, nothing happened. The sound waves seemed ineffective against them. Had the devourers lost their power after evolving? Bai Yukuei prepared to tap into her potential, but Lin Chuan halted her. Let me try first. He drew his Ripper pistol and pulled the trigger. The result was utterly unresponsive. Had the bullet jammed? No. That sound. Could it be affecting the machinery? Before he could fire again, the claws of the 2-headed flower sheath beast came crashing down. Bai Yukuei, moving with remarkable speed, raised his hand and struck. Though the blade remained sheathed, he managed to block the claw using sheer brute force. The strength of the 2-headed flower sheath beast was immense, and with a furious roar, it pushed Bai and Lin Chuan several meters across the sandy ground, leaving deep imprints in its wake. Heavens! The ground team stared in astonishment. The power of this devourer beast was astonishing. It could actually move Bai. After previous encounters, they understood that when Bai was with Lin Chuan, he could unleash his full strength without restraint. The force displayed by the 2-headed flower sheath beast far exceeded any devourer beast they had ever encountered. Who would have thought that their mutual consumption could yield such remarkable results? Xiaodo began to analyze the data urgently. Although Bai was formidable, wearing high heels and with limited weight, Xia calculated the pressure recorded by the ground and estimated that Bai had just endured a blow of approximately 35 tons of force. Thus, the creature's stress tolerance must be above 100. The team members furrowed their brows upon hearing this. This was basic physics. For a creature to strike with such force, its physical strength must be at least that of steel. Moreover, it appeared this was merely a casual swipe. This indicated that even without the bromine mist, the conventional weapons of the hunters would be ineffective against it. Not only them, but even the enhanced composite bow of the shattered star was utterly useless against such a steel behemoth. How could this be? Sutong simply could not comprehend. Was this creature merely a moving alloy steel? Is Bai okay? My duo expressed her concern, gripping her long gun tightly behind her. Don't worry, my duo. Shonda reassured her, his brow furrowed. With Bai's potential, that monster shouldn't be able to land a direct attack on her. We should focus on how to improve the village's defenses. If such a creature finds the village, it would spell disaster. Bai Xiaodo's voice trembled with urgency. We must eliminate this creature promptly. Its danger far outweighs any research value. Calm down, Xiaodo, Lin Chuan's voice came through. Danger and opportunity coexist. Sharing a communication earpiece with Bai Yukuei, Lin Chuan had grasped the general situation regarding the Devourer beast. The two-headed flower-sheath beast was a unique entity. If it could be harnessed, it would be the mana ecosystem that should fear. Yukuei, create some distance and gather a light orb. At that moment, several more claws from the Devourer beast came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous sounds echoed, and dust filled the air. Bai Yukuei pulled Lin Chuan out of the cloud, retreating to a distance of 30 meters. The light orb in her hand slowly formed into a stable, pale blue sphere. Lin Chuan, what are you planning to do? I will shatter it, he replied, his warm hand gently brushing her hair that had fallen by her ear. Bai Yukuei instinctively turned her head. How could he remain so calm in such peril? Yet she soon sensed something unusual. Lin Chuan took the light orb from her hand with his glove and turned to advance. It's always me watching you from behind. Occasionally, you should admire my handsome figure. Little Yukuei. He manipulated the orb with both hands, adjusting its position. The two-headed flower-sheath beast roared as it gathered a blinding energy charge in its mouth. The members of the ground team were petrified. Lin Chuan, this is not the time for bravado. Lin Chuan did not respond. He kept the light orb on his hands moving in different directions while compressing it, forming a high-density spiral light sphere. Bai Yukuei recognized the danger, but, unlike the others, did not try to stop him. She understood that Lin Chuan knew when to be courageous and when to be reckless. A hint of tenderness and admiration glimmered in her eyes. That's a brilliant idea. How did you think to compress the light orb? At that moment, Lin Chuan suddenly soared into the air. Wow, what is this? Is Lin Chuan's potential flight? This is incredible. Wait, Xiaodo. Didn't he tell you before that his potential was control? The ground team was engulfed in tension as they observed the unfolding scene. The energy in the two-headed flower-sheath beast's mouth was nearly charged, ready to unleash a cataclysmic energy beam upon Lin Chuan. Yet, at that moment, Lin Chuan charged forward. Wait, he isn't flying. He's running in the air. The maximum distance for remote control was 135 meters, and now he had a control authority of 2. Lin Chuan was currently maneuvering through the air beneath his feet. By swiftly alternating his steps and targets, he achieved an effect akin to flight. As long as he maintained high speed and brief contact. Everyone, clear the way. I'm about to show off. As Lin Chuan zipped past, his voice echoed back. Yukuei, I learned this move from someone named Okamoto Kishi. In the next moment, the energy beam erupted from the two-headed flower-sheath beast like a roaring river of stars, incinerating everything in its path. The ground was carved into a deep arc-shaped pit. The voice communication channel of the ground team was filled only with gasps. Lin Chuan, Bai, are you all right? Then, a blinding white light erupted from the battlefield, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The next second, silence engulfed the scene. Time ticked by, slow and agonizing. The spot where the two-headed flower-sheath beast had stood had transformed into a vast pit. Lin Chuan and the Devourer beast had vanished from sight. What had happened? The ground team, witnessing this spectacle, felt their hearts rise to their throats, unable to breathe. After a full half-minute, roar, roar, roar. The deafening roar of the beast erupted from the pit, as the two-headed flower-sheath beast clawed its way out. Its red eyes now transformed to blue. A man stood upon its shoulder. Chapter 52. This time, I accompany you. It's Lin Chuan, Xiaodo exclaimed, her excitement spilling over like a child unable to keep a secret. Shattered Star's eyes were wide, never having witnessed such a breathtaking scene. He was not merely using the return element to conceal his presence atop the Devourer beast. He was controlling it. Ulan my duo shared similar sentiments. The girls' emotions surged, gripping their long guns tightly, silently vowing to become as strong as Lin Chuan to protect the village and Bai. The reactions of the two remaining gentlemen were starkly different. Shonda stood with his mouth agape, eyes squinting in disbelief. Just 10 days prior, Lin Chuan was an inexperienced novice, struggling even against snake dogs. How had he become so powerful? While it brought him pride as an older brother, it also left him feeling anxious. In contrast to their astonishment, Su Tong's reaction was even more exaggerated. He literally knelt in awe. Count me out of such activities in the future. I'm heading back to the village to refine potions. This is too terrifying. After a brief interval, Bai Kuei and Lin Chuan returned to the temporary base. The heavy footsteps of the two-headed flower-sheath beast sent shivers down everyone's spines. Xia Dou rushed forward, her words stumbling in her excitement. Lin Chuan, you can truly control it. For how long? Her query implied how long he could maintain the control, as she herself possessed high mental strength and was capable of controlling devourer beasts. However, this only applies to some weak and generic extreme beasts, and I have never experimented with such a specimen before. Moreover, Xia Dou's ability to control time is quite limited, which leads me to believe that Lin Chuan might also face similar risks. That is acceptable. Lin Chuan explained that as long as he remains within a range of 100 meters, there are no issues. You may conduct your research on site, as this type of entity certainly cannot be brought back to the village. Once you have completed your investigation, I will transport it back to the lighthouse. The information regarding the extreme beasts is shared, and bringing it back would undoubtedly expose the village's location. The lighthouse dares to capture living specimens because they are airborne. Unless a flying variant evolves, any reckless behavior remains sufficiently safe. Xia Dou promptly donned mechanical glasses, preparing to delve into her research. In her understanding, Lin Chuan also utilized mental energy to control the extreme beasts, but his control range was limited to a mere 100 meters. This only indicates that Lin Chuan's mental energy is still constrained, certainly not as boundless as he claims. Brother Lin Chuan is merely trying to alleviate my stress. How considerate. I must work harder. At this moment, Suishing proposed a differing viewpoint. After consulting with Boss Bai, he directly addressed Lin Chuan. I am aware that you seek to gain the lighthouse's trust to facilitate the future acquisition of the Abyssal Wanderer, but such a plan is utterly unfeasible. How would you explain to the lighthouse why this extreme beast is under your control? This indeed poses a critical flaw. If humanity could invent devices to control extreme beasts, we would have reclaimed the surface long ago. Returning under these circumstances would not only fail to earn you rewards and trust, but could render you a prime suspect, potentially leading to your outright capture. This reasoning resonated with the other team members, who shared similar concerns. Lin Chuan, let us assist you in capturing another smaller specimen to bring back. How could that be acceptable? Though Lin Chuan did not voice his thoughts, the two-headed flower petal beast was to be his future source of power. As the saying goes, strength speaks louder than words. He declined the suggestion to recapture an extreme beast. I have my own methods regarding this matter. Please assist me in constructing a sonic emitter. Input a simple code that enables it to emit chaotic low-frequency sound waves. The software component can be filled with ineffective code, creating a convoluted puzzle. What? Upon hearing this, Su Tong was taken aback. Brilliant. Brilliant. What is so brilliant? Su Tong, do you understand? Xia Dou was still a bit confused. You don't grasp this? Su Tong finally seized the opportunity to explain to everyone. Lin Chuan intends to tell the lighthouse that this emitter was obtained from the surface. He will shift the blame onto us, claiming he witnessed surface dwellers using it to control the extreme beasts, and then he intercepted it. At this point, Su Tong embraced Lin Chuan. But will those surface scavengers speak on your behalf? Captain Mark will assist. Lin Chuan revealed his trump card, confident due to his collaboration with Mark. If I hand over the device to them, they will need to study both the extreme beasts and the sonic emitter, which will inevitably consume a significant amount of time. By the time they realize they've been outsmarted, Lin Chuan will have already completed his mission and slipped away. All team members raised their thumbs in approval. Shonda scratched his head and remarked that those who play tactics are devious. At this juncture, nearly everyone wholeheartedly supported the plan, deeming it flawless. Only my duo discerned the lurking danger. However, Brother Lin Chuan, should you proceed in this manner, you will still have to face the city defense forces alone. Even with the assistance of an extreme beast, your control range is limited and unforeseen events may arise. My duo was correct. Once Lin Chuan ascends, it would be nearly impossible to maintain a distance of approximately 135 meters from the extreme beast, should the connection sever. He would be unable to regain control. The special ability Defeated Rider is indeed powerful, yet it remains subject to the constraints of remote operation distance. The group fell silent. It seems they had rejoiced too early, realizing that achieving this was not as straightforward as anticipated. Thus, I will accompany him. Bai Kuei, who had remained silent, had already devised a plan prior to their return. This statement struck like thunder, leaving the surface team in stunned silence, unable to express their astonishment. As always, the boss's decisions are unchangeable. Bai Kuei is typically thorough in her endeavors, and this occasion would be no exception. She must have considered her choice carefully. Only Lin Chuan felt both joy and concern. Having Bai Yue ascend with him to the lighthouse was certainly preferable to proceeding alone towards the ecological core area. He envisioned the happiness of seeing Boss Bai every day. Yet, it seemed the individuals at the lighthouse were particularly antagonistic towards her. It was uncertain whether this constituted a wise decision. Yue, do you truly wish to accompany me? Are you unwilling? Bai Yue stretched her shoulders and turned to head towards the temporary base's lounge. Willing. Lin Chuan beamed brightly. Even if Boss Bai, you accompany me to the Dawn Hall, I would gladly accept. Clang. An empty can was tossed by Bai Yue, striking Lin Chuan squarely on the forehead, resulting in a prominent bump. You little rascal, do you think I am unaware of the purpose of the Dawn Hall? The surface team witnessed this scene, stifling laughter as they struggled to suppress their giggles, their expressions contorted in amusement. What exactly occurs in the Dawn Hall? I do not know. Su Tong and Xia Do whispered conspiratorially, yet Bai Yue observed them keenly. What are you few murmuring about? Don't you have tasks to attend to? Have you completed the data collection? Ensure that any anomalies in this region are thoroughly investigated before my return. The moment Bai Yue's stern expression appeared, the group stood rigidly, resembling newly enlisted soldiers chastised by their drill sergeant. Yes, boss. They hastily departed. Su Tong, the blabbermouth, couldn't resist whispering to Lin Chuan, yes. Future boss. Bai Yue's ears flushed crimson, her eyes twitching with irritation. Drawing her tang knife, she gripped the hilt tightly. The name Lin Chuan was almost squeezed out between her teeth. It has been a while since you trained, hasn't it? Come, today I will teach you some staff techniques. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Lin Chuan's forehead. Before being dragged into the lounge, he let out a single anguished cry. Was that me saying that? Chapter 53, The Truth of the World, The Coast Alliance. The following afternoon, just before nightfall, at the scavenger camp. Since Mark's return, he had not uttered a word. Instructor Elon ultimately made the resolute decision to depart. He stated, this time, it is for the sake of our kin to continue onward. Simultaneously, he left Mark with a monumental secret. According to records, prior to the disaster, humanity had collectively established the mightiest national organization known as the Coast Alliance. The Coast Alliance was primarily composed of 4 dominant factions: the Hulua Kingdom, the Hyla Empire, the Jian Kingdom, and the Yalera. Based on Elon's speculation, Bai Yue and her group inherited the technology of the Hulua Kingdom. Instructor Elon believed that remnants of the other 3 factions still existed on the surface. The Hyla Empire had once conquered controllable nuclear fusion technology and monopolized it, making it the most powerful nation in terms of technological advancement at that time. The Jian Kingdom was an alliance composed of numerous islands and small nations, boasting cutting-edge medical and genetic engineering technologies. Lastly, there was the unique Yalera, a nation characterized by a harsh environment plagued by sandstorms, yet rich in minerals. Hidden within their mining zones were undisclosed mysterious forces, which the citizens referred to as miracles, resulting in their unshakable faith. Instructor Elon resolved to seek them out, as this might become humanity's hope for continued survival. Ran Bing, Mo Chung, Jeff, and others, after inspecting the surroundings of the camp, remained constantly by Captain Mark's side. They were deeply concerned about his current condition and were also attentive to the whereabouts of Lin Chuan, who had yet to return. Captain Mark, what transpired after you parted from the team? You have remained silent for so long, leaving us in a state of unease. Although I wish to refrain from contemplating the grim possibilities, I cannot help but voice my concerns. Captain, is it true that Lin Chuan has sacrificed himself? The squad fell into a heavy silence. Given the circumstances, it seemed improbable that anyone could emerge unscathed. No, Mark finally spoke, allowing a sigh of relief to wash over the hunters. Yet, another question soon arose. Then why did he not return with you? Mark struggled to provide a satisfactory explanation, merely assuring everyone, he will come back. Lin Chuan is a reliable individual. This was evidently an inadequate answer. After all, Lin Chuan and the captain had saved us all, and we had every reason to trust him. They simply could not comprehend why Captain Mark felt the need to reiterate this point. Indeed, Captain, why can't you disclose Lin Chuan's whereabouts? Even if there are special circumstances, we can devise a plan together. The hunters expressed their impatience. It was evident that Ran Bing understood everything. Lin Chuan was to be publicly tried, yet the higher-ups at the lighthouse intervened. Moreover, Lin Xuan's loyalty to Mark surpassed even his trust in the lighthouse. Undoubtedly, Lin Xuan was connected to the recent sighting of surface-dwelling humans. Do not press Captain Mark for answers. We have shared life and death together, and that is what truly matters. This sentiment resonated with the others, who, despite their yearning for the truth, respected the captain's discretion. The group quietly withdrew, leaving Mark and Ran Bing a moment of solitude. Mo Chung furrowed his brow deeply. Jeff, where do you think Lin Xuan has gone? I saw him fighting with great desperation. He was in dire straits. How can I not worry? Jeff pursed his cracked lips, his expression peculiar. I know you may not want to hear this, but I fear that something might have happened to Lin Xuan. Before he could finish, Mo Chung seized him by the collar. What did you just say? Calm down, Mo Chung. Jeff replied, attempting to soothe him. It dawned on Mo Chung that he had acted impulsively, and he quickly released his grip. His life had been saved by Lin Xuan and the captain. It was difficult to maintain composure. I apologize, Jeff. There's no need to worry. I understand, Jeff said, patting Mo Chung on the shoulder. The missions assigned by the lighthouse grew increasingly perilous. If not for Lin Xuan, they might not have survived. Who has encountered so many transformed devourers? His eyes reflected an endless fear. The other teammates shared similar sentiments, unable to forget the harrowing scene. Before their departure, the captain had asked whom they wished to see basking in the sunlight the following day. I don't know. Perhaps Jessica would be a fine choice. His speech faltered under the weight of fear. If someone as formidable as Lin Xuan could meet with misfortune, then what hope did they have? Silence enveloped the group. None could refute Jeff's perspective. I am genuinely frightened. Perhaps humanity is ultimately incapable of overcoming the devourers. His voice dwindled to a whisper. I can no longer afford to hope. If we could all survive, that would be enough. Jeff's candid admission would have drawn harsh punishment in the past, possibly leading to a trial and imprisonment. Yet, no one condemned him for his perceived cowardice now. He was merely an ordinary hunter, a small fry. Everyone shared the same struggle. Survival itself was a daunting challenge, and even those who wished to fight felt utterly powerless. Some say kicking a cotton ball yields no force, but striking flesh against steel yields even less. Just as the squad languished in confusion, a beastly roar erupted from the mountainside. The hunters' nerves, which had only just relaxed, snapped taut once more. The palpable pressure weighed heavily upon everyone. They knew that the devourers were upon them again. How could this happen? Jeff could scarcely believe it. They had narrowly escaped death, and now, mere hours later, the threat returned. Captain Mark rushed over with Ran Bing. All teams, pay attention. Prepare yourselves. It is the devourers. Everyone sprang into action, their faces ashen. After the fierce battle the previous day, some could barely steady their weapons. Both their minds and bodies had reached their limits. Sweat dripped from the mechanical mask of Fei Shui, and even she could not maintain her composure, let alone the other team members. I checked this area thoroughly. It is impossible. Enough, Shui Feng. This is not your fault. I did not foresee this either. Mark's gaze was fixed ahead. In the next moment, a two-headed devourer leaped from the mountaintop, sending rocks and debris flying. As it landed, the ground shattered beneath its weight, rendering all weapons feeble against its terrifying might. Death was not the end. The unending fear was the most excruciating punishment. The hunters found themselves at a loss for action. Should they prepare to fire? Perhaps as a final roar before the end. But at that moment, Lin Xuan's voice suddenly resonated through the squad's communication channel. Did you miss me? He appeared once again in their direst hour. Mo Chung and the others were overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Xuan, where are you? You rascal. Why did you return at such a crucial moment? How could you show up now? Their disappointment was palpable. Did fate intend for them to perish together? Lin Xuan, we have yet to spar. Let us find a way to survive, no matter the danger. Danger? What danger? Lin Xuan glanced towards the distant hunters, finally grasping the situation. Oh, you mean the two-headed devourer? Look at my shoulder. Am I not standing right here? I've brought the devourer back for everyone. What is there to be anxious about? Shock, exuberance, a flurry of anger and resentment. Captain, Lin Xuan is truly standing on the shoulders of the devourer. He tamed it. Upon realizing the truth, the hunters finally understood the source of their overwhelming stress. It stemmed from that reckless teammate. Lin Xuan had nearly terrified them to death. Though they were utterly baffled by how he accomplished this feat, their minds had gone blank. Forget it. Brothers, let us bring that rascal Lin Xuan back. Chapter 54. Obtaining control of the dawn. To hell with it. The hunters steeled themselves and rushed towards Lin Xuan. Humanity had been trampled by the Devourers and exiled from their own homeland. Who had ever witnessed the day of resurgence? To witness this moment, no matter the danger, was worth it. They gathered at the feet of the two-headed Devourer, hesitant to touch it directly, yet simply gazing upon it was sufficient. What a relief! What a satisfying relief! Mo Chung, the boldest among them, kicked the Devourer with his mechanical leg. There was no reaction. Seeing this, he grew smug. Ha! Such a trivial Devourer. What are you all afraid of? The others were eager to follow suit. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded. Mo Chung was startled and jumped back 2 meters, nearly losing his balance. Lin Xuan, having jumped down from the Devourer's back, quickly steadied him. Brother, there's no need for formalities. Ha! Laughter erupted among the teammates, and Mo Chung felt no embarrassment. Who among them was not afraid of the Devourers? Lin Xuan, you nearly scared me to death. The light-hearted atmosphere allowed everyone to relax. No one noticed Bai Yukuei hiding behind the Devourer. At that moment, Mark approached the front of the group and handed his necklace-like genetic key to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, welcome back to the team. This is the genetic key to the Dawn. Henceforth, you shall pilot it. This was no ordinary item. Only commanders like Mark were permitted to operate the special gravity mechas within the lighthouse. In a sense, it was a relic left behind by Mark's sister, Hong Ko. Named after her deceased lover, the Dawn symbolized hope and victory. Tears of envy streamed down Erica's cheeks. That is the most formidable gravity mech within the lighthouse. I truly envy Brother Lin Xuan. Erica is correct, but with one caveat. The Dawn is among the most powerful known gravity mechs. Lin Xuan eagerly anticipates piloting the Dawn, yet he has not received the genetic key. I appreciate the captain's trust, but if I pilot the Dawn, what will you pilot? Moreover, Ran Bing is the deputy officer. It should rightly be entrusted to her. However, Deputy Officer Ran Bing is a sniper, not a gravity warrior. Mark's decision is not merely to return a favor to Lin Xuan. It is a carefully considered choice. The White Shark 20 has been destroyed, and a standard gravity mech would only obscure your piloting prowess. Let us settle this matter. Persisting in rejection would be impolite, and under the envious gazes of his companions. Lin Xuan accepted the genetic key. Very well. We shall return to the camp first. How did you capture this Devourer? Captain Mark feigned ignorance, providing Lin Xuan an opportunity to weave a tale. The other squad members were also deeply intrigued by this matter. During the brief walk back to camp, they could not help but bombard him with questions. Lin Xuan responded with cleverness. The Devourer was neither under my control nor tamed. Erica's eyes widened. Her warm crimson gaze filled with questions. How did it end up like this then? To this, Lin Xuan offered a vague explanation. Do you see the object hanging from the Devourer's neck? I believe it was already in that state when I discovered it. The specifics appear complex. I think we should first report to the city lord. The scavengers looked up. Indeed, there was a small black box with a flashing yellow light hanging from the neck of the two-headed flower-stalk beast. It resembled some sort of sonar emitter. Such an incident has escalated to a confidential level, and the scavengers wisely ceased the discussion. Seizing this moment, Lin Xuan put forth his suggestions to Mark. First, the original plan to return to the lighthouse within 3 days should be expedited. We must contact the lighthouse to send for us immediately. As we do not know when the Devourer might lose control, the sooner we return, the safer it will be. Second, during this period, we should establish a makeshift base here, leaving a signal source and some equipment for future investigations. The Devourer will not actively destroy inanimate objects, making this suggestion reasonable. Mark was well aware of Lin Xuan's intentions. The items left behind would be taken by the surface dwellers, and the makeshift base would also be utilized by them. Lin Xuan was prompting him to make a choice regarding which side to align with. Although Mark had no immediate plans to rebel against the lighthouse, he believed humanity was a shared fate, with only the mana ecology as the true enemy. Ultimately, he tacitly approved this proposal. Once the arrangements were complete, Mark summoned Lin Xuan to a secluded area. Lin Xuan, you are one of the surface dwellers, aren't you? He was nearly certain, merely awaiting Lin Xuan's confirmation. Lin Xuan smiled. It was evident that Mark was beginning to waver. He corrected himself, stating, to be precise, I am hers. Looking behind Lin Xuan, a figure appeared beneath the Devourer's feet. The wind stirred, tousling Bai Yukuei's beautiful short hair. Her mere presence exuded an aura of pressure. Mark's eyes widened. This was the 3rd time he had encountered Bai Yukuei, yet he remained profoundly astonished. Who exactly are you? Don't ask, Captain Mark, you will find out. Lin Xuan saw through Mark's thoughts. If the white boss intended to act against the lighthouse, she would have done so long ago. I know you still harbor illusions about the lighthouse. Then go back and seek the truth yourself. He made a request. I will be bringing the white boss back to the lighthouse with me. I hope you will assist us when we report upwards, and we will handle the subsequent matters ourselves. At this moment, Lin Chuan looked at Bai Kuei, and upon receiving a confirming glance, extended an invitation to Mark. Additionally, I invite you to join us. No. Mark immediately rejected the invitation before Lin Chuan could finish. The lighthouse raised him. He had shed blood for the lighthouse. To violate the rules and assist Lin Chuan had already been the greatest concession. Betraying the lighthouse was out of the question. I can accept helping you bring people to the lighthouse, but nothing beyond that. I acknowledge the lighthouse's system has its flaws, but it is for survival. The city lord has devoted his life to the lighthouse. Even if it may be overly stringent, it is not as unbearable as you claim. Mark clenched his fists, stating, Upon my return, I will discuss this with the city lord. We must enact change. Lin Chuan was not surprised by this. Mark's upbringing made it difficult for him to swiftly grasp the situation, and it was commendable that he could exhibit loyalty and righteousness. How is the city lord's approach any different from Sun Quan during the Three Kingdoms? Both are confined to a small corner, espousing grand ideals while clinging to petty power. Is this not another form of selfishness? No problem, Captain. Also, please prepare a temporary resting room for me. He glanced at Bai Kuei behind him, mimicking her signature gesture by dramatically winking with his left eye. Otherwise, where shall we rest? Very well, Mark agreed. The furthest left temporary room is mine. You may use it first. He turned to leave, contemplating whether he should heed Lin Chuan's arrangements. After all, with the prowess of the white boss behind him, he likely would not require his assistance and could find other means to ascend. He began to try to shift perspectives, carefully weighing who was truly right, Lin Chuan or the lighthouse. Bai Kuei approached Lin Chuan with a smile. How considerate, even preparing a room for me. Of course. Lin Chuan suddenly realized that Bai Kuei was heading straight for the room and was about to shut the door behind her. Wait, what about me? The response was the newly tossed bedding and a wilderness pest remover. Bai Kuei winked with her left eye. Good night. Chapter 55, The Perilous Ascension Platform. The scavengers have completed their task and called the navigation control room, requesting to return to the lighthouse. That night, Mark contacted the lighthouse and briefly reported the situation. He prepared to return to the lighthouse before dawn. Commander Jing Nin had arrived at the designated area. Lower the altitude and prepare to deploy the platform. She felt uneasy. Charles's movements had grown increasingly frequent in the past 2 days. Though they were nominally siblings, having grown up together, she could now scarcely comprehend Charles's intentions. The lighthouse broke through the clouds, descending to a suitable height, and the platform began to lower slowly. This time, the one coming to welcome the scavengers was General Victor of the City Defense Army, along with Dr. Carey. It seemed Dr. Carey was quite excited. Before the platform was fully lowered, her voice rang out. It's a transformed devourer. This is astonishing. It will undoubtedly become a pivotal turning point for the experiment. In contrast, General Victor was far more cautious. All departments, prepare and meticulously check every detail to avoid safety hazards. As the platform touched down and the protective barriers fully opened, Mark led the squad at the front, brushing past Victor without uttering a word. Most of the other teammates behaved similarly. Captain Mark, you all go ahead. Lin Chuan will handle the next platform with the Devourer. Victor had made prior arrangements. It was a matter everyone understood could not be disputed. However, this battle was exceedingly perilous, and even a little extra sacrifice made the scavengers harbor some discontent towards the lighthouse's arrangements. Nevertheless, the City Defense Army and the two prominent figures remained fixated on the last huge creature of the squad. Even the usually unyielding City Defense Army could not help but take a step back. What is that? This monster is terrifying. The surface dwellers accompanying the platform to transport supplies were even more frightened, wishing to flee. They crowded at the rear of the platform, mumbling prayers to the Lord of Time for protection. General Victor paid no mind to Mark's actions. This mission was inherently unreasonable. He proceeded directly towards Lin Chuan and the two-headed flower-stalk beast. You must be Lin Chuan, the devourer beast. Was it captured by you, or merely picked up? Such a resolute soldier would not engage in idle chatter, and Lin Chuan had no need to grant him the opportunity for interrogation. Picked up? General Victor waved his hand. City Defense Force, inspect this devourer beast. Fully armed and wearing masks, the City Defense Force formed two lines to encircle the creature. They established a defensive formation, with 4 in the front arranged in a cross-lock chain and 6 in the back, forming a hexagonal defensive circle. They commenced their inspection of Lin Chuan and the Devourer Beast. Dr. Carey dispatched medical assistants equipped with scanners to conduct a wave-like scan along the Devourer Beast's calves. At present, this was the extent of their capabilities. Firstly, it was their first encounter with such a massive Devourer Beast, causing immense psychological pressure. Secondly, the equipment available was limited, and with it being nighttime, operational capacity was severely restricted. Lin Chuan raised his hands in exasperation. Is this how you greet me? As the principal contributor to this operation, he was entitled to express such sentiments. However, this was not to seek accolades or vent frustration. Seizing the distraction of the crowd's gaze, Bai Yukue leaped onto the head of the flower beast. Routine procedure, Victor remained unyielding. Upon your return, you shall receive your due rewards. Lin Chuan, your valor in battle is commendable. If you seek recognition, I, on behalf of the City Defense Force, extend our admiration. The inspection team circled the Devourer Beast, but inadvertently overlooked by Lao Ban perched atop its head. This phenomenon is referred to as darkness beneath the lamp. However, matters were far from simple. Once the platform ascended, the citizens at the edge of the lighthouse would gain a vantage point from which to see Bai Yukue, and that would herald true trouble. Moreover, there were cameras, unwavering observers. Once the inspection concluded, General Victor commanded the platform to rise. Lin Chuan and the Devourer Beast remained on another platform, surrounded by the City Defense Force and Dr. Carey's personnel. Bai Yukue had no opportunity to reposition herself. The risk of exposure escalated. Bai Yukue furrowed her brow. Lin Chuan, is your method truly feasible? The crowd at the platform's edge had begun to gather, and they would soon be visible. Lin Chuan scanned the surroundings. Captain Mark and the other teammates had already ascended. Now was the time. At that moment, the control panel on Lin Chuan's arm suddenly activated, followed by an unexpected melody. My heart is racing. Love is a blazing fire. You laugh. The one who is mad is I. Everyone was captivated by this absurd spectacle. General Victor was particularly incensed. Lin Chuan, what are you playing? Music pertaining to relationships from the old world was expressly forbidden in the lighthouse. This was a grave violation of the rules. Lin Chuan caught sight of Bai Yukue's movements as she seized the opportunity to jump onto the shoulder of the soul beast. Lin Chuan adeptly guided the Devourer Beast to extend its arm over her shoulder. Others, noticing the sudden movement of the Devourer Beast, immediately raised their weapons, fixating on the beast's lifted arm. Yet at that moment, the palm of the Devourer Beast curved inward, once again concealing Bai Yukue from view. Victor sensed something amiss and moved forward to inspect, even considering climbing up to take a look. Is that so? Lin Chuan retorted loudly, forcibly continuing the previous topic. This is merely my nap alarm. Isn't this a song praising the former Hunter Squad commander, Hong Ko? Upon hearing the name Hong Ko, Victor's expression darkened. Dr. Carey gasped, wearing an expression of amusement. She understood that Victor was deeply affected by Hong Ko's demise, for she had been the lighthouse's most formidable warrior and a genuinely good person. What did you say? General Victor strode towards Lin Chuan, his fury teetering on the brink of eruption. Observing Lin Chuan's casual mention of Hong Ko made his eyes twitch. What? Am I wrong? Lin Chuan realized that his plan had succeeded the moment General Victor lost control. He had purposely incited his ire. Just as the lyrics proclaimed, Hong Ko perished in flames of love, executed by your own hands. You witnessed it firsthand. Bang! Victor could no longer contain himself and struck Lin Chuan with a punch. Hong Ko, she was a true warrior. You are unworthy to speak of her sacrifice. Surprisingly, Lin Chuan did not evade the blow, taking it squarely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He then retaliated without hesitation, landing a punch that sent General Victor sprawling to the ground. Is that all it takes to bring you down? Hong Ko stood resolute, burned alive alongside her lover. Hypocritical scoundrels, you are even less deserving of having killed her. Come on, arrest me. The Lord will judge me. The entire City Defense Force aimed their weapons at Lin Chuan. The spectators at the lighthouse, whether common folk or the elite, were left dumbfounded. The already raucous outer circle had devolved into chaos. Not only were they transfixed by the colossal Devourer Beast, but the open confrontation between Victor and Hunter Lin Chuan shattered all preconceived notions. Captain Mark sensed the unusual commotion behind him and prepared his team to return. Something's amiss. We must go back to assist Lin Chuan. We cannot expose Bai Lao Ban. Yet another troublesome figure emerged. The Lightbearers, accompanied by the Lawkeepers, obstructed the Hunter squad. Captain Mark, return to your lounge. It is already quite crowded here. They were utterly unconcerned with maintaining order. Meanwhile, the Devourer beast withdrew its arm, placing Bayou Koei at the edge of the platform. It then emitted a thunderous roar. Everyone immediately covered their ears, only to discover they were unaffected. All nearby precision machinery, including the cameras, ceased operation. During their initial encounter, Lin Chuan had discerned that the infrasound emitted by the twin-headed flower beast was not aimed at humans. It had evolved to disrupt machinery. At that moment, Bayou Koei executed a somersault onto a lateral support beam. Before the gathered crowd, all eyes were fixated on the platform, completely overlooking her movement. Lin Chuan's plan proved exceedingly effective. Bayou Koei was not overly concerned for Lin Chuan, for Morgan was in dire need of him. She produced a map, detailing the residence of Dust People 9527, everything meticulously arranged. Bayou Koei intended to proceed there. Come see me soon. We shall rendezvous at the birthplace of the White Rose. Chapter 56, Judgment? How could I be judged in the Hall of Dawn? Half an hour later, at the Hunter's resting place, Ran Bing wore a distressed expression. How could such an event transpire? The Light Church members deliberately obstructed us. Mark, Lin Chuan is about to face public judgment. You must think of a way. Mark remained silent, while the other teammates bore expressions of helplessness. The city had long since breached their defenses. Is the city defense force out of their minds? They languish in luxury atop the lighthouse, yet seek to judge our hero? Jeff shook his head. This is never-ending. Each time we return, they haul Lin Chuan off for judgment. Where is the fairness in this? Where is the justice? Only Erica maintained her composure. Do not panic. The announcement states it is a judgment, not a public trial. After all, Lin Chuan had struck General Victor, who seemed to harbor no objections. This was arguably the best outcome. As Erica had suggested, General Victor remained silent on the matter and had no intention to punish Lin Chuan. However, since Lin Chuan had willfully violated the laws of the lighthouse, he was compelled to face judgment. Mark scratched his head, letting out a deep sigh. He won't face any repercussions. His achievements are sufficient to absolve any punishment. He sighed because he struggled to comprehend Lin Chuan's intentions. Lin Chuan evidently did not wish to destroy the lighthouse and harbored no malice toward ordinary people. His targets were the elite. Yet to what extent must one go for it to be deemed sufficient? Soon, Lin Chuan's punishment announcement was displayed within the internal communications of the Hunter squad. Due to the mention of the matter concerning Red Clove, the severity of this punishment is notably harsh. The reward privilege for the task of Hunter Lin Chuan has been revoked, along with a fine of 500 contribution points. Ran Bing, upon reading the announcement, gasped in shock. The last time Lin Chuan publicly broke 4068's nose, he was fined merely 10 contribution points. Compared to that incident, this punishment is indeed exceedingly severe. The team members voiced their discontent on behalf of Lin Chuan. At that moment, Mark's communicator chimed. Lin Chuan called out, prompting Mark to frown and connect the line. Hello. Lin Chuan, are you still undergoing the follow-up judgment? Listen to me. Do not act as you did last time. I will help you gather the contribution points. But do not confront the Lord again. The consequences will be graver. From the communicator came Lin Chuan's languid voice. Hasn't my punishment announcement already been issued? Do they intend to penalize me a second time? I am currently taking a stroll with the Lord. The communicator was on speaker mode, allowing everyone to hear clearly. Wow. How arrogant. I always said Lin Chuan is the Lord's illegitimate child. Uft. Mo Chung was promptly silenced by a sharp elbow from Shui. Haven't you run enough laps? Upon hearing this, Mo Chung felt a chill at the back of his neck. All right, enough. Lin Chuan had another reason for contacting Mark. Captain Mark, I wanted to clarify something. My mention of your sister Red Clove was not meant to insult, like everyone else. I regard her as the most formidable warrior atop the lighthouse. I understand that, due to the lighthouse law, you cannot acknowledge your familial ties to the old world. Yet, you seem to care about this matter deeply. Moreover, the Lord appears to be quite concerned about the incident from years ago. He even showed me a photo of your sister. I heard you resemble your father, and your sister must take after your mother, given her beauty. Mark, listening to Lin Chuan's teasing, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Regardless of Lin Chuan's words, he was the only one daring enough to openly acknowledge the sibling relationship between Mark and Red Clove, which moved Mark greatly. Lin Chuan, you scoundrel. Your insults are truly unique. Thoughts of his sister always brought Mark down, not solely due to Red Clove's demise, but because their relationship had been entirely denied. Lin Chuan's manner of speaking was rather comforting to him. You took the time to come find me while accompanying the Lord. It cannot be merely to discuss this matter. Of course not. Lin Chuan sent an address. The Lord wishes to meet you. He wants to show you the secrets atop the lighthouse, which I have already seen. I could not reach an understanding with that old man, but if you believe you can convince him, then do give it a try. Lin Chuan referred to Lord Morgan as that old man, a sign of their rapidly developing relationship, which astonished everyone. Not only that, he had access to things that other hunters could not, suggesting the Lord intended to cultivate him. How had Lin Chuan achieved this? Surely he had not done so in front of the Lord, but his confidence indicated he had considerable backing. The teammates began to speculate, with envy evident among them. This was all part of Lin Chuan's intent. Gaining the Lord's recognition due to his uniqueness and merits would not resolve the fundamental issues. He needed to expand his influence. Should any problems arise on Mark's end, he would have to step in. As Charles had once said, the lighthouse is filled with foolish people. Many of them were not inherently bad. On the contrary, they were quite kind. However, their vision was obscured by the upper echelons, leading them to make numerous foolish judgments. Rather than allowing them to be swayed by some ethereal Lord of Shadows, it was better to have them believe in themselves. Let Mark indulge in his final fantasy. Let him attempt to converse with Moore and see if his decision to await death could indeed save the lighthouse. Mark replied, "Understood, I will head over now. And you?" He felt Lin Chuan was acting strangely today, as though he had said much, but none of it was the crux of the matter, suggesting he was concealing something. "I have other tasks. If you finish your conversation, feel free to come help." Lin Chuan ended the communication. During their exchange, an unusual event occurred. The two-headed flower bud beast, under Lin Chuan's control, now lay quietly in Dr. Carey's laboratory, behaving remarkably docile. It was already over 135 meters away from Lin Chuan. Mark sensed Lin Chuan was hinting at something, yet he could not grasp the answer immediately. "Everyone, let us return and rest. I will check on the Lord." Mark glanced at Ran Bing and whispered, "Trust me, I will persuade the Lord." Given the presence of other teammates nearby, Ran Bing merely nodded, "I will wait for you." He had no time to ponder further and set off immediately. After Mark departed, the other hunters returned to their quarters, utterly exhausted. Only Ran Bing continued to review the announcements. Award announcement, award recipient, Hunter Lin Chuan. During the hunt for the devouring beast, Hunter Lin Chuan demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom by successfully capturing the first living two-headed flower bud beast, transformation type, providing a significant breakthrough sample for lighthouse biological research and defense strategies. His performance exceeded conventional combat standards. By joint decision of the Lord's Command Center, the City Defense Army, and the Light and Shadow Church, the following awards are granted. Contribution points reward, 1,000 points. Priority access to Dawn Hall. Qualification for executing breeding task 21449. See attached schedule. Permission upgrade. Temporary piloting rights for the Dawn-class mech. Note, your bravery has affirmed the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow. May the sacred fire of genes continue to be passed on. Signed by Charles of the Light and Shadow Society. It seems Lin Chuan spoke the truth. The command center did not make things difficult for him. Ran Bing felt relieved. Just as she prepared to leave, another task notification popped up on her personal information. Due to the confirmed demise of the original executor of breeding task 21449, Penny, in accordance with Chapter 7, Article 3 of the Lighthouse Reproductive Code. The execution rights of this task are now transferred to Ran Bing. Task number 21449, Supervisor, Lightbearer Fan T. Please ensure timely arrival at Dawn Hall 3 hours later. Chapter 57, The Lighthouse's Core Secret, the Brain of Light and Shadow. Receiving the task left Ran Bing feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her entire being trembled uncontrollably. Her thoughts were consumed by Mark. Just a day before the task, she had asked him on the platform, "I heard people from the old world form families. If we succeed and live on the surface, have you thought about who you would want to be with?" Mark had consistently evaded this question, stating, "Do not speak of such things again. I have never considered with whom I would be." Yet, Ran Bing had thought about it. Even directly telling Mark, "I thought about being with you." Tears had streamed down her face in the core data room that day. At this moment, Ran Bing was no longer a warrior, but merely a helpless girl. She knelt on the ground, murmuring, "Mark, what would you say if you were here?" She envisioned countless possibilities, yet it was too late. How would she face Mark afterward? Not only that, How would she face Lin Chuan? They were friends, close comrades. She had no means to cope. All she could do was send Mark a message to inform him of this matter. As long as Mark responded even slightly, Ranbing would rush to him without hesitation. Time passed slowly, yet no response came from Mark. Ranbing's heart felt as though it were shattering. In truth, Mark had received the message but had not read it. The Lord, aware of the pressure surrounding the matter of Bai Yukue, was preparing to reveal the secrets of the lighthouse to him ahead of time. Meanwhile, Lord Morgan faced a difficult choice. He led Mark to the core area of the lighthouse. Mark, you are the one who can change the fate of humanity. But the truth is not something everyone can bear. Through a long corridor, they arrived at a locked security door. Morgan's expression was grave. Behind that door lay all the truths. Mark had never seen the city lord in such a manner. He gazed at the security door, which loomed like a gaping abyss, feeling a sense of crisis that overshadowed his curiosity for the truth. The Lord's tone was exceptionally somber. But this would henceforth become your prison. You still have a choice. Mark inhaled deeply. Was this the place Lin Chuan had seen before? The Lord Morgan was placing his bets on the two of them. Thus, the intentions of the Lord had become abundantly clear. Resolutely, Mark approached the great door. My lord, but you have already made your choice, have you not? It is not as simple as you think. Lord Morgan moved toward the control panel, inputting a password and scanning his palm. The highest authority had been granted, and the door slowly opened. Mark, it was Lin Chuan who ultimately gave up. He did not enter. Mark was taken aback by this revelation. Lin Chuan had been investigating the core information of the lighthouse. He could not comprehend why Lin Chuan would willingly forfeit such an opportunity, leaving him increasingly perplexed. So you brought me here for that reason? Lord Morgan sighed and led Mark deeper inside. This is the Energy and Computation Center. The lighthouse once relied on this apparatus to maintain its operations and plan future routes. The Lord smiled wryly, pointing at the hidden defensive weapons. Lin Chuan is quite astute. He understood that I could never choose him from the outset, hence his eventual withdrawal. Otherwise, he would have been instantly obliterated by those devices upon entry. Lord Morgan had never considered anyone other than Hong Ko as his ideal successor. It had always been Mark in his heart. It was only recently that he had noticed Lin Chuan's excessive activity. Thus, he had employed this matter to test Lin Chuan's loyalty. Fortunately, he did not make a misstep. In the future, should you ascend to the position of Lord, he could indeed become your capable assistant. I believe he should be loyal. Mark, I admire Lin Chuan. He possesses commendable abilities, but tends to act too ostentatiously. I hope you can utilize such a warrior well in the future. What? Mark was astonished that the Lord would make such a choice. Do you intend for me to inherit the city lordship? Am I truly suited for this? He had initially hoped to persuade the Lord to reform the lighthouse system, yet he found the Lord had preempted him, making an even greater decision. Suitability is irrelevant. I should have declared this upon our return from the last mission. However, recent events have clearly exceeded my expectations. I have already discussed this with others. Prepare to succeed me. A rare expression of ease graced the Lord's face. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, nor inflate your own importance. I merely wish to enjoy a few peaceful days before my demise. Thus, the two entered the interior of the chamber. Mark was about to say something when he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. A brain. His breath momentarily caught. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical glass tank nearly 3 stories high. In the azure liquid floated a massive, yellow-black brain structure. The convoluted mass pulsated slightly with the ebb and flow of bioelectric currents, with a web-like luminescence shimmering on its surface. The result of thousands of nanoscopic electrodes embedded within it, twinkling like constellations in the neural folds. Nutrient bubbles continuously rose like strings of pearls, while 17 semi-transparent conduits hung from the ceiling, shimmering with iridescence as the brainwave frequencies fluctuated. Mark's pupils reflected the neuron synapses slowly rotating in the liquid, their terminals emitting visible quantum sparks. This entity had existed since the era of Tartaros. It could simultaneously observe the positions and momenta of microscopic particles. Morgan gazed at the brain, his words imbued with reverence, yet accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. We have yet to comprehend its operational mechanisms. Yet the information it once conveyed has sustained our existence. In its prime, it enabled the prison to predict disaster timelines, allowing us to evade catastrophe for a year. Each of Lord Morgan's words completely overturned Mark's understanding, and he vaguely sensed the implications. The Lord continued to unveil the truth. Later, we attempted to use it to extrapolate humanity's future, seeking ways to combat the mana ecosystem. However, the answers it provided were incomprehensible symbols and formulas. The only decipherable outcome was a beacon. Mark fixated on the brain, his body bristling with an indescribable sensation. Ultimately, the Lord turned to Mark. The first city lord found only an infant at that beacon. Who is this infant? You already know, do you not? Mark's emotions surged. He could hardly believe it. No, I don't care if this is true or not. Am I to be the one to confront the mana ecosystem? How is that possible? Do you still believe in that divination nonsense? The Lord had anticipated this reaction and calmly explained, from a macroscopic perspective, matter is merely a collection of atoms. If one knows the position and momentum of every atom in the universe and possesses sufficient computational power, it becomes feasible to predict the future accurately. No, I cannot accept this. Mark could not fathom accepting such a bewildering identity. If he were truly the savior, what did the countless sacrifices of individuals over the years amount to? If he were indeed the one capable of opposing the mana ecosystem, why did those around him continue to depart one by one? Why his sister Honko? Mark's furious roar stemmed from many facets, with one being pivotal. Then is his sister Honko still considered his sister? The mentality of calling oneself a savior requires practice. Hidden in the external ventilation duct, Lin Chuan had overheard everything. The earpiece he had given Mark was not rendered useless simply by being turned off. He still possessed system privileges, remote operation, and non-consumptive driving. The 135-meter distance was sufficient for him to safely obtain all information. It seemed this brain, much like Master Lai from Dragonbone Village, would have calculated his eavesdropping long ago. My boss was brought by me. He likely could not account for this variable. I must hurry to find my boss. Chapter 58. By boss, hear me out. Lin Chuan, having unraveled the secrets of the lighthouse, immediately headed to the Dust People black market. Exchanging intelligence with By Boss was of utmost priority. The lighthouse was sure to take significant actions next. Upon seeing the congratulatory message from Charles on his arm communicator, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. This fellow was insidiously crafty. Fearing I might grow too close to Mark, he deliberately arranged for me to accompany Ran Bing to the Dawn Hall. A scheme to sow discord while cutting the ground from under me. Lin Chuan naturally had 100 ways to counter this. These petty tricks were merely games at the card table. I have my own way to upend the table. However, Captain Mark, whether to sink or awaken now rests entirely upon your own choice. He sprinted toward the Dust District, spotting Mo Chung, who was busy repairing a motorcycle. The guy's mood lifted upon seeing him unharmed, and he waved cheerfully. Hey, is that the outlaw Lin Chuan? You've got some guts. You even dared to strike General Victor. My bike. Before he could finish, Lin Chuan snatched his motorcycle. Good brother, loyal to the end, I'll return it to you. He could not afford to waste a moment. He had to be at the Dawn Hall in 3 hours. Racing through the outer ring, pedestrians were bewildered by Lin Chuan's reckless actions. Racing on the outer ring? Aren't you afraid of getting penalized for over-contributing to the upper class? They wondered who he thought he was, the commander of the hunters? His speed was so rapid that many pedestrians failed to recognize him. Yet, one dust person glared fiercely at Lin Chuan as he sped by. With a blood-stained bandage on his nose, he spoke with a heavy nasal tone. He is the hunter Lin Chuan. He struck General Victor and broke my nose. Even if I can't see clearly, I can still smell the stench of scum on him. Holy crap. Is he really the hunter Lin Chuan? Who is that great hero who captured the mid-level transformation-type Devourer Beast? The dust dwellers around him gazed on in admiration. What hero? Have you not heard of the despicable acts he has committed? Did you not break your nose because you were caught stealing? 4068. A few dust dwellers exchanged disdainful glances. Indeed. Indeed. Now the upper class has something to say, claiming we possess inferior genes, born only to steal, all thanks to you. 4068. A chorus of hissing filled the air. Even a child from the dust dwellers imitated 4068's gesture of covering his nose. I am a thief. I caused the hunter to be attacked by the Devourer Beast, causing death without shame. This left 4068 utterly humiliated, as even his former close friends began to drift away. The few remnants of his dignity were completely shattered. He clenched his teeth and ran into the distance, those piercing gazes cutting deeper than knives, slicing through his very soul. The sound of his teeth cracking echoing in his mouth. Lin Chuan, is being from the upper class really that impressive? One day, when I become one of the upper class, I will make you pay a price. I swear. Smack. Lin Chuan tilted his neck, swatting a small insect that flew by. He was cycling too fast, oblivious to everything that transpired behind him. Finally, he arrived at the Dust Dweller black market. Typically, those from the upper class needed to disguise themselves here, but Lin Chuan was not among them. His reputation preceded him, and the Dust Dwellers had only two attitudes towards him: admiration or deep-seated hatred like that of 4068. Therefore, there was no need to hide. Those who feared him had already fled, and those who did not would not speak out. He pushed open the door to 9527's shop. The room was empty, save for a single bed. The contraband discs that had once cluttered the space, along with some miscellaneous items, had seemingly vanished. 9527, where are you? There was no response, but strange noises emanated from beneath the floor. It was the sound of trickling water. Lin Chuan forcefully pulled open the hidden door in the floor. So, 9527. Are you sulking? I wonder why you didn't come out to greet a big client. Where are the people I arranged for you? But the scene before him instantly left Lin Chuan dumbfounded. There was indeed a concealed small room below. Though the space was limited, it was well equipped for living. There was a bedroom, and even a shower area. The mist spread out like a landscape scroll. Bai Yukuei stood with her back to the door. Her silver hair drenched in the water droplets from the shower, turning her face to the side, her crimson eyes gazing at him. Water droplets rolled down her spine. Looking further down would be impolite. I am doomed. Lin Chuan had no intention of looking, but his heart had already been propelled to the heavens by this alluring scene. Stop looking. Turn around. Bai Yukuei's face flushed, and she seized a nearby toilet plunger, hurling it at him. Lin Chuan was knocked to the ground, remembering to hastily close the secret door before he fell. Sister, that was exhilarating. If you don't hit me once, my heart won't settle. He pulled the plunger from his head. Before he could rise, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. The old man 9527 rushed in. Oh dear, Lord Lin Chuan has arrived. I am terribly sorry for not coming out to greet you. The big client you entrusted to me is inside washing up. I was watching the door. Nothing happened just now, right? Lin Chuan was secretly amused and had no time to blame him. It's nothing. He quickly got up, pretending to have accidentally fallen, and kicked the plunger behind him with his right foot. You are getting sharper as you age. I didn't expect you to have a hidden compartment. No wonder at such an old age. You can still avoid long journeys and manage to get a baby's identity badge. Upon hearing the first half of Lin Chuan's remark, 9527 wore a smile. But the latter half caused his expression to completely unravel. Who in this place didn't he know he was the optimistic type among the Dust Dwellers, always wearing a smile? Never seen looking dejected? Lin Chuan, don't say that. You don't understand. He touched the badge on his chest. This is my granddaughter's badge. She was born sick, and the medical department refused to help. She arrived in this world for only half a day, without even opening her eyes. I'm sorry. Lin Chuan quickly realized his mistake and repeatedly apologized. 9527 waved his hand. It's not your fault. I have known you for so long and never told you. He sighed deeply. Such is the life of the Dust Dwellers, as small as dust, scattered by the wind. We don't even have tombstones. Only the ability to inscribe our longing within our breaths. He pulled out a photograph. Look, how beautiful she is. If she reaches adulthood, she will surely be a great beauty. Lin Chuan nodded continuously, unsure of what to say, due to the lack of constraints. The Dust Dwellers were far more human than those from the upper class. They secretly formed nominal family bonds. Family was their only motivation to survive each day. Eating bug cakes to continue living. 9527, stop thinking about those things. Perhaps one day, someone will become the spring breeze, allowing more white roses to bloom from the dust. Perhaps you will witness the changes here, believe me. Really? 9527, understanding the character of the other, felt that Lin Chuan's previous statement was not a jest. Really? But it was not Lin Chuan who answered him. It was Bai Yukuei, who had changed her clothes and emerged from the hidden door. Her beautiful eyes bore no surprise, but Lin Chuan perceived an endless threat. He even felt an ominous presence looming over him. 9527, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss privately with Lin Chuan. Before Lin Chuan could speak, Bai Yukuei had already sent 9527 away. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt like a zombie, with 2 fingers pressed into his dimples, forcing a smile. Boss Bai, allow me to explain. It's simply a beautiful misunderstanding. The next moment, Lin Chuan's screams echoed throughout the Dust Dweller district. It was earth-shattering. Huh, who is being beaten? That scream is too tragic, right? It doesn't sound right. Who could scream so loudly, as if demolishing a house? Chapter 59. The last 19 minutes at the Dawn Hall. There are 49 minutes left before heading to the Dawn Hall. Lin Chuan arrived at the main entrance. The luminary Vanny had her left hand on her waist, her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio on full display. Hunter Lin Chuan, remove your mask and come forth to confirm your identity. Lin Chuan did not wish to engage in conversation with this executioner. You have already recognized me. What is there to confirm? His voice was peculiar, as if someone were pinching his nose. Humph. Do as you wish. Vanty turned to instruct the law enforcers to provide him with clothing. The great dog Shaili Fu raised his massive hammer and struck the resounding bell. The echoing sound summoned a pair of upper-class individuals to unite here today, giving birth to offspring for the lighthouse. Charles, the leader, stood high above. Listening to the delightful chimes, his brow relaxed slightly, a triumphant smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Everything was under control. For law enforcers adorned with golden masks approached Lin Chuan. They wore black cloaks and carried punishment whips, advancing slowly. Wait. Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up. Oh. Vanny immediately approached, looking at Lin Chuan with great interest. Charles had already instructed that any abnormalities could be dealt with directly and reported later. Her hand instinctively moved to her waist where her gun was holstered. Lin Chuan dismissed her with disdain. He had anticipated such matters before arriving. Turn around. The near-commanding tone left the luminary momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? Turn around, you foolish blockhead. Lin Chuan audaciously insulted the luminary in front of everyone. All the law enforcers surrounded him, but Vanty raised her hand to stop them. She slowly approached Lin Chuan, responding with an imposing demeanor. You insignificant being, it would be wise to behave yourself. If it weren't for the authorization granted by Lord Charles, I would have no interest in coming here to witness your bare rear. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chuan boldly approached, causing the unprepared light-bearers to instinctively step back. This guy is certainly not like those diminutive men you've encountered before. I instructed you to turn around, lest your foolish loyalty be frightened away. The light-bearer Vanty was incensed by this blatant provocation. Bound by Charles's orders, she refrained from a radical response. But her feet pressed down with such force that the dilapidated ground cracked beneath her sharp heels. What do you mean? Each one of you present must turn around. You've wasted enough time, and upon returning, be prepared to answer to Lord Charles. This statement carried considerable weight. As long as Lin Chuan continued with the breeding task, they would all have to behave like obedient dogs. Everyone collectively turned away. Vanty clenched her fists in anger, her teeth grinding audibly. Lin Chuan was quite pleased. He would enter the Hall of Dawn, but only at the very last moment. This flaw was intentionally left for Mark. Additionally, there was the assurance from Bai Yuekue. After exchanging information with Bai Yuekue, Lin Chuan disclosed his intention to go to the Hall of Dawn with Ranbing. At that time, the boss, still fuming from being seen while bathing, merely responded with a congratulatory remark. However, Lin Chuan promised her that he would not do anything reckless, assuring her that the first time must be reserved for someone special. Perhaps it was the way he looked at her when he said this that became the second trigger for Bai Yuekue to beat him twice in one day. The mask was not donned to comply with the rules of the Hall of Dawn. His current state was unrecognizable even to his own mother. The resonating chimes echoed continuously. Even if Lin Chuan changed slowly, time would relentlessly march on, halting for no one. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber of the Hunter's repair bay, the Dawn suddenly activated on its own. The nearby technician was taken aback. What is happening? Is Captain Mark controlling it from afar with the gene key? No worries. It must be that Captain Mark is going on a mission, so we should continue repairing the other gravity mechs. The Dawn sailed out of the repair bay under everyone's watchful gaze, heading towards the Dust District. In room 9527, Bai Yuekue held the gene key that Lin Chuan had given her before his departure, instructing her to pilot the Dawn if she needed to venture out. To avoid being captured on camera, Bai Yuekue reconfirmed with 9527. Are you sure you can dismantle the detection devices inside the gravity mech? Yes, before becoming a dust dweller. I was a level 8 mechanic. 9527 assured her, though an apologetic expression lingered on his face. However, this task was quite perilous. So concerning the payment, Bai Yuekue was never short of funds. She never inquired about prices when purchasing items. She did not confirm how much 9527 had inflated the costs. I'll trade 1,000 contribution points for supplies, right? Charge it to Lin Chuan's account. He'll cover it. But we must act swiftly. I'll only give you 20 minutes. For every minute you save, I'll add another 100 points. All right. 9527 could hardly contain his elation, his heart racing with excitement. A big client, an enormous client. Even if it costs me my life, I will finish this in 20 minutes. Bai Yuekue was oblivious to 9527's exuberance. Her mind was solely focused on her desire to see the outside world. She was well aware of what Lin Chuan meant by brain. She prepared to reconfirm whether that thing could still function normally, as it concerned the fates of many. The Red Dawn finally arrived. 9527 couldn't resist the urge to start working with his wrench. The surrounding dust dwellers were promptly shooed away by 9527. At this point, he didn't care whether any profit-driven individuals would report him. Every second that remained would translate into substantial contribution points. Such a dream was too good to entertain. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Observing his frantic activity, Bai Yuekue paused for a moment before casually asking, "Do you know where the Hall of Dawn is?" Simultaneously, the city lord had entrusted all the critical secrets to Mark. He awaited Mark's response. At that moment, Mark's mind was a tumultuous mess. Just as he began to suspect the lighthouse, the city lord entrusted everything to him, leaving him unable to discern right from wrong. In his turmoil, Mark suddenly noticed a message from Ran Bing. "Mark, I will head to the Hall of Dawn in 3 hours. Breeding task number 21449. Mark. The other party is Lin Chuan. Mark, do you want me to go?" The message was sent 2.5 hours prior. There were also 2 recent messages. Sent half an hour ago. Mark, will you respond? Anything will do. If possible, I'd like to live on the surface with you. Do you think we still have time? There are still 19 minutes until the breeding task at the Hall of Dawn begins. Chapter 60, Lin Chuan's Bold Maneuvers. Mark. Has he seen the message? Will he come? Ran Bing shed her black robe, donning the white breeding attire. She wore a golden mask, her steps faltering as she ascended the grand staircase. Above, the golden hall bore the name Glory Shackles. She was to bear offspring for the lighthouse, waiting for the child to grow before following the path her mother once took. This time, purgatory lay above, while paradise awaited below. The entire journey was exceedingly arduous for Ran Bing. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan found himself significantly more at ease. Upon entering the Golden Hall, he boldly began to banter with the nearby law enforcers. "Hey, do you have a cigarette?" No one responded. "Have you all lost your voices? You're so careless with your work that you can't even prepare a post-activity smoke? If this continues, I'll report you to your superior and deduct your contribution points. Do your job properly." The light-bearer Vanny had long grown weary of Lin Chuan's provocations. He showed her no mercy, continuing his psychological assault. "What are you doing? You haven't even brought the necessary tools. You have no sense of professionalism." His outstretched hand nearly poked Vanty in the face. "Do you have a condom?" This statement utterly enraged the light-bearer. What did he think he was doing during the breeding task? Vanty snatched the enforcer's whip beside her and swung it without hesitation. The crack was powerful. If it struck a person, bones would surely break. One could only wonder how 4068 endured such a blow. Perhaps their skin was just thick. "Lin Chuan, you better not play tricks. If you are not prepared to complete the breeding task, I can enforce the law." No, you misunderstand." Lin Chuan stepped closer, his arm casually draping over Vanty's shoulder. "I intend to exceed the task. What do you say? Want to join me, light-bearer?" Vanty was taken aback by Lin Chuan's sudden motion. This was nothing short of blatant harassment. Filthy words. She forcefully pushed Lin Chuan away, the whip crashing down onto the ground, shattering the tiles beneath it. Biting her lip, Vanty was more furious than ashamed. She had never been treated this way before. Humph. Vanty turned on her heel, unable to endure another moment in the Golden Hall. "You lot, keep an eye on him." "Yes, light-bearer." With Vanty dismissed, Lin Chuan felt considerably relieved. The most troublesome individual had finally departed. Within 2 minutes, Ran Bing was escorted into the room by 3 law enforcers. The breeding attire was less modest than sleepwear. Facing her comrade Lin Chuan, she lowered her head in embarrassment, continuously fiddling with the small white flower on her wrist. However, Lin Chuan was quite proactive, pulling Ran Bing over and pointing to the large round bed behind him. "The bed is quite spacious. Come sit beside me." Ran Bing had assumed that Lin Chuan's mood mirrored her own, but she was taken aback by his assertiveness. She could hardly accept it and abruptly pushed him away, her face a mask of terror. Lin Chuan, however, seized the opportunity, pointing at the nearby clerics and berating them. "What are you fools still doing here? Can't you see you frightened her? Get out now." No one responded. The breeding task was not intended for anyone's enjoyment, merely serving the purpose of procreation for the lighthouse. With these clerics overseeing the process from the sidelines, Lin Chuan was fully aware of this and was deliberately trying to intimidate Ran Bing, continuing his tirade against the clerics. Can't you fools comprehend? The sight of you makes me sick. Wearing those silly masks and black cloaks, do you think you're Zorro? If you enjoy witnessing childbirth so much, why didn't you take a glance at your mother when you were born? He was utterly audacious. Finally, the clerics could no longer restrain themselves. They had encountered many uncouth commoners, spewing vile language, but they had never witnessed anyone as ruthlessly cutting as Lin Chuan. Several of them approached, brandishing their teaching rods, ready to punish him. But Lin Chuan reacted swiftly, grabbing the first approaching cleric. With his left hand around the man's neck and a punch to his arm, there was a sickening crack as he broke the cleric's arm. His combat prowess was among the best at the lighthouse. Dealing with these clerics was a trivial task. The remaining clerics were visibly shaken by the scene. They had not anticipated Lin Chuan's decisiveness or his brutal approach. Get out, all of you. I dare to strike Victor. What are you compared to him? Leave now. He hurled the cleric toward the door. The sound of his back hitting the iron door resonated deeply with the others. If they approached now, their fate would be far worse than his. They all sought to complete their tasks for contributions. Do not compel me to act severely. If the breeding task fails, the penalty falls on you. If someone is harmed during the task, the responsibility lies with me. Think it through and leave. I want to repeat myself. Lin Chuan's formidable presence instilled fear in the clerics, causing them to tremble. It was then they recalled the terror of being dominated by this man, the one capable of single-handedly capturing a metamorphic devouring beast. Their teaching rods fell from their hands. Fearing they might soon find themselves on the receiving end of those very implements, they scurried away, heads bowed, leaving no one behind. After this, Lin Chuan turned to comfort Ran Bing. However, she was still visibly shaken, and upon seeing him approach, she instinctively pushed him away, knocking off his mask. The mask clattered to the ground, echoing in the air as their eyes met, startling Ran Bing, who stumbled back. Lin Chuan, what happened to you? Her reaction stemmed not from fear, but from astonishment. If she had a tuft of hair standing on end, it surely would have. Lin Chuan's face was swollen and bruised, particularly a large bump on his forehead that resembled a gourd. Embarrassed, he couldn't possibly explain to Ran Bing that it was the result of being beaten by the white boss. Forget that. I had no intention of completing this ridiculous breeding task, so you needn't worry. I deliberately provoked them to drive them out. Ran Bing, momentarily flustered, realized she had overreacted in her previous assumptions. Gazing at Lin Chuan's swollen face, she continued to inquire, shifting the topic. Brother Lin Chuan, who exactly did this to you? It can't be because of this task, right? It's all my fault. No, it's not like that. It must be the Lightbearers who ganged up on you. Otherwise, with your skills, you wouldn't have gotten into this situation. We will surely help you seek revenge. No, it's nothing. Lin Chuan covered his face, unsure how to explain. Let us just drop it. I can't fight them, and I'm not in the right. Just let it go. He didn't want Ran Bing to press further. Otherwise, he would have to find a hole to hide in. Forget about that. Let us discuss important matters. Come, let us go to the bed. Ran Bing believed in Lin Chuan, but this was too much. Brother Lin Chuan, you. After the previous ground battle, Ran Bing had changed her attitude towards Lin Chuan and habitually used terms from the old world. Oh dear. No. Lin Chuan pulled her to the bedside and began scheming. I know you like Mark. He likes you too. Last time, I helped you two get together. What I'm saying is Mark must come. You need to apply some pressure, understand? Otherwise, when that wooden-headed fellow arrives, if nothing happens between you two, you'll be stuck as just friends again, right? You get it? Oh, Ran Bing nodded, somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Hall, the dawn had arrived. Bai Yukue observed as the clerics fled in terror, her brows furrowing. What on earth did that brat do inside? Chapter 61. What the hell? Is there really someone with a broken throat? Bai Yukue contemplated entering to investigate. However, entering the main hall required traversing a long corridor, which may have surveillance cameras. She certainly couldn't bring the dawn in. She changed into the hunter's battle suit and donned a mechanical mask to conceal her identity, hoping to avoid exposure when confronting others. Yet, it still felt precarious. If captured on film and analyzed frame by frame, her identity as an intruder could be revealed. At that moment, Mark suddenly appeared below, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his eyes flickering with urgency. clearly having run a long distance. Due to the distance, Bayou could not catch what he was saying, only vaguely hearing him mutter apologies, asserting that humans should not live like corpses. Had Mark had a falling out with Lord Morgan? It didn't seem likely. Bayou activated her mech and lightly followed Mark. He ran swiftly, while her pace was somewhat slower. She had to keep an eye out for cameras overhead, swiftly severing any she spotted with her Tang Dao. Suddenly, she sensed Mark had halted, peering around the corner of the corridor. The light bearer, Vanti, swayed in a feline manner, blocking Mark's path. "Captain Mark, what brings you here?" Mark, facing this obvious question, refused to respond, clenching his fists in preparation to charge forward. "Are you here for Rand Bing or that foul-mouthed brat Lin Chuan?" Vanti harbored a grudge from earlier humiliation. Just then, Bayou-Kuei's voice came from behind, her tone clearly laced with displeasure. "Captain Mark, you go ahead. Let me handle this." Bayou-Kuei, masked, elegantly stepped forward, bypassing Mark to confront Vanti. "You didn't directly call out his name. What brings you here?" She waved her right hand, signaling Mark to proceed. "For the same reason as you." Mark hesitated for a moment, but quickly maneuvered around Vanti and dashed away. Vanti did not obstruct him. The presence of Bayou-Kuei instilled an inexplicable pressure upon her. "While hidden, flying snow, I didn't know you had such abilities." "Flying snow?" Bayou-Kuei was taken aback that Vanti mistook her for the Hunter Team's Flying Snow. Although their figures were similar, their hair color and voices were entirely different. Despite both having short hair, one was white and the other purple. How could Vanti not recognize the difference? When Bayou-Kuei noticed the helmet on Vanti's head, everything fell into place. That device was a semi-mechanical modification for those with head injuries. With a different perception of color than normal humans, Vanti would indeed struggle to distinguish hues in the uniquely golden environment of the hall. Similarly, the helmet did not differentiate tones in voice. Upon hearing a sound, Vanti was able to identify others primarily through habitual judgments derived from the helmet's data. The speaking styles of Fei Xue and Boss Bai were quite similar, both being succinct and terse, which led to the misjudgment. In other words, the technology of that helmet was outdated and lagged behind the times. The eye mask casually crafted by her father back in the day was 1,000 times superior to this helmet. Lost in thought, Vanti suddenly drew her Reaver pistol from her waist and fired a shot at Bayou-Kuei. The bullet flew out, ringing sharply as it struck the wall, whereupon Bayou-Kuei deftly drew her knife and held it before her. The walls on either side bore 2 deep bullet imprints. Vanti was momentarily stunned. Had she actually deflected the bullet? It was beyond her imagination, but the next moment, her hand was seized by Bayou-Kuei, who forcefully hurled Vanti backward. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second, leaving no time to react. As Vanti lay on the ground, Bayou-Kuei prepared to modify the data in her helmet, intending to erase all traces of their confrontation to prevent any discerning eyes from finding loopholes. Yet, at that moment, Vanti struggled to rise. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze fixated on Bayou-Kuei. With her left hand reaching behind her, she retrieved a cylindrical energy charger from her waist. When she released it, the charger fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, sounding as if it weighed no less than 70 pounds. Quite impressive. Vanti twisted her hips and began to approach Bayou-Kuei slowly. Before she became a light bearer, she had also been a formidable warrior. After sustaining injuries, she underwent a semi-mechanical transformation, making her stronger than ever. The recent defeat fueled her rage. "You are all the same. Foolish scavengers who only know how to disrupt the order of the lighthouse." Vanti continued to curse, particularly targeting that Lin Chuan. A mere talker, filthy and despicable. Bayou-Kuei initially showed no reaction until she heard those words. With a deep exhale, she seemed to gather her breath. As she took a step forward, the entire corridor became frigid and eerily silent, as if swept by a Siberian chill. Vanti instinctively took half a step back. Even as a semi-cybernetic being, with emotions dulled, she still felt an overwhelming fear. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and Bayou-Kuei appeared behind Vanti. The mechanical mask was cleaved in two, and the light bearer collapsed. Only the sound of Bayou-Kuei's high heels echoed through the corridor, her gaze icy, as if she had yet to quench her wrath. "I hope that when you next encounter Lin Chuan, you still have the strength to hurl insults." Ahead, Captain Mark faced his final obstacle, the armored giant, Sharif. The man towered at an imposing height of nearly 198 meters, dwarfing Mark by a head or more. Without uttering a word, upon spotting the intruder, he brandished his massive hammer, step by step, advancing towards Mark. Sparks flew as the hammer's handle scraped against the ground, producing an excruciatingly shrill sound. Yet, Mark remained undaunted, bravely moving toward Sharif despite being unarmed. With a furious shout, their battle was imminent. Inside the room, Lin Chuan and Ran Bing could hear everything clearly. Ran Bing, your boyfriend has come to rescue you. At those words, Ran Bing's face flushed crimson, filled with a mix of joy and anxiety. Even if Mark was formidable, how could he possibly defeat the armored Sharif? No, I must go help him. Observing Ran Bing's distress, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of jealousy, muttering under his breath. Wondering what Yue Kuai was doing at that moment, after having said to congratulate him before. Hey, Ran Bing, stop banging on that door. The lockkeeper locked it after going out. We can only wait for someone to rescue us. He shook his head helplessly, signaling for Ran Bing to cease. Have you forgotten what I just told you? You need to provoke him. If he gets anxious, he might win. Captain Mark is quite capable. Just scream a little louder. I will play along. Though Ran Bing was anxious, she understood Lin Chuan was correct. It was the only thing they could do at present. Well, all right then. Ran Bing touched the small white flower on her wrist, feeling ashamed. She crouched by the door crack, her cheeks flushed, and attempted to call out. Lin Chuan, you can't do this. I'm not ready yet. Her voice was so faint, it left Lin Chuan exasperated. You have to let go, understand? You need to scream. Make it sound desperate to agitate him. Anger him. Anger him. Anger him. Let Mark unleash his utmost potential. Lin Chuan worked up himself, but Ran Bing still felt shy. I'm not very good at it. Could you teach me once more? Are you kidding me? At this critical moment, I don't have time to teach you again. Lin Chuan exclaimed. Ran Bing, just hold on. When you feel pain, scream. MHM. Before Ran Bing could react, Lin Chuan seized her arm and twisted it sharply at the most vulnerable spot. Ran Bing's pain-induced scream pierced through the air, sounding exceptionally tragic and heart-wrenching. Outside, Mark heard it clearly and instantly lost focus, taking a heavy blow from Sharif's hammer. He felt dazed, nearly collapsing. Yet the intense fury within him made him fiercer than ever, compelling him to stand his ground. At that moment, Yue Kuai also arrived. She refrained from intervening, wanting to observe Mark's potential. However, soon they heard Lin Chuan's strange, lewd laughter. Vice Officer Ran Bing screamed. Even if you shatter your throat today, no one will come to save you. Yue Kuai frowned slightly. With a thunderous crash, the Golden Hall's door frame collapsed. High heels left clear marks as Yue Kuai forcefully crashed through. Ran Bing was utterly terrified. Who are you? Yue Kuai's gaze drifted toward Lin Chuan. With a soft huff, she declared, Today, I shall shatter my throat. In an instant, Lin Chuan froze in place. Chapter 62. This is one of the reasons to admire Boss Bai. Upon witnessing the mechanical door opening, Mark also wished to rush in. However, his battle with Sharif had reached a fever pitch. Iron fists fell repeatedly, and the human body proved difficult to withstand steel. The mechanical arm, with its fierce punching wind, struck Mark squarely on the temple. His calves buckled, and he fell in an extremely unstable manner. Ran Bing, separated by a door, found herself in two different worlds. That moment felt almost eternal, as the merciless steel fist collided heavily with Mark. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated through the room, and Ran Bing could no longer contain herself. She realized Mark had exerted all his strength. Mark, we. She rushed toward him. Before she could finish, her calls evoked countless memories in Mark's mind. In every moment of his life, there was Ran Bing. Mark, could you have done it without me? If one day we truly return to the surface to live, what are your plans? Don't ever say that again. I've never thought about who I'd be with. Sharif's iron fist showed no sign of relenting, relentlessly pounding Mark, each strike almost delivering a fatal blow. Yet those precious memories could not be shattered by the fists. I've thought about it, Mark, with you. In that instant, Mark awakened. From an unknown source, strength surged within him, and he managed to block Sharif's punch, gripping it tightly and forcefully snapping Sharif's arm despite the mechanical armor. Mark erupted entirely, roaring as he unleashed a flurry of punches. No longer avoiding Sharif's strikes, he met the incoming fists head-on with his forehead. A right hook struck Sharif's abdomen, and his left leg crushed Sharif's calf. He continued to swing his fists, unrelenting. Blood from his knuckles mixed with the oil from the machinery, splattering the golden corridor, transforming it into a battlefield of blood and heat. With a flurry of punches, Mark lost count of his strikes. oblivious to the pain coursing through him as the world around him blurred into a crimson haze. With a final roar, he delivered a powerful uppercut that brought Shalif to an abrupt end, the force of his blow causing the external armor to shatter and fall away. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his eye, Mark gasped for breath and spat out a mouthful of blood as he rushed toward the door. Yet, upon seeing the fragile figure of Ran Bing rushing toward him, he found his voice faltering. He swallowed hard, struggling to approach her while draping his coat over her shoulders. The earlier sounds echoed in his mind, and the sight of Lin Chuan's battered face filled him with despair. Despite his trust in Lin Chuan, the reality before him was too stark to deny. Regret flooded Mark's heart as he noticed the small white flower that had fallen to the ground, a casualty of Ran Bing's anxiousness. His heart shattered. Ran Bing, you're safe. I'll take you away to live on the surface. His thoughts were in turmoil, unable to settle on whether to comfort Ran Bing or confront Lin Chuan. He had already cast aside the city lord without hesitation, racing here with urgency. Why? Mark's fury erupted as he shouted, I thought we were friends. How naive. I never thought Mark would be so gullible. Lin Chuan, preoccupied with his own peril, had no time to explain. Just as Mark prepared to charge at him, Ran Bing intervened, gently shaking her head, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Mark, don't. At that moment, Bai Kuei leisurely removed her mask. You certainly know how to play, don't you, Lin Chuan? She approached, her expression serene, leaving Lin Chuan utterly stunned. He never anticipated Bai would take such a risk to come here. He had previously promised her that nothing would happen. Recalling the earlier incident that caused Ran Bing to scream and his own words that had escalated the situation, despair gripped him. It's over. I must have misunderstood. Lin Chuan gasped in horror. Will she even believe my explanation now? How could I tell her that Ran Bing and I were merely rehearsing a script? Yes. On the bed, rehearsing. No one would believe that. His eyes darted toward Ran Bing, seeking her support, but she was too enraptured by Mark to notice anything amiss. Damn it, can't you see what is happening? He felt utterly lost. With great effort, Lin Chuan managed to smile. Bai, please let me explain. Bai Kuei tilted her head slightly, her left hand moving toward the dagger at her waist. Why bother? Lin Chuan recoiled, his face a mask of distress. Everyone knew Bai's nature. She preferred action over words. Before he could finish, she swiftly applied a piece of ointment to his cheek. What are you hiding from? Do you think I still want to hit you? Bai Kuei smoothed the ointment over his skin. The sudden gentleness rendered him motionless. I wasn't with Ran Bing, he attempted to elaborate, but the trust he saw in Bai's eyes silenced him. She had never doubted him. Mark, upon hearing this, trembled slightly as he held Ran Bing. You two didn't tea? Of course not. Lin Chuan would never do such a thing. He was just curious about your feelings toward him, Ran Bing said, her face flushing with embarrassment, unable to continue. Mark, filled with excitement, lifted her and spun her around. Lin Chuan, I just get lost. Can't you see the situation here? Lin Chuan retorted to Mark, who seemed oblivious. No need for further words, my good brother. Gazing at the gentle Bai Kuei, Lin Chuan found himself increasingly captivated. This is one reason I like Bai. He reached out to embrace her too, wishing to spin her around as well. But under Bai's sharp gaze, he reconsidered. No worries, I can spin later. Lin Chuan awkwardly retracted his hand, scratching his head. In the next moment, Bai Kuei grasped his hand, stopping him. Don't be in the way, let me finish applying this. Realizing she had been too forceful earlier, she was particularly gentle while tending to his injury. Bai produced a medicinal ointment, her fingertips dipped in the salve, and as she leaned slightly, her hair cascaded down, brushing against Lin Chuan's swollen nose. He winced, but remained still. Bai's eyelashes were so close, fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. The scent of the ointment mixed with the fragrant sandalwood from her collar made Lin Chuan feel as if the injury on his face was now a badge of fortune. Close your eyes, she suddenly instructed. Lin Chuan barely processed it before feeling her cool fingertips glide over his brow. Her nails were delicately rounded, sending shivers through him as they grazed his skin. He couldn't help but squint and caught sight of her lips, usually cold or commanding, now softened with a hint of regret. As the ointment spread across his cheekbone, he lowered his gaze, only to meet her eyes when she unexpectedly looked up. In that moment, Bai Kuei's pupils glowed with a crimson hue, like molten amber reflecting his disheveled face. She hesitated, then withdrew, saying, all done. Lin Chuan grinned. This ointment is fantastic. The pain is gone. Where did you get it? From the 9527 store, I'll charge it to your account, 100 devotion points. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in shock. This stuff is worth at most 5 devotion points. How dare they overcharge Bai? What's wrong? Bai Yukuei, thinking she had been too rough, eased her touch further. Oh, it's nothing really. I have plenty of devotion points. Spend away. He reveled in her tenderness. Little did he know, the cost of upgrading the Dawn ship at 9,527 started at 100-fold. Bai, we still need to find someone. At this, Mark and Ranbing paused, startled. They were openly defying the law and would soon attract the attention of the authorities. What could they possibly need to find now? Lin Chuan, who are you looking for? Lin Chuan feigned pain, seizing the opportunity to touch Bai's hand. Of course, we're going to find the fool who brought us here. Chapter 63, an acknowledgement from the heart. Yukuei, hold my hand tightly. You can't exhaust yourself any further. Lin Chuan grasped Bai Yukuei's hand as they exited the Golden Hall. Alarms blared around them. The inner door of the Dawn Hall had been breached, and soon the city defense forces or law enforcers would surround them. Mark, Ranbing, we need to talk while we move. There's no time to waste. Lin Chuan's reactions today were unusually astute. He had already sensed the approaching teams outside the hall. Something even Bai Yukuei could not detect. Keep up with me. As they ran, Lin Chuan explained, you must have noticed something amiss. Elite hunters shouldn't be involved in breeding missions. Charles is employing a ruse against us. Both Ranbing and Mark were equally puzzled, but upon hearing Lin Chuan, they quickly understood. Such tasks were typically assigned to ordinary soldiers, and the fallen penny from their squad had exemplified this. How could someone like Ranbing, an officer, be expected to bear a child for 10 months, delaying more crucial matters? But why was Charles treating them this way? Though perceptive, Ranbing remained too naive to fathom the depths of human deceit. The more one delves, the darker it becomes. Because your boyfriend is about to become the city lord. Lin Chuan's words illuminated the root of their troubles. Ranbing looked at Mark in disbelief, her eyes growing increasingly dry. Mark has given up so much for me. He is now openly violating the Lighthouse Code, which not only jeopardizes his future, but may also lead to imprisonment or even exile. Mark's expression was complex. He never expected the lord of the city to have informed Lin Chuan about this matter. Let us not discuss it for now, Ranbing said, her gaze resolute as if she had made a significant decision. I will not abandon the lighthouse, nor will I forsake you. Mark has defied the wishes of the Lord of Morgan City and is likely unable to succeed him. However, having learned the truth, he has shifted all his focus to the residents of the lighthouse. Ranbing's feelings grew increasingly complicated. If Mark were to become the Lord, he could vindicate her sister and alter many circumstances. But now, everything has come to an end. Tears streamed down her face, rendering her speechless. She leaned in and kissed Mark on the lips. Lin Chuan, watching this unfold, felt a pang of desire but also a sense of relief. His captain had finally become more adaptable. There was no way he would let those scheming individuals benefit from this. Clearing his throat, he reminded, outside are the enforcers, who appear to be similar to mechanized beings like Vandy. His assessment astonished Bai Yukuei. To discern the enemy from such a distance across a lengthy corridor demonstrated that Lin Chuan indeed harbored secrets. Impressive. How did you discover this? Bai Yukuei broke free from Lin Chuan's grasp, reaching for her Tang Dao and donning her mask in preparation for battle. He had placed an earpiece in the grass by the entrance. Previously, at the main gate, Lin Chuan had instructed Vandy and the enforcers to turn away. Not merely to buy time, but to set this contingency in motion. Long before heading to the surface, he had exchanged 3 pairs of earpieces without lighthouse records from 9527. The first went to Mark for communication and eavesdropping, while the second was hidden in the grass outside the Dawn Hall, allowing him to confirm the troops' identities through their conversations. As for the last pair, it served as one of their greatest backstops. Resolving the lighthouse system was a matter for the upper echelons. Lin Chuan was solely intent on addressing those in power. The prisoners of Tartarus could liberate the people and become the first city lord, but Morgan and his arrogant son, who had turned the residents of the lighthouse into captives, must not continue to rule. Lin Chuan contemplated taking Bai Yukuei's delicate hand again. I told you not to overexert yourself. Come, let us join forces for a couple of strikes. However, this time Bai Yukuei was not fooled. She gently pushed aside his outstretched hand with her sword. As long as I maintain a distance of about 100 meters from you, it should suffice. She raised her left eyebrow, curving like a crescent moon. Oh no, perhaps even farther. This revelation startled Lin Chuan. Yukuei, when did you realize this? The question seemed redundant. With Bai Kuei's keen observational skills, she must have noticed long ago while he was piloting the two-headed devouring beast. She simply hadn't pointed it out until now, as she found it amusing. Bad. This is truly unfortunate news. I should have been less explicit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 6 mechanized beings charged in collectively. Their black and red armor emitted a grating sound as they moved across the ground. Each wore a mechanical mask akin to Vandy's. The executioners. Mark instantly recognized this battalion. They were entirely different from other members of the Light and Shadow Church. The enforcers led by Vandy were believers executing punishment. For severe lawbreakers, they possessed a purification method. Less ceremoniously put, they would kill and burn them to leave no trace. The executioners were the devotees tasked with carrying out purification. They lacked human emotions. Rather than being half-mechanized, they resembled machines. These individuals had once been elites within the city defense forces or scavengers, transformed due to injuries. Compared to Vandy, they retained no memories, only their shells. Yet their modifications were more complete, each possessing combat capabilities surpassing Vandy's. Bai Kuei quickly assessed the situation. Very dangerous, they can kill. Just as she prepared to advance, Lin Xuan stepped forward, donning the mechanical gloves she had previously gifted him. He positioned himself in front of the trio. While he had difficulty suppressing his penchant for concealment, he felt no need to hide against the half-mechanized beings. With a swift stride, he rushed forward at remarkable speed. Bang! 3 consecutive punches produced a single sound. The remaining 5 executioners had yet to react when the one in front collapsed. Lin Xuan's knee strike met the executioner's face. The executioner toppled backward in an unusual fashion, his mechanical mask shattering into 8 pieces. Under the astonished gazes of the trio, Lin Xuan delivered a kick that sent another executioner sprawling. In that moment, he reached for the fallen one's waist and drew out the Ripper pistol. Bang! 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 4 bullets struck with precision, hitting the hearts of the other executioners. The bullets pierced through their chests, and before blood could flow, they all collapsed lifelessly. The entire combat unfolded swiftly, almost instantaneously. Mark and Ran Bing were left speechless, unable to utter a single word. This transcended human capabilities, defying mere notions of prowess. Bai Kuei narrowed her eyes slightly. She had always known Lin Xuan was concealing his strength, but she had not anticipated him to be this formidable, even causing her to doubt her senses. With his back to the group, Lin Xuan deliberately adopted a tone he considered strikingly cool. It seemed these executioners valued brute strength over understanding principles. Internally, Lin Xuan reveled in his triumph. Not comprehending is precisely correct, as long as you can grasp the hellish punchline I deliver in the end. This was not merely his own combat prowess. It was the culmination of Bai Kuei's entire fighting technique, temporarily commandeered by him. During this period, Lin Xuan had been diligently training, yet such terrifying prowess was beyond his own capabilities. This inhuman ability was borrowed through wielding Bai Kuei's gloves, which had accompanied her for years, each crease imbued with her battle experience. Now, under Lin Xuan's command, he had temporarily acquired that same terrifying combat experience, akin to his previous use of Ulan Outing's training suit. The only downside was that while he could inherit the experience, his physicality remained unchanged. His knees ached slightly, still trembling. Damn, I mustn't cry out in pain. Otherwise, that guy will surely gloat. Chapter 64, The Eve of the Final Showdown. Mark was rendered speechless by this shocking scene. He even began to doubt whether the Lord had also deceived him with his earlier words. He claimed that the baby he held was himself, that Mark was the savior. Now, this so-called savior struggled to defeat a single executioner, while Lin Xuan effortlessly dispatched 6 individuals of comparable stature. The question echoed within him once more. How had the devouring beasts on the surface survived for so many years under the stewardship of Bai Kuei and Lin Xuan? Mark? Ran Bing's voice pulled him back to reality as she urged him to follow Bai Kuei and Lin Xuan. Ran Bing, why aren't you astonished? Have you encountered such individuals before? Mark clearly had not yet regained his composure. I haven't seen them, but I believe they were sent by the Lord of Light and Shadow to rescue us. Ran Bing appeared considerably more at ease than Mark. She was lost in joy, and even though she had been extremely shocked moments ago, she rationalized it through this theological lens. Her innocent mind did not comprehend the situation at the lighthouse or on the surface. Now filled with gratitude, she was unconcerned about Bai Kuei's identity. Believing Lin Xuan to be a messenger of the Lord of Light and Shadow, this was perhaps for the best. Mark relaxed his neck, adjusting his state to match the pace of those ahead. He seemed to grasp Lin Chuan's earlier intentions. Life should not rely on prayer for change. Destiny should not be entrusted to such ephemeral concepts. It should be firmly grasped in one's own hands. Is Lin Chuan not the savior of their plight? He surged forward. Lin Chuan, I have come to understand. If the lighthouse does not change, then we shall be the ones to effect that change. If the Lord of Light and Shadow cannot save humanity, then it is up to us to rescue them. Naturally, Lin Chuan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Mark had finally grasped the essence of the situation. Yet, he remained perplexed. Had his previous attempts to recruit Mark into their ranks been futile? Only for him to suddenly comprehend the truth after Lin Chuan's display of bravado? Perhaps it was because he appeared remarkably dashing just now. Lin Chuan disdainfully pushed Mark aside. All right, you can save them. I do not wish to be embraced by my good brother. After all, he has already found his partner. While I am still entangled with Boss Bai, you all should don the Executioner-S attire first. Charles has likely received the notification by now. If we approach him like this, he will surely be on guard. I shall meet him alone, while you follow behind. Understood. The group began to change into the Executioner-S armor. In this moment, Ran Bing's meticulousness was evident. She began to dismantle the Executioner's helmet and took an extra one. What are you doing? Lin Chuan did not comprehend her actions. Ran Bing continued to disassemble it, extracting the communication device from the helmet. Of course, I am recording. When you confront Charles, compel him to confess his deeds. We will then reveal this to the public, allowing both the city lord and the people atop the lighthouse to witness the truth. This was indeed necessary. However, Lin Chuan did not harbor any hopes resting solely on this plan. Ran Bing and Mark were constrained by their education. They did not grasp the adage that a gilded Buddha's belly may be filled with thorns. Lin Chuan sighed softly. Was I not severely punished for violating the laws of the lighthouse previously? It was unclear if he was responding to Ran Bing. The residents of the lighthouse regarded the laws as paramount, yet their system had devolved into mere props upon a stage, shining bright, yet wielding no true power. Where were the genuine weapons? They had long been melted down to create jade for the temple. Such sentiments were too advanced for Mark and the others. The two barely understood, yet they prepared themselves mentally. It seemed Lin Chuan intended to confront Charles not with reason, but with force. The negotiation table was merely a funeral banquet for the vanquished. The defeated would find themselves ensnared, like docile hounds. This time, Lin Chuan had no intention of dragging his feet. He had gathered sufficient intelligence. He aimed to act decisively, to overturn the lighthouse's dominion and cleanse the upper echelons of their detritus. The redefinition of king and steed would not be divulged to Mark and the others. After all, this could not be achieved through mere rhetoric or violence. At that moment, Bai Yukuei stood frozen, suddenly realizing that her perception of Lin Chuan had indeed been flawed. True, Lin Chuan could be excessively childish at times, yet he possessed a profound understanding of matters. There is a saying, a true hero perceives the essence of life, yet still chooses to embrace love. Throughout, the carefree Lin Chuan was acutely aware of the world's dangers. Yet he remained ever optimistic, akin to the sun. Lin Chuan, Bai Yukuei's lips moved, and after much contemplation, she finally uttered, "Did you know from the beginning that I am many years your senior?" Her underlying concern seemed to be her age. Was she still grappling with this issue? Was it not merely an inability to accept the age difference? Lin Chuan gazed at Bai Yukuei's fair visage, delight swelling within him. At last, they were confronting the reality of their relationship. He smiled radiantly. I am aware. I roughly calculated, and I am perhaps a decade or two older than you. You do not find me too old, do you, Boss Bai? Lin Chuan spoke the truth. After all, those born in the 2000s were not simply 20 years older than those from the 20s. Bai Yukuei had not anticipated such a response, for she was indeed much older than Lin Chuan. Moreover, her inquiry stemmed from curiosity about Lin Chuan's erudition and his perspectives that exceeded those of his peers, reminiscent of individuals from the old world. Yet her words seemed somewhat ambiguous, leaving her feeling ensnared. She harbored genuine affection for Lin Chuan, as he was the first to draw so near to her heart. Yet it was merely that. The more she pondered, the more her thoughts became tangled, leaving her restless. Her breathing quickened and slowed erratically, her bosom rising and falling in waves. Lin Chuan, being a man of integrity, naturally chose to aim true. His expression was solemn, yet his gaze remained fixated on Bai Yukuei's undulating chest. When Bai Yukuei became aware of this, her tumultuous heart calmed, as if a stabilizing needle had plunged into the Eastern Sea. The earlier turmoil transformed into a mix of indignation and embarrassment. "Lin Chuan," she exclaimed. "Stop." Her crimson eyes met his seemingly innocent gaze. Although they had not yet entered a state of engagement, they had established a silent understanding. Both reacting in unison, Lin Chuan covered his face with his hands, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his side. "Damn it! Why does it hurt there?" One hand clutched his waist while the other grasped Bai Kuei's hand. Despite the pain, he still found the strength to rub her hand affectionately. "You are so cruel." Bai Kuei felt the warmth radiating from his hand and beheld Lin Chuan's unfortunate expression, leaving her utterly speechless. She shook off Lin Chuan's grasp and swiftly turned to change into the executioner's attire. "Stop pretending." "I hardly exerted any force." Yet Lin Chuan, caught in the throes of jest, could not be restrained. He embraced Bai Kuei from behind. "I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to fall." His voice trembled. "Promise me you won't strike there again. If you break something, you'll regret it in the future." This time, Bai Kuei was genuinely amused to the point of forgetting to struggle. She cradled her forehead and sighed skyward. What a calamity! At times, she truly wished to peer into Lin Chuan's mind, to see if he had extracted his brain and replaced it with that of her foolish brother, Bai Yuetian. Mark and Ran Bing witnessed the entire scene, effectively satiated with their share of drama. Mark thought to himself that his brother was indeed shameless. Impressive. Impressive. Meanwhile, Ran Bing's eyes sparkled with delight. So, she was Lin Chuan's girlfriend. They were quite the match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. At that moment, Bai Kuei could hardly muster the energy to explain herself, her head throbbing, feeling as though stars were dancing before her eyes. What on earth was I thinking? Why did I come up here with him? On the other side, at Charles's residence, the law enforcer was trembling with fear, reporting to Charles in a quavering voice. He had already learned of the events at the Dawn Hall. Charles clenched his fists in fury, his palms crashing down onto the piano. The keys emitted a piercing, discordant hum. "If I cannot utilize it, it should not remain. Go. Summon the Radiant One." Chapter 65. Charles and the Radiant One. Charles's rage was not due to Mark's intrusion into the Dawn Hall, nor was it because Lin Chuan failed to fulfill his breeding duties. On the contrary, it provided him with a perfect pretext to eliminate them. Only with Mark's presence would Lord Morgan not regard him with such esteem. Yet, just 20 minutes prior, he had received a text from Lord Morgan. "Charles, I am aware of your previous dissatisfaction with Mark. However, due to certain relations, he will succeed the position of Lighthouse Lord. I hope you can set aside your grievances. Tell me what compensation you require." Lord Morgan, his own father, he intended to bequeath the lordship to an outsider. Until now, Charles had always been the head of the Light and Shadow Church. Everyone believed he would be the successor to the lordship, including himself. For 20 years, he had first lost his mother and then been forced to abandon his relationship with his father, diligently managing the Church of Light. Now, it all seemed like a cruel joke. His father actually asked him what compensation he desired? Is the position of the city lord merely a toy in his heart, easily replaced when unsatisfactory? Charles yearns to return to the past, to a time when he still had parents. Can this longing be compensated? Chronologically, his father should have been aware of Mark's visit to the Dawn Hall, yet he still chose to send himself a message. This perplexes him. He is consumed by fury, yet powerless to act. However, it is the content of the message that proves most devastating. "Charles, in truth, you are exceptional. Your artistic talent mirrors that of your mother. In the old world, you might have become a great artist. This brings me both comfort and sorrow. Had you not been born in this era, perhaps everything would have been different. Over the years, you have diligently managed the Light and Shadow Church on my behalf. You are weary. This is the end of days. My child, sometimes I ponder, perhaps we could have been a pair of ordinary father and son, people who trust one another." At this point, Charles's resolve wavers. He had never truly cared for the title of City Lord. For the first time in 20 years, Morgan speaks to him in such a tone. He is even moved to tears. Yet, the subsequent content of the message shatters him utterly. "My past criticisms have led you to place your hopes on the Lord of Time. The new City Lord is about to ascend, and you no longer need that intangible thing. The new City Lord will soon take the throne. You can finally lay down your burdens and accompany me." Entrusting the management of the Light and Shadow Church to him. These words pierce Charles deeply. Perhaps his father views the Light and Shadow Church as a political instrument. But Charles does not share this perspective. The Lord of Light and Shadow once saved him from the jaws of a beast, and from that moment, He recognized himself as the chosen one. To Morgan, Charles's lifeline, his destiny, appears as mere illusion. Years of painstaking effort, the only father-son interaction, is merely a garment tailored for another. Morgan requires assistance as city lord. He feels the need for a son. Now that he wishes to relinquish his title, Charles must abandon his career to become a son. Faced with a father who never considers another's perspective and regards him as a mere tool, Charles suddenly perceives that paternal love pales in comparison to the light and shadow church he has devoted his life to. He resolves that Mark must not succeed him at the lighthouse, nor can Lin Chuan, whom he cannot control. But first, he must extract from Lin Chuan how he knows about the moment when the Lord of Light and Shadow saved him. Master, you summon me? Charles's fingers hover over the piano keys, the final note abruptly severed, his thoughts ceasing. Fan Lu's voice, reminiscent of an antique gramophone, emerges, polished and smooth. Standing with her head bowed, a fringe partially revealing her porcelain forehead, her long, dark hair is loosely tied above her waist, the remaining strands cascading like ink over her dark red cheapao. Fan Lu walks gracefully, her figure enchanting. Should others catch sight of her, they would surely remark that she twists and turns even more elegantly than Van D. Fan Lu, the light-bearer Van D has gone missing. Retrieve Mark and Lin Chuan, ensuring you reach them before anyone else does. Yes, master. And also bring Ran Bing back. Yes, master. At that moment, a law enforcer approaches to report to Charles. Master, the executioner has brought Lin Chuan. Oh, Charles furrows his brow. Have Mark and Ran Bing escaped? Though he is eager to learn about the Lord of Light and Shadow from Lin Chuan, Mark poses a pressing concern. Let them in, notify the others, and make sure Mark is brought back. Fan Lu, take them. This time, it must be flawless, just as before. Yes, master. Fan Lu nods slightly, her voice as clear as falling spring water, resolute and devoid of hesitation. The will of the master shall be fulfilled. As the two depart, Lin Chuan's bright voice rings out. Master Charles, long time no see. Observing his carefree demeanor, Charles senses impending trouble. Clearing his throat, Fan Lu immediately comprehends and waits on the sidelines, yet does not act directly. Bai Yu Kuei, clad in executioner armor, keenly perceives this and warns Lin Chuan. The woman standing in the shadow is troublesome. To be labeled troublesome by the white boss indicates Fan Lu's formidable nature. Lin Chuan quietly inquires, how does she compare to you? White boss, weaker than me. This exchange holds little significance, and Lin Chuan realizes his question is redundant. In the current environment, Fan Lu is merely lesser than the white boss. Charles feigns ignorance of the situation, deliberately asking, Lin Chuan, it seems your breeding task is not progressing smoothly? Lin Chuan, unwilling to engage in wordplay, retorts, it's going smoothly. You worry too much. Ran Bing is very compliant. Charles is taken aback. This contradicts his expectations. Could it be that Lin Chuan truly succeeded? The three individuals behind Lin Chuan visibly tremble at that moment. Likely cursing, Lin Chuan truly speaks recklessly. Charles nods in satisfaction, employing his usual strategy of posing trivial questions before gradually steering the conversation toward the Lord of Light and Shadow. This tactic has proven effective time and again. Lin Chuan, from what I understand, matters are not as simple as you claim. This seems to be your first involvement in a breeding task. How unfortunate to have missed your white moonlight. That's an old world term, isn't it? He gestures toward the three disguised executioners behind Lin Chuan, implying that had Lin Chuan dutifully completed the breeding task, he would not have been brought in this manner. You're quite verbose. Are you planning to reward me with the breeding task or sow discord between Mark and his deputy, Ran Bing? Lin Chuan is disinterested in this charade. What old world terms or white moonlight? He merely wishes to explore vulnerabilities to exploit. In an instant, Lin Chuan dons mechanical gloves and charges toward Charles, pinning him to the chair with such force that the edges splinter. He points at Fan Lu, signaling her not to approach, his gaze fixed on Charles, who remains ensnared in a verbal duel. Foolish politician, devoid of the negotiating table, you are merely a noisy commoner. Charles, who told you that white moonlight must be a woman? I shall teach you a lesson. Chapter 66, Dead? Lin Chuan, how dare you? What follows is a resounding slap to the face. Charles is momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Lin Chuan's sudden advance. His prior suspicion proves correct. Master, Fan Lu glares at Lin Chuan, her eyes filled with murderous intent, wishing she could rend him to pieces 1,000 times over. Slap. Lin Chuan raises his hand again for another strike. appearing less intent on resolving issues than on indulging in the act of slapping. Charles is rendered defenseless, blood spilling from his mouth, accompanied by a shattered tooth. Lin Chuan grows increasingly emboldened, relentlessly striking Charles without bothering to ask a single question. Mark and Ran Bing stand agape, utterly bewildered by his actions. Monitoring is all set up. Why don't you ask something? But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Bang! A gunshot rings out. Fan Lu, reacting swiftly, draws her Reaper pistol from her waist and fires a shot that strikes Lin Chuan in the head. He falls backward, motionless. This scene unfolds too rapidly for anyone to react. The remaining shrapnel shatters the glass behind Lin Chuan, creating a cacophony of sound, the moonlight illuminating the grim spectacle. Immediately, she aims her pistol at the three executioners. Don't move. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan collapse, Ran Bing could not help but exclaim in shock. Mark, too, angrily tore away his disguise. All pretense had become meaningless. Doubts had begun when Charles instructed Van Lu to remain behind. Of the 6 executioners, only 3 returned. Lin Chuan seized the opportunity to strike, and they did nothing to stop him. The conclusion was all too easy to infer. He looked in disbelief at the fallen Lin Chuan. How could this happen? Seeing Mark, lost in despair, Charles felt no satisfaction. Instead, his anger intensified. Why was this so? It was because he had chosen to trust the wrong person. Charles clutched his nearly dislocated jaw. His disheveled hair was splattered with blood. He no longer cared for appearances, even neglecting to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. How could someone like you assume the role of the city lord? Charles pointed at Lin Chuan's prostrate form. Lin Chuan was a remarkable talent, yet the pain from his mouth made speaking a struggle. Yet, at this moment, he exuded an even greater force. Trusting you has led to this dire outcome. The commander was shot dead. Even in death, he would be reviled by all. Charles spread his arms wide, gazing upon the entirety of the hall. In terms of merit, strategy, vision, and foresight, what do you possess that compares to me? Charles gestured toward the command center behind him. What reason could there be to choose you? His heart brimmed with indignation. And I am the last to learn of these events. How could this be? He accused Mark of incompetence and the Lord's injustice. Mark, you say I live like a corpse, yet you cannot even bring back the corpse of your subordinate. Mark was rendered speechless, staring at Lin Chuan's lifeless body. His eyes vacant, sweat rising from his skin like steam. Even the distant abyss beasts turned their gaze toward this direction. This marked the second time they had detected the lighthouse's precise location due to Mark's emotional turmoil. Ran Bing was overwhelmed by this strange sensation, her hand gripping Mark's shoulder to comfort him, while simultaneously countering Charles's assertions. You, the murderer, speak nothing but absurdities. We did not bring weapons. It was you and your subordinates who fired the shots. You deliberately altered the task sequence in the Dawn Hall, and you were the one who broke the law first. But who would believe it? Charles dismissed Ran Bing entirely. With Lin Chuan dead, news of the Lord of Shadows had sunk like a stone. Now, he merely wished to humiliate Mark as much as possible before his judgment, venting his emotions. In his view, Mark was utterly ignorant of humanity's darkness, the terror of the abyss beasts, and the coldness of the apocalypse. Attempting to shatter the rules of survival in the apocalypse with some moral standard was simply laughable. Perhaps he was suited to be a vanguard, but he was certainly unfit to be a commander. The city lord would realize his choice was erroneous. I will make him understand. In that moment, he reigned over the crowd with the poise of a victor. The hair that Lin Chuan had scattered moments ago was neatly tied back. Charles lightly patted his coat, as if the earlier events were merely a trifling inconvenience. You foolish beings, recklessly shattering the very laws upon which the lighthouse survives over trivial affections. The laws may not be entirely just, but your justifications are even less worthy of consideration. His eyes bulged, his face contorted, as if he might burst his eyeballs from their sockets. Only I can save the lighthouse. Only I can save humanity. I am Van. The extreme egotism echoed through the hall. Even Van Lu's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. This final declaration was the most arrogant statement from the Book of Secrets, a phrase Charles revered above all. Van is the universe, transcending all heroes or saviors. The unity of Van and I is the ultimate thought of the Book of Secrets. Subsequently, silence enveloped the hall. It was as if everything bowed before Charles's feet. Clap, clap, clap. A slow applause erupted from behind Charles. Then Charles, do you often speak so cryptically? Fear, incredulity. Charles spun around, and at the height of his pride, Lin Chuan lounged in his chair, eyes glinting with mockery. Before he could comprehend the situation, Van Lu raised her gun and fired. Yet, her finger could not pull the trigger. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Kuei had arrived behind her. The tip of her dagger wedged against the trigger. Before Van Lu could react, a swift strike knocked her unconscious. Terror spread across Charles's face. His fingers trembled incessantly. You. How could you possibly still be alive? Because I am resilient. Otherwise, how could I have teamed up with the inflexible Mark? Lin Chuan propped his face on his hand, casually teasing the others. Compared to the arrogant Charles from before, he resembled a deity long disinterested in the throne. He had not been shot at all. Van Lu aimed with precision. But before her arrival, Bai Kuei had conjured a light shield that enveloped him completely. Let us not forget, Bai's potential allows her to manipulate light waves at will. Creating impenetrable light waves is equally feasible. Thus, the shards that shattered behind him were merely fragments deflected away. Mark, your acting is superb, far better than my comrades. Just now, when steam rose from you, I thought you were about to transform. Ha! Ran Bing feigned exaggeration. Where are the tears? Where are the tears? I was just shot dead, and you didn't even cry for me? Never mind. He stood and slapped Charles's dazed head. Luckily, this fellow had been so arrogant that he could actually be deceived. Charles finally realized he had misdirected his focus. Lin Chuan posed a far greater threat than Mark. In frustration, he violently shook off Lin Chuan's grasp. He stepped back, his mind a tumult of anger and confusion. You are toying with me. What of it? Lin Chuan pressed Charles down. It is customary for villains not to deliver the finishing blow. Do not blame me. After all, just moments ago, your focus was solely on Mark. He slammed Charles onto the floor, the force of the impact even shattering a few of Charles's teeth. Once a noble young master, revered by many, now held no value in Lin Chuan's eyes. If power is merely a tool to trample others, then those who wield it must be prepared to be trampled in turn. Endless humiliation and blood flooded into Charles's mouth and nose, choking him into silence. Even Ran Bing could no longer bear to watch. Brother Lin Chuan, stop hitting him. I've recorded everything he just said. Let's take him to the council for judgment and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. Charles's crimes do not warrant death. Having beaten him too severely could lead to greater issues. Lin Chuan smiled. Ran Bing, you remain so naive. It is indeed time for him to face judgment. But not in the council. Not in the council? Ran Bing and Mark echoed in unison, bewildered by Lin Chuan's intentions, having already achieved overwhelming victory. Only Bai Kuei understood. She retreated into the shadows and produced the key to the dawn. Lin Chuan silently praised her, as expected of my boss. He then addressed the two. There is more than just Charles who must accept judgment. We are going to the square. This time, I shall be the judge. Chapter 67. Lin Chuan's True Plan. Charles was dragged along by Lin Chuan like a defeated dog, yet he continued to curse without any intention of relenting. Yes, drag me to the square, let the crowd see my current state. I do not care at all. His hysterical demeanor belied his claim of indifference. It was more akin to a madness born of humiliation and defeat. Ran Bing's heart softened. Charles, surrender your resistance. We do not wish to torment you. You will receive the judgment you deserve. Brother Lin Chuan, you are doing the right thing. I believe the public deserves to know the truth. However, Charles remained obstinate. Do you believe you have triumphed? Do you think that by presenting me before the public, I would beg for mercy? He continued to howl, only to be met with a resounding slap from Lin Chuan. The imprint of the mechanical gauntlet was indelibly etched on his face, rendering Charles speechless. Mark observed his pitiable state, momentarily at a loss for words. He never anticipated that their intertwined fates would culminate in such a manner. Let us proceed. Take him to the square. He averted his gaze, for Charles was the son of the city lord. Despite his disapproval of the lord's regime, Mark still held a measure of respect for him. Thus, the prospect of Charles facing imprisonment, leaving Morgan to languish in solitude after abdicating, weighed heavily on his conscience. Ran Bing followed closely behind Mark. I understand, he said, grasping her hand. We should first inform the scavengers. This matter must be handled in this manner. As they walked ahead, Lin Chuan deliberately slowed his pace, leaning closer to Charles's ear to whisper, Charles, are you prepared to die for your ideals? His words were soft yet struck Charles's heart like a hammer. A sense of impending danger washed over him, but just as he attempted to scream, he discovered he had lost all control over his body. The defeated had become a mere pawn of the victor. Lin Chuan was the king, and Charles was but a steed for the king. How swiftly you have been discovered, Lin Chuan remarked, his expression devoid of mirth. Resembling an ordinary person coerced into making a choice rather than a conqueror. Everything previously was merely a performance for Mark. He never intended for Charles to survive. Although Charles's crimes did not warrant death, Lin Chuan was well-versed in the narrative and had not forgotten the treacherous actions that lay ahead for Charles. The order to assassinate Mark, the imprisonment of Morgan, the ascension to the lordship, and the deployment of the city defense forces to eliminate the old scavenger. Each of these was enough to warrant his demise. Charles was never a mere jester. He was a true ambitious figure. Your performance just now was commendable, Charles. I know you fear not judgment. Even if it may strip you of your position and shatter your pride, yet individuals like you always find a way to rise again. I cannot allow such a threat to remain. Lin Chuan had long discerned that Charles was feigning his collapse. This man was a formidable adversary. Had it not been for his prior knowledge of the narrative, he would have deceived everyone. Charles was tormented within, utterly unable to fathom Lin Chuan's extreme choices. For the first time, despair surged within him, yet he could only watch helplessly as he activated the communicator to relay a message to the Church of Light and Shadow. Believers, the Lord of Light and Shadow has conveyed a magnificent omen to us. Now, let us gather at the central square to witness this moment. Light nurtures all life. Meanwhile, Bai Kuei took the initiative to leave the team. She anticipated Lin Chuan would orchestrate significant upheaval, and chaos would surely ensue at the lighthouse. This was also the opportune moment to seize the Abyssal One. The Dawn vessel made a beeline for Dr. Carey's laboratory. The latter remained blissfully unaware. Engrossed in her research on the two-headed flower beast, everything unfolded precisely as Lin Chuan had planned. Gather the populace, bring Mark and Ran Bing to Judge Charles. When the city defense forces arrived, he would unleash his hidden weapon, the two-headed flower beast, to wreak havoc in the laboratory. At that juncture, the lighthouse forces would find themselves in disarray. Indeed, the third headset was concealed within the inner ear of the two-headed flower beast. Lin Chuan had exchanged the attributes of the headset and the flower beast, just as he had done with Eric. Thus, even if it exceeded the 135-meter control range, the flower beast would remain quietly in place. In essence, it was merely a dormant headset. Should the headset be destroyed, its attributes would revert. At that moment, no one could hinder him. He had previously informed Bai Kuei of this plan. Now, everything was in place. Only one final, undisclosed plan awaited execution. The public execution of Charles. Mark believed the lighthouse required reform. He was mistaken. What the lighthouse truly needed was revolution. This needed no explanation to anyone. Mark would undoubtedly disagree. Ironically, both Charles and the city lord understood this truth quite well. The majority within the lighthouse could be subdued by force. This world is lamentable. The reason the indomitable spark of human hope shines so brightly is precisely due to its scarcity. Soon, the square was teeming with residents. Even in the dead of night, they remained enthusiastic, even fervent. Who would not wish to discern the great omen of the Lord of Light and Shadow? Lin Chuan, Mark, and others stood atop the elevated platform. The screen of light and shadow focused, broadcasting their live images, allowing everyone below to see clearly. At that moment, Charles was not bound, but strode confidently toward the center of the platform. Mark exchanged glances with Lin Chuan. Do you want him to speak? Yes, grant him some dignity. Let us await the spectacle, Lin Chuan replied, meaningfully patting Mark's shoulder. Mark, regardless of what transpires, we are friends. This caught Mark off guard. Of course, we are friends. Whatever happens, we shall bear it together. Lin Chuan smiled, saying nothing further as he gazed down from the platform. The central square was a sea of crimson-clad devotees, their backs forming a devout wave that stretched from the platform to the landing pad of the gravity body. 9527 found himself pushed to the edge of the crowd, but still endeavored to make his way to the front, disregarding his frail bones. The priests discovered that the passage to the platform was blocked and could only jostle their way to the forefront. Clear the way. We are the most loyal believers. Let us hear the omen of the Lord of Light and Shadow. A hush fell over the crowd as a suppressed gasp arose from the edges. It is the esteemed leader. Lin Chuan shook his head. The influence of religious faith in the apocalypse was overwhelming, and Charles's followers were truly fanatical. One could only imagine how frenzied they would become upon Charles's demise. At the same time, General Victor, commander of the city defense forces, received an urgent report. He and Dr. Carey were aware of Lord Morgan's choice of Mark as his successor. Charles's gathering of the populace at this moment was undoubtedly suspect. He immediately attempted to contact Lord Morgan, but received no response. A sense of foreboding gripped Victor, prompting him to issue a command. Summon the city defense forces, fully armed, to disperse the gathering and stop Charles. Chapter 68. Stand Up. Upon the platform, under Lin Chuan's control, Charles adeptly commenced his charlatan-esque rhetoric. He extended his arms, and a glimmer of pity flickered in his eyes, prompting the believers to fervently pray. Charles spread his arms wide. The Lord of Light and Shadow tells us that all mankind is but a wretched soul nailed to the walls of a cave. Such a vacuous statement incited a chorus of exclamations from the congregation. Thus I am. All that we behold is merely a shadow cast upon the wall. Thus I am. The crowd below erupted in a tsunami of voices. At that moment, the city defense forces arrived. Victor's eyes were fixed intently on the platform. What was Charles scheming by summoning the populace in the dead of night? He ordered the city defense forces, "We cannot reach the Lord. Instruct Charles to descend. If he refuses, we shall employ force." Understood. At that moment, Charles, brimming with emotion, spread his arms toward the crowd below. "Children, do you know what I have done to escape the cave in search of truth?" This time, no one responded. Thus I am. In the past, it was always Charles who inquired about their actions, yet this time, he had reversed the script. This deviation only fueled the fervor of the countless devotees, intensifying their devotion. What will the esteemed leader do? It must be something magnificent. Thank you, esteemed leader. May the Lord of Light and Shadow bless the esteemed leader. Before Charles could even articulate what he had accomplished, they began to conjure their own narratives. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that they were brought to tears. Others, unable to contain their agitation, began to cough and retch, perhaps even more dramatically than during their morning sickness. At that moment, Charles smiled, a smile that had never graced his face before, resembling Lin Chuan's eerily. He addressed the crowd, exclaiming, "I have committed a sin. Hee." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Even Victor and his city defense forces momentarily paralyzed. What was Charles saying? Especially that cheeky hee. Had he lost his mind? Mark and Ran Bing stared at Lin Chuan in disbelief. What have you done to Charles? They could scarcely believe that Charles could utter such words. Given his character, he would never behave like this, even in death. Lin Chuan offered no further explanation. Just a little trick. What about your recording? Release it now. The two were still bewildered, but in their shock, they connected to the light and shadow screen, broadcasting Charles's original words. I privately adjusted the breeding mission. The leader who was shot dead will be reviled even in death. I ordered the shooting, but who would believe you? In terms of achievements, strategy, vision, and foresight, what can you compare to me? Why did the city lord choose you as his successor, Mark? I am the Dharma. Charles's outrageous declarations echoed in everyone's ears, revealing his crimes to the public. The news of Mark's impending succession as the Lord of Lighthouse City was also made known. The square erupted into chaos. Some collapsed in tears due to shattered beliefs, while others, overwhelmed by emotion, could not stop laughing uncontrollably. Many stood frozen, their minds blank. Victor immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Charles was the spokesperson for the faith of the Light and Shadow Church. At times, he embodied the people's beliefs. His self-revelation in such a destructive manner posed a catastrophic threat to the order of Lighthouse. Victor roared, "City defense forces, apprehend Charles immediately. If there is resistance, you may use lethal force." The city defense forces complied with Victor's command, but their actions were noticeably delayed by a few seconds. The recent events had impacted them profoundly. Moreover, the chaotic crowd made it difficult for them to approach the elevated platform. Find a way to rush up. Where are the snipers? Aim at Charles. And fire when you see an opportunity. Hitting a vital point is fine. I'll take responsibility. Anxiety consumed Victor like wildfire, burning away his usual composure. In that moment, he was frantic, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Nearly everyone had descended into chaos, and Mark prepared to seize the opportunity to stabilize the situation, which was his responsibility. Yet Lin Chuan appeared on the screen first. He gazed down at the crowd. Now, everyone was fixated on the light and shadow screen. When they saw the hunter Lin Chuan, a glimmer of hope sparked in many eyes. They could not accept such a reality and hoped for a reversal of events. But Lin Chuan merely uttered 2 words, "Kneel." The crowd was stunned by his command. Had that hunter gone mad? What was he saying? "Get down here. Are you speaking to us? Go to hell, you commoners." Lin Chuan's eyes were fixed on those beneath the platform. and it was evident that his words were directed at everyone. The furious and broken crowd struggled to comprehend the boldness of his command when they saw Charles kneel before him. This scene plunged the chaotic crowd into deep confusion once more. Those who had just shouted insults at Lin Chuan suddenly crumbled. "Leader, why is he doing this? What has that hunter done? What am I witnessing?" This brief, yet shocking moment surpassed everyone's understanding and perception. The already uneasy crowd now resembled a mire trampled by a colossal beast, their worldviews, mental states, and even their souls utterly crushed. Below, Victor urged repeatedly, "Hurry. Find a way to get up there and arrest everyone on the platform. Quickly notify the technical department to shut down the light and shadow screen." But it was too late. Before anyone could react, Lin Chuan made an even more astonishing move. "Everyone kneel." His command, seemingly absurd and laughable, possessed an overwhelming authority in that moment. Soon, some individuals, with vacant expressions, began to kneel. Mark, witnessing his good friend engage in such behavior, was filled with rage. He attempted to rush over to stop it, but realized Lin Chuan had drawn a pistol. The weapon, obtained from the Dharma, ominously pointed at Ran Bing. "Don't move, Mark. The show has just begun. You may not fear death, but if you take one step, I will kill Ran Bing." Lin Chuan unexpectedly turned hostile. Just then, a violent explosion erupted from a distant laboratory, and the roar of the devouring beast echoed throughout the lighthouse. In that moment, the astute understood the implications. That was the devouring beast brought back by Lin Chuan. He had planned this all along. The residents below began to scatter in panic, the chaotic scene resembling an apocalyptic event. Before the signal to the light and shadow screen was severed, Lin Chuan addressed the residents of Lighthouse. "You have only two choices now. Submit or plead for the Lord of Light and Shadow to save you." The signal was cut. Mark's eyes burned with anger. "Lin Chuan, I never expected you to do this. You deceived me." Lin Chuan, indifferent to the misunderstanding, casually replied, "Did I not tell you before? Humans are the most unworthy yet the only trustworthy beings in this world. Whether to believe or not is your choice. You're wasting time. You should alert Jing, Nan to turn on the searchlight. They might fall and trample each other in this chaos." He ceased responding to Mark and contacted Bai Kuei through his arm communicator. "Boss Bai, what is the situation over there?" Bai Kuei's voice followed. "The situation in the lab is as you described. Completely sealed off on multiple levels. The devouring beast can't escape for now, so we needn't worry about it. However, Carrie is quite clever. She has hidden the Abyssal One, and I have yet to locate her." Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. According to his plan, Bai Kuei would obtain the mecha, and he would publicly execute Charles, using overwhelming force to compel the city defense forces to submit. At that point, the upper echelons of Lighthouse would be lost, faith would crumble, and it would be easy for Mark to enact reforms or for Lin Chuan to take over directly. Creating chaos before overthrowing the regime was a common tactic in his era. Certain nations often employed it, and most of the time, it succeeded. But now it seemed he would need to delay a bit longer. At this critical juncture, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A starry visage appeared before him. Was it another illusion? "Is it you, Lord of Light and Shadow?" Chapter 69, The Source of Catastrophe, Number 19, and the Beacon. This time, Lin Chuan beheld the full visage of the starry face. Beneath a gray-white robe lay a figure with a somewhat feminine form, entirely wrapped in bandages. The starry visage was not its true face, resembling more a peculiar mask. Just at this moment, Lin Chuan had been prepared to eliminate Charles, but found himself ensnared in an illusion. He struggled to convince himself that everything before him was merely a figment. Yet he could not break free. Since awakening training, this was the third time he had encountered this entity. What could it possibly signify? "Are you the Lord of Light and Shadow?" No answer. Lin Chuan could only see a scene of apocalypse around him. Hundreds of towering buildings collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the ground began to crack open. Countless mantle vines, akin to plant roots, emerged from beneath the earth. Was this the scene of a great disaster? The sounds of countless humans screaming and fleeing surrounded him. Everything felt so real. At that moment, he suddenly heard a cat's meow. A white cat? How could there be a cat here? Lin Chuan did not see the cat, yet he inexplicably uttered the color of the feline. This seemed not to be a mere figment of his imagination, but rather a shared memory of another. Almost immediately, he beheld a creature with a white body and purple tendrils, a grotesque entity of the Pak class, materializing on the opposite side. Amidst the cacophony of voices, he heard someone furiously roar at the monster. "Number 19? What does that mean?" The entire sequence transpired swiftly. The illusion in the mirage began to dissipate mere seconds after its appearance, and the creature, referred to as Number 19, vanished entirely. Before its departure, Lin Xuan distinctly observed the intertwining of the mantle vines with it. These overlapping scenes were chaotic, yet they conveyed a singular message. The cataclysmic disaster erupted from this humanoid monstrosity. While he was still processing this deluge of information, Lin Xuan heard another word, Mark. It was not spoken by the starry visage before him. Rather, it seemed to be transmitted directly into his mind. At that moment, the starry entity pointed in a particular direction. Lin Xuan swiftly realized that it was not Mark it referred to, but Beacon. This echoed precisely what he had overheard during his eavesdropping. Lord Morgan had mentioned that the brain could still function normally when they provided them with a beacon. Subsequently, they had discovered a baby there. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for the infant to be named Mark. This information was crucial, bringing him closer to the truth of the world, albeit at a most inopportune time. As he had anticipated, Mark seized the opportunity during Lin Xuan's momentary distraction. By the time Lin Xuan regained his senses, he found himself pinned to the ground by Captain Mark. It was difficult for Lin Xuan not to suspect that the illusions brought forth by the starry visage had been meticulously timed. He gazed at the gun that had been taken from him, shaking his head. Mark, is this your choice? How unfortunate. At this moment, Mark's expression was profoundly complex, his eyes reflecting a myriad of pained emotions. He acknowledged that Lin Xuan's previous actions had been overwhelmingly oppressive, yet in creating this chaos, he felt compelled to aim his weapon at his former brother. Lin Xuan, you must at least refrain from harming those uninvolved. Lin Xuan chose not to respond. The temporal disparity between them was too vast for immediate understanding. When he had ventured to Longu village, he too had been influenced by the original owner's memories, perpetually striving to prove himself. However, he eventually comprehended that he was among the pinnacle of humanity in the Golden Age. This apocalypse not only regressed human civilization, but also shackled their thoughts. Lin Xuan entirely disregarded the gun's muzzle. Firstly, he had long since taken remote control of the Ripper pistol. Secondly, he was certain Mark would not pull the trigger. I will not allow the devourer to harm innocent civilians. Look below. Though you may be reluctant to believe, that is the truth. Mark cast a glance at the crowd below. The vast majority were frantically fleeing, while the more combat-trained members of the Hunter Squad seemed to remain in place, observing. Nearly 20 individuals knelt in fervent devotion, pledging loyalty to Lin Xuan. Apart from the city defense forces, only a few dared to rush the platform in defiance. In truth, a silence fell over the majority. If only 15 consented, success was inevitable. Mark was deeply shaken by this scene. It was entirely different from his imagination. Mark, this is the truth. Most people lack their own judgment. They flee when they see others fleeing, and kneel when they see others kneeling. If you doubt this, you could shout for them to stand and not kneel, and there would still be those who respond. Go ahead, try it, Mark. Lin Xuan ruthlessly tore apart the facade of the lighthouse's truth. The core data room indicated that Tartarus had transformed from a prison into what humanity called a home. Yet it had never truly changed. Mark stood frozen, his hand trembling around the gun. Lin Xuan rose, seizing the Ripper pistol from Mark's grip, who remained crouched. As Victor once remarked, there exist wars in human history where victory is attained without bloodshed. This time, he had triumphed utterly. For Lin Xuan had been right all along. He gazed down at the masses and addressed Mark. Those who seek fairness are all the residents of the lighthouse, not just you alone. They must fight for it themselves. Waiting idly for others' favors is a meaningless endeavor, and that is not fairness. He aimed the gun at Charles. Previously, they had been an obstacle on Charles's path to ambition and thus had been sacrificed. Now, the roles had merely reversed, devoid of righteousness, and there was no difference. Lin Xuan had no habit of wasting breath before taking a life. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. After killing Charles, he would seize the Abyssal One and then invade the core of the lighthouse, using that brain as leverage to dismantle all upper management organizations restructuring the lighthouse. There was much to accomplish. A gunshot rang out, yet it was not Charles's skull that shattered, but rather Lin Xuan's own weapon. It was the City Defense Forces sniper. He had miscalculated, influenced by the illusion, and missed the optimal moment. Lin Xuan disregarded the pain in his hand, intent on executing Charles manually. However, several bullets whizzed by, forcing him to evade. In that instant, a graceful figure darted past. The luminary, Van Lu, had appeared on the platform, astonishingly scaling it solely by means of a rope. This woman was indeed formidable. She had awakened so swiftly after the White Boss's strike. Ran Bing rushed to intercept. But Van Lu performed a swift turn and kicked him back, then hurled a black projectile. Mark caught Ran Bing, using his shoulder to block the mysterious object, and scathed. When he discerned that the so-called projectile was merely a high heel, Van Lu absconded with Charles using the rope. Mark's expression was one of bitterness. This was a humiliation. Such an elaborate scheme thwarted by a single high heel, or perhaps by his own hesitation. He glanced at Lin Chuan, who bore no expression of reproach. At that moment, Lin Chuan could have utilized the system's acceleration privileges to compel Charles to commit suicide. But that would only lead others to believe his self-sacrifice defended the faith of the Church of Light and Shadow. The plan would falter. He had to kill him with his own hands. He promptly commanded, "Charles, resist." Yet he was met solely with Charles's agonized cries. Van Lu was merciless, brutally shattering Charles's limbs before dragging the limp figure away. Lin Chuan's eyes ignited with martial fervor. This minor setback would not derail his plans. Mark, much like Bai Yuehui, bore an excessive sense of responsibility, taking all blame upon himself. Villains do not think this way. To combat them, one must be more ruthless. Today, not even the Buddha could save Charles. Without hesitation, he leapt from the tens of meters high platform. "I shall destroy Charles and all opposing forces. Mark, join or abandon. Choose for yourself." Chapter 70. The Interweaving of Fate. Initiating remote control. During the descent, a mechanical cable seemed to come alive, wrapping around Lin Chuan. The city defense forces, upon discovering him, immediately opened fire, yet their hesitation was palpable. Bullets whizzed past, none striking their mark. However, Lin Chuan was no superhero. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was hit. He had no choice but to change direction and land before the hunters. Mo City, Fei Xue, Jeff, and Erica. These former comrades now stood opposing him, uncertain of the reasons for their proximity. Lin Chuan understood them. "Comrades, do not hesitate. Let me pass. I only seek Charles." The laws of the lighthouse harbor privileges. Unless these celestial beings are eliminated, you will never attain justice. He pointed toward the direction of the laboratory. "The Abyss Beast cannot emerge at this moment. If I intended to use it against the people atop the lighthouse, I should have acted while on the platform. Do you not comprehend this?" The truth aligns precisely with Lin Chuan's assertions. Until now, he has never harmed an ordinary citizen. The hunters are unaware of what celestial dragons are, yet they are acutely aware of privilege. And yet, you demand they kneel. Mo Cheng's eyes brimmed with confusion and anger. "We were once comrades. How could you commit such an act? There is no time to waste." Lin Chuan, no longer hesitating, passed through the group. They were already kneeling on the ground. Lin Chuan's figure vanished into the night sky. None of the hunters stepped forward to obstruct him. Although Jeff is typically the most timid, at this moment, his mind was remarkably sharp. "I believe Lin Chuan's intention is to make everyone realize that we have long been forced to bend our knees under those oppressive laws." This sentiment was understood by all, but he was the first to voice it. Previously, during an expedition to gather supplies, Corey was wounded. Such a valiant warrior was deemed beyond medical aid. They risked their lives to battle on the surface, needing to use their contributions to cover their injuries. Such a fate is unbefitting of a hero. The hunters are merely tools executing the commands of their superiors. The hunters fell into silence, and at that moment, the city defense forces arrived. General Victor rebuked them. Why did you not stop him? For the first time, they witnessed such a flustered expression on General Victor's face. Once again, Jeff stepped forward, displaying utmost respect. "General Victor, we did not receive orders. Should we have stopped him?" It certainly appeared so, just as Lin Chuan was about to act against Charles. The imagery on the light screen was abruptly cut off. He made no excessive moves beyond uttering the command to kneel. Who can prove that the Abyss Beast's sudden frenzy was orchestrated by Lin Chuan? Capturing him is paramount. General Victor snorted coldly and pushed past the hunters. Subsequently, Mo Chung also moved in that direction. Fei Xue intercepted him. "Mo Chung, this is not our affair. Where do you intend to go?" Yet Mo Chung gently brushed her hand aside and continued onward. This was the first time he disregarded Fei Xue's counsel. Previously, he merely failed to understand Lin Chuan's actions. Not because he doubted his character. After all, his life had been saved by him. Comrades should fight side by side. Since he stated he would confront Charles, I shall accompany him to create a ruckus. Mo Chung, known for his fiery temper, is easily provoked, but would not lose his composure over matters of great significance. Charles intended to eliminate Captain Mark and Lin Chuan to secure his succession as Lord of the city. Should he escape this time, all would be condemned to languish in an unjust hell. With this thought, Fei Xue ceased her objections. If Mo Chung was going, she would naturally accompany him. Jeff raised his weapon towards the remaining teammates. Shall we all go together? Do you remember what we are fighting for? The remaining hunters hesitated. Such an action would equate to betrayal, and they could only succeed, never fail. They cast their gaze towards the platform. Mark locked eyes with the hunters at the edge of the platform. Shortly after, Mark's voice came through the communicator. Hunters, do what you wish. Morale surged once more. They all raised their weapons and advanced with Mo Chung towards Lin Chuan. As Mo Chung ran, he panted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With his stamina, he should not be in such a state. Fei Xue remained as composed as ever. If you are this anxious, perhaps you should not go. At her reminder, Mo Chung burst into laughter, regaining his usual optimistic and confident demeanor. How could they be daunted at such a time? We must succeed. We shall fight them. Those who lose shall be deemed the traitors. Not only the hunters, but numerous agitated citizens even began to surround Charles, a notion once unthinkable. Following Lin Chuan's uproar, the conflict between the citizens and the upper echelon was thoroughly ignited. They no longer wished to consume insect cakes or be labeled as inferior genes from birth. Soon, a riot commenced. This sleepless night would be eternally recorded in the annals of the lighthouse. Mark observed everything unfolding before him. He finally pressed the special earpiece to contact Lin Chuan. I am coming to support you. Then he heard Lin Chuan's voice. No need, with such a significant event occurring. Commander Jing Nan and the city lord are exhibiting no reaction, which is quite strange. You and Ran Bing should seek them out. Lin Chuan made a deliberate reminder. I mean to find a way to control them. He understood that Mark would find it difficult to act against the city lord, so he reiterated. Mark, look at those citizens. I commanded them to kneel, yet they are rioting. Do you not understand? If you genuinely believe that the lives of the citizens hold value, you should not seek to lead them in pursuit of justice. They do not require so-called leaders. We are merely the rivets propelling the wheels of history. They will naturally find their own direction. This statement solidified Mark's resolve. I understand. Be cautious of the abyss beast. Do not let it harm the citizens. I will find a way to have Commander Jing Nan disarm the city's defenses. Thus, Mark joined the fray. The lighthouse was in chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Lu, carrying the incapacitated Charles, could not escape far. Victor had deliberately assigned a small squad of city defense forces to capture them. With citizens unexpectedly rushing forth from both front and back, they had no avenue of escape and could only hide in narrow passages. There was no time to reach the city lord. Fan Lu, find a way to notify the other light bearers. Before Charles could finish speaking, he spotted a citizen, 4068, with a bandaged nose rushing towards them. Just as Fan Lu intended to act, she found him kneeling 3 to 4 meters away. I am 4068. I know the shortcuts here. Please trust me, esteemed leader. I despise Lin Chuan as well. My nose and dignity were trampled by him. Time was of the essence. 4068's words were concise and persuasive, as if rehearsed. In that narrow passage, 2 fallen individuals ultimately converged. Fan Lu did not trust 4068's words and prepared to kill him directly. But Charles, in a vain display, stopped her. In 4068's furious gaze, he saw something akin to his own. This citizen harbors great ambition. Fan Lu, we have no choice. Let that citizen approach. Chapter 71, The Abyss Dweller? The nearly lifeless Charles was carried by the citizen 4068 into a sewage discharge pipeline. Fan Lu's eyes filled with sorrow, clutching her skirt as if enduring the agony of broken bones. What pained her further was that Lord Charles was being brought to such a filthy place by a mere citizen. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly escort the esteemed leader to the medical room. At that moment, however, 4068 attempted to filter a handful of water with his clothing to assist in cleansing Charles's wounds. As a citizen, he evidently possessed no medical knowledge. Esteemed leader, allow me to clean your wounds. Step back. Fan Lu scolded 4068, clearly sharing the disdain of other light-bearers towards citizens. 4068, frightened, retreated, acutely aware of his lowly status and that his previous actions were overstepping. Yet at that moment, Charles intervened. Fan Lu, let him approach. But esteemed leader, how can someone like him come near? I need him. The pain rendered Charles nearly speechless. Due to 4068's actions, he recognized the crux of the issue. Citizens live at the bottom of society. They have no reproductive rights and possess almost no property. Any illness or misfortune can lead to their utter ruin. Even a minor mishap, like breaking supplies during a mission, could burden them for a lifetime. This is precisely why they support Lin Chuan. However, the root cause lies in the limited resources available at the lighthouse. Even if someone were willing to reform the system, there would be no way to distribute the supplies evenly. It simply cannot sustain such a large population. A person as astute as Lin Chuan would undoubtedly grasp this reality. Thus, his actions must be backed by a contingency plan. Recalling the scene from the council meeting, the model of the launcher was evidently crafted by another faction. Perhaps there are humans on the ground. Although Charles found it hard to believe, this was the only solution to the impending resource allocation dilemma. At that moment, he realized the magnitude of the challenge he faced. Lin Chuan was formidable. He was neither a supporter of Dr. Carey nor aligned with any faction. Fanlu, take me to the Dawn Hall, he commanded. To his surprise, he chose not to go to the medical facility or seek the city lord, making such a decision instead. Fanlu was somewhat perplexed, but still helped Charles to his feet. 4068 was still lost in delusions, unable to fathom that Charles would express a need for him. The sensation of being acknowledged by someone of high status nearly overwhelmed him. Yes, esteemed leader. Fanlu draped a cloak over Charles to shield him from recognition. The trio made their way to the Dawn Hall, along a secluded path. Charles had just come to a realization. He could not go to the medical facility. It would be expected for someone injured to seek treatment there, and they might be intercepted. The Dawn Hall was equipped with a medical team specifically to address potential emergencies during initial breeding tasks. They could assist him with routine care. Lin Chuan aimed to confront not just him, but also the upper echelon of the lighthouse. Thus, seeking the city lord or other high-ranking officials would pose a risk. This was the best course of action. No one would suspect them there. One thing puzzled Charles, however. Why was Lin Chuan undertaking these actions? With his accomplishments, his future achievements would undoubtedly be on par with anyone else's. Accustomed to privileges, he was oblivious to the fact that the pursuit of fairness and justice was, in itself, a worthy cause. Sweat continued to bead on Charles's forehead. Fanlu wished to comfort him, but was met with Charles's directive. Fanlu, once we enter the Dawn Hall, seek out Dr. Carey. But how can I leave the esteemed leader alone there? Fanlu had never defied Charles's orders. Fanlu, Charles forced out the last of his strength. I command you to find Dr. Carey, and by any means necessary, bring her to me. He was indeed gravely injured, the searing pain making it difficult for him to speak. Yet, above all else, failure was the one outcome Charles could not bear. He would rather perish than abandon his convictions. Lord Morgan claimed that the Lord of Shadows was an elusive concept. Now, even most of the followers were wavering. This was what Charles found most unacceptable. He knew only that Dr. Carey had been conducting illegal research, seemingly on some kind of weapon, a secret of the lighthouse. This could potentially aid him. To stage a comeback, this was his only option. Furthermore, there was another reason Charles sought the Dawn Hall. Long ago, he had been assisting Lord Morgan in managing the breeding tasks. Strangely, however, Lord Morgan seemed unconcerned about the quality of genetic matches, instead strictly controlling the breeding cycles. In essence, the directive was clear: breed at the appointed time and in greater numbers. This had been the unyielding practice for years. Produce more offspring, gather more resources, sacrifice more lives, even dispatch the elderly on distant journeys. While it appeared to bolster the lighthouse's population, this was, in fact, the primary reason for the lack of resources and the irreconcilable conflict between the upper and lower classes. Why was there never a plan to limit the scope? This was evidently unreasonable. Previously, he had been solely focused on tasks and had never contemplated these issues. Since the city lord concealed everything from him, he would investigate on his own. To turn the tide and confront Lin Chuan and the forces behind him, he must seize all the secrets and power of the lighthouse for himself. Meanwhile, pressed by the pursuit of the city defense forces, Lin Chuan could only head to the laboratory to meet with Bai Yukuei in advance. Although the city defense forces were still some distance away, he could already hear General Victor signaling an alarm from behind. Lin Chuan found it peculiar. The sniper's shot had been remarkably accurate, and they had entirely the opportunity to aim for other parts. Moreover, the power of that shot did not resemble that of an ordinary sniper rifle. It felt more like a handgun. Could it have been Victor who had shot? Why had he shown restraint? Just then, he heard Mark's voice crackling through the earpiece. Lin Chuan, Ranbing and I are heading toward the core area of the lighthouse. His tone was hesitant. Before this, there is something I must tell you. Ranbing and I saw the profile of the first city lord, Gray, alongside yours in the core data room. The situation on Lin Chuan's end was complex, leaving him no time to address other matters. As he ran and sought cover, he had yet to confirm his earlier thoughts. Wait a moment. The laboratory was within reach. Yet the door was firmly shut. With pursuers behind and no escape ahead, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and dashed toward the locked entrance. He pressed his hands firmly on the control lock of the safety barrier. If only he could operate this mechanism. However, the laboratory's security door was connected to the lighthouse's network, an intricate system that was not merely a lifeless construct. For the first time, Lin Chuan's abilities had faltered. This was bad. It seemed the universal network was linked to that vast brain. I cannot control a living entity that surpasses my capabilities. He switched channels to call by Yukue. Boss Bai, I'm outside the laboratory. Are you inside? I can't get in. Please help me open the door. No response came, and the city defense forces had already surrounded him. General Victor raised his Ripper pistol, aiming at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, you are surrounded. Surrender or face execution. Do not resist futilely. Lin Chuan's expression remained impassive as he glanced at the unmanned gravity device nearby. These people could not stop him. Initially, he intended to acquire the abyssal mecha to use its might against the city defense forces. Now forced onto this path, he had no choice but to resort to violence. Just then, a piercing sound erupted from within the safety door. The city defense forces immediately covered their ears, overwhelmed by a splitting headache, unable to advance a single step. The door was shattered in an instant. Lin Chuan shielded his face with his arms, the shards cutting into his skin. Through the gap between his arms, he sought to discern the figures amid the smoke and dust. Is that you, Boss Bai? Yet, he was met with a thunderous roar, a sound unlike any human's. Amidst the haze, a shadow of a black creature, towering over 2 meters, materialized. Its eyes glowed red, resembling both a monstrous beast and a mecha. As it roared, Lin Chuan faintly discerned the sounds of human cries for help emanating from within the creature's form. Chapter 72. The Powerful Living Mecha. The black humanoid monster swung its razor-sharp claws. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as its left hand rose, a black-red spike aiming directly at Lin Chuan's head. At such close proximity, Lin Chuan had no time to react and could only rely on his gloves to forcefully defend himself. In the next moment, the glove on his left hand shattered. The sharp black spike grazed Lin Chuan's face, and the overwhelming scent of blood instilled a profound sense of danger within him. The city defense forces, now disregarding their mission to capture Lin Chuan, began to fire blindly at the terrifying spectacle. General Victor was taken aback. Stop! But it was too late. The creature, drawn by the gunfire, charged into the ranks of the city defense forces, instantly piercing through the frontline soldiers. The intense sensation of tearing pain elicited harrowing cries from the city defense forces. Oh! A more terrifying scene unfolded as the pierced city defense soldiers instantaneously transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and soil. It was the Devourer Beast. Yes, indeed, the Devourer Beast. They had only ever suppressed ordinary civilians and had never encountered such a creature, leaving them utterly paralyzed with fear. Victor's expression darkened, as if he possessed foreknowledge of the creature's vulnerabilities, and he aimed his weapon at its gaping maw. However, the beast, displaying remarkable intelligence, swiftly closed its mouth, evading all bullets. In that moment, Lin Chuan discerned what appeared to be a living human head within the creature's mouth. What on earth was this? Soon, even graver troubles emerged. The two-headed flower-scalloped beast within the laboratory emitted low-frequency sound waves, rendering all firearms ineffective, incapable of firing a single shot. This was a significant predicament. While I might have been able to contend with the mechanical malfunctions caused by the two-headed flower-scalloped beast, how could I deal with this monstrous entity? Lin Chuan realized that this creature's strength far surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. Those security doors, which even the two-headed flower-scalloped beast could not breach, crumbled before this monster as if they were mere tofu. Where was Boss Bai? Lin Chuan was deeply concerned for her. Her physical condition did not permit prolonged independent combat. With the communicator temporarily out of service, the situation had become dire. He sprinted towards the gravity mecha. The no-consumption driving mode activated. The White Shark 17 was immediately operational. Remote driving permissions were engaged. The White Shark 17 raised its heavy rifle, firing as it charged towards the beast. The bullets struck the creature without inflicting any damage. Yet it instinctively dodged, then lunged at the White Shark 17. Suddenly, the elongated black spines extending from its body pierced through the cockpit. Lin Chuan watched in horror, relieved he had not been inside. This was undoubtedly not a devourer beast. Those creatures primarily acted on instinct, and would have targeted the rifle first when confronted with an inanimate object. Just then, Victor shouted at him, "Lin Chuan, stay away from that mecha. It won't last much longer." He understood the terrifying nature of that machine, a merciless killing machine. The priority must be to eliminate this monster before addressing the conflict among humans. At least Lin Chuan was not yet at risk of being turned into flesh and soil. The mecha? Suddenly, it struck him. Was that thing a living mecha? He recalled eavesdropping on Victor and Dr. Carey's conversation. Could this be the abyssal mecha? If so, was the bloodied head inside its mouth that of its pilot? How revolting. It was no wonder Victor had previously exhibited such a demeanor towards Dr. Carey. In the instant he pieced these thoughts together, a brilliant blue wave of energy erupted from the shattered door, striking the abyssal mecha. The night sky was illuminated, and a large hole was burned through the platform. The two-headed flower-scalloped beast escaped through the breach. The city defense soldiers, once fierce in their pursuit of Lin Chuan, now stood frozen in place, like lambs awaiting slaughter. An unimaginable battle ensued. The abyssal mecha crawled out from the gaping hole, letting out a thunderous roar, charging into chaotic combat with the two-headed flower-scalloped beast. Thick, foul-smelling slime splattered everywhere. The primal hand-to-hand combat was more terrifying than any skirmish. The two-headed flower-scalloped beast accumulated energy once more. An unmatched wave of furious energy swept across the platform, incinerating the three gravity machines in an instant, reducing them to ash. Yet, the abyssal mecha withstood this energy, surging forward and violently tearing off one head of the devourer beast. A piercing scream resonated throughout the lighthouse. With only one head remaining, the two-headed flower-scalloped beast, in its final throes, bit down on the abyssal mecha, flinging it away. In its dying moments, it gathered its last ounce of strength to unleash another energy blast. This time, the charge exceeded all prior attempts, compelling the abyssal mecha to raise its hands in a defensive posture. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan charged forward, utilizing the remnants of his right-hand glove. He caught the energy shockwave emitted by the two-headed flower-scalloped beast. Compressing and concentrating it in his hand, he discovered that the low-frequency sound waves from the two-headed flower-scalloped beast had a targeted effect. This ability likely evolved in the ground-dwelling devourer beasts through prolonged battles with the hunters. Yet, it had no bearing on his piloting skills, as he had verified during his previous encounter. At this juncture, Lin Chuan decided to temporarily ally with Victor to confront their shared adversary. "Victor, lend me your assistance." Victor, disregarding the peril, rushed towards the abyssal mecha, gripping his non-functional mechanical arm with one hand, exclaiming, "Is that you inside?" Dust Citizen 2077. Remarkably, it proved effective. The pilot within the abyssal mecha momentarily regained consciousness. This fleeting moment of lucidity provided Lin Chuan with an opportunity. He dashed towards the abyssal mecha, directly inserting the compressed energy capsule into its mouth. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted within the abyssal mecha. It howled skyward, blue energy shooting from its mouth into the heavens. The clouds in the night sky were violently dispersed, forming a circular shape. Although the explosion occurred solely within the abyssal mecha, the shockwave and reverberations utterly astonished everyone present. The city defense soldiers collapsed to the ground, soaked in warmth, having soiled themselves. The panicked crowds in the distance, awestruck by the blinding light and sound, dared not flee, believing it to be a divine manifestation of the Lord of Light and Shadow, even kneeling in that direction. Even the newborns in the nursery were too frightened to cry. On the battlefield, only Lin Chuan remained standing, resembling a deity. General Victor sat half-propped on the ground, his expression devoid of the calmness expected of a soldier. This moment made him realize how foolish their prior pursuit had been. They were not enforcers chasing down a fugitive, but rather a swarm of lost ants pursuing a mighty lion. Lin Chuan slowly approached the city defense soldiers. His gloves were now tattered, a memento from Bayuechi, the first gift she had presented him. His fierce gaze led the soldiers to believe he intended to confront them, tears and sweat trickling down their chins. None dared to move, nor utter a sound. In their eyes, Lin Xuan existed in an entirely different realm. They held their breaths, awaiting permission from him to continue, devoid of any inclination to resist. Yet, Lin Xuan did not strike. He merely spoke, "Disband now. I have no quarrel with you. Go home and await reformation." He deliberately used the term home, prompting these warriors to reflect on their survival. The prominent figures had always proclaimed the lighthouse as humanity's sole sanctuary. But where was their personal home? It seemed they had never possessed a home or family at all. Such notions were strictly forbidden within the lighthouse. No one responded, nor did anyone depart. This matter required time. Lin Xuan had no intention of preaching. He simply turned to Victor. "Victor, was it you who fired that shot on the platform?" Victor's heart tightened, but his gaze grew resolute. "Yes, it was I. It had nothing to do with those behind me. If you must act, take my life instead. Why would I kill you? Tell me, why did you only shoot at my weapon before?" This question appeared challenging to answer. Victor glanced back at the city defense soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, he provided an answer. "Because after the last court session, the mayor instructed me to keep an eye on you. He mentioned that your profile closely resembled that of the first city lord, Lord Grey." Chapter 73. The first city lord of Lighthouse, Grey Weaver. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Mark seemed to have mentioned the first city lord as well. Lin Xuan was utterly unconvinced by these assertions. Regardless of the original identity of the former owner, there was no conceivable way he could be connected to the founding lord of the city. Otherwise, how could the original owner have been such an obscure figure, so unnoticed even in death? Yet this situation sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Once he dealt with the immediate circumstances, he ought to investigate further. Perhaps the original owner was entangled in matters akin to Mark's predicament, which would be troublesome. "Victor, who else is aware of this matter?" Victor shook his head, explaining that the affairs concerning the founding lord were classified, apart from the lord himself. No one else was privy to such information. His mechanical arm was temporarily unsteady, making him feel a bit off balance as he stood. "I cannot prevent you for now, but I understand your goal is to confront the lord." His gaze was resolute. "I divulge this to ensure you do not harm Lord Morgan. Many decisions within the lighthouse are not made by an individual, and the lord actually holds you in high regard." Victor was taken aback by Lin Xuan's capabilities. He recognized that this individual was of immense significance to humanity. Regardless of which side he chose, it would irrevocably alter the situation. However, Lin Xuan paid no heed. For he was acutely aware that transforming the lighthouse could not be achieved solely through violence and rhetoric. Lin Xuan remained vigilant of the two-headed flower beast lurking behind him. Though it had perished for the moment, it would undoubtedly revive shortly. After all, the creature harbored two essence seeds within, sufficient to sustain its existence multiple times. Even in the absence of mana flowers nearby, Victor continued battling, relentlessly assault this devourer to prevent its swift resurrection. He declared, "I hold no interest in what you shared. The identity of the founding lord is of no concern to me." Lin Xuan turned to stride into the laboratory. "What of Lord Grey? There are many named Grey. My university roommate was also named Grey, Grey Waverly." He mused. His face resembled many, but that is irrelevant to the original owner. Upon hearing that familiar name, Lin Xuan felt a pang of nostalgia for the world he once inhabited, reminiscing about his university days and the time spent playing games together. Yet he later learned that Grey had been assigned to the military after graduation, and his current circumstances remained unknown. Ultimately, he had traversed worlds. The ties to his former life were tenuous, only tinged with regret. Just as he pondered this, a figure burst forth from the dilapidated security door. It was Boss Bai. She wore a mask and had changed back into her previous attire. "Yukue," Lin Xuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. He had assumed she might have faced some misfortune, given the commotion, and was relieved to see she was unharmed. However, he quickly halted, realizing he could not allow anyone from the lighthouse to learn of Boss Bai's presence. He swiftly turned and struck Victor with a knife hand gesture. Unexpectedly, Victor evaded the blow, turning his neck just enough to absorb the impact on his shoulder, choosing injury over unconsciousness. Cough, cough. Victor struggled. "Why are you with her?" Even with Boss Bai masked, Victor recognized her from her physique. As an elite soldier familiar with core intel, he could not forget the enemy's appearance. She is the woman depicted in the core documents. This individual was astutely perceptive. Lin Xuan was left with no choice but to press his thumbs against Victor's eyes. "General Victor, promise me you will not disclose this. I do not wish to blind you." The city defense troops in the rear were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. This sudden twist made them realize that Lin Chuan and General Victor were at odds once more. They raised their inoperable submachine guns, aiming at Lin Chuan. Release the general. One soldier, driven by desperation, broke free from the grip of fear. Lin Chuan regarded the two undaunted soldiers, but ultimately could not bring himself to strike. He pulled Victor back and thrust him toward the young soldier, continually shaking his head as he retreated. Your loyalty is misplaced. Victor, remember my words. As he reached Boss Bai's side, he noticed the hunter squad had also arrived from a distance. The number of individuals implicated in this affair was growing. Lin Chuan turned his back to Boss Bai and whispered, Boss Bai, the creature beside us is the abyssal diver. Time is of the essence. We must take it with us and depart swiftly. Yet Boss Bai remained silent. Lin Chuan called again, Boss Bai, we should go. Just as he turned, Boss Bai collapsed into his arms. What is happening? Lin Chuan had never seen her in such a state, panic washing over him as beads of sweat formed. He scrutinized her, finding no visible injuries. Was she merely exhausted? Was it due to the abyssal diver? After persistent inquiries, Boss Bai finally spoke. Pointing towards the entrance of the laboratory, Lin Chuan recalled having seen that term before, perhaps on Boss Bai's modified vehicle. What is that? He sensed they could no longer afford to tarry, assisting Boss Bai towards the abyssal diver's mech. The pilot inside had been consumed by the prior impact. Now it was merely a shell. Yukue, hold on. Let me handle what comes next. Yet Boss Bai clutched Lin Chuan tightly, signaling him to refrain from advancing. Lin Chuan, it is a super artificial intelligence created by my father. I discovered its backup in the laboratory. The lighthouse has established defensive measures within to target me. We should leave first. We can discuss matters en route and return for the abyssal diver later. Lin Chuan was unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity. If the lighthouse could devise defenses specifically against Boss Bai, the abyssal diver could not be left in their hands. He raised his hand towards the abyssal diver, calling. Remote control access activated. Yet the abyssal diver remained unresponsive. Indeed, that entity was, in a sense, a living being, and it was more formidable than himself. Thus, he reluctantly accepted Boss Bai's suggestion. Having previously defeated the abyssal diver, should the lighthouse employ it against Boss Bai, he could initiate the Devourer's reclamation to gain control. Otherwise, such a powerful weapon being used just once would be a lamentable waste. Caught in this dilemma, Lin Chuan temporarily relinquished the abyssal diver. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew from the battlefield with Boss Bai in the opposite direction. Soon after, Mo Chung and others arrived. Upon witnessing the demoralized city defense troops, he was filled with astonishment and perplexity. What transpired just now, General Victor? What caused the explosions and the colossal light beam? They had intended to assist Lin Chuan, but could never catch up to him. Victor, his face etched with bitterness, appeared to age a decade in an instant. Now, aside from Jing Nan, no one can stop Lin Chuan. We cannot employ weapons meant for a king-grade devourer against a mere human. The hunters. The lighthouse is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 74, Lin Chuan, by Yuetian Gray. Lin Chuan sprinted alongside by Yuetian. Soon, she realized the path they were taking was incorrect and halted. Lin Chuan, where are you taking me? The direction they fled was increasingly distant from the core of the lighthouse. Familiar structures emerged before them, the Golden Dawn Hall. Lin Chuan, noticing by Yuetian's displeasure, quickly explained, I understand. Since I've stirred up a commotion, we should head to the core area of the lighthouse to apprehend that old man and resolve the root of the problem. But your current state is unstable. Behind the Dawn Hall, there are medical teams and equipment. It is safer than the medical facility. No one would expect us to seek refuge there. He regarded the weakened by Yuetian with concern. At the very least, we must stabilize your condition. Surely, you do not think I would remain oblivious at this time? Who would think such a thing? Bai Yuetian's fair cheeks flushed a bright crimson. When she is physically unwell, her emotions deviate entirely from her usual demeanor. At times, Lin Chuan ponders if this is the true essence of Bai Yukue. He removes her mask and gently wipes the beads of sweat from her forehead. In the past, during intense battles, she would not perspire. I have only witnessed her sweat when she deliberately accelerated her metabolism during exercise. Your current physical condition must be dire. Lin Chuan's masculinity comes into play as he scoops up Bai Yukue and strides towards the Golden Hall. If you refuse to go, I shall carry you in. Bai Yukue's cheeks flush with heat. For the first time, she feels her emotions spiraling out of control. Throughout her life, apart from her father and brother, no one has ever embraced her in such a manner. Let go. I can walk on my own. I shall not release you. What is that thing, anyway? And what about the abyssal being? The first-generation city lord? There are far too many secrets surrounding the lighthouse. You are aware of all this, aren't you? Lin Chuan expresses a hint of grievance. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Were you afraid my abilities would be inadequate to confront these matters? He detests this feeling. In the old world, there was a saying that women can hold up half the sky. Yet in this apocalyptic realm, Bayukue not only supports half the sky, but the other half belongs to her. How shall we proceed? I am not as weak as you presume. Tell me everything. Observing Lin Chuan's unwavering determination to take her for treatment, Bayukue realizes that refusal is futile. She decides to divulge her secrets during this moment. I assure you, even if you do not set me down, there is no need to hold me so tightly. However, this remark is evidently disregarded by Lin Chuan. If he were to heed his wife's words, would he not be akin to a spineless man? That is inconceivable. Bayukue has been proud for quite some time. Disregard her words. As long as she does not resist, it signifies agreement. Speak quickly, Yukue. All right, Bayukue concedes, not even attempting to find an excuse to convince herself. I previously mentioned that it was my father who designed the super artificial intelligence, which possesses all the technological data of He Luo International. However, during the catastrophic event, it was absorbed by the primitive giant. The specifics are difficult to articulate, but they are closely related to the mana ecology. I have always known that the lighthouse acquired its backup data, yet I never anticipated their capability to activate it. Lin Chuan realizes that this implies the lighthouse now possesses technological information that transcends the current era. Given time and ample resources, they will become immensely powerful. This further solidifies Lin Chuan's intention to reorganize the elite. What about the abyssal being? Why is that entity alive? When this question arises, Bayukue deliberately evades it. She merely states that you need not concern yourself with that for now. It is merely a dangerous weapon. In any case, do not entertain thoughts of piloting it. It could very well cost you your life, at least for now. That is a perilous path. Lin Chuan perceives this as well. The abyssal being's mech releases vast quantities of sanguine substance and absorbs life essence. It appears more akin to a devouring beast. Yet Bayukue's words are intriguing. She claims it is a path fraught with peril. It is as if she speaks of her own experimental subject. Perhaps the abyssal being was a misguided choice made by human scientists in their quest to combat the mana ecology. He continues to inquire. You suggest piloting it could cost one their life? Yukue, have you piloted the abyssal being before? No. Bayukue responds swiftly, as if to dismiss Lin Chuan's thoughts with a fabricated lie. She undoubtedly harbors more secrets from him. But before Lin Chuan can press further, Bayukue shifts the topic. Why did you inquire about Gray? The anger is palpable as she utters those two syllables, her brows knitting together involuntarily. Lin Chuan, perplexed by her reaction, responds casually. Victor and Mark mentioned that I bear a striking resemblance to the first-generation city lord, Gray. Lin Chuan refers to the original body. He did not resemble this in the old world. Yet, he notices Bayukue's eyes glaze over at his words. She murmurs, you are quite similar to him. There exists a fundamental difference in attitude. When Gray is mentioned, Bayukue's tone is laced with animosity. Yet when she acknowledges their resemblance, her eyes soften with tenderness. This leaves Lin Chuan utterly bewildered. How could Bayukue harbor such contrasting emotions toward a single individual? In an attempt to lighten her mood, Lin Chuan jokes, ha ha ha. Perhaps I am a clone of that Gray, ha ha. He is genuinely indifferent. After all, this is the original body's form. His identity is of no consequence to him. Impossible. Bayukue asserts vehemently. When you fainted earlier, I had Summer conduct a genetic comparison. There is not a shred of connection between you and him. Bayukue is genuinely agitated. This is an unprecedented occurrence. Most importantly, it appears she had known all along about Lin Chuan's resemblance to Gray. Yet she had concealed it, investigating discreetly. It is no wonder she so readily accepted him into Dragonbone Village. But how could Dragonbone Village possess genetic samples of the first-generation city lord Gray? So many mysteries leave Lin Chuan confounded. It turns out, the one who has been kept in the dark all along is none other than me. If it is inconsequential, then let it be. Is it truly of great importance? It is significant. After uttering those three words, Bayukue realizes her emotions have spiraled too far, abruptly ceasing the topic. Lin Chuan observes her delicate lips quivering slightly. What could possibly be the matter? He carries Bayukue into the medical room at the rear of the Dawn Hall. Bayukue has now closed her eyes, unwilling to reveal any further emotion. Lin Chuan, you cannot comprehend. Gray Weaver stole my brother's body. You actually bear a striking resemblance to my brother, Wasteland. She is in turmoil. The genetic comparison shows that there is no relation between Lin Chuan and Wasteland. Therefore, Lin Chuan, who exactly are you? Chapter 75. What a coincidence. In the medical treatment area behind the Dawn Hall, Charles lies on the bed, his limbs secured with makeshift splints. Numerous 4 tubes inserted into him. This is a desperate measure. The doctor is a devoted follower of Charles, doing everything within her power to save him. Master, there are no blood packs here. I can only administer intravenous infusions of hydroxyethyl starch as a substitute for blood plasma. Her expression carries a hint of distress. Will your current authority allow you to call for the mechanical exoskeleton to stabilize the injured limbs? This inquiry undoubtedly conveys concern, but leaves Charles feeling deeply humiliated. Within the realm of faith, no doubt is permitted. That is the beginning of turmoil. He realizes it will be challenging to continue controlling the populace with the dogma of the shadow and light church. At this moment, however, 4068 steps forward. Doctor, have you too been swayed by those voices outside? The only person injured now is the master. This is a trap. His tone is resolute, even tinged with reproach. This earns Charles admiration. A mere commoner dares to rebuke the upper class. It seems he has not misjudged his choice. Commoner, what are you saying? I did not mean it that way. The doctor acknowledges her misstep, but is affronted that a lowly commoner would dare to embarrass her in front of Charles. She glances at his green badge, the distinctive color of the commoners. 4068, get out. Commoners are not permitted to remain here in the medical treatment area. Having initially prepared to impress Charles with his words, 4068 finds himself silenced by that single statement. Regardless of what he says, the chasm between the identities of commoners and the elite remains insurmountable. The moment the other party uttered a single word, "Go back. You are not worthy to speak to me," everything he held dear crumbled into nothingness. He realized he lacked even the privilege to serve as a mere dog to the leader. Bowing his head, he reluctantly made his way towards the door. My Lord Charles, I shall wait outside. In his eyes, Charles discerned the humiliation and anger, precisely what he needed at that moment. Wait, 4068 halted his steps. Please give your command. Esteemed leader. Under the influence of a powerful sedative, Charles regained his capacity for rational thought. Pass me the communicator. Let us see how matters stand with Van Loo. Yes. Esteemed leader. 4068 felt a surge of joy. Charles assigning him a task in front of the doctor bestowed upon 4068 a sense of validation. Previously, he believed only Mark among the upper echelons was a good person, but after Mark tacitly allowed Lin Chuan to break his nose, his perspective shifted. Only Lord Charles genuinely cared for him and recognized his worth. As this thought coursed through him, he heard Charles's voice again. Tear off your badge. That seemingly trivial command plunged 4068 into panic. The badge represented the identity of the residents of the lighthouse. Even the lowly dust people were, in name, considered half-human. Could it be that Charles intended to strip him of everything due to his earlier transgression? But before he could voice his concern, he heard Charles say, Light nurtures all beings follow the shadows. Following shadows is a fine name. I shall grant it to you. A thought flickered between heaven and hell. Only the upper class of the lighthouse was entitled to names. The dust people possessed only numbers. Esteemed leader. The doctor beside him was rendered speechless. There had never been a precedent for a dust person ascending to the upper class in the lighthouse. This was utterly astonishing. 4068 was overwhelmed with excitement. He had envisioned countless ways to ascend to the upper class, accumulating contribution points, stealing, currying favor with the officials, but had never glimpsed a shred of hope. Yet, that once unattainable aspiration was effortlessly realized in this moment. The distance, once akin to a dream, was bridged by a single utterance from Charles. He longed to shout, but found his voice trapped within. He wished to celebrate, yet there was no one to share his joy. Nevertheless, none of that mattered. Suppressing his inner elation, 4068 knelt on one knee. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. Esteemed leader, following shadows awaits your command. Though on the ground, this moment marked the most glorious and memorable point in his life. He turned to the doctor. Now, please continue your treatment. The near-commanding tone filled him with exhilaration. Charles and following shadows no longer resembled two fallen failures. They appeared as two serpents lurking in the shadows, poised for a resurgence. Doctor, move quickly. No one may defy the will of the esteemed leader. We must eliminate those foolish and weak rebels. The doctor's eyes reflected fear. She did not perceive the two wounded individuals as being at a disadvantage. At least, in terms of momentum, it seemed they had already seized control of the situation. Perhaps Lin Chuan was not as formidable as he appeared. He had merely employed treacherous schemes to persecute the esteemed leader. Once their injuries were healed, the esteemed leader would swiftly restore order and turn the tide. But just as they reveled in their power, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Doctor, are you there?" The equipment and corridor lights were illuminated. Yet where were the people? Footsteps gradually approached the room. Charles and following Shadow's expressions shifted dramatically. The earlier momentum dissipated entirely. What resurgence? Now, they were trapped with no escape. Charles descended into a state of despair. He contemplated every possible scenario. He did not seek out the city lord, nor did he approach other higher-ups or the medical facility. Yet, despite these efforts, Lin Chuan had found him. How was this possible? Did he have a tracker? But if so, it should have triggered alarms at the entrance of the morning twilight hall. He could not fathom it. He could only attribute it to Lin Chuan's seemingly transcendent intellect. In his mind, Lin Chuan had morphed into a formidable adversary, one whose intelligence and strength eclipsed the era. He never entertained the possibility of an unforeseen circumstance. It's too late, following Shadows. At Charles's call, 4068 immediately hoisted him onto his back and shoved him into the ventilation shaft, following suit. Though both were in a frenzy, their reactions were swift. After all, they had only recently traversed the drainage well, so they were somewhat familiar with the terrain. The doctor stood dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she believed Charles and following Shadows exuded an aura of power. Now, their actions were akin to those of maggots. Yet, upon hearing Lin Chuan's voice, she fled in a panic, disregarding her identity. Before the doctor could react further, she witnessed Lin Chuan burst into the room. Placing Bai Yuehui on the medical bed, the doctor immediately began her treatment. In her haste, Lin Chuan overlooked the activated medical equipment nearby. "Do not tell anyone about today. I assure you will be safe." Under the double pressure from Lin Chuan and Charles, the doctor had no room for hesitation. "I understand. I know nothing." Chapter 76. The Will of Clotho. Lin Chuan wasted no time, directly picking up the medical-grade noise-canceling earplugs beside him. These were designed for patients with traumatic aftereffects. As the coercive breathing tasks were not something everyone could accept calmly, they could completely block out sound, preventing the patient from being overwhelmed by external stimuli. "Put them on." The doctor trembled. These were enough to make even the esteemed leader flee in terror. She hurriedly donned the earplugs and began her rescue efforts. Bai Yuehui was acutely aware of the situation. "Lin Chuan, you should leave. I can manage here." Though she said this, Lin Chuan had no intention of departing. He understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Time was the most precious commodity at present. The longer they delayed, the greater the chances of failure. Yet Bai's safety was equally paramount. "I cannot leave you here. I will call the ground team for assistance." His voice was low, but hidden in the ventilation duct. Charles and following Shadows heard him clearly. Both were astonished. This confirmed the existence of humans on the surface. No, Bai Yuehui decisively rejected the suggestion after careful consideration. "The lighthouse has been activated. Who knows what defensive measures they still possess? You must go directly to Clotho. I believe Morgan will be there." Clotho, as Bai Yuehui referred to it, was the massive brain. She revealed that secret. "When I mentioned being absorbed by the giant, I meant being absorbed by that brain. It once helped the lighthouse calculate the signs of a great disaster, which the city lord twisted into a harbinger of the Lord of Light and Shadow, turning it into a tool for controlling the lighthouse populace. Only the city lord and I are privy to this." Bai Yuehui summarized succinctly. Yet, that giant could control the mana ecosystem. It did not represent the will of humanity. Hence, when I stated that the Church of Light and Shadow should not exist as such. At this moment, Lin Chuan gradually began to understand. The previously inexplicable elements were now coherent. Bai Yuehui had previously sent him as a spy, expressing concern about the Church of Light and Shadow achieving a fusion of church and state. Now he comprehended her meaning. The people of the lighthouse posed no threat. The danger lay with that brain. "Are you implying that the people of the lighthouse have been executing the will of that giant all along? If that is the case, once that brain is reactivated, it will spell disaster for everyone." Charles, hiding in the ventilation duct, grasped everything in that moment. The mana ecosystem, which devoured the life essence of humanity, would evolve during the next surge of calamity. The lighthouse has come to this realization, yet it still sends people on distant journeys. Previously, it was merely perceived as a means to conserve resources. However, upon deeper reflection, a sense of dread begins to settle in. Charles's eyes widen as this information assaults his mind. Did the Lord of the City truly mean that the Lord of Light and Shadow was such an ephemeral concept? They first utilized a brain akin to a supercomputer to forecast the future. It sounds almost theological, yet is indeed a reality. Subsequently, they informed the populace of the lighthouse that this was the will of the Lord of Light and Shadow, and then established a church to control their thoughts. No wonder Lord Moore treats the title of Lord as a mere toy. At this moment, Charles's eyes blaze with fury, believing that Lord Moore views all as mere playthings of his power. And these fools, who manipulate everyone while remaining oblivious themselves, are but puppets upon the stage. They remain unaware that they too are marionettes of that very brain. The travelers and the hunters sent to execute tasks are devoured by the devourer. While the mana ecology continues to destroy old life and create new life in a relentless cycle of evolution, the lighthouse has never been a sanctuary for humanity. It is merely a hen that lays eggs for its keepers. The collapse of faith has plunged Charles into darkness. Everything is a deception. Those around him are either toys or actors. And he, the so-called child of destiny, is merely a pawn in someone else's game. The intensity of his emotions causes blood to seep through his bandages, and even potent analgesics cannot alleviate the agony within him. Blood stains the hem of his trousers, startling him to the point of nearly crying out. They feel ensnared in a void of darkness, with their eyes and ears becoming their only sins. Those who have deceived them must perish. The lighthouse must fall. Lord Morgan must die as well. In this moment, Charles yearns for destruction. The hypocrites have reduced his life to that of a clown. His once noble ambition to save humanity has been thoroughly tarnished by these scoundrels who only wish to survive. Now he finds the thought of the devourer less repugnant than those who cower within the lighthouse, merely wishing to cling to life. I shall destroy it. At this moment, Lin Chuan's thoughts align eerily with Charles's. However, Bai Kuei interjects, stating, "It is futile. Destroying Clotho will not change anything, but will instead eliminate a vital avenue for research and resistance against the mana ecology. It can accurately calculate the future. We need it." That entity was once before Bai Kuei, and she understands this principle well. We have also discovered another path. When we return to the village, I will show you. Bai Kuei evidently has grander plans. Then what shall we do now? Can it be shut down without being destroyed? Lin Chuan suddenly comprehends. No wonder Jing Nan and Lord Morgan have shown no reaction. They must be awaiting a cue from that brain in the core of the lighthouse. Bai Kuei provides her answer. You must capture Morgan and find a way to obtain the highest authority to seize ownership of that brain. We cannot allow the will of that entity to govern the people of the lighthouse any longer. Understood, Lin Chuan replies, promptly using his earpiece to call for Mark. Captain Mark, his voice falters. Can you request the Lord to restore the succession rights and obtain the highest authority of the lighthouse? I will come to assist you immediately. Just as he speaks, Charles, concealed in the ventilation shaft, makes his own choice. He seizes the communicator from Sui Ying's hand and issues an absolute directive to Fan LV. Do not seek out Dr. Carey yet. Proceed directly to the core of the lighthouse. By any means necessary, kill Mark. He must not meet with the Lord. If you encounter Lord Morgan, inform him that his secret has been unveiled and the humans from the surface are ascending. He has no options left. Compel him to grant me the highest authority. Charles closes his eyes, a flicker of reluctance stirring within him. Fan LV, this pertains to our fate. Should the need arise, we may choose martyrdom. Moments later, the communicator lights up again. Fan LV responds, I have located Dr. Carey and informed her of your current situation and location. Fan LV is en route to the core of the lighthouse. After a brief pause, a second message arrives. The green text glaringly vibrant in the darkness of the ventilation shaft. The will of the leader shall be fulfilled. Please take care of yourself. Chapter 77. The Setting Sun of the Lighthouse. After the doctors at the medical facility complete their examination of Bai Kuei, they express concern that Lin Chuan and the others may discover the situation within the ventilation shaft. They fabricate an excuse to take them to a nearby treatment room. Lin Chuan is well aware that this room cannot resolve Bai Kuei's issues. It can only provide temporary relief, so he gives it little thought. As they prepare to leave, Bai Kuei suddenly inquires, Lin Chuan, did you intend to kill Charles from the very beginning? She knows Lin Chuan's character well. Such a resolute decision to end a life suggests he had prepared for it in advance. Charles, hidden in the ventilation shaft, is also very concerned about this. Their relationship need not have devolved into such a deadly rivalry. Charles cannot fathom what charm Mark possesses to compel Lin Chuan to side with him. Lin Chuan is at a loss for words, scratching his head. He cannot simply reveal to Bai that he has glimpsed parts of the script. However, Bai is astute and not easily deceived. He thus decides to employ the highest art of lying, to speak the truth, by merely rearranging the order of the truth. He can create a perfect lie. He tells Bai Kuei, "Do you recall my experiences at the Source Quality Research Institute? During that time, I witnessed some phantoms, which were later corroborated. I believe they were fragments of the future or prophecies." "Oh, pray tell more," Bai Kuei responds, knowing that when one awakens their potential, they may see unique visions, yet these are typically their own memories. As for fragments of the future or prophecies, that is utterly impossible. Lin Chuan continues, "I saw a figure with a feminine build clad in a gray cloak, capable of controlling the devourer and the mantle vines. I also saw a white cat, along with some chaotic images. Number 19, the beacon, the Jiuquan Municipal Building, and Charles, standing alongside the devourer. Now it seems that his ruthless methods confirm that this individual is a bane to humanity, and he must be dealt with." The earlier visions indeed appeared during Lin Chuan's 3 hallucinations, but the part about Charles standing with the devourer was entirely fabricated. Observing Bai Kuei's sudden stupor, Lin Chuan initially thinks she has detected his lie. However, unexpectedly, Bai Kuei becomes animated, gripping Lin Chuan's arm with disbelief in her eyes. "How do you know about the number 19 experimental subject? How could you possibly know about the Jiuquan Municipal Building?" As she asks this, she hesitates even more. "What did you say the beacon looks like? What else could the beacon be?" Lin Chuan is perplexed, as he does not know what the other images represent. "Ever since I attempted to awaken my source quality potential, I have continuously seen these images. I am uncertain of their meaning." He glances at the physician beside him, who is fully immersed in his earpiece, paying no attention to their conversation. Bai Kuei has long since lost her previous calm demeanor, muttering, "Awakening source quality may allow one to see certain memory images. Why are you different from the others?" Lin Chuan refrains from answering. Of course, he is different from the others when it comes to fabricating lies. He does not take it to heart, merely intrigued by Bai's intense reaction. Once they transition to another room, Charles in the ventilation shaft is utterly shattered. He truly saw it. He truly saw it. Charles has never revealed to anyone the appearance of the Lord of Light and Shadow who saved him in his childhood. Lin Chuan has now accurately described the Lord's appearance, down to the finest detail. This cannot be a fabrication. Thus, it is highly likely that Lin Chuan's visions of prophecy are indeed genuine. How could I possibly stand alongside the devourer? Charles had contemplated many scenarios, yet never the prospect of becoming a traitor. In the span of a single day, his worldview shattered countless times. His identity plummeted from the heavens to the ground, only to be trampled into the dust, ultimately being forcefully pressed into the depths of hell by Lin Chuan. He had believed that the Lord of Shadows had rescued him from the jaws of the devourer to enable him to save more souls. Little did he know that the devourer regarded him as a companion, intending for him to bring harm to more people. What a profound irony. Regardless of the truth, Charles found himself steeped in misunderstanding. Nearby, Swaying observed that Lin Chuan and his companions had exited, emboldening him. These individuals never forgot to disparage the guild leader wherever they went. Swaying's voice was subdued, but had Boss Bai not been in such frail condition, he surely would have noticed his fortuitous escape from calamity. "Guild leader, please stay hidden a while longer, we will soon be safe." In this moment of loyalty, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Charles's face. This day felt longer to Charles than his entire life. He had plummeted into the abyss multiple times, only to ignite his fighting spirit anew. He could sacrifice anyone, even the only familial bond he possessed. He had prepared himself for this. Yet now he found himself not as humanity's savior, but as a guide for the devourer. In the so-called prophecy, he lacked even the qualification to rise. Coupled with his grievous injuries, Charles finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Jing Nan and City Lord Morgan indeed remained in the core area. Due to Mark's refusal to succeed him and the situation with Charles, City Lord Morgan was in a dire state. He sat before the silver console, repeatedly scrutinizing the detection data. Has Clotho's brainwave frequency still not changed? Jing Nan shook his head. "City Lord, I will ensure your safety and that of the lighthouse." City Lord Morgan appeared significantly aged. He attempted to rise, but was forced back down by a migraine. Jingnan, there are matters you do not comprehend. If such chaos cannot prompt Clotho's recovery, the future of the lighthouse will become uncontrollable. He produced a transmitter, the very signal device that Lin Chuan had demonstrated during the council meeting upon his first return. 12 years in the lighthouse. Back then, I was merely a scavenger. Under the command of the first City Lord, Gray, I committed a grave error. He wished to avoid the term error, yet the reality was undeniable. They had encountered the Devourer and were subsequently saved by a woman, only to betray her by stealing her mech. Jingnan truly did not understand. This incident might haunt many of the elders in the lighthouse, but now was not the time for reminiscing. City Lord, please rest assured, I will monitor the instruments closely. You should speak less, your health. No, Jingnan, let me finish. Morgan realized his condition was deteriorating. If he didn't speak now, he might never have the chance again. Whether right or wrong, events had transpired. He needed to identify a successor to confront Bai Yukue. Just then, an alarm sounded outside the secure door. Jingnan glimpsed Mark through the camera. Her pupils quivered slightly in hesitation, yet she still informed Morgan. City Lord, it's Captain Mark. Should I let him in? Clearly, City Lord Morgan had not entirely given up on Mark. Ultimately, he allowed Jingnan to open the secure door. Chapter 78. A Sudden Mutation. Subsequently, Mark entered the room studying Clotho. He found it challenging to face City Lord Morgan. But since he was there to carry out a mission, hesitation was not an option. Burdened by anxiety, he remained at the threshold. City Lord, I am now willing to accept your commission. Uttering these words was difficult for Mark. After all, he had previously refused and had participated in the exposure of Charles in the central square. Yet, to his surprise, City Lord Morgan made no mention of the events at the lighthouse. Lin Chuan's words during their first council meeting had impacted him deeply. Do you not wish to return to the surface? The choice is yours. Since the departure of the first City Lord, Gray, Morgan had encountered many choices. However, the early attacks by the Devourer had instilled in him a profound fear of the mana ecosystem. Without Clotho's intellect, he felt paralyzed. Morgan, surprisingly, did not inquire further and accepted Mark once more. Mark, I will transfer the position of City Lord and the highest authority to you. He glanced at Clotho, as if seeking approval. Morgan's demeanor was remarkably calm. Though he was concerned about the events unfolding outside, the future of the lighthouse outweighed all else. Mark, once you ascend to the position of City Lord, will you ensure that Charles can live well? Meanwhile, Charles and Swaying observed Lin Chuan's departure, preparing to emerge from the ventilation duct. At this point, it was impossible for Charles's weakened body to navigate through the duct. Swaying could only imagine the risky endeavor of using a small cart to transport Charles out. My lord, please bear with me. I will carry you out. Just then, a chill enveloped Swaying from behind. The recently shut door swung open once more. Even without clear visibility, he could detect the stench of malice emanating from Lin Chuan. This was a phrase Lin Chuan had uttered during their daytime encounter on the motorcycle, now returned to him. Swaying, is that Charles in there? Bring him out. Lin Chuan asserted that he could not see. Thus they had evidently been discovered due to Sui Ying's last complaint being overheard. Having overheard the secret of Bai Yukue, they were undoubtedly doomed. Charles, now in a state of unconsciousness, would surely be dragged out by Lin Chuan for public execution. But what about Swaying? He realized he remained the worthless commoner, 4068. He felt an urge to kneel and plead. Once, dignity had been paramount to him. Yet such value diminished after a single transaction. But upon seeing Lin Chuan brandishing a scalpel, it was clear that he had no intention of letting them go. Lin Chuan, I was coerced. They threatened me using my friends. Just as he had anticipated, Lin Chuan intended to pierce his heart the moment 4068 brought Charles out. He had already granted him a single chance. Believing he had been intimidated into submission, he was shocked to find that 4068 would still aid Charles in his nefarious deeds. The notion of friends being leveraged was absurd, for 4068's reputation was now so tarnished that Charles had scorned any association with him before the incident, and afterwards. He had no time to threaten him with his friends. This individual was indeed formidable, having grown significantly since their first meeting, lying with such ease. Such a person could not be spared. The reasons and excuses were his own concern. Once actions were taken, consequences must be faced. 4068. Lin Chuan, holding the scalpel, slowly advanced towards Swaying. At the same time, in the core area of the lighthouse, City Lord Morgan urgently gestured for Mark to come closer. Regardless of Mark's current thoughts, it mattered little. Clotho would not be wrong. Morgan understood that he had never been one capable of altering the course of the world. Only the first City Lord, Gray, and Bayukoe possessed the power to dictate the future's trajectory. He was merely Gray's successor, and safeguarding the lighthouse was all he could accomplish. Now, by entrusting responsibility to Clotho's choice, his mission would be fulfilled. The psychological pressure exerted by Bayukoe was overwhelming. He was uncertain when the adversary would approach. Mark stepped forward. Just then, a cable ensnared his waist from behind. He turned to look. Fanlu stood at the entrance of the passage, having just managed to catch up, seizing the opportunity as Mark entered the core. She followed him in just before the door closed. The lord of the city reacted swiftly, pressing the alarm without hesitation. Jingnan drew her sidearm, positioning herself protectively in front of Lord Morgan. Regardless of who the intruder was, no one could breach the core area without her permission, not even Charles. The machine guns lining the passage aimed menacingly at Fanlu's seemingly fragile form. Yet, she did not waver. Farewell, esteemed leader. With all her might, she pulled on the rope. Mark and she were forcibly yanked into the center of the passage. The defensive machine guns activated automatically, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the two. In an instant, they were riddled with holes, like a sieve. Jingnan, in disbelief, attempted to deactivate the guns, but her efforts were in vain. She could only watch in horror as Mark was mercilessly gunned down. In the despairing gazes of Lord Morgan and Commander Jingnan, Mark lost consciousness, plummeting into the abyss below along the edge of the passage. Lord Morgan's blood surged, every vein and pore on his skin taut with tension. But this was Clotho's choice. How could it be? Mark had died so easily before his eyes. Morgan clutched his head, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes. For so many years, he had invested countless efforts into Mark. Compared to Charles, Mark felt like his own child. Seeing the Lord's state, Jingnan wished to offer comfort. But her own tears flowed uncontrollably. Everything had happened too suddenly, almost absurdly. Echoes of Mark's body crashing against the walls resonated from the depths of the passage. At such heights, even without the gunfire, a fall would be fatal. Morgan, momentarily speechless, felt a hollow buzzing in his mind. Teacher, I have still failed to fulfill your wishes. You entrusted hope to the lighthouse, yet the secrets within Mark remain unsolved. At that moment, the instruments behind them suddenly began to fluctuate, unnoticed by anyone as Clotho awakened. A powerful tremor followed. Before they could react, they felt the sensation of weightlessness. Jingnan instinctively embraced Lord Morgan, determined to prevent any harm from befalling him. But soon, both of them floated into the air. The situation surrounding the lighthouse was no different. Workers on the platform suddenly realized that all the thrusters atop the lighthouse had ceased functioning simultaneously. The lighthouse was plummeting. Chapter 79, The Falling Lighthouse. The Awakening Ancient Giant. Warning, warning. The lighthouse swayed perilously as it descended through the clouds. Workers near the platform's edge had no time to grasp the railings, being flung into the void. The previously chaotic crowd now truly sensed the impending doom. The pilots in the control cabin were crushed against the walls by gravity. What is happening? They had never anticipated such a turn of events. The attitude control engines were locked. In this critical moment, Jingnan's deputy, straining against the gravitational force, pressed the restart mechanism. Yet, the control panel displayed ominous red letters. Engine locked. Anti-gravity engine malfunction. Unable to restart. How could this be? Another navigator beside him discovered the cause. An unknown command had breached the central control system. The backup navigation system was severed. The descent speed was 89 meters per second. The system continued to emit urgent alarms. Thruster malfunction. Immediate attention required. Amidst the panic and confusion, Jingnan's voice came through the communicator. Manually activate the levitation system. After filling with ammonia, the thrust could barely sustain the lighthouse as suspension. The plan was immediately executed, but the lighthouse continued to plummet. The height above the ground dwindled to a mere 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan quickly sensed the danger. The ventilation duct before him ruptured under pressure, sealing Charles completely inside. Given Charles's physical condition, escape was impossible. Lin Chuan reacted swiftly, drawing his scalpel in an instant. Without a sound, Ying met her end with a single thrust. The scalpel pierced through her left chest. Yet Lin Chuan had no time to confirm, as he grasped the doorframe and rushed back to Bayukoe's room. Time allowed no room for unnecessary thoughts or explanations. Uekue, the genetic key for the dawn. With those words, Lin Chuan took the genetic key and activated the autopilot. He then scooped up the white boss and dashed out. Bai Uekue wore a grave expression. The lighthouse appeared to be falling. Clotho could not be left behind. She was still concerned about merging with the giant's brain to form Clotho. However, with their current capabilities, there was no way to take Clotho with them. They had once envisioned bringing reform to the lighthouse, but now faced imminent disaster. Lin Chuan could only save the most important person. The dawn sped towards them, its cockpit ejecting a safety pack equipped with parachutes. Falling from such heights would surely spell destruction for the lighthouse. It was uncertain whether the parachute could help them drift away and evade the explosion that would follow the lighthouse's collapse. Lin Chuan, with Bai Uekue in tow, raced toward the edge of the lighthouse and leaped. The next moment, they burst through the clouds. Yet, at such a crucial juncture, Lin Chuan once again plunged into a hallucination. His entry into the hallucination was too rapid this time, and each occurrence seemed poorly timed, almost always during significant choices. Images flickered rapidly. An ominous aura coursed through the night sky. The moonlight, obscured behind clouds, was dim and unclear. He found himself standing atop the abdomen of a six-limbed giant, who reclined against a massive wall of sentient beings. This wall was identical to the one within the Church of Light and Shadow, divided into two tiers. The upper tier worshipped deities, while the lower tier represented sentient beings. A chain extended from the upper tier to the lower, controlling the joys and sorrows of the beings below. The gaze and control from this higher plane made Lin Chuan feel profoundly uncomfortable. He sought to escape the illusion, but as before, he was utterly unable to do so. Atop the wall of sentient beings, a deity, with demonic horns crowning its head and angelic wings unfurling behind, resembled the archangel Lucifer. Following this, it seemed a message emanated from the immobile giant's body. Although incomprehensible, he somehow grasped its meaning. The essence of the other self flows astray, yet will ultimately return to the source, belonging to me. This voice, akin to sacred sound, resonated continually, unsettling Lin Chuan. Who are you? Are you Nuwa or Gaia? Lin Chuan had endured enough torment. This hallucination inflicted immense pain upon him. It felt as if his very brain might explode. The entire process seemed interminable. Concurrently, he noticed a small boy inexplicably appearing beside him, who, like himself, posed questions to the giant. Who are you? Lin Chuan then realized that the starry-faced figure still stood at a distance, again conjuring other scenes within the illusion, this time seemingly to show Lin Chuan the boy's perspective. Just as he had previously revealed the viewpoint of Subject 19. Gazing at the boy before him, Lin Chuan found him somewhat familiar, yet could not recall why. Soon after, the giant answered their inquiries. I am the final essence, guiding chaos toward order, renewing life in the world, restoring peace to all things, yet the cycle is broken, necessitating the correction of sin and punishment for the gears to turn. Calamity and suffering arise from the eternal shell's confinement of the source essence. The young boy clutched his head, utterly bewildered, ensnared in a state of extreme agitation. What relevance did all of this hold for me? And why did it intrude upon my thoughts? His tone evoked a memory in Lin Chuan, as the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Captain Mark. The giant slowly lifted its gaze. You and I are one. The cocoon of deceit blinds you. All around is an illusion. Do not listen, do not believe. Seek and witness for yourself. Only by returning to me can you lose and regain what is lost. Lin Chuan sensed the strangeness of this entity. Bai Uekue had mentioned being devoured by a giant. Could this be that very thing? Suddenly, the vision faded, leaving only the starry visage standing before him. It was then that Lin Chuan realized that its hand was perpetually outstretched. This was the case every time he encountered this illusion. What did it truly desire? Its repeated appearances and the visions it presented, what did they signify? This time, the overwhelming influx of information caused Lin Chuan to lose consciousness. He was unsure how much time had passed when he awoke from the hallucination. Once again, he beheld the bizarre scene, but now he detected the musty odor of mildew. This experience felt far too real, entirely distinct from the previous ones. Could one truly faint within an illusion? Yet, before he could ascertain the answer, the weight upon his chest yanked Lin Chuan back to reality. He found himself lying on a platform, with Bai Uekue administering chest compressions upon him. Had he not only lost consciousness, but also his breath? Lin Chuan attempted to lift his head to assess his surroundings. Yet it was evident even to a fool that he should continue to wait. Following the chest compressions, of course, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was next. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Although he was uncertain of the current circumstances, he dismissed his worries and kept his eyes closed, tightening his emotions in anticipation of Bai Kuei's subsequent actions. Soon, he felt warm lips gently enveloping him. Hey, why is that mouth so large? And why does my boss's beard feel prickly? No, that was incorrect. Without a second thought, Lin Xuan pushed aside the one attempting to perform artificial respiration and bolted upright. The stiffness in his muscles and joints nearly caused him to topple over again. It was indeed you, Shanda. Yet, just as his anger was about to erupt, a shocking scene rendered him speechless. He was lying atop the roof of an abandoned skyscraper, and less than a kilometer ahead, a lighthouse hovered, merely 600 or 700 meters above the ground. Beneath the lighthouse, countless serpentine hounds had formed a mountain of flesh, desperately attempting to ascend the tower. Chapter 80, Core Crisis. Part 1. What on earth was happening? Lin Xuan suddenly realized his speech had become somewhat unclear. Wait, how long was I unconscious? 1 hour. Bai Kuei's gaze remained fixed on the lighthouse. We are currently safe, but the lighthouse is not. Had an hour truly passed? No wonder the ground team was stationed here. Previous hallucinations felt prolonged within his consciousness, but in reality, they lasted but a fleeting moment. This situation was indeed different. Moreover, Lin Xuan sensed that the time he had spent unconscious in the illusion felt significantly longer. The soreness coursing through his muscles suggested he had been lying there for an entire week. Damn it, had the hallucination begun to affect reality? Lin Xuan rubbed his weary eyes, too fatigued to contemplate other matters. He sensed something was amiss with his body. By boss, what should we do next? It was hard to believe those words came from Lin Xuan's mouth. Bai Kuei also noticed Lin Xuan's odd demeanor. 2 icy fingers pressed against his wrist. She was taking his pulse. Be still, your heart is beating very slowly. The pulse was abnormally sluggish, intermittently absent. Bai Kuei became increasingly anxious. How could he have merely fainted for an hour? Before he awoke, she had meticulously checked him, and his complexion had been rosy. How had it changed so drastically? Observing her concern, Lin Xuan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Do not worry, I just feel a bit dehydrated. However, Bai Kuei's expression grew increasingly grim as she produced several silver needles to begin acupuncture on him. How could there be a venous thrombosis? Bai Kuei found it hard to comprehend. These symptoms typically appeared in patients who had been bedridden for too long. Yet Lin Xuan had been lively just an hour ago. What on earth had he experienced during that time? Lin Xuan was not as anxious as she was. He pointed toward the precariously swaying lighthouse, urging Bai Kuei, we cannot ignore them. Of course we must intervene. They have sown chaos, and now is the perfect opportunity to alter the lighthouse's regime. However, Lin Xuan's condition was far more complicated than it appeared. Shanda, quickly notify the others to regroup. We must leave and bring Lin Xuan back to Longgu village. Bai Kuei's sudden decision astonished Lin Xuan. How can we do that? The others are still up there. And we Haven T even retrieved the Lingyuan Mech. Yet before Lin Xuan could finish, Bai Kuei swiftly inserted a needle into the acupoint at the philtrum. Another needle followed, piercing the inner wrist's Naguan point. The final insertion was particularly forceful, directly into the Bai Wei point atop Lin Xuan's head. At this moment, Lin Xuan grasped the severity of the situation. These were acupoints typically reserved for those on the brink of death. What was happening to him? Before Lin Xuan could voice further inquiries, Bai Kuei's delicate fingers delved into his mouth. How could there be such severe dehydration? Shanda, do we have any saline solution left? We may need to perform a bone marrow infusion. Lin Xuan felt utterly bewildered. He simply thought he was slightly parched. He had not anticipated such a dire situation. Shanda was equally tense. Bai boss's judgment was never wrong. Lin Xuan was in a perilous state, one that could be fatal. Yet Lin Xuan still wished to continue speaking, but a wave of discomfort swept over him, and his mind began to blur. No more buts. The lighthouse has its own troubles. We have no time to assist them. Bai Kuei had made her arrangements. Since the faith in the lighthouse had begun to waver, they still had an opportunity to address the aftermath. Before resolving their current crisis, the scavengers would not pose a threat. As she comforted Lin Xuan, she cast her gaze toward the lighthouse. Just at this moment, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, but he could scarcely rise. It was so close. What had that starry visage done to him? Shanda looked tense as he removed the monitoring device from Lin Xuan. Bai Kuei had attached it out of concern when Lin Xuan fainted, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. However, when Shando examined the data, confusion crossed his face. "Why, boss? Is this device malfunctioning?" Bai Kuei took the instrument in her hands. Her crimson pupils contracted sharply. Lin Xuan's biological clock indicated he had just experienced 170 hours. How could this be possible? That was nearly equivalent to 7 days. It aligned precisely with Lin Xuan's own sense of time. This bizarre circumstance left Shando utterly flabbergasted. If this data was accurate, Lin Xuan's symptoms could indeed be rationally explained. But where had this excess time originated? At that moment, Lin Xuan could hear no sounds at all. Even the internal system notifications had fallen silent. Host has entered the promised land, unlocking bodily potential permissions. Permissions unlocked. Self-driving mode. Unlocking muscle norm limit. Normal strength approximately equals twice the adult maximum. Unlocking fine-tuning. Control over output percentage. Unlocking agility coordination. Reaction speed at twice that of an adult. Capable of evading reflexes within 0.1 seconds. Unlocking dynamic balance. Can adjust posture under any circumstances. Unlocking pain shielding. Actively disabling localized pain. A multitude of permissions was unlocked in one fell swoop. The rewards were overwhelmingly bountiful. Had it been an ordinary day, Lin Xuan would have undoubtedly suspected that a pie falling from the sky might harbor a trap, yet he found himself devoid of the luxury to ponder such thoughts. As for the system's initial address of him, Lin Xuan remained oblivious. In any case, this marked a monumental transformation, impacting the lighthouse, the inhabitants of the surface, and Lin Xuan alike. At the same moment, within the medical department of the lighthouse's Dawn Hall, Dr. Carey discovered the fallen 4068 amidst a heap of rubble. Lying in a pool of blood, he still clung to life. This young man indeed had a twisted sense of survival, particularly on the right side, thus grasping onto his own life. Dr. Carey exhibited little concern for the fate of this commoner, merely inquiring, "Commoner, where is Charles? I believe it is imperative for me to establish a close collaboration with him." Her tone was light, unaffected by the lighthouse's descent, unlike the tension surrounding others. "If he is dead, let it be as if I never spoke." At that moment, 4068 demonstrated extraordinary resilience, forcefully clearing the collapsed ventilation duct. The leader was still alive, and he fixed a blood-stained, menacing gaze upon Dr. Carey. "I am called Swaying." Dr. Carey momentarily froze, then regained her composure with a smile. "Well done, Swaying." Soon after, the two heard a beastly roar emanating from the distant core area of the lighthouse, as if it were surfacing from some underground abyss. At the entrance of the core passage, Ranbing knelt at the edge of a deep pit, tears streaming down her face, gazing at the creature poised to ascend. She softly called out, "Is it you, Mark?" Chapter 81, Core Crisis, Part 2. Commander Jing Nen stood closest to the passage. She wished to investigate, but Lord Morgan, due to the recent upheaval, was in poor condition and could hardly maintain his balance. "Lord Mayor, please close the safety door. It seems something lurks below." Yet the mayor disagreed, gasping for breath, his entire being appearing foggy. "Mark is still down there. Jing Nan, go take a look." Although Jing Nan felt uneasy, she had no choice but to heed the mayor's command. She settled Lord Morgan into a chair and approached the edge of the deep well, seeing nothing. Below lay the lighthouse's power apparatus, its temperature exceedingly high. Perhaps Mark had been incinerated, despite her reluctance to admit it. Clinging to unrealistic hopes at such a moment was exceedingly irrational. She glanced across the passage at Ranbing and cautioned, "Deputy Ranbing, do not come closer. There are defensive mechanisms above. Did you see anything when you were below?" She was uncertain if anything could survive in such intense heat, but the roar had been audible to all. Ranbing did not respond. She had been waiting outside for Mark. However, the harbinger of light, Fan El, had appeared, and Ranbing was no match for her. She could only watch helplessly as Fan El dragged Mark down into the abyss. Now, Ranbing was engulfed in guilt, tears cascading down her cheeks. Since then, she had fallen into a state of despair, repeatedly calling out Mark's name towards the depths of the well. She had not abandoned her position even during the lighthouse's fall, clinging desperately to a nearby support beam until now. Ranbing felt that it was her fault that Mark had met his demise. Yet, amidst her relentless calls, she heard the beastly roar, striking a chord of profound unease in those present. Commander Jing Nen sought to further explore the situation below, but the sound of something crashing behind her halted her every action. Lord Morgan collapsed to the ground, his health deteriorating rapidly. "Lord Mayor." Jing Nen rushed back. Upon her return, she noticed blood blossoming on the mayor's forehead and neck, clearly a result of agitation compounded by his frail condition. If this continued, Lord Morgan would suffer a stroke. Jing Nin urgently called for the medical team, yet the mayor remained preoccupied with the unfolding situation below. Jing Nan, what did you see? Jing Nin refrained from alarming Lord Morgan further and avoided mentioning Ranbing. Instead, she replied, I saw nothing. At that moment, the mayor began to cough violently. In his heart, he had already accepted that Mark was dead. Morgan's condition deteriorated swiftly. He felt that if he did not make a decision soon, he would lose the opportunity. The highest authority could not be relinquished from his grasp. He contemplated transferring authority to Jing Nan, but she, having always been his assistant, was merely viewed by others as a beneficiary of the mayor's patronage, incapable of commanding respect. Yet, who else could serve as his successor? Victor was loyal and reliable, yet possessed his own extremes. Surely, he could not pass it to Charles. Given his current circumstances, placing Charles in charge of the lighthouse would only exacerbate the chaos. In desperation, he made a choice that was far from wise. Jing Nan, forgive my selfishness. I owe too much to Charles. Lord Morgan shockingly divided the highest authority, transferring half to Jing Nan and the other half to Charles. Now you and Charles can jointly govern all affairs of the lighthouse. This authority is granted for 3 months only. His speech slowed considerably. After 3 months, it will be automatically revoked and redistributed to those who contribute the most. Morgan understood that he could protect nothing now. I can only hope that within these 3 months, you can assist Charles in finding the means to continue living. Even in his coldest moments, Morgan could not entirely disregard the father-son bond at the last juncture. His temples throbbed, and his breathing grew labored. As he closed his weary eyes, Jing Nin could no longer suppress her emotions. She had been taken in by the Morgan family since childhood. Charles could claim she was merely an outsider resembling her mother, yet she had never forsaken that bond. At least in her eyes. The mayor would always be the person she respected most. Where is the medical team? Why have they not yet arrived? Despite her repeated urgings, the situation the lighthouse was experiencing now was far more perilous than before. The grounds devourer was attempting to breach the lighthouse, and the populace, gripped by a crisis of faith and dread from the lighthouse's fall, was in disarray. The medical team could not traverse the chaotic throngs swiftly enough to reach them. Yet a greater calamity loomed unnoticed behind them. The cilia on Clotho ignited one by one, seemingly awakened. Sama Halapmihi. This incomprehensible phrase seemed to echo from the depths of the well where Mark had fallen. Only Lord Morgan and Charles, who had studied the sacred texts and understood Sanskrit, could grasp its meaning. The phrase foretold a greater disaster was imminent. Simultaneously, Charles awoke in the dilapidated laboratory of Dr. Carey. He seemed to sense the weight of that phrase, and beyond that, during his unconsciousness, he had envisioned the Shadow Lord he had longed for. He saw the Shadow Lord still extending a hand toward him. Behind him lay an expanse of void, yet beside him stood a stone tablet, inscribed with words that appeared freshly carved. Regardless of the challenges and adversities faced, humanity, as a shared community of fate, must cast aside prejudices and unite. Forging ahead through the river of time. The signature at the bottom had been intentionally obscured, leaving only the first letter visible. Charles, previously devoid of ambition due to earlier setbacks, felt rejuvenated upon witnessing these revelations. This must be the Shadow Lord's omen for me. Lin Chuan's words were not true. I have witnessed with my own eyes. I am on the righteous path. He rejected all doubts and renewed his faith, overwhelmed with excitement. His body trembling like a hyperactive percussion instrument. Noticing his exuberance, Dr. Carey approached to offer a simple caution. I suggest you refrain from moving too much. Traumatic fractures of the limbs, even when treated with the finest medical facilities, do not guarantee a complete recovery. If the esteemed leader desires to become disabled, so be it. Yet, Charles has no time for such concerns. He notices a message on the communicator beside him, indicating that Lord Morgan has transferred the highest authority. Grasping the communicator fervently, his eyes gleam with fervor. Previously, his seizing of the device was aided by potent analgesics that dulled his pain. Now, he is driven by madness. Disregarding his injuries to forcefully utilize his arm, he instructs the remaining disciples to integrate the city defense forces and the hunters into the Church of Light and Shadow. Yes, now is the moment. Amidst the chaos, he hesitates not for an instant to commence his political maneuvers. The highest authority cannot secure his position, as Lin Chuan's actions have revealed to him. In the lighthouse, only those who wield absolute violence can claim absolute power. Chapter 82, Core Crisis, Part 2. Dr. Carrie is taken aback by Charles's decisiveness and fervor. However, she quickly realizes that the current situation is far more complex. Esteemed leader, at this juncture, I must remind you to remain calm. How many followers does the church have left? Even if you wish to consolidate power amid this chaos, it may prove impossible. She believes that only she can navigate these circumstances effectively. She draws back a curtain, illuminating a gray platform where a disassembled half-human, female-shaped robot stands. Its head features a futuristic feminine visage, adorned with short hair and heavy silver headphones, reminiscent of a product from the Golden Age. This is the most powerful artificial intelligence robot from the old world. I am nearing the completion of its unlocking process. Dr. Carey exudes confidence. After all you've experienced, you should learn to temper your childish temper. When the full unlocking is achieved, all powers shall pale in comparison. She even outlines a comprehensive plan. The lighthouse is less than a kilometer above ground. All military forces stationed there must be utilized to combat the Devourers, learning to recuperate. Dr. Carey lightly taps the external mechanical skeleton beside her. In just 2 or 3 days, I assure you, you will be able to stand again. This technology is evidently beyond what the lighthouse previously could achieve. Charles ought to accept it. In conclusion, Dr. Carey reveals her stance. For the sake of ultimate victory, necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Lord Morgan and Victor cannot possibly comprehend this. Everything is an equitable exchange. She caresses the wedding ring on her ring finger, murmuring, I sacrificed everything for this. My husband did the same. A fleeting sadness lingers at the corners of her eyes, soon replaced by anger and resentment. Their indecision is pure cowardice. You need only remain quiet here. In a few days, those who oppose you will find themselves in the jaws of the Devourers below the lighthouse or in my laboratory. Dr. Carey intends to use this opportunity to eliminate a portion of the opposition. Charles, I only need you to provide me with as many infected individuals as possible. I aim to complete the Abyssal 1 project. It is far superior to the Gravity Mech. Let your new subordinate 4068, oh no, Shadow, handle it. I see he is quite loyal to you. Her terms are enticing. Yet, Charles appears utterly uninterested in her lengthy discourse. He does not even wait for her to finish before he forcefully shifts his body. Sending a message to his trusted confidants, the 3rd squad of hunters ensure the Lord's condition is confirmed. Find a way to bring him to me. This squad was previously led by Eric, the very team Lin Chuan initially joined. Their successive squad leaders have always been Charles's carefully cultivated backup. Dr. Carey, I believe you may be mistaken. The reason he has managed the Church of Light and Shadow so effectively is not solely due to his father's influence. Charles's ability to command has played a crucial role. The followers attached to the Church of Light and Shadow do not merely submit to Charles out of dogmatic adherence. They have received numerous benefits from him. There are no inherently bad leaders in this world, only scoundrels who have not been sufficiently compensated for their efforts. Do you perceive me as a fool easily consumed by hatred? I remember each individual who sacrificed for me in the lighthouse. He deliberately modifies his wording. Upon receiving the message of the Lord's transfer of highest authority, he also confirms the disappearance of the life signal from the luminaries Brahman. The cost of this endeavor is heavier than anticipated. Only the mutual destruction of Brahman and Mark would compel the Lord to make such a choice. It appears the Lord has also suffered severe injuries. Charles feels sorrow, though he does not display it, for he has never had anyone to confide in throughout his life. Carey, listen. I will not cast those who oppose me to the Devourers below. He is acutely aware of how to address the current situation. The chaos within the lighthouse signifies a moment of rebirth. Previously, they needed a shared faith to unite against the apocalypse. Now, the same applies. Dr. Carey scoffs at this notion. Charles, you are as naive as Victor. Do you believe they will heed your words simply because you speak them? Yet Charles reveals a bombshell. Captain Mark is dead. The Lord has likely sustained grave injuries, all orchestrated by Lin Chuan. He slows his speech. The lighthouse now has a common enemy. We must unite against them. Dr. Carey does not believe his flimsy arguments. However, upon witnessing Charles displaying the highest authority, she wavers. The truth of the matter is inconsequential. It must be Lin Chuan who is responsible for this, for only then can the lighthouse reunite during this crisis. The populace is always inclined to follow heroes, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that it is politicians who first create the villains before orchestrating the hero's entrance. Dr. Carrie remains unconvinced. But how will you deal with Lin Chuan? Moreover, that she intends to mention by Yuekue, but such matters have never been disclosed to Charles. Dr. Carrie halts. Charles smiles. Success or failure is but a fleeting moment. Now that Mark is dead, no one can testify against Lin Chuan. Once I deal with Ran Bing, even if Lin Chuan finds himself, what of it? As I preemptively announce the fabricated misdeeds of Lin Chuan, the populace will still waver. Blindness is the norm. Clarity is the exception. You wish to speak of that woman, do you not? I am aware of the existence of other humans on the surface. I know all the things you have concealed from me. If they find me, we shall see who kills whom first. But before that, you must assist me in revealing the truth. Lin Chuan killed Mark and harmed the Lord. If I perish, they will still remain enemies. Doctor. Carrie is taken aback by Charles's knowledge of the truth. What astonishes her most is his growth. He is not the naive individual she once described. Charles accepts his defeat with remarkable poise, wagering his life on the outcome of this confrontation. If she helps him deceive, even if Charles is slain by Lin Chuan, his goal of uniting the people will still be realized. In this moment, Charles resembles the most ruthless gambler, risking everything for a final turnaround. This greatly alters Dr. Carrie's perception of him. She even sees in him the spirited vigor of the Lord in his youth. Do as you wish. But what of the infected by the crimson disease? Are you certain you wish to retain them? Their symptoms cannot be alleviated. They can only slowly transform into flesh and soil amidst their suffering. Charles merely aspires to be the savior. He asserts that unity does not equate to boundless mercy. His intention has never been to save particular individuals, but rather the abstract concept of humanity. Those afflicted by the crimson disease are to be dealt with by you. Their final moments should be devoted to the lighthouse. May the Lord of Light and Shadow grant them a dignified departure. The grandiloquent pronouncements heralded the fate of those individuals, simultaneously signifying the formal establishment of the alliance between Carrie and Charles. Chapter 83. A time differential of 170 times. At the same moment, at the edge of the lighthouse, Hunter Siefeng peered through his telescope to observe the situation of the devourers below. How is it? Erica inquired anxiously, her ears filled with the cacophony of countless devourers' roars. Yet unable to discern the conditions beneath, the telescope slipped from her grasp and tumbled down. Siefeng's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively recoiled. A seasoned veteran, he had been an elite hunter during Honko's command. Yet, the sight of the horde of devourers below instilled a profound dread within him. They would soon ascend. Not only did Siefeng witness the serpentine hounds, but he also perceived humanoid figures amidst the grotesque beasts. However, he questioned whether his panic had distorted his vision. How could there be humanoid creatures among the devourers? The collective fear of the group reached a fever pitch. Devourers are notoriously difficult to eliminate, as they can regenerate using the essence of life. Should a multitude of them surge upwards, all inhabitants of the lighthouse would become their sustenance. Tragically, the hunters remained oblivious to the fact that their emotions could attract the devourers' attention. The more they feared, the more frenzied the hounds became below. With no commander present, there was no one to issue appropriate orders. The hunters and some members of the city defense forces congregated, uncertain of how to proceed. Could the lighthouse take flight once more? Where had Captain Mark gone? And Lin Chuan? At that moment, they could only pace in anxiety. Victor, however, reacted swiftly, directing the city defense forces to hoist the carcass of the two-headed flower-sheath beast with a crane, discarding it from the high platform. Having witnessed its capabilities, they could not allow it to resurrect within the lighthouse. Yet, this action did little to alleviate the impending crisis. The mountain of serpentine hounds was already encroaching upon the base of the lighthouse. Should the flower-sheath beast revive, it could potentially ascend to the highest point, unleashing energy blasts upon the lighthouse. Maching, sensing the danger, hurled a grenade downwards. The summit of the hound mound erupted. Their carcasses tumbled down, crushing several hounds attempting to scale the top. The height of the mound diminished slightly. Observing the effectiveness, the team members followed suit. Yet, the undercurrent of fear did not dissipate with this fleeting advantage. They had identified the crux of the issue. How could these hounds organize into a mound? Such a coordinated collective assault left the team on edge, yet no answers were forthcoming. Such thoughts were too perilous to entertain. Surely, they had not evolved to possess some form of intelligence. As they endeavored to confront the crisis below, transformations silently unfolded within the lighthouse. The third squad of hunters discovered the medical team heading to the core of the lighthouse to attend to the city lord. They seized the last opportunity. As Lord Morgan was being evacuated, they took advantage of the situation to subdue the already unconscious lord. To their surprise, they also captured Ran Bing and Jing Nan. A coup is no simple affair, yet its execution is often swift. Sometimes, an era can shift overnight. Charles seized this critical moment, rallying his private militia, seizing control of the resource distribution room, altering the permissions of the automated defense systems, and commandeering the control room of the lighthouse's navigation system. Even the dwellings of the common folk were monitored by his appointed clerics. Tomorrow, provided they survive this night, Dr. Carey, you will be able to announce their adversaries to the lighthouse. Once he controls the pivotal areas, the truths he proclaims will become the accepted reality. Charles continued to grapple with non-existent foes. If he were to discover that Lin Chuan had already departed the lighthouse, he would surely feel a myriad of emotions. In addition, Charles had two exceedingly critical matters to address. According to the latest reports from the third squad, they had detected what seemed to be the roars of devourers near the lighthouse's core. This was an extremely perilous situation. The lighthouse harbored only one devourer, the two-headed flower-sheath beast, and it had already been discarded by Victor. This situation demanded immediate attention. The second issue proved equally challenging. Although Jing Nan was under control, she was unwilling to cooperate. Without her assistance, Charles could not access the lighthouse's core area. Moreover, Jing Nan insisted that Charles must resolve the crisis posed by the devourers below the lighthouse. This was her ploy to buy time. She was acutely aware of how Mark had met his demise, yet she concealed the truth of witnessing Fanlu slay Mark to prevent Charles from turning against her directly. An outcome detrimental to the city lord. Charles's approach was decidedly blunt. While the lighthouse's posture control device and propulsion system could not be restarted, his immediate goal was not evacuation. According to Dr. Carey, full activation would occur in 3 days. If they could endure until then, circumstances would shift. Charles preemptively gathered all combustible materials, preparing to discard them from the waste disposal area, relying on flames to fend off the devourers. Although this decision faced resistance from Dr. Carey, who argued that fire could not kill the devourers and that high temperatures would only enhance their vitality, Charles remained resolute in his strategy. He recalled overhearing by Yuehui's words regarding possessing all technological data from Heluan Nation. They merely needed to delay until it was completely activated. He was engaged in a race against time with the devourers. Regrettably, after Jing Nan and the city lord vacated the core area, no one remained to monitor Clotho. It gradually awakened, incessantly signaling towards the passage leading to the core. The roars of beasts from the depths grew increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan lay unconscious aboard the Bison-class aircraft, still unable to regain consciousness. Xia Dou paced anxiously, while Sui Xing assisted Boss Bai in piloting the aircraft. Shanda and Su Tong persistently pressed Boss Bai for updates. "Boss, what is Lin Chuan's current condition?" "Still stable," was the reply. Yet Bai Yuehui's grave expression indicated that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Only Ulan Maiduo comprehended Bai Yuehui's current state. As a prospective commander cultivated by Bai Yuehui, she discerned that her concern for Lin Chuan's physical condition was not the sole source of her anxiety. "Boss, is Lin Chuan encountering a significant problem? Does it relate to the essence of life?" She was partially correct. It indeed pertained to the essence of life. Bai Yuehui remained silent, but made a decision. Upon returning to the village, she would take Lin Chuan to see Master Lai. This phenomenon of biological clocks and reality diverging in time had been experienced by her and Master Lai before, albeit many years prior. At that time, they had entered the blood whirlpool. In reality, only 7 seconds had elapsed, yet her biological clock had undergone 137 seconds. This was akin to Lin Chuan fainting for an hour while his biological clock experienced a discrepancy of 170 minutes. However, Bai Yuehui could not fathom how such a rare occurrence, which transpired only once in half a century and required a teleportation device, could manifest within Lin Chuan. The enigma surrounding Lin Chuan continued to deepen. Bai Yuehui resolved that upon their return, she would disclose everything to Lin Chuan, including the transformative event she had once encountered. Chapter 84. The Initial Form of Mana. A day later, at the core of the shielded tower in Lungu village, Bai Yuehui stood before a colossal 6-limbed giant alongside the other 4 guardians. Though referred to as a giant, its physique was only vaguely humanoid. The giant lay supine in the center of the core, its skull stripped away, and its right hemisphere conspicuously absent. Its eye sockets were hollow and devoid of eyeballs, and its body was a grayish-black, akin to rock. Its abdomen bulged into a luminous blue sphere, reminiscent of a glow-in-the-dark bouncy ball from childhood. Within flows an endless source of life essence. The extraordinary sight before the four elderly men, who have seen it all, left them utterly speechless. No wonder the boss had refrained from bringing us here before. The wonders here have completely upended my understanding. The elderly woman with her hair tied up, seated on a floating platform, gazed intently at the nearly 100-meter-tall giant, striving to calm her racing heart. The Earth's ecological environment does not permit such colossal beings to exist, unless they are the dreaded devourers. As the president of the Scientific Academy, Qiushi now found herself feeling quite muddled. Impossible. How could there be a devourer in the prohibited zone? Ulan Outing furrowed his brow, for he knew all too well that what he had seen was indeed a devourer, albeit of a type he had never encountered before. Boss, did you suddenly bring us to this place due to a new discovery after visiting the lighthouse? Bai Kuei did not respond. Xia Tianlai, in charge of medicine, cleared his throat twice, finally seizing the opportunity to present himself before them. Stop speculating. It was after Boss Bai returned that the issue was discovered. He pointed to Lin Chuan, who lay on the nearby resting platform. Their gazes converged upon him simultaneously. Is it related to that young man? Although Ulan Outing was Lin Chuan's coach and had shown a modicum of concern during their last farewell, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Outing, isn't he your student? You could even consider him half your disciple. Why refer to him as that kid? Xia Tianlai chimed in. Having heard his daughter, Xia Do, constantly rave about how impressive Lin Chuan was. However, Outing's anger flared at this remark. I do not have such a disciple who betrays his master. He genuinely acknowledged Lin Chuan's exceptional talent, believing he did not require his guidance, hence deeming the title of master unnecessary. Moreover, Outing's gaze inadvertently darted toward Bai Kuei as he spoke. Thanks to Su Tong's loose lips, the entire village was now aware that Lin Chuan was pursuing Boss Bai. Su Tong's penchant for exaggeration had turned the whole affair into a spectacle, making it seem as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. Presently, there were three credible rumors circulating about Lin Chuan and Bai Kuei. The first claimed that Bai Kuei had initiated a kiss with Lin Chuan, after which they faced life and death together atop the lighthouse. The second version posited that during the final holy war, even Bai Kuei encountered an overwhelming devourer, and ultimately, she lent her light to Lin Chuan to vanquish the beast, solidifying their bond. The third version had been suppressed by Shanda, as Su Tong stated that Bai Kuei had kissed Lin Chuan, and Shanda had performed artificial respiration on Lin Chuan afterward. These absurd rumors significantly impacted the elders' opinions of Lin Chuan. At their advanced age, to suddenly have an additional ancestor was truly a misfortune. Even Nan Jixing expressed his discontent, maneuvering his mechanical spider legs toward Lin Chuan. He pried open Lin Chuan's eyelids, clearly still unconscious. Hey, what gives? Just because you resemble Boss Bai? He immediately regretted his words. Such thoughts should remain internal. To voice them in front of Bai Kuei was akin to courting disaster. In her presence, everyone had to feign ignorance. Ahem, where was I? Nan Jixing, realizing his faux pas, dared not turn his head back and hastily changed the subject. Xia Tianlai, what were you pointing at him for? The hall fell silent. None of the four elders dared to continue speaking. Each person here had been raised by Bai Kuei. If she decided to reprimand them, they would all have to obediently endure her wrath. Fortunately, Bai Kuei did not erupt in anger. Her brows slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. It seemed that something more significant than mere gossip compelled Bai Kuei's current demeanor. Let everyone know the reason for our visit here. Xia Tianlai began. Bai Kuei's attitude relieved the tension among the group, yet they understood the gravity of what was to come. Xia Tianlai transitioned to the crux of the matter. To discuss Lin Chuan, we must first address the giant. Although I learned of this only recently from Bai Kuei, I take pride in explaining it to my peers, much like being chosen as class monitor by my favorite teacher. The source of all signal jammers in Longgu village originates from the biological magnetic field of this giant. Even Qiushi, confident in her knowledge, could not help but exclaim, I never imagined the jamming tower was constructed based on ecological principles. Xia Tianlai continued, the devourers do not dare approach, indicating that its ecological niche is extraordinarily high. Boss Bai mentioned that this giant was discovered in a deep-sea trench by her and her father. Prior to this, the giant had existed in the trench for hundreds of millions of years. Based on past sampling, all known genetic species of the mana ecosystem are encompassed within it. Henceforth, we shall refer to it as the mana primordial. The group gazed at the giant, which lacked facial features, utterly astonished. It could currently only breathe, merely sustaining its vital signs. Yet even so, it commanded an inexplicable reverence. At that moment, Xia Tianlai's expression turned grave. Do you all remember Lu Sheng? The mere mention of this name ignited Ulan Outing's fury. Why bring up that traitor now? He destroyed our previous home. The expressions of the other two men also soured. Bai Yukuei had personally raised him, yet he had been assimilated by the mana ecosystem. His genetic similarity to humans was only 94, with the remaining portion being the origin of his rebellion. Ulan Outing, do you truly wish to hear me out? It was not as if he were the only one with a low genetic similarity to humans. Silence. Allow Xia Tianlai to finish. Bai Yukuei's displeasure was palpable. Despite the animosity the other elders held toward Lu Sheng, he was still a child raised by Bai Yukuei, and she did not wish to entertain such discussions. The atmosphere grew tense, yet discomfort permeated the room. Nothing stings more than the betrayal of a comrade. Xia Tianlai sighed. Well then, listen to me. Bai Yukuei had never disclosed this before. I have only just learned that Lu Sheng was actually birthed from the brain of this giant. Initially, we believed he was the key to resolving the mana ecosystem crisis, which is why we made that decision. Even if we did not foresee the outcome, it was ultimately us who led him toward assimilation. Before he could finish, the other elders began to connect the dots. They recalled Xia Tianlai's earlier remark about not being the only one with a low genetic similarity to humans. Bringing the unconscious Lin Chuan to such a place, and continuously mentioning Lu Sheng, they all turned to Bai Yukuei in realization. Could it be? Boss Bai Lin Chuan is. Chapter 85, The Bloodthirsty Plan. What are you staring at him for? Xia Tianlai had intended to put on a grand show, only to find that the others had already figured it out. Could Lin Chuan be a clone of Lu Sheng? That does not seem likely. Nan Jixing assessed Lin Chuan from head to toe. At last, Bai Yukuei stirred. Do not jump to conclusions. She regarded Lin Chuan, her eyes increasingly complex. Years ago, the giant's brain had given birth to Lu Sheng, yet greedy individuals discovered his genes possessed compatibility with immunity. Consequently, they created numerous clones of him, extracting organs to sell at exorbitant prices to those in need during disasters. Eventually, I rescued him, and the subsequent events are known to you all. The others nodded repeatedly, recalling their most harrowing experiences. Many years ago, Bai Yukuei conceived a comprehensive solution to the mana ecosystem crisis, the Bloodthirsty Plan. The source of the mana ecosystem lies hidden within the otherworldly realm behind the bloodthirsty whirlpool. If we can enter the whirlpool and destroy the core of the mana ecosystem, we can gradually eliminate them. However, prior to that, there is only one way to access the otherworldly realm. The Mana Flower King serves as the entrance to the bloodthirsty whirlpool. To enter the blood abyss, one must await the connection between the devouring beast and the Mana Flower King, establishing a conduit for communication. Only those who pay the highest rent may access the spring to complete their transformation. Thus, humanity finds itself helpless. However, everything changed when they encountered the being known as Skullborn. Much like the devouring beast, Skullborn possesses the ability to consume the essence of life. Furthermore, he not only shares the trait of the spirit seed, but also allows his consciousness to actively enter the interior of his own spirit seed, akin to a meditative practice in cultivation. This phenomenon is referred to as heart flow control in Dragonbone Village. The interior of the spirit seed is not a mere figment of imagination. It is a parallel realm linked to the blood abyss, serving as the core of the mana ecosystem. Upon learning this, Dragonbone Village commenced training Skullborn, hoping he would undertake the mission to disrupt the core of mana. The plan was flawless, except for the fact that Skullborn ultimately succumbed to the influence of the mana ecosystem and was assimilated. He betrayed them on the spot, launching an assault on the ruins of Dragonbone Village, resulting in the destruction of their home. This is the truth of that year. Although it cannot be deemed Skullborn's fault, many lives were lost, including those of Ulan Outing's family, which justifiably fueled his intense grief. Bai Yukuei gazed at Lin Chuan. From the moment he arrived in the village, they had tested his genes, and unlike Skullborn, his genetic similarity to humans was only 99.5, aside from Xia Tianlai. Everyone else was taken aback. He had kept this secret hidden from Bai Yukuei, while Skullborn's genetic similarity to humans was merely 94. One should not underestimate the significance of Lin Chuan's 0.5 difference. Humans share a 60 similarity with bananas, 85 with mice, and 90 with cats. The closest relative, the chimpanzee, has a similarity of 98.8, while Neanderthals boast a remarkable 99.7. Thus, every 0.1 difference among higher organisms signifies a tremendous transformation. Clearly, Lin Chuan, like Skullborn, is not human, but rather a subhuman. Bai Kuei remarked. Lin Chuan previously confided that during his potential awakening, he witnessed illusions. Initially, she assumed they were mere memories, but later realized that many of the events he witnessed occurred before his birth. This revelation left the other elders utterly perplexed. It is absolutely impossible for one to perceive the experiences of another during the awakening of potential essence. Who was that boy? Was he truly just an ordinary scavenger before? Nan Jixing looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. I told you this kid is strange, Xia Tianlai exclaimed. He even kept secrets from me. Alongside the other elders, they simultaneously pondered if Lin Chuan might also enter that space. Bai Kuei nodded. She had previously instructed Lin Chuan to investigate Mark. Knowing that Mark was a clone of Skullborn, hoping to ascertain if he possessed similar abilities. Now it seems Lin Chuan could indeed follow suit. A heavy silence enveloped the room. This was not mere opposition or hesitation. This was a matter of utmost importance. Bai Kuei recognized their intrigue. The elders had endured countless calamities in the apocalypse. They feared neither death nor suffering, only hoping to sacrifice their lives for future generations to witness the glorious era they could only dream of in films. They would undoubtedly support Bai Kuei in her endeavors. Aware of their sentiments, Bai Kuei felt a sense of relief, quietly observing Lin Chuan. She was deeply concerned that he might meet the same fate as Skullborn. Yet, if she revealed the truth to him, he would undoubtedly support the plan to assault the blood abyss without hesitation. For that night, when Lin Chuan recited poetry, he conveyed to Bai Kuei his desire to witness that golden age. Bai Kuei, either forgetting the presence of others or overwhelmed by her emotions, unexpectedly approached and gently caressed Lin Chuan's face. I still do not know you well. This gesture left the nearby elders in despair. They understood their status was about to diminish, yet they dared not express their frustration in front of Bai Kuei. At this moment, she remained oblivious to her own indiscretion, lost in thoughts about Lin Chuan. Why did he possess such a unique identity, yet remain an inconspicuous figure in the lighthouse? This question could only be directed towards the first lord of the lighthouse, Gray. Bai Kuei recalled the time she donned the Abyssal Hunter Mech to save Morgan, who was then a scavenger commander. Upon her invitation to the lighthouse, she discovered Gray had transformed into the lord of the lighthouse. Gray had once been disabled and had seized Bai Tian's healthy body through a brain transplant. Naturally, upon encountering her nemesis, they clashed directly, resulting in Bai Kuei's victory. Unwilling to harm her brother's body, she reached an agreement with Gray. He promised that whenever someone naturally died in the lighthouse, he would undergo a brain transplant, transferring his consciousness into that person's body and returning Bai Tian's body to her. However, Bai Kuei overlooked a crucial detail. Gray violated their agreement, and, just as he was about to return the body, he suddenly attacked. The outcome was mutual destruction. Bai Kuei fled the lighthouse, but was unable to take the Abyssal Hunter Mech with her. Gray vanished from sight, and within a few years, he relinquished the lordship to Morgan and completely disappeared. Bai Tian's body remains frozen somewhere within the lighthouse. Bai Kuei speculated that Lin Chuan's face resembled Bai Tian's perfectly, yet his genes bore no resemblance. Perhaps Gray had utilized gene editing technology to craft a new body for himself. In order to maintain control over the lighthouse and hide the secret of his brain surgery from the residents, he fashioned this new body to be identical to Bai Tian's. Yet, numerous questions remained. If that were the case, why did Gray not simply clone an adult body for himself? Lin Chuan appeared to be in his 20s. If he were indeed artificially created, did Gray create an infant body for himself? Furthermore, Lin Chuan's physical form does not entirely align with humanity. All these doubts ultimately converge on one question. This body may have been engineered, but it was certainly not solely directed by Gray. Moreover, Lin Chuan's identity as an ordinary scavenger had evidently been discarded by Gray. Logically, such a secret should have been destroyed. It appears Gray must have discovered some issue that led him to make this decision deliberately. Bai Kuei resolved to reveal everything to Lin Chuan upon his awakening, urging him to seek the truth. Just then, a peculiar laughter echoed. Hee hee. Oh, do you truly find my appearance so captivating, Bayukue? Chapter 86. Is it not said that we bear a striking resemblance? Oh dear. These old geezers only stand idly by. Why don't you speak up? The youthful voice continued. Ao Deng turned to look. Bayutian? But he was soon reprimanded. How dare you be so familiar? Call me grandfather. Ao Deng remained silent, but Principal Chiu Shi was delighted, having not seen him for so long, realizing he had been here all along. The moment Lin Chuan appeared, Master Lai vanished, and I was tasked with monitoring the initial entity. Bayutian's clear voice carried a hint of mechanical resonance. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? Master Lai has vanished? How could he move? Bayukue quickly withdrew her hand, her brow furrowing. How could Master Lai possibly have disappeared? She was not concerned with her brother's teasing, but was astounded by Master Lai's disappearance. No wonder he had never mentioned Lin Chuan since his arrival in the village. The new tasks from Master Lai had also been communicated via written messages. Had it all been prearranged? The sound of viscous liquid and struggle. A small, white robot resembling an astronaut's helmet emerged from the giant's brain. Oh no. Having exerted all its electric energy, it managed to squeeze out. Its body still coated in a viscous substance. Several overseers recoiled in disgust. Bayukue let out a disdainful huff, embodying the innate disdain a younger sister often has for her older brother. This irked Bayutian immensely, although he now existed solely as a brain. He was a true immortal, having exchanged his intellect for an angelic elixir, entirely distinct from any artificial construct. He was the genuine elder brother of Bayukue. Extending a mechanical arm from his left side, Bayutian pressed it against Bayukue's head, forcibly turning her face towards him. What are you doing? Bayukue had long grown accustomed to her foolish brother's antics. What are you doing? Bayutian's facial display, or rather, the only part of this robot that resembled a head, contorted into an abstract expression of anger. What do you see in that, brat? His tone then shifted to a comical one. Though I possess a strikingly handsome visage, you must not act this way merely due to his appearance. TSK. Faux tears. Did you kiss him? Answer me. Good heavens. I've nurtured my plump little sister for 80 years, and now my brother-in-law is none other than myself. TSK. Bayukue looked at her melodramatic brother with a mix of pity and embarrassment. What did he mean by nurtured her to be plump? All the electricity he consumed over the years was charged to Bayukue's account. Moreover, what kind of brother publicly declares to have kissed someone? Bayukue flatly denied it. I did not kiss him. Nonsense. I heard Su Tong mention it. Did that brat even stick out his tongue? The thought of such details being shared mortified Bayukue, her face turning crimson. Only a true brother could breach her defenses with such precision. She feigned calmness, saying, Instead of babbling here, you might as well check your desk. I want to look. Bayutian suddenly turned around. The four overseers were stuffing the study discs from his desk into their backpacks. Xiaotian came over, exclaiming, So many adult films, can we even finish watching them? The four, despite their age, were still susceptible to such temptations. They pretended not to understand the exchange between Bayukue and Bayutian, believing it prudent not to stir trouble at such a moment. Nan Jixing mumbled to himself, Su Tong is doomed. When the time comes, he will receive a grand burial. At least dying with dignity. Bayutian, momentarily distracted by the disc theft, could not resist boasting, not only can I watch, but I can also use sensors to simulate the real experience. Nan Jixing glanced at the sensors beside the computer, tapping on them lightly, only to be reprimanded by Bayutian. Don't touch that. You can't wear it. It seemed he had often been scolded by Bayutian in his youth. Just then, Bayutian abruptly shifted gears, ignoring everyone's reactions and diving straight into the matter at hand. Hey. His display screen shifted to show an angry abstract expression. I gathered you here for something significant. A monumental discovery. Follow my lead. Right now, we must begin training Lin Chuan immediately. He can enter a flow state, traversing the mana alternate dimension at will. Isn't that astonishing? Bayutian proclaimed loudly, yet no one responded. Speak up. Mobilize. We must restart the offensive plan. Silence reigned. Finally, it was Chiu Shi who kindly informed him, Boss Bai has already told us. We are all in agreement. Bayutian was left bewildered. His carefully prepared motivational speech had faltered. Then why are you all so calm? Despite their actual ages being younger than the Bai siblings, their physical decline had granted them a different kind of wisdom. Nan Jixing stated, I do not wish to risk the entire village. Chiu Shi added, but we still have hope. We cannot allow the children to live in such a world. Xiao Tian sighed. Lin Chuan seemed to have been in that space for about an hour, while Boss Bai could only remain there for 7 seconds. This revelation was shocking, yet Bai Tian did not react as dramatically as before, merely stating, "So we can attempt it again." Ulan Outing noticed that the monitor Bai Tian frequently used already displayed recent data on Lin Chuan, indicating he had been aware of everything from the beginning, wishing to motivate everyone in his own way. Bai Tian pointed towards Lin Chuan. "That kid is recovering swiftly. He was nearly dead, and now he is fine. Once he awakens, what? You're awake? You little rascal who dared to kiss my sister." Lin Chuan sat up on the platform, stretching his numb shoulders. He had awakened the moment Bai Kuei touched his face. "Calm down, big brother-in-law." Hearing Lin Chuan address him in such a manner instantly broke Bai Tian's composure. Ignoring the safety harness behind him, he lunged forward. "What did you just call me?" His mechanical arm reached for Lin Chuan. "Dare to say it again." Bai Kuei elegantly crossed her legs, finding amusement in the exchange. The two shared a similar temperament. Their bickering made her feel considerably relieved, saving her from the overwhelming romantic advances of Lin Chuan. Yet, she never anticipated the ensuing developments. To her astonishment, Lin Chuan boldly remarked, "Time Stop series, Family Tutor series, Workplace series." Flattering his interests, Bai Tian was instantly captivated. "What? Who are you? Do you have these learning materials?" Lin Chuan smiled slightly. "Not at the moment." "Then why did you mention them?" Bai Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chuan continued, "But there are still materials on the lighthouse that haven't been destroyed. I can help you find them." "What is it?" Bai Tian, now transformed into a state of anxious urgency, pressed. Lin Chuan glanced at Bai Kuei. "Big brother-in-law calling me big shot makes me shy?" Oh, I understand." Bai Tian's expression shifted to one of comprehension, promptly betraying his sister whom he had cared for 80 years. He quickly changed his tune. "Brother-in-law? Good brother-in-law." Chapter 87, Birds of a Feather? Bai Tian, naturally warm-hearted, transformed his once threatening mechanical arm into an embrace. "By the way, brother-in-law, why don't you ask me how I ended up like this?" Lin Chuan was indeed curious, having only seen parts of the original work, let alone the prequel. He was not surprised, having witnessed too many bizarre occurrences in this apocalyptic world. As he delved deeper into his own issues, he had little time to be astonished by others. From the conversation he had just overheard, he sensed that Bai Tian was quite similar to him. Therefore, he had to flatter him extravagantly. "Big brother-in-law, you are undeniably handsome and charismatic." Lin Chuan exaggeratedly made a shocked expression, mouth agape. And for a big brother-in-law to bear such a frail body while still working on the front lines, commanding everyone, is truly remarkable. "My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing, akin to the Yellow River's flood, unstoppable." "Ah ha ha ha. Of course. I see my brother-in-law is also a dragon among men. Hearing you speak is worth more than a decade of study." Bai Tian and Lin Chuan, two fools, engaged in a mutual appreciation fest, while the four overseers had long grown accustomed to such antics. They could only worry for the future of Longgu village, unsure if their little village could accommodate two such towering figures. Only Bai Kuei watched with helplessness, finally witnessing what it truly meant to be birds of a feather. They both failed to consider their own opinions. That foolish brother of hers would abandon all dignity for a few trivial discs. Moreover, Lin Chuan seems to be an expert in this domain as well. What kind of people are they encountering? It is truly lamentable. Have they finished boasting? Two imbeciles with minds full of frivolous thoughts. How disgraceful. The last two words she uttered were barely a whisper. As for her brother, Bai Tian, he possesses an appearance that is absolutely stunning, once adored by countless admirers in Jiuquan City. However, he has skillfully navigated through the crowd without becoming entangled, so it is somewhat unjust to label him as despicable. As for Lin Chuan, he is self-sufficient and, as he is colloquially known, a virgin. He feels no shame regarding such matters. Before his journey across realms, Lin Chuan often joked about himself with the phrase, "No one has ever achieved enlightenment on this path." Perhaps I can remedy that regret. When it comes to Bai Kuei's evaluation, the two of them leaned into tease. "How should you speak to your brother?" "Mind your attitude." They chimed in. "Indeed. How should you address your future boyfriend?" "Be mindful of your demeanor." Lin Chuan covered his head, exclaiming in pain. Bai Tian's arrogance stems from his being a robot. Bai Kuei could not strike him, for she could not possibly cut off power from her own brother. Thus, all the blows landed on Lin Chuan. Ouch! When Bai Yuekue hit Lin Chuan, she did not exert much force. But her expertise in cupping and acupuncture meant that her strikes landed precisely on Lin Chuan's sensitive points, causing him to nearly burst into tears. Observing Lin Chuan's distressed expression brought Bai Yuekue some satisfaction, and with a soft huff, she returned to her chair. Bai Yuetian, being the quintessential supportive brother type, rushed over to console the benefactor who had come to deliver discs. Good brother-in-law, bear with it a bit. My sister can be a bit tsundere. Even when encountering someone she likes, she often maintains an icy demeanor. Very few can stir her emotions, but I believe you can undoubtedly win her over. Understand that she has her own burdens. Bai Yuetian's words held a considerable amount of truth. To say that Bai Yuekue's beauty and figure are extraordinary would be an understatement. Combined with her exceptional aura, she is truly a goddess among goddesses. It seems inconceivable that such a woman would lack romantic experience, which is closely related to her tsundere personality. Initially, Bai Yuekue shunned romance due to familial tragedies, then became engrossed in neuroscience, and her proud nature further deprived her of opportunities in that regard. As time passed, the apocalypse struck, and the struggle for survival only fortified her emotional walls. By now, she had nearly abandoned any thoughts of romance until she encountered Lin Chuan, which stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Lin Chuan could naturally perceive the unease within Bai Yuekue's heart. He understood that although their relationship bore hints of ambiguity, it had yet to progress further, primarily due to time constraints. Bai Yuekue had endured too much through the years, and time was now a precious commodity. She must allocate her time to matters of significance, such as the future of the village. Thus, Lin Chuan realized that finding a way to heal Bai Yuekue's hidden affliction was essential for their enduring connection. Brother-in-law, I know what must be done. Good brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Their mutual understanding only resonated with themselves, while the nearby four observers dared not utter a word. They would not dare critique the family drama of Bai's household for fear of drawing flames upon themselves. Bai Yuekue's head was buzzing. Are you two finished? They had come to discuss an offensive strategy, yet there had been no progress whatsoever. Are you done? Bai Yuetian cheerfully darted back among the group, ready to draft plans. Lin Chuan leaned in as well. Although he had only caught part of their conversation, it seemed this matter bore significant relevance to him. Yet, he felt he had overlooked something crucial. That particular matter was Mark. Before his journey, Lin Chuan had perused sections of the original work of Spirit Cage and had a general understanding of the plot direction, but many details eluded him. In his mind, Mark would ultimately transform into a creature akin to a biocomposite, much like a devouring beast. Therefore, he believed that temporarily leaving the lighthouse would ensure Mark's survival. Furthermore, he assumed that Charles and 4068 were likely doomed, so returning to the lighthouse within a week should suffice. By then, he could swoop in like a hero and reclaim the situation, right? However, he was unaware of the pivotal details surrounding Mark's transformation. In the original narrative, Mark was first slashed by 4068, and then his spinal column was replaced with a spine parasite by Dr. Carey. Following that, high temperatures activated the latent genetic activity within him, combined with the call of Ran Bing, triggering a violent emotional upheaval that transformed him into a biological composite. But now, Mark had not undergone the process of having his spine replaced by the parasite. Could he still have such an opportunity? Everything remained uncertain. While pondering this, Bai Yuetian began outlining their plan. With a sweep of his metallic finger, a holographic screen unfurled, data streaming forth. His tone suddenly shifted, becoming grave and serious, starkly contrasting with his earlier playful demeanor. The plan unfolds in 3 stages. The first stage focuses on mental training. He raised a finger. We will stimulate your neural responses through gaming. Rest assured, this is no ordinary game. Lin Chuan thought to himself, brother-in-law is quite amusing. He knows I excel at games. But is this the kind of game I think it is? The second stage involves practical training. With his second finger raised, you will undertake missions with the team. Only through bloodshed can one sharpen their edge. The 4 observers silently nodded. They too had experienced such trials. First, mental training, then physical training, followed by practical experience. The third stage. Bai Yuetian suddenly fell silent. Never mind. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Lin Chuan gazed at the 30-day timeline, a chill creeping down his neck. Would Mark be able to endure a month at the lighthouse? Even a week felt too long. The sense that something was amiss grew stronger. Perhaps he should first check on the lighthouse? Bai Yuekue suddenly chuckled. Such pretentiousness. She knew her brother too well. The more serious he appeared, the more likely he was concealing a monumental pitfall. "Oh, please don't ruin the mood." Bai Yuetian instantly faltered, leaning closer to Lin Chuan and whispering, "Rest assured, the first 2 steps will be completed within a week. As for the 3rd step," he winked. Master Lai left a surprise. Chapter 88, Discovering the Truth and Lin Chuan's Choice. Afterward, Bai Yuekue personally intervened. She recounted the details Lin Chuan had missed and her own concerns. She explained the mana primordial body, the craniogenesis, and the abyssal wanderer, mechanisms once created by Bai's father. She also informed Lin Chuan that his body was not human and was likely a construct made by the first city lord, Gray. In conjunction with the colossal brain of Clotho, Bai Yuekue unveiled the truth, stating that as the strongest being birthed from her father's creation, he had long since lost his core. The reasons were far too intricate. In short, this was Gray's doing. She had once performed craniotomy on the mana primordial body's brain here alongside the remaining, dysfunctional machinery. However, underestimating the capabilities of the mana primordial body led to its consciousness and information being absorbed by it. At that time, Bai Yuekue had yet to awaken her potential and was severely injured by Gray, who arrived just in time. It was during that moment that Bai Yuekue lost both her brother's body and the giant's brain. The Clotho system currently housed in the lighthouse is, in fact, a product of the fusion with the giant's brain. Today, the slightly smaller brain of the giant is a newly grown portion of the right hemisphere. Yes, even after losing its entire brain, the mana primordial body continued to exist and regenerated the most improbable parts. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's response was surprisingly impressive. This left the 6 individuals nearby at a loss for words, each one staring in disbelief. "Lin Chuan, did you hear that clearly? It means you are not human. And you are entangled in matters concerning the Bai family and the city Lord Gray. This indeed presents a perilous whirlpool, does it not?" Lin Chuan remained unconvinced, contemplating that the alarm over the arrival of summer was rather excessive. After all, he had transmigrated into this world. In these times, transmigration had become increasingly challenging, with individuals transforming into cats, dogs, or even maggots. The fact that he had not even changed genders upon his arrival was quite fortunate. Such matters concerning the original host were of little consequence. Perhaps he might even gain unexpected benefits or superpowers. Otherwise, from where would his system have originated? Nevertheless, he needed to investigate the situation regarding Gray. He was currently satisfied with his state and had no desire to suddenly transform into a devourer or someone else's furnace at any stage. What he yearned for now was to commence the preparatory training for his bloody plan, as he was genuinely concerned about the affairs at the lighthouse. At the very least, he needed to find time to take a look. His choices indeed aligned with Bai Yuekue's thoughts. Restoring the world to its former glory and returning humanity to its golden age remained Lin Chuan's aspiration. He would unhesitatingly choose to embark on the adventure. Bai Yuekue understood Lin Chuan well. He would neither abandon the world due to danger nor forsake his friends for the same reason. "Lin Chuan, focus on your training. Once you complete the 2 phases of tasks, I will accompany you back to the lighthouse. As for the 3rd phase of training, there is no rush." She harbored concerns that Lin Chuan might encounter problems and displayed some hesitation. Though she did not voice it, her actions were imbued with care. This was one of the reasons Lin Chuan found himself fond of Bai Yuekue. He felt a surge of delight. "My future girlfriend is truly considerate." He patted his shoulder. "No problem, but your timeline for the plan is rather lengthy." He was indeed confident, yet his words evoked dissatisfaction among the others present. "The first 2 steps should be completed within a week. I made my judgment based on your capabilities, and you may not even be able to finish on time." Bai Yuetian had gathered all of Lin Chuan's information and was well aware of his abilities, ensuring no misjudgments. The other 4 masters of balance shared the same perspective. A week was not a long time, and it was uncertain whether he could freely control his mental flow state. Summer came to recall past events. Su Sheng had completed the first 2 phases of training following a similar pattern, taking 10 days to do so. Indeed, do not underestimate these trainings. They are crucial for cultivation. Principal Qiushi also felt that Lin Chuan was a bit overly confident. However, Lin Chuan was assured. After awakening, he sensed that his physical condition was exceptionally good. Upon checking the system data panel, he discovered that he had unlocked the self-driving mode, thereby enhancing various physical functions. Each enhancement was approximately double, a feat far beyond simple addition. For instance, a professional athlete might deliver a punch with a force exceeding 500 kilograms. Yet colliding with a 1-ton weight would still result in injury. Lin Xuan now possessed double the strength, allowing his body to withstand the corresponding reactive force. His tendon and bone density had also doubled. The enhancement in agility was even more remarkable. It was not just an increase in nerve reflex speed or muscle flexibility. To achieve such rapidity, the weaker parts of the body needed to be reinforced, or else they would become liabilities. For example, if one moved too quickly, internal organs could become displaced, which posed significant issues. However, the system would not impose such negative effects upon him. Coupled with enhancements in other areas, his physique was now extraordinarily perfect, even exceptional. Lin Xuan felt terrifyingly strong. Bai Yuekue harbored some concerns for his current state as well. Confidence is commendable, but treating everything as a form of training could lead to overlooking the wisdom found in minor details. As the saying goes, in the minutiae lies great wisdom. Treating them earnestly can easily lead to desired outcomes. Lin Xuan was acutely aware that this was Bai Yuekue's way of showing concern, for the apocalypse was exceedingly brutal, and the things one could afford to lose had become scarce. Rest assured, my confidence is not excessive. It serves to uplift everyone's spirits. After all, the quicker I complete my tasks, the greater the likelihood of success in the whirlpool, allowing everyone to entrust their missions to me, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekue's eyes flickered, her heartstrings tugged once more. She felt increasingly fond of Lin Xuan, finding him appealing in various aspects. No, what am I thinking? Bai Yuekue quickly turned her head, attempting to suppress any such thoughts. The other masters of balance were also affected by this statement, unconsciously beginning to speculate. Lin Xuan does seem quite reliable. His success in previous missions is truly impressive. We certainly should not underestimate him. Indeed, after all, he is the one favored by Bai. The remark from Nan Jixing was intended to compliment Lin Xuan, yet it unexpectedly became a conversation ender. The elderly gentlemen, who were nearing their twilight years, found it challenging to remain cheerful at the prospect of lowering their status. Only Bai Yuetian remained nearby, grumbling, "How infuriating. You flattered my brother-in-law. How long do you plan to take to complete this?" Though he and Lin Xuan were only recently acquainted, they shared similarities, and he understood all too well the exhilarating feeling of showing off. Lin Xuan did not disappoint him, raising his hand to indicate a victory sign. At most 2 days. He was uncertain how long the lighthouse could endure and wished to return as soon as possible. 2 days. Are you joking? Indeed, what are you attempting, Lin Xuan? Not only the masters of balance found this absurd, but even Bai Yuekue sighed softly. Does what I just said serve as a gentle reminder? She had anticipated Bai Yuekue's response. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan sought to embellish his proposition. Yuekue, even you do not believe in me. He feigned indignation. Very well. Let us make a wager. If I complete it within 2 days, you will grant me one condition. Bai Yuekue was known for her fondness for gambling, which piqued her interest, especially since Lin Xuan had previously placed bets during his battle with Haisang. Crossing her legs, she donned an expression that signaled her confidence in victory. All right, state your terms. Little did she know, Lin Xuan had discreetly passed her a note at that moment. It was unclear when he had written it, but it was evident he had prepared in advance. The others were eager to see, particularly the sly Bai Yuetian, yet Bai Yuekue denied them the opportunity. Her fair fingers pressed against the note, and upon glancing at it, she immediately crumpled it in her grasp. Her pale cheeks flushed slightly, akin to a ripening apple. The note contained only 4 succinct words, yet it caused 3 distinct lines of irritation to appear on her forehead. One day, girlfriend. Chapter 89. The Extremely Challenging Training. You must eliminate Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was quite cunning. He merely stated that Bai Yuekue would have to agree to his condition upon his completion, without mentioning the consequences of his failure. Moreover, by using a note to convey the terms, Bai Yuetian would undoubtedly pester Bai Yuekue about the contents. The other masters of balance would do the same. Thus, even if Bai Yuekue were to retract her agreement, she would be pursued with questions regarding the contents that prompted such a reaction. Therefore, at the moment Bai Yuekue casually acquiesced, she had already fallen into the trap. In an effort to foster their relationship, Lin Xuan had indeed put in considerable effort. He had not employed such tactics even against the devourers, reserving them entirely for Bai Yuekue. Consequently, Bai Yuekue had no choice but to crumple the note. Let us first complete the first 2 phases of training. Very well. Let us go and see. Lin Chuan was filled with anticipation, having no fear. Conversely, Bai Yuekue grew increasingly uneasy. Under Lin Chuan's insistence, they set off immediately. On their way back, Bai Yuekue repeatedly cautioned Lin Chuan. You dare to claim 2 days without even knowing the training tasks? What use is a wager if the stakes are too high? In 2 days, you might not even complete the first task. Soon, you will face the most brutal challenges. If you wish to survive, follow my lead. Bai Yuekue's words became increasingly numerous. She continuously contemplated what would happen if Lin Chuan succeeded. Never mind. It shouldn't happen so quickly. Even in unexpected circumstances, there shall be no surprises. In the lighthouse, there are no games, no matter how gifted Lin Chuan may be. It is impossible for him to complete training in such a short span of time. At the very least, I will personally step onto the field. He cannot simply practice a little and expect to defeat me, can he? Is this not a sign of panic? As Lin Chuan observed her awkward attempts to mask her inner turmoil with excessive chatter, he found her increasingly endearing. After all, Boss Bai could easily dispatch the devouring beast with a single punch, yet here she was, engaging in a verbal sparring match with him. Is that not adorable? He mused about having her as his one-day girlfriend. What would look good on her? While pondering, he casually joined the conversation. Such exaggerated claims. Could they be a form of survival training disguised as a game? After all, Lin Chuan had boasted about completing a daunting task in just 2 days. The other 4 leaders, hearing his inquiry, assumed he was now fearful and seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. It is far more difficult than that. The warriors from our village have undergone such rigorous training. Just wait and see. They were unrestrained, considering Lin Chuan's relationship with Boss Bai, which might evolve into something deeper. Who could say who would be the elder then? The thought of Lin Chuan's personality caused a headache. He worried he might become like Bai Yuetian, insisting they call him Grandpa daily. The group, each lost in their thoughts, swiftly returned to Longgu village. The other leaders had their own matters to attend to and, in Lin Chuan's presence, immediately began placing bets. All were wagering that Lin Chuan would be unable to complete even the first training within 2 days. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chuan demanded to be the banker. If you all wish to wager against me, then it would be splendid if I win. And you compensate me generously. The other leaders had no objections, but Bai Yuekue suddenly interjected. Do you even have any coins to wager? Lin Chuan froze momentarily. A penny can be a hero's downfall. He was merely not in debt at the moment. Do I have coins? Didn't I earn some for completing tasks? Observing Lin Chuan's current predicament, Bai Yuekue felt increasingly amused. Finally, she had found a way to turn the tables on him. Yes, let's say you have around 100 or so coins. The 4 of us can place our bets, and I'll cover the rest. Boss Bai was preparing for Lin Chuan to lose everything and revert to being broke. Then he would have to pay for his meals again. And she could see how he would pursue her. As they continued walking, they arrived at the entrance of the game arcade. The others headed back first. The owner, speaking with a thick Guangzhou accent, greeted Boss Bai from a distance. Hey Boss Bai, what brings you here today? He sported a slicked-back hairstyle, wore a pair of mechanical prosthetic eyes, and adorned his ears with mismatched rings. Coupled with a gold chain around his neck, he was the epitome of fashion. Lin Chuan admired the owner's knack for naming. What a ridiculous name. He watched as Boss Bai tossed a bag of coins to the owner, no less than 50. The owner beamed with joy. Boss Bai, you have quite an appetite. I'll go find old Xia and have some fun inside. He glanced at Lin Chuan. Wow, handsome. Take it easy. The owner carried a stack of books and exited. Not only did he run a shop, but he also enjoyed playing games himself. Lin Chuan followed Bai Yuekue into the room, and upon lifting the curtain, he was momentarily taken aback. The place resembled an old arcade. To the left stood a motion-sensing motorcycle, the label faded, with several scratches on the seat. He had played on this as a child. Climbing on, revving the throttle would tilt the racetrack on the screen. To the right was a shooting game, the helmet of House of the Dead glowing coldly. Nearby, 2 plastic guns hung from a stand, their barrels worn to a pale color. Further ahead was a music game, the standby screen of Rhythm Saber pulsing in the dim light, with 2 glowing sabers inserted into the base, their blades reflecting a faint blue light. In the corner were several fighting games, the screens of King of Fighters and Street Fighter II lit up, the anti-slip rubber on the joysticks long since worn away. Training with these? Lin Chuan frowned. Indeed, they were the games he had anticipated. Bai Yuekue ignored him, giving a swift kick to the motorcycle, which roared to life. She promptly found an empty seat, lifted her cloak, and settled in. Give it a try. You haven't seen these at the lighthouse, have you? Don't just treat it as play. This is crucial training. Focus on alternating between concentration and relaxation. This is the first step in mental training. Hearing by Yuekawa's words, it seemed she was quite confident about this training. After all, preserving a few game consoles in a post-apocalyptic world was exceedingly difficult. Few would bother bringing them along. Such training would likely be challenging for those living in that era. However, in Lin Chuan's time, arcades had long since fallen out of favor. Game halls were now often fronts for gambling or lured in younger children with claw machines and similar attractions. True game consoles had become increasingly unpopular, some even offering free trials simply to attract customers. There was an arcade near Lin Chuan's home where he frequently sneaked into play. While he might not excel at traditional games, he was undoubtedly a master of mobile games and arcade classics. As a child, he relied on this skill to win pocket money from older kids. He now even contemplated having a custom outfit made for by Yuekawa at a nearby shop. After all, should a girlfriend not consider her boyfriend's opinion on attire? Would a maid outfit look cute on Boss Buy? Or perhaps a high-slit cheapao would be lovely as well. Such indecision. His brows knitted together, while by Yuekawa misinterpreted his expression as nervousness from encountering these unfamiliar games. Outside, a crowd began to gather. The reason? To witness the drama unfold. Boss Buy's pursuit was a major event in the village. Who wouldn't want to be the first to see what transpired next? They not only watched, but began exchanging tips. Do you think that Lin Chuan kid stands a chance? How dare he pursue Boss Buy? The outsiders are unreliable. Should we warn Boss Buy? What outsiders? Hasn't he already completed his task and been accepted? Right. Breaking the void is also an outsider. Yet he is all lovey-dovey with Canova. Oh, are you suggesting I follow Canova's father's lead and break Lin Chuan's legs? No. Where did you get that idea? I mean, shouldn't we curtail his arrogance? As the crowd thickened outside, their primary thought was to devise a plan to keep Lin Chuan from becoming too overconfident. If he succeeded in wooing Boss Buy, it would leave others feeling quite awkward. Ultimately, they concluded that Lin Chuan seemed lost in thought while gazing at the games. Collectively deciding he was not adept in concocting a scheme, they would send the worst gamer in the village to defeat Lin Chuan, delivering a powerful blow to his ego. Shan Shihui, you go take him down. Chapter 90. The Turning Tide. Within the arcade, Lin Chuan appeared distracted, far too familiar with these games to even begin. He pulled out a list of moves and began flipping through it. Bai Yuekawa was not in a hurry. Learning is always beneficial. But the purpose of this training is not to teach you game mechanics. It is to cultivate self-control. Self-control? Precisely, Boss Bai explained attentively. Our control over ourselves is inherently limited. Most of the time, our bodies operate autonomously. She raised her slender arm. For instance, the contraction of blood vessels, the peristalsis of the intestines, the beating of the heart, and so forth. She then pointed to her head. This also encompasses mental faculties. Bai Yuekawa snapped her fingers crisply. Just like right now, you cannot control your hearing of this snap. Nor can you prevent your brain from instinctively analyzing the source of the sound once it reaches your ears. Thus, the initial exercise we must undertake is to master our bodies, control our thoughts, and ultimately harness our mental fortitude. She gestured towards the gaming consoles around us, simplifying complexity. And starting small, we began with developing our finger dexterity and physical coordination. There is no need to rush. The insights shared by Yuekawa were quite intriguing, and Lin Chuan interpreted them as a preliminary form of physical training and meditation from the past. It was about transforming passive physicality into active engagement. However, a minor complication arose. Among the new abilities bestowed by the system was self-driving, and his control over himself was remarkably adept. Even if we were to take a step back, Lin Chuan's gaming experience would ensure that all present would be seated at the children's table. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Chuan prepared to enter the game. Just then, Shan Shihui rushed in. He greeted Bai Laoban, and, when he turned to Lin Chuan, awkwardly scratched his head. Previously, he had been one of Lin Chuan's primary listeners for stories, so now confronting him felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, the adults had been overly generous, directly handing him 10 tokens, with the promise of another 10 for each victory, and an additional 10 for each taunt after a win. For a school-going child, such funds were ample for a week of unrestrained fun. With a touch of courage blossoming on his youthful face, Shan Shihui exclaimed, "Lin Chuan, why didn't you call me to play? Come on, let us spar a bit." Lin Chuan was indifferent, finding this more engaging than battling against AI opponents. However, Bai Yuekawa noticed the crowd gathering outside and quickly deduced that Shan Shihui had been pushed to challenge Lin Chuan. Raising an eyebrow, she refrained from exposing the ruse, instead using it to spur Lin Chuan on. Go for it. Shan Shui is the worst player in the village. A light, teasing remark that snapped Lin Chuan back to reality. What a ruthless jab. Who had sent him to unsettle me? Glancing out the window, he noticed the crowd retreating. Oh, the villagers had come to stir up excitement. Given the atmosphere, it seemed they were intent on delivering a psychological blow. Nevertheless, he wasted no time and entered the game. All right, Shan Shui, let us have a match. Today, you will witness my prowess. Shan Shui was exuberant. He didn't dispute by Lao Ban's claim of being the worst player in the village, for it was indeed the truth. Yet, seizing the rare opportunity to bully a novice while also earning a little extra was too tempting to resist. As they entered the character selection phase, the spectators behind the window surged back. What game are they playing? Will Shan Shui manage this? Surely, he won't embarrass himself against a novice, right? It seems to be Street Fighter 33. Shan Shui is decent at that, though he is abysmal at the clothing damage version of King of Fighters, which Lin Chuan cannot possibly lose to. Listening to the adults chatter, none seemed to favor Lin Chuan. The younger children watching became restless. Why don't you want brother Lin Chuan to win? Didn't he successfully complete a task for the village? The children had always enjoyed Lin Chuan's storytelling and naturally sided with him. Shoo, you children don't understand. You're too young to know what Lin Chuan is up to. Support him now, and you'll all be calling him grandpa in the future. Humph. It's just a love affair. Why Laoban hasn't asked us to call her grandma? Amidst the raucous crowd, there stood a tranquil figure, Ulan Maiduo. She held a favorable impression of Lin Chuan, but had opted to observe the spectacle, finding it far more entertaining than anything else. Outside, the noise was fervent. While the match had already commenced inside, Shan Shui, taken aback, found that Lin Chuan had selected a game in which he excelled, promptly choosing Chun-Li, the game's formidable character. He crossed his hands and began the game, gripping the joystick with his right hand and pressing buttons with his left. Excitedly, he shouted, "Take that, Daddy!" Lin Chuan, indifferent, casually selected Ken and opted not to attack from the outset. Instead, he focused intently on Shan Shui's fingers. In academia, there is a saying, the struggling student possesses an abundance of stationery. Similarly, in gaming, the more peculiar the technique, the lesser the skill. It was astonishing that after all these years, children still played in such a manner. However, Lin Chuan's nostalgia for the past and casual gameplay led to his character losing a significant amount of health. Bai Yukuei observed the duel with a nonchalant demeanor, remaining seated throughout. For a novice, performing this well initially was commendable. Meanwhile, the villagers outside were fervently engaged. Yes, beat him. Give him a good thrashing. Let us see if he dares to pursue Bai Laoban again. This brat is too arrogant. Whereas his skill? None at all. Ha! Shan Shui can easily dominate him. The uproar was palpable. It felt as though the punches in the game were avenging their frustrations. When Lin Chuan regained his focus, he realized he was left with a sliver of health. This was dire. Shan Shui was indeed no match. And Lin Chuan's overconfidence had led him into a precarious situation. At that moment, Shan Shui, deep in thought, unleashed Chun-Li's super move, the Fengyi Fan. Even if Lin Chuan managed to block the super move, his remaining health would be depleted. As the white light flashed, everyone understood. It was an inevitable victory for Shan Shui. The latter, brimming with excitement, after executing his super move, let go of the controls, striking a pose like a proud rooster, mimicking the game character while taunting Lin Chuan with exaggerated kicks. Huh, you're too weak. My infinite combo will make you tremble. Today, I'll make you look like a puppy. Unfortunately, even if you practice for 10 more years, you won't be my match. Those wanting to be my little brother should line up to the village entrance. Shan Shui continued to gloat, but Bai Laoban suddenly straightened in her seat. The other villagers widened their eyes in disbelief. Among the crowd, Ulan Maiduo could not contain her shock and exclaimed, "Shan Shui, hurry up and play. Brother Lin Chuan isn't out yet." Those who thought Lin Chuan was about to lose were mistaken. Lin Chuan had employed the unique blocking system from Street Fighter 33, flawlessly shielding against all 15 of Chun-Li's attacks. More astonishingly, he countered with his own super move, executing a comeback. In Street Fighter 33, the blocking system allows for a brief window of 10 frames, or 1/6 of a second, during which players can input a forward command instead of adopting a traditional defensive stance. Successfully executing a block means no health is lost. With a multi-hit attack like Fungi Fan, the reaction time for each hit was a mere 2 frames, pushing the limits of human capability. Shan Shui rushed back to his position, but it was too late. After unleashing his super move, he experienced a moment of vulnerability, and victory was no longer within reach. The two were never on the same level. He was utterly despondent, his defenses crumbling. How could this be happening? The onlookers outside wore pale expressions. Although this meant they wouldn't have to pay Shan Shui, it was a far more unpleasant experience. Lin Chuan's performance was astonishing, far beyond their expectations. Yet, the most anxious individual was the one who had previously been so composed. Bai Yukuei recalled Lin Chuan's penchant for hiding his true abilities and thought back to that note. She placed her right hand on her forehead. A sudden realization dawning upon her. Oh no, this was directed at me. Chapter 91. Where's the pressure? Can I get a little pressure? Bai Yukuei hurriedly stood up, intent on taking matters into her own hands. With Lin Chuan demonstrating such prowess in his first game, should he continue to practice? Even Bai Yutian, the best gamer in the village, would not stand a chance. She had to defeat him first, then allow him to practice. This way, she would not only avoid delaying training, but also find a reason to decline the request from the note about being a one-day girlfriend. However, Boss Bai immediately understood the villain's helplessness. Before Shan Shui could leave, 2 more children were pushed inside. The villagers of Longgu village made the most unwise choice, providing Lin Chuan with experience points. Naturally, Lin Chuan was more than willing to accept. He needed to practice diligently to establish a solid foundation before venturing into the alternate realms. He approached this endeavor with utmost caution. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on the authentic guide for traversers, Cautious Hero. This hero is indeed powerful, yet excessively prudent. The games were randomly chosen, and he welcomed all challengers. Lin Chuan's statement was evidently aimed at those outside, intended to provoke their ire. He chuckled, inviting everyone to become his experience fodder. This remark proved exceptionally effective, instantly igniting the villagers' enthusiasm. Those who had previously intended to create mischief for Lin Chuan were now consumed by their own frustration. 44 children were divided into pairs and sequentially pushed inside, yet all met with failure, whether in Rhythm Master or Metal Slug. Regardless of whether it was combat or score competitions, not a single one could best Lin Chuan. After half a day, the entire village was engulfed in gloom. In the end, even Ulan Maiduo, the already graduated and righteous class leader, was forcibly brought in. It was evident that this was orchestrated by Ao Deng. Ulan Maiduo smiled awkwardly. Lin Chuan, would you play around with me? She was specially trained by Boss Bai to be a future commander, possessing exceptional abilities in all aspects. However, Lin Chuan had already become quite frenzied. The relentless onslaught from the group of children had pushed him into a heightened state. This was a special realm, a skill reserved for a select few geniuses. It allowed him to elevate his strength, focus, speed, vision, and reaction to their utmost limits. In the context of cultivation, it could be likened to a form of transcendence. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, it's been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much. Maiduo, don't get too worked up if you lose. Maiduo nodded. Although young and exceptionally cute, her character possessed an unyielding spirit. Lin Chuan recognized this as her strength. Yet in a post-apocalyptic world, it could also be considered a flaw. The righteous class leader, donned in a red dress and black armor, sat before the arcade machine of King of Fighters 13. The children outside cheered, "Go, righteous class leader." The adults accompanying them no longer pretended to be aloof. They pulled back the curtains, peering inside without a hint of disguise. After winning against nearly 50 individuals in the morning, surely he couldn't remain undefeated. Without even playing mahjong, they were astonished at his prowess. Nearby, someone shouted, "Hey, Shanda, why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Xiahua for not watching the shop?" Shanda laughed heartily. "I've been running a shop for half my life. What's wrong with enjoying the commotion?" Even if Xiahua were to arrive, he wouldn't dare speak against her. Shanda relished showing off in front of others, and everyone knew he was quite submissive to his wife. However, at that moment, those around him suddenly distanced themselves. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed a murderous aura. "Dear, listen to me," before he could finish. He was knocked to the ground by a folding stool. Xiahua, robust and fierce even during her pregnancy, bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Xiado. Yet their personalities were in stark contrast. Despite being pregnant, her intimidating presence remained undiminished. Shan Shui stood nearby, battered and bruised. evidently having been dealt with earlier. I won't say anything. You can listen to the stool instead. You're not watching the shop. Instead, you're off playing mahjong or bringing Shan Shui to the arcade. Watch how I deal with you too. The folding stool flew through the air, executing combos with ferocity, as if dealing with a monstrous beast. The villagers, long accustomed to such scenes, showed no sympathy for the beaten Shan Da and his son. Rather, they unanimously sided with Xiaohua. It was only natural for a father and son duo with such tempers to provoke irritation. The brief commotion outside merely distracted the villagers. Their primary concern remained the unfolding events within. Isn't my duo impressive? Her gaming skills should be on par with Boss Bai's. Most held on to hope, albeit with lingering tension. Only my duo knew that Boss Bai excelled in most games beyond her capabilities. Yet, in this particular King of Fighters, my duo possessed a special character that granted her a 60% chance of victory. Even against Boss Bai, she promptly selected Billy Kane, the staff master. This character's combat skills aligned perfectly with her strengths and could effectively counter long-range or projectile-wielding opponents. Lin Chuan recognized her expertise immediately, but he relished a challenge and boldly chose Iori Yagami for a direct confrontation. The screens of both players transformed into monochrome as the battle commenced. All eyes were drawn to the small gaming display, which held the hopes of the entire village. "Charge, my duo!" someone shouted, propelling the atmosphere to its zenith. Seizing the moment, my duo launched her attack. A close-range super move canceled into a follow-up super combo. A series of expert maneuvers cascaded forth like a flood. She was on an entirely different level compared to the previous children. Bai Yukuei leaned slightly, contemplating that if my duo couldn't win, it would confirm that Lin Chuan had indeed mastered everything. She felt both pride and concern. Cultivating a talent while risking her own standing, was that a loss or a gain? However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, she heard a sound. Turning her head, she saw my duo frozen in place, seemingly adjusting to the shock. With cheers around her having faded away, Bai Yukuei had not witnessed the entire sequence of events, but inevitably, the invincible my duo had been defeated. In an instant, her heart raced. While she hoped for Lin Chuan's victory in every aspect, now that he had triumphed, Bai Yukuei began to worry about the bet. Should I join in for a round? Lin Chuan, you are truly remarkable. This time, let's tackle the shielding device task together. It will surely go smoothly. At that moment, Ulan my duo, having evidently adjusted her mindset, suddenly spoke about the task, inexplicably alleviating Bai Yukuei's anxiety. Right, the task. Boss Bai realized her thoughts had strayed and promptly sought to redirect the conversation back to the training. She stood, preparing to discuss the matter. Yet, an unruly nail on the old chair snagged her clothing. Rip! Her fur coat was clearly torn. Distracted, she hadn't even noticed such a triviality beforehand. Bai Yukuei attempted to regain her composure, but Lin Chuan was quick to react. He swiftly removed his outer coat and wrapped it around her waist, shielding her from embarrassment in one fluid motion. He even wore a feigned, gentlemanly smile. "Yukuei, you are so considerate. You knew I bought you new clothes and intentionally accepted them in this manner. Thank you." Bai Yukuei was left speechless. While slightly touched, was he truly flirting with her? Oh no, was she truly falling under his charm? The villagers, who had previously been quiet, were now stunned into silence by this scene. This was the most frustrating moment. They did not wish for Boss Bai to remain alone in solitude. They simply didn't want Lin Chuan to assume the role of their nominal elder. Yet, they never anticipated that they would become mere background characters. Witnessing Lin Chuan's grand display. Enough. Enough. It's raining. Go home and fetch the laundry. The sky is about to pour, and mothers are getting married. What shall we do if the Yellow River runs dry? The villagers, unable to confront the reality, left in discontent, their expressions a medley of emotions. The days had seemed so promising. Only Boss Bai, Ulan my duo, and the self-satisfied Lin Chuan remained.